Seeing that she was still standing, Secretary Chen pointed to the stool in front of him.
Sit down.
It was an order from a leader, so Shun Anian didn't dare disobey and sat down obediently. Secretary Chen asked, "Aren't you working at the mooncake factory? How do you still have time to study these chili sauces?" "I just enjoy cooking, and I only made a few small improvements to the sauce. It didn't take much time." "You're quite hardworking, aren't you?" "Please don't misunderstand, Secretary. I don't plan to get involved in this matter. I only gave Captain Huang a suggestion. I won't take part in the later stages of building or managing the factory. If you're not involved, then why are you running around helping? I heard you even managed to secure some orders?" Shun Enian thought for a moment before replying. "Last time I delivered goods to Hung City, I brought 2 bottles of chili sauce with me. Manager Yang tried them and said they tasted good. But since I wasn't sure if our factory would be built, I didn't finalize any deal with him. I did tell him, though, that once our factory plans are confirmed, I'll contact him right away." Secretary Chen couldn't find any fault with this energetic young woman. She was doing everything for the collective good. Criticizing her for that would seem ungrateful. Still, she had left him with a problem. The supply of pork was already limited. Although the government cafeteria had priority in purchasing, every factory was competing for meat. If the cafeteria took more, others would surely complain. The commune used to encourage teams to raise pigs, with each household having 1 pig and 3 chickens as targets. But farmers couldn't even feed themselves, so there was no extra grain to raise pigs. Each team kept 5 or 6 pigs, and after paying taxes to the state, each person only got a few pounds of pork. When they started the chili factory, he had to compete with others for meat, but where could he get it? "Your idea is good, but where would we get pork and chicken meat? The larger the factory, the more meat it needs. Currently, there's not enough pork even for the town's distribution, and the supply and marketing cooperative doesn't have meat to give us." "Secretary, have you thought about how to fill this gap?" "I have thought about it, but farmers are poor. There's no extra grain to raise pigs. 2 years ago, the commune encouraged everyone to raise pigs. Each pig had to be turned in with 70 jin, about 77 pounds, to the state, and the rest was kept by the farmers, but still, no one could afford it. This is a real problem." She originally thought Secretary Chun might have a solution, but surprisingly, he didn't seem to have any good ideas either. Shun Anian thought carefully with her eyes lowered before speaking. "Secretary, you're right. Raising pigs consumes a lot, so we should work together as a unit to build a pig farm. Although running a pig farm still costs a lot, if we share the expenses among the villagers, it's not too much. As long as we organize the work on the land properly and arrange for people to feed the pigs, it can be managed." Secretary Chen looked at her for a long time without speaking. This young comrade kept coming up with new ideas. First, she said they should open a chili factory, and now she's talking about building a pig farm. Can they handle all this? And just having many people isn't enough, they lack feed. Pigs can't just eat pig grass, they also need rice bran to grow. How else would piglets grow? Build a pig farm? Yes. Not just in the town, even in the county, pork supply is still short. If we set up a pig farm, not only could we supply the chili factory but also the town and the county. It could even bring more income to the commune. Oh no, she was starting to feel a little excited. Secretary Chen held back his eager feelings and said, "Piglets are still small and eat pig grass, but when they grow bigger, they need rice bran feed. Just eating pig grass alone won't make them fat. We can feed soybeans to promote growth and usually catch shrimp, snails, and even collect water plants like duckweed from the river. All of these are rich in protein and can help animals gain weight." Huang Chongjing listened to them talk for a long time and finally found a chance to speak. "Does duckweed have other uses?" "Of course. Duckweed is full of protein and can be used to feed fish, chickens, and ducks, but there isn't enough duckweed to feed pigs. We can cultivate it. Every village has ditches, and when the time comes, we can grow it in those ditches. It grows very fast, so supply won't be a problem." After hearing her explanation, it seemed like running a pig farm wouldn't be too difficult. But wait, there are still problems to solve. Where will we get so many piglets? For this question, Shun Anian could only look at Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen looked worried. "Should I handle this?" Shun Anian nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Secretary Chen felt even more troubled. His workload suddenly increased a lot. Cheng, I'll think of a way, Shun Anian said. Secretary, there's one more thing. If we want to build a large pig farm, it's different from small-scale farming. We need scientific feeding. Should we send someone to intern at a pig farm to learn how to raise pigs? Great, now he's being assigned another task. Secretary Chen was happy to accept, but he felt helpless. There's only a meat processing plant in the county town and no large pig farms. In the provincial city, there are some big pig farms, but how can we get people there to learn? Shen Jiqing, your suggestion is very good. We should send someone to learn, but I really can't do anything about this. There are some pig farms in the provincial city, but I don't know anyone there, so I can't arrange for you to learn at a pig farm. Shun Anian felt a bit discouraged. Is there really no way? Secretary Chen shook his head. No, there really isn't. If there was a way, he would have already found someone to do it. Shun Anian sighed. It really seemed impossible. She knew quite a few people in Hengsher, but none related to pig farms. Secretary Chen saw that she was a little discouraged and comforted her, saying, Comrade, don't be sad. We shouldn't take big steps all at once. Just move forward steadily, and we will succeed eventually. Large pig farms might not work, but a chili sauce factory could succeed, right? If the chili sauce industry develops, everyone can grow chili peppers and soybeans and make money. This could also help farmers earn more. There isn't much meat used in the chili sauce. He worked hard and thought he could make it work. I'll try my best. With Secretary Chen's words, Huang Changjing's heart settled back inside him. It seemed their village might also get a factory. Secretary, thank you so much. Work hard in the future. Setting up the factory is more important than anything. Yes, Secretary. You're right. I will do my best to run the factory well and not let you down. Secretary Chen waved his hand to let him leave first. Shen Anian also wanted to go out with him, but Secretary Chen called her back. Shen Jiqing, stay here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Shun Anian was a bit confused. Hadn't they already said everything? What else was there to talk about? She sat back down. Secretary, what do you want to tell me? Don't be nervous. Just a casual chat. Shun Anian still felt a little uneasy.
Casual chat?
What kind of casual? Shun Anian sat up straight, placing her hands on her knees. Secretary Chen, do you have any instructions for me? You're a hard-working young comrade, and you have good ideas. Have you thought about coming to work at the commune? Shun Anian was stunned. She had just had a little idea, and Secretary Chen had caught her off guard. No, she meant she saw an opportunity to show her talents, and had to seize it. But her identity was a problem. Secretary Chen, to be honest, my parents were sent to a farm for reform because of some mistakes in their economic decisions. Will that affect my chance to come to the commune? Secretary Chen didn't expect her parents to have that background and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Seeing his reaction, Shen Anian understood immediately. It's okay. No matter where I am, my goals won't change. As long as the secretary still supports me, I will be happy. Secretary Chen could see her disappointment, but he needed to think about it more. Don't worry. I will discuss this with the commune officer. You can go back and wait for my news. Shun Anian stood up and bowed deeply to Secretary Chen. Thank you, Secretary Chen. She left the secretary's office and saw old Fortune at the door. He looked surprised. Third sister-in-law, why are you here? Secretary Chen asked me to come and discuss something. Old Fortune looked at her face. He wondered why third sister-in-law looked a bit unhappy. Did something happen at the food factory? No, it's something else. Old Fortune didn't ask further. With his position, it wasn't appropriate to probe too deeply. Are you going back now? Yes, the matter is settled. I need to go back. The factory is still busy. Third sister-in-law, be careful on your way. Shen Anian rode her bike back to Daho village. The factory workers were curious about why Secretary Chen wanted to see her. The chili sauce factory hadn't started yet, and the pig farm hadn't chosen a site. Shun Anian couldn't tell them the details, so she only said that Secretary Chen asked her about the food factory. Unexpectedly, the workers were very encouraged. Since the secretary was so busy but still cared about the food factory, they felt they needed to work even harder. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Shun Anian's gloomy mood gradually lifted. Where she worked didn't matter. She wondered why she was so worried. Once she understood, she felt much more relaxed. After finishing a day's work and returning home, Chin's father and younger sister had already come back. Chin's younger sister was sitting listlessly in a chair, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Chin's mother pulled Chin's father aside and whispered, "What's wrong with fifth brother? Why does he look so exhausted? Don't worry about her. She still has energy to argue with people. She's not tired enough." Hearing this, Chin's younger sister was angry. "She was the one who started it, Dad. Why are you so biased? Is what she said true? Are you doing worse than others?" Chin's younger sister pouted. "I earned 6 cents today. That means I'm behind." Father Chin knew she was stubborn, so he decided not to argue with her. Shun Anian finished her bath and entered the main hall. Father Chin saw her and happened to want to discuss something. Now, Father Chin likes to talk over important and minor matters with her because she is quick-witted and has many ideas. There's news from the brick factory. They say our bricks will be ready in a couple of days. I plan to have the tractor bring the bricks back soon. Their team doesn't have a tractor, so they plan to borrow one from the agricultural machinery factory. It should take about a day to transport the bricks. But he doesn't know where to store the bricks. He thought about expanding the factory by building a few new rooms on the old factory site, which would be simple enough. But he felt it wasn't a good idea. There are houses on both sides, and building new factory rooms would be too close to those families. Even if those families didn't mind, he felt uneasy about it. Moreover, if the factory grows bigger in the future, they will need more space. Shun Anian heard him and asked, "Dad, do you have a place in mind? I've found a good spot, but it's not in the village. It's at the east end of the village. Dad, can you take me to see it?" Of course, Father Chin called his eldest son. "Big brother, come along and see it too." Big brother Chin agreed and went out with them. Little sister Chin also struggled to get up. "I want to go too," Father Chin said. "Didn't you say you're tired and should rest at home?" "I'm tired, but I still want to go." She had now realized that only if her father believed she had truly changed would he agree to let her work in the food factory. She needed to show her good behavior now to get into the food factory as soon as possible. Father Chin had no objections. The empty land wasn't a secret place, so if they wanted to see it, they could. He took them to a shrub-covered area. It was spacious, and most importantly, the ground was rocky, making it stable enough to build a factory. Shun Anian looked at the open space in front of her and thought Father Chin had chosen a good spot. The larger the factory, the better, especially for future expansion. "Dad, now that we have this place, how should we build the factory? Who should we ask to help build it?" "Have you thought about that? There isn't much work right now. We can organize some people to come and build the factory, those who are available. Do we have the blueprints for the factory?" Father Chin was really caught off guard by her question. In the past, when building houses, everyone would discuss it together, and then they would just build. There were no detailed plans or drawings. "Still need drawings?" "Yes, the factory is large and has a complex structure. Just a few words can't explain everything clearly. Having drawings makes it easier to understand and reduces mistakes." Father Chin scratched the back of his neck. "We don't know how to draw, though." Shun Anian had taken a few years of sketching classes. Although she wasn't very professional, drawing the house structure wasn't difficult for her. "Dad, I can draw. When we go back, tell me your ideas and I'll make a drawing for you." "Good. When we get back, we can discuss it slowly. Tomorrow, we'll find some people to level the ground here, and then we can start building the new factory. Once the new factory is built, we also need to set up rules and regulations. From now on, the factory will follow these rules and you'll be able to relax. Having rules is good, but Father Chin felt he didn't really know how to make them. "We don't know how to make these rules. Anian, can you help think of some?" Shun Anian thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I'll write a draft when I go back. You can look it over and tell me if anything needs to be added, and we can make changes." "Dad, there's one more thing. The road from the town to our village is too narrow and full of potholes. It's hard for vehicles to pass. They say that to get rich, you first need to fix the roads. Our transportation needs to improve, so it doesn't hold us back." Father Chin thought about it. The road really isn't good, and vehicles have a hard time passing. We definitely can't let this slow us down. Anything that might affect the factory's development needs to be fixed. Little sister Chin was very upset. She went out and mostly just listened to people talking. Even her older brother spoke, but she couldn't get a word in. She felt it was because she didn't work at the food factory that she had nothing to say. If she could work at the factory, she'd definitely be able to join the conversation. She secretly glanced at Shun Anian. The third sister-in-law was quite knowledgeable, and even Dad listened to her. When she was at home, she only thought the third sister-in-law was pretty and fair-skinned. She didn't realize she was so capable. No wonder she came from a big city. She really wanted to see a big city someday. Her classmates said it was very lively outside, but she had never seen it herself. The farthest she had been was the county town. Back then, she went there with her middle school friends to play. She traveled 172 kilometers, the farthest she had ever gone. She was very jealous that Brother Chin and Sister Chin could go to Hung City. If only one day she could go out and see the world, that would be wonderful. After returning from outside, Father Chin felt more confident. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather became much cooler. Even when the sun was high at noon, it wasn't as hot as in summer, giving them more time for work. He divided the workers into two groups, one building the factory, the other working in the fields. Shun Anian took paper and pen to find Father Chin to discuss the factory plans. They talked for about half an hour, and a rough sketch was made. Is this drawing finished? It's just a draft. I still need to improve it. Father Chin looked at the drawing with amazement. His third daughter-in-law was really talented. It seemed that reading more books was necessary. His children couldn't be relied on, so he would keep a close eye on Shurtu and the others to make sure they studied. Old Fourth Chin only came back around mealtime, and everyone was about to sit down to eat. Old Fourth is back. Hurry up, we're waiting for you to eat. Old Fourth Chin sat down with a smile and said, Dad, I have good news. What good news? It doesn't concern you much, but it's about sister-in-law. Shun Anian was surprised. It concerns me? What good news could that be? Today, she had only gone to the food factory and the commune. Seeing his expression, she wondered if it was news from the commune. Sure enough, the next moment Old Fourth Chin said, Sister-in-law, Secretary Chen asked you to report to the commune tomorrow. Fourth brother's wife was a bit confused. What does that mean? Why do I need to report to the commune? Old Fourth Chin glared at his wife and said, What do you mean? Secretary Chen is promoting sister-in-law to be a commune officer. She opened her mouth in shock, looking at Old Fourth Chin and then at Shun Anian. Was she really going to work at the commune as an officer? Everyone else was also very surprised. How could she be going to work at the commune? Of course, they didn't think this was a bad thing. It was a great opportunity. Working at the commune meant becoming a government official, which was definitely a good thing. The problem was that they relied on Shun Anian as the backbone of the family. If she left, what would happen to them? Especially Chin's father. Although he is the factory director, he often needs to discuss matters with Shun Anian or rely on her to make decisions. Shun Anian is the main support of the food factory. With her there, Chin's father doesn't have to worry about anything. But now that she is leaving, Chin's father feels uncertain and worried. Seeing their expressions, Shun Anian smiled and said, Why do you all look so unhappy? Are you upset that I am going to work at the commune? Chin's father shook his head quickly. No, we agree with that. It's just that we were caught off guard by this news and don't know what to do. If you leave, what'll happen to the factory? Dad, no matter who is missing, the factory can still run. Especially with you managing everything. The factory won't fall apart. From now on, everyone should do what they're supposed to do, finish their tasks, and the factory will keep operating. However, I have two suggestions. First, we need someone to handle the factory's accounts, not rely on the brigade's accountant, who is too busy. Now the accounts are getting bigger, and expenses are increasing. It's very important to keep the records clear and accurate. Every transaction must be recorded carefully. If someone checks the accounts and they are messy or unclear, we won't be able to explain. It's better to prepare early. Chin's younger sister quickly raised her hand, almost bouncing with excitement. I can do that. I have a junior high school diploma. She is actually a middle school student, and keeping accounts is not a small task. Shun Anian was worried Chin's father might agree. So she said, being an accountant is not easy. It's not just about counting numbers. Do you know how to prepare financial reports? Do you understand accounting? Can you do cost calculations? Can you control expenses? Chin's sister was stumped by her questions. She didn't know how to do these things, and she had never heard of these terms before. After a long pause, she finally understood. My older brother is an accountant. I can ask him. He will teach me. Yes, he can teach you, but learning this takes time. The factory doesn't have the luxury to wait for you to learn slowly. Hearing this, Chin's sister got upset. You're targeting me on purpose. You just don't want me to work at the food factory. I haven't done anything wrong to you. Why are you treating me like this? Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was about to cry. Shun Anian shook her head. I'm not targeting you. I'm just raising my concerns. The factory now needs someone who can start working immediately. How many days do you think it will take for you to get ready? They say opportunities are for those who are prepared. Since you haven't prepared at all, why should an opportunity come to you? Qin Xiaomei felt wronged by her scolding, and tears started to fall. Father Qin didn't know what to say to her. Old Fifth has been spoiled since childhood and can't stand anyone criticizing her even a little. Your third sister-in-law is right. Your temper is too quick, and you're not suitable to be an accountant. Hearing this, Qin Xiaomei's tears flowed even more fiercely. You're all bullying me. She wanted to throw her bowl and leave, but thinking about the last time she went hungry, she picked up her bowl with food and rushed into her room. Father Qin watched her throw a tantrum and sighed silently. He thought that after all these days of busy work, she would change, but it seems her personality still needs some time to soften. Don't worry about her. Let her think it over herself. Throwing a tantrum won't help. Shun Anian was very glad to have such a reasonable father-in-law. People tend to favor their own, and naturally, daughters are closer to their fathers than daughters-in-law. If Father Qin had favored Qin Xiaomei, her situation would be very awkward. Fortunately, Father Qin didn't put her in such an uncomfortable position. There's one more thing. I think now that the factory is stabilizing and Big Brother's work is almost settled, he can take over the purchasing and inventory tasks. Big Brother has been doing this work recently, even though he hasn't officially started at the factory. We need to assign him a position. We can't keep letting him work for the food factory for free forever. Big Brother Qin looked a bit excited, his eyes hopeful as he looked at Father Qin. Recently, he's been helping Shun Anian with inventory and deliveries, learning a lot. But of course, everyone would prefer a stable job. Father Qin nodded. All right, in a couple of days, let him start working at the factory. Big Brother Qin was excited. Dad, don't worry, I'll work hard. Big sister-in-law looked at Shun Anian with gratitude. If Shun Anian hadn't specifically brought up this matter, Father Qin wouldn't have considered letting Big Brother Qin work at the food factory, at least not so soon. Although working in a food factory still earns points, it's not as respectable as working in the commune, but the pay is better. The last time they paid wages, she also went to see. One person earns 360 work points a month, which equals 36 yuan, enough to cover 2 months' wages for old Qin 4. She couldn't help but feel jealous. She even wanted to work in the food factory, but she didn't know how to ask. Just now, Qin's little sister wanted to enter the factory but was scolded away by Shun Anian. Although Qin's little sister wanted to be an accountant, working in the factory was similar in nature. She was afraid that if she asked, Shun Anian would ask if she knew how to make mooncakes, and she didn't know how to answer. She regretted it so much. If she had learned to make mooncakes earlier, she could be earning over 30 yuan a month now. Qin's little sister went back to her room and cried for a while. Feeling discouraged, she stopped and listened to the discussion outside. She didn't expect her older brother to also get a job in the factory. Among her siblings, only one had to work in the fields. It was so embarrassing. She blamed Shun Anian. If it weren't for her, she and her parents would have been able to agree to her working in the factory. She muttered quietly inside, worried about herself. She disliked Shun Anian so much. If she went to work in the commune later, she wondered if Shun Anian would give her a hard time. But on the other hand, she had been promoted quite quickly. She started as a young educated youth and entered the factory after half a year. Now, just over a month later, she had moved to the commune. Her promotion was faster than anyone else's. She didn't know what the commune wanted her to do. They said opportunities are only for those who are prepared, but she was working in the food factory every day. What was she preparing for? Oh, right. If she went to work in the commune, wouldn't the food factory just need one worker? But she hadn't learned how to make mooncakes yet. What should she do? A few days ago, she thought about learning to make mooncakes from Xiang, but she was too tired after work and didn't bring it up. If she had known there was a vacancy in the food factory, she would have asked her second sister. Then, even if she couldn't be an accountant, she could work as a factory worker. No, she had to find her second sister and learn to make mooncakes immediately. She hurriedly ran out, just as Xiang was holding area and heading to the literacy class. She asked big sister and second sister to attend classes as auditors. Although the children are very young and might not understand much, she thought it was better for them to listen to lessons than to play at home. Moreover, she felt more at ease knowing the children were under her watch. Second sister, wait a moment. Xiang turned to look at Qin Xiaomei. Xiaomei, what's the matter? Second sister, can you teach me how to make mooncakes? Xiang was surprised. You want to learn how to make mooncakes? Qin Xiaomei nodded. Yes, I want to learn. Today, Qin's father took them to see the new factory site. In the future, the food factory will definitely need more workers. Even if she can't fill the vacancy left by Shun Anian, there will be other chances. She didn't believe she couldn't get into the food factory. Qin Xiaomei wanting to learn how to make mooncakes was a good thing, and Qin Yunxiang was very willing to teach her. All right, when I have free time, I will definitely teach you. Don't wait for later, teach me now. She was still so energetic, always eager to do something as soon as she thought of it. Qin Yunxiang couldn't help but smile and shake her head. She was about to go out. Couldn't she tell? Not tonight. I have to go to the literacy class. Qin Xiaomei looked a little upset. She felt it was hard enough to finally ask Qin Yunxiang for something, and now she was being refused. Any night is fine for the literacy class. You won't miss much if you skip one night. Just don't go tonight, and teach me how to make mooncakes. Qin Yunxiang became serious. Since you asked, I am willing to teach you. But it depends on whether I have free time. Xiaomei, not only your matters are important. Other people's matters are important too. Her personality, when spoken nicely, is impatient. When not, it's selfish. She came to ask for help, so why should she expect Qin Yunxiang to make sacrifices for her? Qin Xiaomei, who had just started middle school, never thought about teaching her family members to read and write. She never considered it before, but what did her words mean now? The literacy class was meant to help her learn to read and broaden her horizons. Xiaomei said she could go anytime. She was at a crucial learning stage now. Even her third sister-in-law said that only by building a solid foundation could she progress steadily in the future. Encouraging herself to skip class showed she hadn't considered her own future at all. Seeing her serious expression, Qin Xiaomei felt a little wronged. Even when she argued with her parents before, her second sister never spoke to her in such a stern way.
I didn't mean it that way.
I just think going to that literacy class isn't very useful. It's better if I don't explain, but when I do, Qin Yunxiang gets even angrier. She asks, what do you mean it's not useful to learn to read? Is she looking down on me with that? I say, now I can read, and I know that the Victory oil field is built in Huagua, which is the second largest oil field. How can that be useless? Little sister, even though you only finished middle school, you're very shallow. How can knowledge be useless? Qin Xiaomei looks at her in disbelief. She can't believe she dares to say that to her. What right does she have to say that? I ask, why do you say that about me? She replies, how can I not say it? Even if I only went to third grade and forgot all the words I learned, I've now learned many characters and can read newspapers. Don't think I'm still the same illiterate person. Today, I want to tell you another truth. Look at problems with a growth mindset. Don't always think I'm the same person who knew nothing. Qin Xiaomei realizes she has really changed a lot. She's only been working at the factory for a little over a month, and she didn't go to the literacy class for long. Yet, she seems to have transformed completely, becoming much more confident. Chin's mother comes out of the house and sees them arguing. She walks over and says, "Why are you arguing? You're grown up and you're still fighting like children." Qin Yunxiang says, "Mom, I wasn't planning to argue with Xiaomei. She doesn't want me to go to the literacy class to listen to lessons. She wants me to stay and help her make mooncakes. I said I'd teach her after my days off, but she refuses. I'm just explaining things to her." Qin's mother also disapproves of Qin Xiaomei's actions. Hasn't she already promised to teach her? Pushing back the mooncake lessons isn't a big deal. Why not let her go to class? Your second sister is right. The literacy class only lasts 2 hours at night, and you learn a lot. Why don't you let her go? Push back the mooncake lessons for now. When your sister has free time, she can teach you. If she's busy, I can teach you later. After saying that, she urges Qin Yunxiang, "Let's go quickly. The class is about to start. If we're late, Ningning will scold us." Seeing the time, Qin Yunxiang doesn't have much to say. She hugs Arya and calls Dia, then they run off. Qin Xiaomei watches them hurriedly leave, feeling very complicated inside. In the past, they would put down their bowls and go to study, then come back to do their homework, while she had plenty of free time to rest. This made her feel superior. Today, after hearing Qin Yunxiang's words, she thought Qin Yunxiang had changed a lot. Is the literacy class really that good? Qin Xiaomei turned around to go back to her room, but saw her younger brother's wife sneaking nearby, as if eavesdropping on their conversation. Fourth sister-in-law, what are you doing? When caught, she no longer hid and stepped forward. I'm not doing anything. I was just about to go to the bathroom and happened to pass by here. I just heard you talking with second sister. Are you two arguing? No, you heard wrong, Qin Xiaomei said and hurried back to her room. Her younger sister-in-law pouted behind her. She heard everything and wondered if she was trying to lie. But she hadn't thought that Qin Xiaomei actually wanted to secretly learn how to make mooncakes. If Qin Xiaomei was going to make mooncakes, maybe she should start preparing too? Her younger sister-in-law instinctively touched her belly. Forget it. Although she really wanted to earn money and was jealous of how much they made, her own pregnancy was quite advanced. She decided to wait until after the baby was born. Shun Anian carried the radio to the literacy class. Most people had learned about 400 characters, and they recognized almost all the common words they needed daily. Now, she set aside 2 days each week to let everyone listen to the radio and learn about the outside world. Teacher Shun, can we listen to the radio tonight? Once you learn the characters well, I will give you half an hour to listen. The person asking led the applause. Their biggest hope now was to listen to the radio and hear about the big events happening outside. At 9 o'clock at night, the literacy class ended. Everyone was still immersed in the information they had just received, some wanting to listen more. But Shun Anian disagreed. Although the harvest season was over, there was still work in the fields. If they went back too late, they wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. Qin's father also urged them, "No work tomorrow. Go home and rest. Get up early, because tomorrow we need to dig the foundation for the new factory." Hearing his words, everyone became very excited. Our village is going to build a new factory. Will they hire more workers? Whether to hire workers or not can be decided later. Seeing their growing excitement, Qin's father quickly sent them away. Even if they talked all night, they would still have more to say. The villagers were dismissed, walking away in small groups, discussing the news they just received. It seems the village will build a big factory. They need to work harder, so they can get jobs there next time. Shun and Sui handed out newspapers to the villagers. Some liked to take the newspapers home to practice reading. Since the newspapers were already outdated, she just gave them out freely. After they left, Shun and Sui worried and asked, "Big sister, if you go to work at the commune in the future, will you still have time for the literacy class?" "There should be time. These days, they probably won't require overtime work." Shun and Yen was a bit unsure, but even if she couldn't come, the literacy class had to continue. The villagers were very eager to learn. She couldn't let their small sparks of interest die out. Even if one day she really couldn't attend the class, she would arrange for someone else to take over. As for who would take over, she needed to choose carefully. Don't think too much. Let's go home first. You have school tomorrow. Shun and Sui picked up the radio. Big sister, can I keep the radio in my room? I want to listen to the news when I have free time. Sure, but you can't listen at night. You need to rest so you're not tired for class tomorrow. Your main task now is to study. The students' lessons weren't heavy now, so Shen and Yen wasn't worried about her losing focus. Besides, she didn't have much time. She still had to come to the literacy class after school, so she only listened to the radio during dinner time. I understand. Thank you, big sister. Shen and Yen returned home, washed up, and went to bed. Just before falling asleep, a vague thought flashed through her mind. Why did Secretary Chen suddenly stop caring about her identity and call her to the commune? But she didn't think about it for long and soon fell asleep. In the morning, Chen's father gave her his beloved bicycle. From now on, you'll be working at the commune. Here's a bike for you. It'll make your commute easier. This bicycle was very important to Chen's father. Even Chen's fourth brother couldn't ride it to work, but unexpectedly, Chen's father decided to give it to himself. Dad, I can't ride this bicycle. You need to go to town for meetings later. What if I take the bike and you can't go? She has about 2,000 yuan, enough to buy another bicycle if she wanted, but she lacked a bicycle ticket. It seems she needs to write a letter to Chen Jingqi to see if he can help her get a bicycle ticket. However, Chen's father still pushed the bicycle in front of her. It doesn't matter much. I am still healthy. Even if I go to town for meetings, I can walk. Moreover, he only has a few meetings a year, but she has to go to town every day. She can ride this bike. He repeatedly wanted to give her his bicycle. If she refused again, it would be embarrassing. Shun Anian could only accept the bicycle. Thank you, Dad. Don't mention it. Go to the commune now. Alright, I'll go first. Shun Anian rode her bike for a while and saw a familiar figure. She stopped to ask Chen's fourth brother if he wanted a ride, but he declined. Knowing he wanted to avoid trouble, she waved goodbye and quickly rode away. The commune was already open for work, but Secretary Chen hadn't arrived yet. Shun Anian waited nearby. Big Sister Yang saw her and was surprised. Comrade, why are you here? Is there something you need? From her words, it seemed she didn't know Shun Anian was coming to work at the commune. Secretary Chen hadn't officially appointed her as a commune officer yet, so Shun Anian couldn't tell people she was here to work before the appointment. She smiled at Big Sister Yang. The secretary asked me to come. Maybe he has something to tell me. Big Sister Yang looked her over and smiled. The secretary really values you.
No wonder.
Your brigade's food factory is doing very well. Young comrade, keep working hard and carry forward the spirit of not fearing hardship or difficulty. Improve your factory's performance. Since she was an old cadre of the commune, Shun Anian didn't dare to argue at this moment. She could only nod. Don't worry, big sister. We will work hard and achieve good results, so the leaders won't be disappointed. Big Sister Yang was pleased with her determination and patted her shoulder. Sit down and wait. Thank you, big sister. As soon as Shun Anian's bottom touched the bench, Secretary Chen entered. She quickly stood up and said, Hello, Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen looked at this energetic young comrade and nodded at her. Come with me to the office. Shun Anian followed Secretary Chen into the office. As soon as she sat down, she saw Secretary Chen smiling warmly at her. Secretary, you asked me to come. Is there something you want to discuss? Secretary Chen straightforwardly said, I've thought about your family situation. Your parents made mistakes, but that doesn't concern you. I want you to come to the commune to help out. Are you willing? Of course, Shun Anian was willing. Since the leader offered such an opportunity, how could she refuse? Before she could speak, she heard a loud bang as something heavy fell to the ground. The sound of something being thrown was very close, almost at the door. Shun Anian went to open the door and saw Sister Yang standing there with a very unhappy look on her face. Next to her foot was a porcelain cup, with water spilled all over the floor. Shun Anian was a bit surprised. Was she eavesdropping? Big Sister Yang, what are you doing here? Sister Yang looked upset but forced a small smile. I was just coming to pour water for the secretary. I accidentally dropped the cup. I'll go get another one. She bent down to pick up the cup and hurried away. Shun Anian found this strange. What was wrong with her? She turned around and explained to Secretary Chen. Sister Yang accidentally dropped her cup. Secretary Chen didn't say much but told her, "Your suggestions for Huangzhuang and Dahua village are very suitable for their development. Bringing you to the commune is to help you work on the economy. Do you have any opinions? I have no objections. Your experience is still limited. Our commune offers a salary of 25 yuan, some meat coupons, and grain tickets. Do you have any comments about the wages?" Shen Anian shook her head. "No, I don't." Secretary Chen was very pleased with her attitude. "Good work. If you need support, just come to me. I believe with your ability, you will achieve great things in the future. Thank you for your attention, leader. I will work hard in the future and not let you down." Secretary Chen called Officer Li over and asked him to help Shen Anian with the procedures. Officer Li introduced Shen Anian to everyone, and they were all very surprised. No one expected this young girl to suddenly arrive at the commune. A young woman subtly looked at Sister Yang, her expression a bit strange. Shen Anian noticed her unusual behavior and looked at Sister Yang, seeing that her face looked very unhappy. This made Shen Anian a little confused. Although they had only met twice and didn't have much friendship, Sister Yang had been very friendly to her during those times. Since she was able to work at the commune, even if Sister Yang wasn't happy about it, she wouldn't look so angry as if she owed her money. But she didn't have time to think more, as Officer Li took her into a room. "You will work here from now on." The desk was very clean, almost too clean, with nothing on it. "Officer Li, I am not familiar with the commune. Could you show me the development materials of the different teams from recent years? It will help me understand the various teams under the commune." Secretary Chen asked Officer Li to cooperate with Shen Anian's work, and these materials weren't secret. He took her to the document room. "This is the document room. All the materials of the commune are kept here. If you want to find any information, just tell Sister Li. She can help you find it." He spoke to the older sister sitting nearby reading the newspaper. "Sister Li, this is our new colleague, Comrade Shen. She needs some materials, so please help her." Shen Anian smiled and greeted her. "Hello, Sister Li." Sister Li looked at the fair-skinned girl in front of her. She was delicate and pretty, big eyes, high nose bridge. She looked very nice. "Little Shen, I haven't seen you around before." "How come? I just started working today." "No wonder. I was thinking there's no one I don't know in the commune, except for you, who looks unfamiliar." "Don't worry. Once you're in the commune, we're colleagues. Just tell Sister Li what materials you need, and I'll help you find them." "Thank you, sister. Can I go in and take a look?" "There is nothing difficult about it. The materials are inside. When you look at them, be careful not to get them dirty or tear them." "Don't worry, Sister Li. I will be very careful," she told Officer Li, and then went into the archive room. Inside, there were several rows of shelves filled with file folders. She found the materials she needed, carried them all to the table, and studied them carefully. Below Shenyang Commune, there are 12 large teams. Dahan Village ranks in the middle in terms of value among them, but there are many teams that are poorer than Dahan Village. They are too poor. There are no good solutions. She looked at these boring documents and gradually got absorbed in them. Suddenly, her stomach growled from hunger. She realized it was already past 1 o'clock and that she needed to find something to eat. Just as she was about to put the files back, a sound at the door caught her attention. I don't know how the secretary took a liking to her. She insisted on assigning her to the commune. I think she used connections. She doesn't do anything when she comes in, just runs around everywhere. It's just a way to give her a casual job and get paid for nothing." Sister Yang was full of anger. She ran over to complain to her old colleague, and the more she spoke, the more she believed she was right. She was a young, educated girl who only arrived in Dahan Village after the New Year. She had only been in the countryside for half a year, with no outstanding education or notable contributions. How did Secretary Chen notice her and forcibly transfer her to the commune? Oh, maybe because she looked pretty. Young, fair skin, and a nice appearance. And she liked to look at people with those innocent eyes. Even women felt uneasy under her gaze, not to mention men. Secretary Chen, no matter what, was a man. Since he was a person, he had feelings and desires. It took her less than 10 seconds to go from suspicion to certainty about her thoughts. Ha, young and pretty girls have many shortcuts. It's only been a short time, and she already found a way to get close to Secretary Chen. You know Secretary Chen's temper, yet he still made an exception for her. Just think about how clever this person's methods are. The voice coming from outside the door sounded familiar to Shun Anian. Wasn't that Sister Yang's voice? I didn't expect her to act so warmly toward me before, yet secretly say such harsh things and spread rumors behind my back. No matter the era, gossip is hard to prove. But I don't need to prove my innocence. I have a clear conscience. Shun Anian finished organizing her files and then walked over. Sister Yang kept speaking more and more nastily. She deliberately quickened her steps, and her footsteps echoed loudly, causing Sister Yang's voice to suddenly stop. The next moment, she asked, "Why is there someone in the storage room?" Sister Li replied, "It's already this late. Everyone has gone to the cafeteria to eat. There shouldn't be anyone. I just heard someone walking earlier," Shun Anian said calmly. Sister Yang pushed open the door. When she saw Shun Anian, her face changed rapidly, shocked, panicked, guilty, and ashamed, showing a range of expressions, making it very dramatic. Shun Anian looked at her and said coldly, "Sister Yang, I really didn't expect you to listen in secretly and also talk badly about people behind their backs." It was as if Sister Yang had been caught in a trap, almost jumping up. "How can you talk like that? Who listens secretly? Who said bad things about you, behind your back? Aren't I just speaking the truth? You've only been working in Daho Village for a few months, and now you're already promoted to a commune officer. If it weren't for your tricks and connections, how could you get to the commune?" She looked down on women who relied on their looks and flirtation to gain benefits. She was not at all guilty, and even wanted to take me to see Secretary Chen, which surprised Sister Yang greatly and made her feel uncertain. Sister Li was also very frightened. It was lunchtime break, and I thought everyone had gone to eat and rest, so the data room would be empty. But I didn't expect Shun Anian to be inside the data room, catching us in the act. "Little Shun, don't get upset. It's all a misunderstanding. Just listen to our explanation." "What's there to explain? Weren't those your words just now? Didn't you say I used the back door to see Secretary Chen?" Sister Li was speechless after being confronted. Seizing the moment, Shun Anian pulled Sister Yang forward. Seeing her so reckless, Sister Yang finally became afraid. She dared not confront Secretary Chen about this matter. "Let go of me. I've worked in the commune for over 10 or 20 years. I'm your senior. How dare you treat me like this?" Now she was trying to use her experience to pressure her. She had one bad habit. She was stubborn and not afraid of threats. "You've worked in the commune for 20 years, yet your political awareness is so low. Spreading rumors and slandering the reputation of revolutionary comrades. Aren't you breaking the law? Come on. Today you must give me an explanation." Shun Anian pulled her into the office. Sister Li watched them walk away, stomped her foot, and followed to see what was going on. They had just been chatting casually, but now things had escalated. Many colleagues in the office were talking, and when they saw Shun Anian pulling someone in, they looked surprised. What was going on? Why did it seem so strange? Senior Sister Yang, "Little Shun, what happened?" Sister Yang looked upset and couldn't say a word. Shun Anian sneered coldly. "Can't speak? Then let me tell you. Just now, Sister Yang told Sister Li in the data room that I had improper financial and romantic dealings with Secretary Chen, which is why I could work in the commune. I brought her here to clarify something. Yes, I do have some connection with Secretary Chen, who appreciates me and is willing to give me a stage to show my talents. But it's definitely not those dirty, immoral dealings you're thinking of. If you don't believe me, you can ask Secretary Chen. I'm honest and not afraid of scrutiny from the organization. Everyone dared not confront Secretary Chen, and no one wanted to get involved in this trouble. They quietly stepped back, indicating that this matter was not their concern. They are not fools. This was a serious accusation against Secretary Chen's conduct. Could it be a small matter? But there is always a saint somewhere. An older woman stepped forward. "Xiao Shun, you're too angry. Calm down first. Maybe you heard it wrong. We are all colleagues, and this is your first day working at the commune. Don't make things awkward with your coworkers. I heard it myself. How could I be mistaken? The older woman said this to give her a way out, but Shin Anian retorted sharply, and her face looked unhappy. We are all colleagues. We will work together in the future. Be forgiving when you can. Don't push things too far. Can colleagues spread rumors? Not only that, she is spreading false stories that Secretary Chun is involved in corruption and abuse of power. Legally, this is doubting Secretary Chun's character. Morally, it suggests he is unfit for his position and cannot do his job. Ma'am, you are so eager to defend her. Do you agree with what she said? The older woman's face turned pale. I never said that. It's none of my business. After lunch, Secretary Chun and Officer Lee returned to the office. They saw everyone gathered and asked, "What are you all doing?" Hearing his voice, Sister Yang looked very worried, afraid that Shin Anian might speak out about what just happened. Sure enough, the next moment Shin Anian said, "Secretary Chun, you came just in time. I need to report something to you. Comrade Yang just told Comrade Lee in the records room that I was able to work at the commune because I used my body to make improper deals with you, so you arranged a vacant position for me and paid me a salary." Sister Yang's face turned pale. A young woman, daring to say such things in front of so many people. Secretary Chen's forehead veins bulged with anger, and he was furious. He had only heard that Sister Yang was a bit talkative before, but he never expected her to spread rumors, and even about himself. Sister Yang looked at the stern-faced leader, her lips trembling, but she couldn't say a word. Sister Lee also lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Secretary Chen took a slow breath and said seriously, "I believe I work diligently. Even if I haven't made many contributions to Ningyuan Town or the organization, I have tried my best. I thought everyone appreciated my work, but I didn't expect that in their hearts. I am actually such a person." Just as Officer Lee was about to speak, Secretary Chen raised his hand to stop him. "There are still colleagues in our team who spread rumors and cause trouble. This shows my work in educating everyone isn't good enough. I need to reflect on myself." Sister Lee couldn't hold back anymore. She felt that the leader wasn't really reflecting, but was actually scolding them. "Secretary, it was just us talking nonsense during a chat. We should be the ones to reflect on our actions. You all know your awareness isn't enough. Both of you should think carefully. There will be a meeting next Monday, and you will need to make a reflection report." Sister Yang's mind went blank. Her vision blurred, and she almost fainted. Having to make a reflection in front of so many people was like tearing off her face. She had worked in the commune for so many years and had never been so embarrassed. But seeing Secretary Chen so angry, she didn't dare to plead with him. Sister Yang really wished she could faint right now. Sister Lee nodded bitterly. "Yes, Secretary. I will reflect carefully." Shin Anian was still holding Sister Yang's hand. She could feel her hand was very cold, so she let go. If she had known it would turn out like this, why did she spread rumors? If she hadn't spoken about it openly, who knew what kind of criticism she would face when the rumors spread? Secretary Chen looked at Shin Anian and said, "This matter has made you feel wronged." "Secretary, don't say that. I don't have much background or experience, and I work in the commune. No wonder others think this way about me. I don't care about your background or experience. I care about your ability. Xiaoshun, work hard. Don't let these unrelated things hold you back." Secretary Chen's words were meant to comfort Shin Anian, but they were also meant for others to hear. Everyone listened and lowered their heads. After Secretary Chen left, everyone dispersed. Sister Yang and Sister Lee sat slumped in their chairs, looking pale and blank. They remained silent for a long time. Sister Lee felt she was extremely unlucky today. Today, Sister Yang came to see her. She didn't say much, just talked to herself quietly. She only responded with a few words. Who would have thought something like this would happen? Now, she had to give a self-criticism at the meeting, and her name was on the list with the leaders. This could affect her future. Shin Anian's stomach growled, reminding her she hadn't eaten anything. She went to the commune cafeteria. It was almost mealtime, and the cook had already put the food away. She looked around but saw there was no food left. "Chef, is there anything to eat?" The cafeteria cook was about to put the remaining 2 steamed buns back when a young girl came to get her meal and asked, "It's almost mealtime. Why are you only coming now?" I was delayed by something just now. Chef, is there anything left? There are 2 buns left. Do you want them? Shinanian handed over her meal ticket. Yes, please. Thank you, chef. The cook took the ticket and packed her a plate of pickled vegetables. Shinanian took the buns and ate her first meal at the commune with the pickled vegetables. When she returned to her office, she noticed the atmosphere was a bit different. The way everyone looked at her was strange. She didn't pay much attention. She thought she could get along with her colleagues, but if not, that was okay. She was here to work, not to make friends. As she entered her office, a younger female colleague came in, holding an enamel cup and a water jug. This is from Director Lee. I was told to bring it to you. Shinanian smiled and thanked her. Thank you very much. I'll just leave it here. She set the items down, looked at Shinanian, and hesitated. Shinanian asked, Is there something you want to say? There was no one else in the office. The female colleague looked outside, but there was no one there. She whispered to Shinanian, Sister Yang has a daughter. She finished high school but couldn't get a job. She plans to have her daughter come to the commune. Secretary Chen transferred you to the commune to fill this vacancy, so her daughter can't get into the commune now. Perhaps this is why she was angry and said those things. Shinanian didn't expect there was such a reason. No wonder Sister Yang eavesdropped earlier. When she heard Secretary Chen wanted her to work at the commune, she even smashed her cup. Because she got a job at the commune, she thought she took her daughter's place, so she spread rumors to slander her. Does she treat the commune like her own home? Secretary Chen hired people from outside, and she still felt unhappy. Thank you for telling me this. You're welcome. We are all colleagues. My name is He Xiaoying. Just call me Xiaoying. Sister Yang's actions were inappropriate, but she isn't a bad person. She is usually very helpful and often assists everyone. However, Shinanian disagreed. Someone who can spread rumors without feeling guilty, not caring about others' reputation, future, or even lives, I think such a person isn't worthy of being called a good person. He Xiaoying was speechless after hearing this, but her words seemed to have some truth. How can a good person spread such rumors to slander an innocent colleague? But Sister Yang had been with her for several years and had helped her many times. She couldn't just blame her, so she decided to leave under an excuse. Shinanian rested in the office for a while and then went to the records room. When Sister Lee saw her, she thought she was coming to confront her. Secretary Chen has already punished us for this matter. What more do you want? I'm just here to check some records. Sister Lee found it hard to believe. After such a big incident, she still had the energy to come check records. But after observing her, she realized Shinanian was indeed just checking records. She sat at the desk all afternoon, looking at the documents without leaving. Sister Lee was puzzled. What exactly was she looking at? Shinanian spent 3 days in the records room, reviewing the recent years' situations of several villages, and had a rough idea. But she hadn't visited the villages herself and didn't know their specific conditions. She wanted to go see them. She shared her thoughts with Secretary Chen, who supported her. Officials should go deep into the people's lives to serve them better. Shinanian received support from Secretary Chen, grabbed her notebook, and left work. When she went to the post office, she didn't expect to find her own letter. On her way home by bike, she opened the envelope. Inside, there were 3 sheets of paper, but the one Qin Jingqi wrote to her was only a thin sheet, and he didn't even fill the whole page. One time is understandable, but twice she couldn't forgive anymore. Comrade Qin's attitude seemed a bit disrespectful. The letter felt a little perfunctory. Writing a letter should be like making a report, without any emotional warmth. How can that be okay? The other 2 sheets were written by his comrades, sharing their thoughts on spicy sauce after tasting it. They praised her a lot, and even suggested she send more bottles of spicy sauce. Shinanian told Qin Jingqi about her work in the commune, and also mentioned her wish to learn at a pig farm, but she had no way to get there. She asked him to help find a bicycle ticket. Thinking about his reply, Shinanian playfully took a lipstick from her space, applied it to her lips, and pressed a bright red lip print onto a white paper, then put it in the envelope with the letter. She just wanted to see if Comrade Qin Jingqi was really so calm and indifferent. Maybe because she received the letter, she dreamt about Qin Jingqi that night. In her dream, Qin Jingqi hurried back after receiving her letter and pressed her against the windowsill. When she woke up, her cheeks were very red, and she covered her face with her hand. She wondered how Qin Jingqi would react if he saw that letter. She, the one who wrote it, had quite a reaction. Could it be that she's actually a bit of a pervert? It seems like it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have immediately fallen for Qin Jingqi the first time she saw him. She rolled around in bed twice before slowly getting up. Seeing the letter on the table, she really wanted to take out that lip print. But after thinking, she decided not to do anything and just took the letter with her. They are married, and a little fun wouldn't hurt. There's probably nothing wrong with that. Shun Anian's first stop was the well-known poor village in town, Gaoshan Village. The mountain roads there were really difficult to travel. The narrow, winding paths were full of potholes, making her ache from the bumps. When she finally reached Gaoshan Village by bike, she was covered in sweat. The village was made up of mud brick houses and thatched cottages. A few dusty children are playing at the village entrance. Their faces are covered in dirt, and they have runny noses. Their clothes are patched multiple times, and one child is wearing a bag made into a makeshift outfit. Just looking at the bag, Shen Anian felt it was uncomfortable and rough. The children's delicate skin must have been hurt by it. In the past, she saw on TV that some families shared just one pair of pants, and only the person going out could wear it. At that time, she thought it was exaggerated, but now she realizes it was true. Those children, who look like refugees, stare at her with wide eyes. More precisely, they are looking at her bicycle. She is heading to the village office. The office is a simple mud brick building. The paint on the door is peeling, making it look old and worn. The door is locked and no one is inside. Shun Anian asked the children, "I am a worker from the commune, visiting Gaoshan Village. Can you call the village head for me?" The children look at each other blankly, not understanding what a commune worker is. But they understand that this sister wants to see the village head. The child wearing the bag runs out quickly like the wind. Shun Anian waits under the shade of a tree. The children are playing nearby, not too close, and they glance at her from time to time. They think they are being sneaky, but Shun Anian pretends not to notice and lets them look. After half an hour, the village head of Gaoshan Village, Zhao Yongshi, finally arrives. He looks a bit worn out, with a deep furrow between his eyebrows, making him seem older than he really is. According to her information, Zhao is only in his early 30s, but he looks more like he's in his 40s. Zhao Yongshi thought that some important leader from the commune was coming, maybe a group of officials inspecting the place. But he was surprised to see only a delicate young woman, who didn't seem like a typical official. "Miss, you really are a worker from the commune. I've been to the commune meetings before, but I've never seen you." Shun Anian shows her work ID. Zhao Yongshi quickly apologizes, "Sorry, I didn't recognize you. I've never seen you before. Comrade Shun, you've worked hard. Come in and sit." Zhao Yongshi unlocks the door with a key. The office doesn't look like a typical office. Inside, there's only a table, a few chairs, and a small cabinet in the corner. Zhao Yongshi felt a bit embarrassed when he saw the young officer looking around the house. "Officer Shen, our Gaoshan village has poor conditions. Please don't mind. It's okay. Tell me about the situation here. Sit for a while first. I'll get you some water." In the team office, there was a thermos, but the water had been in it for several days. The office was more of a display. Only visitors from higher up came to sit here. Few people came from above in recent years, so the place was almost abandoned. He could only use a porcelain cup to borrow water from a neighbor. Shun Anian sat inside. After about 3 minutes, Zhao Yongshi returned with a cup of water and a plate of red dates. "Officer Shun, drink some water. Have a red date. These are grown by our team, crisp and sweet." Shun Anian took the porcelain cup and took a sip. It was cold water, probably not boiled. She felt a bit shy to spit it out, so she swallowed it. She put down the cup and picked up a red date to eat. It was indeed crispy and sweet, tasting very good. "These dates are very sweet." A hint of pride appeared on Zhao Yongshi's face. "Of course. Our Gaoshan village's red dates are famous in 10 or 20 miles around. Since they're so famous, have you ever thought about selling them to make money? Hearing this, Zhao Yongshi's smile became a bit bitter. A few years ago, they followed the commune's call to plant fruit trees on the mountain, mostly red dates. The dates bore fruit, and quite well. But what's the use if they can't sell them? The supply and marketing cooperative wouldn't buy them. They couldn't finish eating the dates themselves, so they left the surplus to rot on the ground as fertilizer. If there was a way to sell, who wouldn't want to? But the supply and marketing cooperative won't buy. The villagers couldn't finish the dates either, so they could only watch them rot on the trees. He stopped mid-sentence. He thought that Officer Shin wouldn't think he was deliberately offering something worthless to entertain her.
He really didn't mean that.
Officer Shin, I just think these dates are quite sweet. That's why I brought some for you to try, with no other meaning. Zhao Yongshi felt a bit nervous, unsure of what else she knew. He could only nervously tell her about the few families in the village and how the team usually divided the work. Shun Anian looked at the red dates on the plate. While listening to him, she thought of a way to sell them. In their area, red dates are not rare, but they don't sell for much money. The same is true in Hengshe. After paying for labor and transportation, these red dates don't make much profit. She wondered if there was a way to sell these red dates. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She thought about having a mooncake factory make red date mooncakes. Dried red dates last a long time. As long as they're dried well and kept in a dry, airy place, they can last a year or more. Captain Zhao, do you know that Daya Village has opened a food factory? Zhao Yongshi nodded. Yes, I know. This news was already well known. Everyone nearby admired Daya Village for opening a food factory. The factory can buy your village's red dates. How many dried dates can you supply? Zhao Yongshi was a bit surprised. Wasn't Shin working to learn about Gaoshan Village? Why was he now representing the food factory to buy red dates? Shin, are you telling the truth?
I wouldn't lie to you.
But I have one request. The red dates must be of good quality, not poor ones. Yes. We will choose only the best red dates. When do you need them? Of course, the sooner, the better. How many pounds can you supply? About 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Do you think you can handle that? Shun Anian nodded. Yes, that's fine. Shun was like a lucky charm. Zhao Yongshi was so excited, he rubbed his hands together. I'll send someone to pick the dates from the mountain tomorrow. As for the price, the factory will discuss it with you. I can't decide that. It's better to sell the red dates than to let them rot in the field. Those were the crops they worked so hard to grow. Farmers feel very upset when their crops go to waste. After settling this, Shin asked him, Captain Zhao, can you take me around the village? Zhao Yongshi immediately stood up. Shun, please follow me. He was very friendly and told her about the village. No one expected that this walk would lead to a problem. Gaoshan village is very poor, known throughout the area for its poverty. As we walked through, Shun and Ian gained a deeper understanding of their hardship. When we reached a house nearby, we saw many people gathered at the door. The yard was filled with crying and shouting, as if something serious had happened. Zhao Yongshi didn't expect officials to see such a scene. To prevent Shun and Ian from misunderstanding, he explained, this daughter-in-law is pregnant, probably about to give birth. A middle-aged woman nearby said, No, she's in labor. She's been crying since late last night. It's a difficult birth, and even the midwife can't help. Shun Anian's brow suddenly twitched. Although she had never given birth herself, she knew how painful it could be. Especially nowadays, with poor sanitation and almost no medical equipment, childbirth can be very dangerous, like walking on the edge of death. Now that the woman was having trouble giving birth, why weren't they taking her to the hospital? Such an urgent situation, why not send her to the hospital? Old Ding's wife doesn't want to go. Who dares to take her there? Hearing this, Shun Anian thought, this simply wouldn't do. If something went wrong, both mother and baby could die. We need to go inside and see. An old woman with a thin build blocked the door. She didn't know Shun Anian, but she recognized Zhao Yongshi. She's in labor inside. You can't go in. She's in difficult labor. Why are you letting her give birth at home? If it's not a smooth delivery, she needs a C-section. Delaying further is dangerous for both mother and child. They can't go to the hospital and no C-section. Cutting might harm the baby, and the baby could become disabled. We don't want a disabled child. If a ghost possesses the baby, it could harm the parents and kill the whole family. No, she should give birth at home. Every woman has done it this way. I've had 5 children and I'm still fine. Hearing this, Shen Anian was so angry her chest hurt.
How could people be so ignorant?
Did they really prefer to see the mother and baby die rather than seek proper help? If you block her from going to the hospital and something happens, you'll be the murderer. You'll end up in jail. Shen Anian looked at Zhao Yongshi. Can you get someone to take the mother to the hospital? Zhao Yongshi had not yet responded when the elderly woman, acting like a madwoman, shouted, If you dare to go in, I will crash into the door and die. I want to see who dares to go inside. At this tense moment, Shen Anian had little patience for arguing with her and said directly to Zhao Yongshi, Go inside and bring out the woman in labor. I will watch here. The elderly woman suddenly found the strength and pushed Shen Anian away, shouting, No one is allowed to go in. Unprepared, Shen Anian was pushed to the ground and scraped her arm. Zhao Yongshi was startled. This was a commune officer. Was the old woman crazy? Old woman Ding, what are you doing? Do you even dare to hit a commune leader? Old woman Ding was stunned. She couldn't believe this young girl was a leader. Seeing her young age and appearance, she thought she was a new wife from some family, but now she realized she was a leader. Her confidence was somewhat shaken, and she nervously looked at Shen Anian. Shen Anian's arm was badly scraped, and she didn't have time to care.
I've fine.
Getting the woman to the hospital is more important. Zhao Yongshi immediately rushed into the yard, telling the man there to quickly carry the woman out. As the team leader, Zhao Yongshi had strong influence in the village. Once he spoke, everyone tore down the door, laid a quilt on the doorframe, placed the woman on it, and hurriedly carried her away like the wind. Zhao Yongshi also followed to see what was happening. If someone died, it would be a serious matter. The elderly woman was crying and shouting, trying to rush over and stop them. Shen Anian stopped her, but the old woman scratched her several times. People nearby couldn't stand it and came over to hold her back. Old lady, the commune leaders are here. What are you still causing trouble for? Look at how you beat up the commune leader. Soon, they'll take you to jail. Old woman Ding's shouting quieted down. She didn't dare to scratch Shen Anian anymore and sat on the ground, crying and making a fuss. The commune leaders can't bully me, an old woman. My life is hard. They even want to kill my grandson. Shen Anian coldly looked at her. This is a new society now. How dare you use superstitions to slander modern medicine? You'll be punished for this. Old woman Ding's crying suddenly stopped. She knew what it meant to be caught and publicly humiliated, being brought before the whole village to admit her mistakes and face judgment. If she gets caught as a typical case, there would be no face left. It's better if she just dies. Why should they arrest me? She's my daughter-in-law. I can do whatever I want. It's none of your business. She married into your family, not sold to you. It's not like the old feudal days when people sold slaves. You really need to teach her properly. Shen Anian didn't want to argue with her. She hurried to the team office, grabbed her bicycle, and headed to the town hospital. The people left behind looked at each other. The leader said they would arrest Ding's wife. Ding's wife was very fierce, even daring to hit the commune leaders. Everyone thought she was tough, but now she was so scared her legs were trembling, and she almost couldn't stand. She just wanted her daughter-in-law to give birth at home. Why should they arrest her as an example? If she didn't go, no one could take her. She quickly ran inside, closed the door, thinking that way no one could take her away. When Shen Anian arrived at the town, the woman was in bad shape and urgently needed a blood transfusion. Fortunately, the blood bank had the right blood type. Still, the woman's condition was not good. She had a difficult labor, and the baby was delayed for so long that when born, its face was blue. If they had waited any longer, the baby probably wouldn't have survived. After a long time, the woman was finally taken out of the operating room. She was saved, but still very weak. Zhao Shuixing looked at his weak wife and didn't know how to face her. He silently pushed her to the ward. Shun Anian saw that mother and daughter were out of danger, so she had time to treat the wounds. Her wound wasn't deep, but it was dirty with dust, so she needed to clean it carefully. While the doctor was cleaning the wound, Shun Anian winced from the pain and tried to distract herself by talking to the doctor. "Doctor, has the hospital ever promoted health and medical knowledge in the countryside?" The doctor looked up at her. "Why do you ask? I'm a worker from the commune. When I was just in the countryside, I met a woman in labor. The elderly and her family said that a C-section would let evil spirits attach to the baby, and they refused to send her to the hospital. In the countryside, many people are reluctant to go to the hospital when they are sick, missing the best time for treatment. Eventually, when they can't bear it anymore, their families carry them to the hospital. But we doctors are not all-powerful. We can't cure every illness. Some people don't understand this and blame the hospital for charging too much. I've been a doctor for a long time and have seen all kinds of people. There are too many stories like yours." Shun Anian listened quietly to his words. She had only said a few words, but he was already full of complaints. It seems he often holds resentment. After bandaging her wound, Shun Anian came out. Zhao Yongshi approached her, repeatedly apologizing.
Shen, I'm sorry.
"I caused her injury. I will definitely teach them a lesson when I get back." Shun Anian was focused on how to solve this problem. She told Mrs. Ding that she wanted to set an example with her, and that was true. Such incidents are not rare. Getting out of poverty isn't hard, but changing people's minds is very difficult. No matter how hard it is, these things must be done. Women face very tough living conditions. They suffer unfair treatment from their families, and after marriage, they face abuse from their husbands and nagging from their mothers-in-law. They don't see this as shameful. Instead, they see it as a kind of achievement they can boast about. But let them be. She hadn't yet thought of a specific plan to handle this matter, so she didn't tell Zhao Yongshi anything. She wanted to visit the new mother and found out her name was Li Manhwa and her husband's name was Zhao Shuixing. When she arrived at the delivery room, she saw a nurse reminding them to pay the fee. Zhao Shuixing's face turned red, and he avoided eye contact. After a while, he said, Maybe we should leave now." The nurse looked at him with disbelief. Shun Anian also looked at him in surprise. Did he understand the situation of the new mother? Leaving now could risk her life. The nurse spoke more gently. "The mother's condition is still unstable. We don't recommend discharging her." Zhao Shuixing's face was flushed as he said, "We don't have money. If we can't leave, what can we do?" Shun Anian was speechless. If they had no money, they should borrow some to treat his wife. What did he mean by telling the nurse this? Was he hoping the nurse would say, "No need to pay"? Looking at the timid and weak man in front of her, Shun Anian remembered the scene she saw in Gaoshan village. This tall man was stopped by a small, thin old woman. If he had any sense of responsibility, he wouldn't just watch his wife fall into danger. But such a man, who lacks responsibility, is still a husband and a father. He fails at both roles. Shun Anian took the payment slip from the nurse. "The hospital isn't a charity. If you don't pay medical fees, they can't give medicine or treatment." "I'll go pay." Zhao Yongshi became a bit anxious. "How can you pay? That's not right." Shun Anian looked at the woman lying on the bed, still connected to the machines. She couldn't just watch her die helplessly. "I can afford this much." When she turned around, she didn't miss the smile on Zhao Shuixing's face. It seemed he thought he was getting a free ride because he didn't have to pay. Shun Anian was speechless. If roles were reversed today, and a man like him was lying in the hospital, she wouldn't even look at him. But women are the ones suffering, and she can't ignore it. Because the situation of the woman giving birth was urgent, and the medical expenses were about 70 yuan. Shun Anian didn't have that much money, only about 50. She handed over her work ID to the hospital as a promise to pay later. Zhao Yongshi felt guilty and apologized sincerely. "Shun, I'm sorry for making you cover the cost." He had left in a hurry and didn't bring any money. If he had money, he could help pay part of it, and Shun Anian wouldn't have to mortgage her work ID to the hospital. Seeing this man blushing, Shun Anian spoke seriously. "Captain Zhao, I need to criticize you. almost caused a tragedy. You're the team leader, but you weren't even here. If we hadn't gone to the village today, 2 lives could have been lost. Zhao Yongshi's face grew serious. Shun, you're right. I was careless this time. I will learn from this and make sure it doesn't happen again. Not only do you need to learn your lesson, but you also need to educate the villagers. When lives are at stake, everyone just watches as if nothing's wrong. No one dares to step forward and send the patient to the hospital. That's not acceptable, and that wife of Ding's, throwing a tantrum and making a scene, will leave you all helpless. From now on, whoever is bossy will be considered strong, and no one will dare to control her anymore. Zhao Yongshi was so scolded that he broke out in a cold sweat. Officer Shen, I remember your words. I will reflect deeply when I go back. I will educate and criticize as needed. Rest assured, leader. Shen Anian's face finally eased up. She asked, Captain Zhao, can I exchange some red dates with you? No need, no need. There are plenty of red dates in the village. I will send some to you tomorrow. No, I don't need you to deliver them. I will go back to Gaoshan village with you now. Zhao Yongshi didn't expect her to be so eager, but he didn't say much. He took her back to Gaoshan village. Shun Anian pushed the cart behind him, asking about the village. For example, which family's husbands are unkind to their wives, or which mother-in-law likes to nag her daughter-in-law. Zhao Yongshi wanted to make up for his mistakes. He told her everything in detail, very carefully. By the time they reached Gaoshan village, Shun Anian had already learned about the village's situation. She had a rough plan in mind. This was Shun Anian's first time visiting Zhao Yongshi's home. It was a mud brick house, looking a bit better than most villagers, but it was still poor. He gave her a basket of red dates. Shun Anian had no money on her, so she planned to pay him back later. Zhao Yongshi kept refusing. No need for money. This is my gift for you to eat. No need to pay. That won't do. We can't take money from the people. Besides, this money isn't for you. I bought it from the team. I can't afford to make a mistake. Zhao Yongshi didn't dare to argue further. If he insisted on giving her the things, he might cause her to make a mistake. He personally saw Shun Anian off at the village entrance. Watching her walk away, he thought about giving Ding's wife a good scolding. This confused woman almost caused 2 lives to be lost. Those were her daughter-in-law and granddaughter. If something had happened, she would feel guilty or not. Shun Anian took the things and went to the factory. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Everyone saw her wound and asked what happened. Shun Anian only said she fell. She didn't mention anything else. Seeing her carrying such a big basket of red dates and peeling them, everyone was a bit surprised. Nian Nian, what are you doing? I plan to make red date mooncakes. Have you ever tried red date mooncakes? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Well, I'll make some later. You all should try them and give me your opinions. She peeled and pitted the red dates, boiled them, mashed them into filling, and started making the mooncakes. When the mooncakes were ready, she shared them with everyone for tasting and feedback. After tasting, everyone thought they tasted very good. The red dates were sweet, so they didn't need much sugar, saving a lot of money. Shun Anian also thought they were quite good, especially since the red date mooncakes had a special appeal. Everyone knew that eating red dates is good for women, so the food factory could produce red date mooncakes to attract many female customers. Aunt Jean, with her sharp business sense, asked, "Third sister-in-law, should we make red date mooncakes at our food factory? We need to see what the factory director thinks. It's his decision. I believe these red date mooncakes could be successful. Adding another type of mooncake gives everyone more choices, and they won't get tired of eating the same ones quickly. I think it's a good idea." She used to worry that selling only lotus seed, red bean, and barbecue-flavored mooncakes might bore people. If they could add more varieties, that would be perfect. You can share your opinions with Director Qin. How to make them is up to him. Shun Anian felt she was no longer involved with the food factory after leaving, and that all decisions were made by Director Qin, her father. She could give suggestions but couldn't make decisions for him. That would be overstepping. Everyone gathered around Shun Anian, chattering and giving ideas. However, she noticed one person standing quietly by the stove, not moving at all. She looked over and saw Lin Yunduo still focused on making mooncakes. There was nothing strange about that, except she was lowering her head as if trying to hide something. Shen Anian found it a bit odd. She took a small piece of mooncake and walked over. Lin Yunduo sensed someone approaching, looked up, and was surprised to see Shen Anian. Shen Anian also saw her face clearly. Her eyes and mouth corners were bruised and purple, looking like she had been hit. No wonder she had been keeping her head down. She handed the mooncake to Lin Yunduo and said, "This is the red date mooncake I just made. Try it and see how it tastes." Lin Yunduo felt embarrassed and quickly took the mooncake, taking a hasty bite. "This mooncake is very tasty." Shen Anian's gaze paused for a moment on her face's injury. She smiled at her and then turned to leave. It seems that to set an example, they need to include one more person. Lin Yunduo's husband, Qin Shaoshan, is abusive, so he should be given a chance to reflect in front of everyone. Qin Yunxiang saw her go to find Lin Yunduo and angrily said, "Qin Shaoshan hit Yunhua again. Look at what he did to her. Why did he hit her this time? How could it be anything else? I heard Yunhua was talking to another man. He accused her of making money and shamelessly trying to flirt with other men. You know Yunhua is very honest. She wouldn't do such things. Just a couple of days ago we were leaving work and ran into someone. We only said a few words and Yunhua didn't even speak. Qin Shaoshan used that as an excuse and beat her up. What did Yunhua say about it?" Shen Anian's question left Qin Yunxiang speechless.
She didn't know what to say.
She really didn't understand what Lin Yunduo was thinking. Now that she can earn money, she can support herself, but she still refuses to divorce Qin Shaoshan. She didn't know what kept her so stubborn. If this continues, she worries that one day Lin Yunduo might be hurt or even killed by Qin Shaoshan. "Second sister, are you advising Yunhua to get a divorce again?" Qin Yunxiang had nothing more to say. She had tried to persuade her because she couldn't stand seeing her like this. "I remember what you said. I know I shouldn't keep persuading her, but she keeps getting hurt every few days. I can't bear to see it. You don't understand how ruthless Qin Shaoshan has become. He's hitting her harder and harder. If I don't persuade her, I'm afraid one day he might really hurt her badly." You could tell Shen Anian guess what kind of person Qin Shaoshan was. The more capable Lin Yunduo became, the more Qin Shaoshan felt he couldn't control her. That's why he wanted to scare her with fists, to make her afraid, and give up on leaving him. From the way he looked at Lin Yunduo talking to another man, it was clear he was suspicious and paranoid. Maybe because Sister Yunduo can make money now, that's why he's acting more possessive. This was the first time Qin Yunxiang heard such a thing. She was surprised and widened her eyes. Making money is a bad thing. A helpless husband might fear his wife being too capable because such women could leave him at any time. But they can't stop their wives from becoming better. Instead, they resort to violence to vent their anger. Seeing his wife tremble in fear under his fist gives him a sense of satisfaction, making him feel in control again. Qin Yunxiang's eyes widened even more. She had never heard this before, but she thought Shen Anian's words made a lot of sense. "Third sister-in-law, you really know a lot. But what should we do about this?" No matter how she said it, she just couldn't let go of this matter. Shen Anian sighed helplessly. "Second sister, don't worry. This will be resolved soon. Do you have any ideas?" Shen Anian just smiled at her, but didn't say anything. Qin Yunxiang was so anxious, she was practically tearing her hair out. Why was she playing tricks on her? Such a big issue, and she was still keeping her in suspense. It was driving her crazy.
"Don't tease me.
Just tell me if you have a good idea." Seeing Qin Yunxiang so eager and anxious, Shen Anian knew she was curious, but she couldn't say anything. "I can't tell you. You can't keep things to yourself. If you spread the news and ruin my plan, that would be bad. I understand that would ruin your plan? Then maybe I shouldn't ask anymore." Although Qin Yunxiang was really anxious, she knew Shen Anian was right. She couldn't keep secrets. She decided to wait and see what happened. She was determined not to cause trouble. "Second sister, I'm going back now. You all work hard." Shen Anian carried 2 red date mooncakes and left. Lin Yunduo had been watching Shen Anian's movements. When she saw her leave, Her mood was very complicated. Just now, Qin Yunxiang went to find Shen Anian, probably to talk about her own matters. Lin Yunduo felt a bit embarrassed. Shen Anian was too outstanding and too dazzling. She was very envious of such a person. Now she hears about her own situation. If she is so lacking in courage, Shen Anian must be very disappointed. When Qin Shaoshan hit her, she also thought about divorcing without caring about anything. But after seeing her child, her resolve wavered. She couldn't bear to leave her child in that home. That child is hers, part of her body. If she, as a mother, can't protect them, who else can she rely on? At night, Qin's father came home, and Shen Anian offered him some red date mooncakes to taste. Qin's father also thought they tasted good and decided to ask Qin to go to Gaoshan village tomorrow to discuss buying dates. After talking about that, he said, "Today, Secretary Qin called me to the commune. He wants to build a pig farm in our village and said he will give us 15 piglets." A few days later, the piglets arrived. "We need to choose a good place quickly, or when the piglets grow up, there will be nowhere to keep them. Dad, just decide on this. Secretary Qin also asked me to learn from you." Shen Anian, do you know anything about raising pigs? Shen Anian shook her head repeatedly. I don't know. If she knew how to raise pigs, she wouldn't be trying so hard to learn at the pig farm. Qin's father was a bit confused. Why did Secretary Qin ask me to ask you? Dad, I don't know about raising pigs. But I told Secretary Qin that when raising pigs, you can feed them fish, shrimp, and freshwater snails. These are rich in protein and can help nourish the pigs. Water plants from the river can also be used. You can gather floating water plants from the river to feed the pigs. These are good pig feed. Qin's father found this hard to believe. Fish and shrimp are nutritious, that makes sense. But floating water plants grow wildly. Are they also nutritious? Yes, floating water plants contain high protein. They are good for fattening pigs. If the team harvests all the floating water plants, they can also grow in ditches and fish ponds. That way, we won't worry about pig feed. Alright, tomorrow I'll have everyone gather the floating water plants to feed our pigs. Let's see if we can make the pigs grow fat. There are still several months before the new year. If they can fatten the pigs, they can have a prosperous year. After discussing everything, Shen Anian went back to her room to rest. The next morning, she and Qin went to Gaoshan village together. After Xiao Yongshi returned yesterday, he arranged for people to pick dates. Not long after he finished working in the morning, a child ran over and said that the person in charge from yesterday had come. He quickly went to check, so as not to miss anything important. As he got closer, he saw Shen Anian standing at the entrance of the village office, along with a young man who was probably the person responsible for the dates. Xiao Yongshi walked over with a big smile. Deputy Shen, you're here so early. Who is this? He is Qin Jingyi, a buyer from Hongxing Food Factory. I took some of your dates to show them and they liked it, so they came to see for themselves. Welcome, welcome. Deputy Shen was very efficient. The matter was discussed yesterday, and today she already brought someone to look. Deputy Shen, let's go inside and sit. I won't sit. You all can discuss your work. I have some things to do, so I'll head back first. She had already taken the lead, so staying wouldn't make much difference. It was better to go back and handle her own tasks. Deputy Shen, let me see you off. No need. You all can handle your work. I'll go back now. Shen Anian rode her bike to a nearby mountain village to check the situation. The village was called Majoao, a bit better than Gaoshan village, but the situation wasn't much better. However, she learned some useful information. The people of Majoao like to grow peanuts, and every household had quite a few. Nowadays, people had little oil and resources, and only the village collective would give some pork before the new year. Everyone was hungry. Peanuts contain oil, which could help add some fat and energy, so every family liked to grow peanuts in their own land. Of course, the amount wasn't large. Gaojiao used to have a private peanut oil workshop, but due to policies, it couldn't operate anymore. They had the technology and raw materials, so opening a small workshop in the village shouldn't be a problem. Shen Anian wanted to ask Captain Gao for some peanut oil so she could talk to the local supply and marketing cooperative about selling oil. However, Captain Gao hesitated because nowadays there were often informants, and this was his first time meeting Shen Anian. He was worried about being tricked. Shun Anian felt helpless and decided to be honest with him. Secretary Chen sent me here to understand the villagers' difficulties and find ways to help everyone eat well and stay warm so they can escape poverty and become prosperous. Captain Gao still didn't believe her. Whenever the commune made loud promises, they never actually got things done. Chun Chun was just fooling them. He had been tricked many times before. In the end, Shun Anian managed to persuade Captain Gao to give her half a small bottle of peanut oil with her quick talking. She used the tip of her chopsticks to taste a little of the oil. The peanut oil was very fragrant and rich. She believed that if she could convince Secretary Chen to open an oil factory, there would definitely be a market. She carefully asked Captain Gao if anyone in the big team mistreated new wives. After understanding the situation, she took the oil and went to the town hospital to see Li Sanhua. Li Sanhua had already woken up. In the ward, there were two thin young girls, wearing very old clothes, with big heads and yellow, dry hair. It was clear they were severely malnourished. Shun Anian placed the fruit she brought on the table and smiled as she greeted her. "You're awake." Li Sanhua didn't recognize her, only hearing the nurses say that a commune official brought her to the hospital and paid for her stay. She wasn't sure if this girl was the same person, but this girl looked young, pretty, and not like a commune official. "Comrade Sanhua, I am Shun Anian. Yesterday, I argued with Granny Ding and brought you to the hospital." Shun Anian introduced herself first, then asked, "How is your health now?" "I'm much better, Comrade Shun. I've heard everything. Don't worry, I will pay you back for the medical expenses later. It's not about the money or medical costs.
You don't need to worry about that.
Your main job now is to rest well and recover. I think if you go home, you probably won't rest properly, so I paid for 7 days of hospitalization. Just stay in the hospital these days and take good care of yourself." Li Sanhua almost cried. "Comrade, thank you so much. I really don't know how to thank you. Don't mention it. I work for the commune. When people have difficulties, I have to help. In the future, if you face any problems, you can come to the commune to find me. I may not be able to help with big things, but I can handle small ones." Li Sanhua wiped her tears and said, "Comrade, thank you so much." Shun Anian sighed quietly, deciding not to bring up topics that might make her sad. She looked at the two little girls standing close beside her. "What are your names?" The two girls looked at her shyly, but didn't speak. Li Sanhua answered for them. "These are my two daughters. The older is 7 years old and called Zhaodi, and the younger is 5 years old and called Lady." Shun Anian listened to these hopeful names, her brow furrowing. She instinctively looked at the small girl lying on the bed. The family was so eager for a boy, but a girl was born instead. She felt worried about the baby's future. Shun Anian glanced around the room. She had been here for a while, but besides the two children, she hadn't seen any other adults. She couldn't help but wonder, why aren't there any other people here? Li Sanhua's expression grew more bitter. There was no one else. Old Lady Ding knew she had a girl and didn't even look at the baby, instead scolding in the hospital, saying the hospital had swapped the baby. Later, she caused such a fuss that the doctor was about to call the police, and only then did she calm down. She had planned to leave the hospital herself, but the doctor didn't allow it. She heard she had to pay the hospital bill to leave, so she finally left. Zhao Shuaishan was also called back by her. They only let Zhaodi and Lady take care of her. She wasn't close to this official, so she didn't want to share her worries with her. She just said, "Zhaodi and Lady will take care of me." Although she didn't say it directly, Shun Anian could tell. Relying on a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old to care for a new mother shows how little they cared. This family needed proper education. Shun Anian was about to speak when she heard a gurgling sound. She looked at the two girls. Zhaodi was holding her stomach, blushing with shame. She had just gone to drink water, but her stomach still made noises. How embarrassing! Zhaodi was so ashamed, she was almost crying. Shun Anian saw that the girl didn't dare lift her head. Her ears and neck were red, and she looked like she wanted to bury her face in her chest. "Have you not eaten yet?" Zhaodi nodded, then shook her head, but she couldn't bring herself to say, "I've eaten." Shun Anian came to see the patient, bringing fruit. Since she was hungry, Eating fruit didn't fill her stomach. She stood up. Wait here, I'll go find some food for you, Lee Sanhua hurriedly said. Dr. Shen, no need to trouble yourself. We're not hungry, just a little more, and we can manage. Hunger only gets worse the longer it's ignored. Just wait here patiently. I'll be back soon. The hospital cafeteria was still open. She bought a bowl of noodle soup with mincemeat, asked the cook for a low-salt porridge with lean meat, and bought 5 boiled eggs. When Lee Sanhua saw what she brought back, she felt both touched and worried. She was touched because no one had ever been so kind to her before. She was worried because she didn't know if she could repay her kindness. Food was very scarce these days. Comrade Shin bought so much for them, but she wasn't sure if it would be enough. Comrade Shin, you don't need to buy so much. Just a third of a bowl of porridge for our family is enough. No, that's not good. You need to feed the children milk. If you don't eat enough, how can you produce milk for them? Lee Sanhua's eyes started to fill with tears again. She lowered her head and thanked Shen Anian. Comrade Shen, thank you so much. Today, she kept saying that phrase the most, but besides those words, she didn't know what else to say. Don't blame me for interfering in your family's affairs. It's not good for the 2 children to take care of you. Think carefully. Is there anyone else who can help take care of you? Lee Sanhua silently wiped her tears. If anyone else was willing to come see her, it would only be her parents. But her older brothers were already married, and their family was poor. If her parents came to help her during her postpartum period, her mother would probably find it difficult. And the Zhao family definitely couldn't be relied on. She had to ask her parents for help. I'm from Huangzhuang, Comrade Shen. If it's not too much trouble, could you help me notify my parents? No problem. She had been to Huangzhuang before and was very familiar with it.
Eat first.
I'll go notify your family right now. Comrade Shen, I'm so sorry to trouble you. Lee Sanhua's parents look to be in their 50s or 60s. Knowing she works for the commune, they are very nervous and afraid they might make a mistake. When told she needs to go to the hospital to care for Lee Sanhua, they remain silent for a long time without replying. Shen Anian feels worried. It seems they are not very willing to go to the hospital to take care of the new mother. Fortunately, they finally agree. After leaving their house, Shen Anian goes to Huang Changjing's home. Aunt Huang greets her warmly, invites her inside for water, and tells her that the chili factory is about to be built. They are currently digging the foundation. Shen Anian is very interested. She drinks a large glass of water and asks Aunt Huang to take her to see the construction site. Huang Changjing is directing the workers to dig the foundation. When he sees Shen Anian, he smiles and says, Comrade Shen, I haven't congratulated you yet. I heard you got promoted to work for the commune. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. I see your chili factory is quite big. Huang Changjing is very proud when talking about the chili factory. It's not small. We need many jars for making chili sauce, and it takes up a lot of space. I want to build a bigger place so it won't be inconvenient later. Officer Shen, did you come here specifically to supervise and guide the work? Shen Anian smiles and shakes her head. No, I came for something else. Your village's Lee Sanhua, the one who married into Gaoshan village, was sent to the hospital yesterday after a difficult labor. She almost didn't make it. Now Zhao Shuixing's family doesn't want to take care of the new mother. I really can't do anything else, so I came to her parents. Aunt Huang, who has 4 children herself, deeply understands the pain of childbirth. When she hears about Lee Sanhua's experience, she can't help but curse Zhao Shuixing for being useless. Her wife almost lost her life giving birth, yet he doesn't take good care of her. Is he even human? Seeing her so emotional, Huang Changjing scolds her. Comrade Shen, she's still here. Say less. It's okay.
Zhao's family really didn't do right.
I don't blame Aunt Huang for being angry. Aunt Huang supports her and becomes more confident. That's right.
Zhao's family really didn't do right.
How could they behave like that? But I also wonder, Lee Sanhua's parents don't seem very willing to take care of her. What's going on? Aunt Huang sighed. Third Flower's older sister-in-law is quite fierce. I think her parents are probably afraid she'll get angry. Lee's parents are old and rely on their sons for support. The daughters-in-law don't really like them much. Now, asking them to take care of the married daughter at home, No one would be happy about that. Lee's parents are probably feeling stuck because of this. In her 2 lives, Shun Anian's parents loved her very much, so she never thought about this problem. She didn't even realize it could be an issue. It seems her self-awareness is a bit too strong. She doesn't understand the common people's thoughts well enough. Taking this opportunity, she learned everything she could about Huang Zhuang. To be honest, Aunt Huang knows Huang Zhuang very well. Since leaving Huang Zhuang, Shun Anian's little black notebook has filled with many names. She went to the commune to organize the information she collected. The next day, she handed a feasibility plan for the Gaojiao peanut oil factory to Secretary Chen. She also brought along a small half bottle of peanut oil from Captain Gao. Secretary Chen looked at the detailed plan and said with emotion, "If everyone in the commune worked as hard as you, that would be great." If others heard this, they might dislike her again. Shun Anian didn't reply. She looked at him eagerly and asked, "Secretary Chen, do you think my idea is possible?" "You're right. The town is short of grain and oil, and the county town has the same problem. We can build a good foundation in the town and gradually expand to nearby towns. All right, I'll call Captain Gao tomorrow and discuss it with him." "Okay, Secretary. I'll go ahead now." Secretary Chen watched the lively girl fly out like a little magpie, feeling both happy and worried. Such a capable comrade. He wondered how long she could stay in their commune. She's willing to do practical work, capable of big things, daring to think what others won't, daring to do what others won't. She's creating her own stage to show her talents. Shun Anian met the young people returning from farm work in the village. This was their first meeting after coming back from the farm. They looked much darker and thinner, with more signs of hardship on their faces. Zhao Hongmei glared at her fiercely and said, "Are you happy with how things have turned out now?" Shun Anian sat on her bicycle and looked at them. "How you turned out has nothing to do with me. Why should I care about what you say? You were sent to the farm because you slandered others. You brought this on yourselves. Don't think you can yell at me." Zhao Hongmei was so angry her head seemed to smoke. During that month at the farm, they all felt like they lost a layer of skin, but Shun Anian still mocked them. She didn't bother to pay attention to them and pedaled away on her bicycle. She had many things to do and no time to waste on them. Zhao Hongmei watched her bike disappear into the distance, grinding her teeth with hatred. Her heart was full of bitterness, almost drowning her. Now, when people talk about Shun Anian, everyone praises her. They heard she even became an official at the commune. While they suffered at the farm, Shun Anian was doing very well. She was the first among the educated youth to be promoted to the commune. Seeing her doing so well while they struggled, Zhao Hongmei couldn't help but feel resentful. She's just a petty person who got lucky. But others didn't think so. They looked at Shun Anian with envy. She was doing so well now, even working at the commune. She was the last educated youth to arrive at Dahuang village, but she achieved the best results. While others were still working in the fields, she was already working at the commune. That was the difference between them. Lin Hui sighed. She's really lucky, no longer has to work in the fields. Zhao Hongmei was furious when she heard this and became even more annoyed. Everyone knows her abilities. Who knows what tricks she used to get into the commune? Zhao Yonggang scolded her sharply. Careless words can cause trouble. Has she learned her lesson? Zhao Hongmei was silenced by his scolding. Instead of feeling grateful, she was very unhappy with him. I'm not wrong. In such a short time, she was promoted to the commune. Who knows what she did? Just wait. One day, I'll find her weakness and show everyone her true face, she said angrily before storming off. Zhao Yonggang watched her leave silently, sighing without a word. After a month of hard work, he no longer wanted anything and just hoped to live peacefully and get the chance to return to the city. He didn't dare think about anything else. Shun Anian returned to the Qin family, and Little Stone ran over. Third aunt, you're back. Shun Anian parked her bike. Little Stone, were you waiting for me? Little Stone nodded and shouted into the house. Dad, Third aunt is back. A voice from inside the house replied. Got it. But Little Stone kept pestering, urging, Dad, come out quickly. Third aunt is back. Qin Go, annoyed by the noise, came out holding a bottle. Third sister-in-law, this is honey from Captain Zhao. Why would Captain Zhao give me something for no reason? He said it's to thank you. Without you, Gaoshan village wouldn't be able to sell so many red dates. He specially brought honey from home to thank you. He said the bees are his own, and the honey is very pure. Captain Zhao mentioned you go out every day and work hard, and eating this would be good for your health. Is this honey really made from their own bees? Captain Zhao said so. It seems she has found another way to help Gaoshan village become richer. The village has many fruit trees. Beekeeping not only helps pollinate the trees better but also provides honey. It's a win-win. Shun Anian took the honey from Qin Ge. I'll accept this. Little Stone looked at her eagerly. Shin Anian was puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Ge smiled and explained, this kid wants to eat honey. He's been waiting for you to come back. She finally understood why Little Stone was so enthusiastic today. Sorry, Little Stone. I need to keep this honey for later. How about I buy you something else to eat? Little Stone nodded happily. He liked anything delicious. Shun Anian went inside and took out a small bag of cookies, giving it to him. Take these and share with Sui Sui and Jinjun. Nowadays, there's no rule against eating snacks. As long as you're full, everything is good. Little Stone carried the cookies happily and ran off.
Sui Sui, Zen Zen, come out.
I have something tasty. Shun Anian returned home and examined a bottle of honey for a long time. The honey was very clear, and she could smell a fresh floral scent. Honey is a good product. She needed to find a way to package it nicely. The next day, she went to Gaoshan village to study the flowering times of various fruit trees and the conditions for beekeeping. Over the following days, she visited different villages and finally gathered the information she needed. Zhou Yin had just finished training when he received a call and was told to come quickly. The call was from Qi Ayun, who asked him to come back for the weekend. She said the Women's Federation was holding a social event and wanted him to attend. Zhou Yin rubbed his forehead. He would rather go for a 5-kilometer hike than attend that social event. Second aunt, don't worry about this. There are plenty of girls who like me. I don't need to go to any social gathering. Where are all these girls? I can't see them. If you had brought a girl here over the years, I wouldn't be so worried. He spent every day in the army and had no time to meet girls. When she tried to introduce him to someone, he refused to meet. He was already quite old. In a normal family by his age, he would have been married and had children. If he had married early, his children would be in school now. But he didn't even have a girlfriend, which made his family anxious. I'm busy right now. Someone's looking for me. I have to hang up. Before Qi Ayun could finish speaking, he hung up the phone. Qi Ayun listened to the busy signal, feeling both angry and helpless. This brat had learned to joke with her now. She decided to have old Zhou keep an eye on him. When the army wasn't busy, she would bring him over. She didn't believe he couldn't finish the task she assigned. Xiao Wu saw him hang up with a worried look and asked, Captain Zhou, is your family pressuring you to get married again? Zhou Yin shot him a look.
Why?
Are you interested? Xiao Wu shook his head quickly. No, but Captain Liu is married, Captain Qin has a partner, and you're the only one without someone. How do you know Captain Qin has a partner? Xiao Wu pulled out a large package. This address matches Captain Qin's home. She always sends a big package. If she was involved with someone, why would she send so much? You know quite a lot, Zhou Yin said, picking up the large package. I'll take this to Captain Qin. He shook the item in his hand, heavy as it was, and wondered what delicious things his family had sent this time. When Zhou Yin carried the package to the dormitory, Qin Jingqi was just there. Old Qin, your girlfriend sent you something again. I helped you bring it in. Zhou Yin set down the package, glancing repeatedly at the wrapping. Qin Jingqi understood his meaning clearly. He opened the package and found several bags of mooncakes. Zhou Yin stretched his neck to look. Hey, why isn't there the spicy sauce I like? The sauce factory hasn't opened yet. We probably won't get it for a while. No spicy sauce, but these mooncakes are good too. Zhou Yin took a bag of mooncakes. Your little sister really cares about you. She always sends you so many things. Qin Jingqi sat at the table and opened Shin Anian's letter. A piece of paper floated down. He unfolded it, and his face quickly turned red. Why would she send him such things? He looked again at the bright red lip print, passionate and bold, just like her personality. He had never met anyone like her, so brave and eager to show her love. She must like him a lot to send such things. Looking at the vivid red lip print, he could almost see Shin Anian smiling, standing opposite him, looking at him with deep affection. And when she kissed him, her lips soft and sweet, the way she blossomed beneath him. Old Qin, what are you doing? Why is your face so red? Qin Jingqi snapped back to reality, took a slow breath, and calmed the fiery feelings inside him. I'm fine. Zhou Yin looked at him suspiciously. If he was fine, why was his face red? He really didn't know what his little sister had written in the letter to make him so embarrassed. Zhou Yin touched his chin, feeling regretful that he hadn't taken a picture of that moment. The black-faced king of turning into a red-faced king of... What a memorable thing. Qin Jingqi carefully kept the letter and then unfolded the letter Shin Anian had sent him. In her letter, she criticized his writing style, saying it looked like official documents and not a family letter. Qin Jingqi unconsciously frowned. Really? He had been in the army for many years and rarely wrote letters back. If there was an urgent matter, he would send a telegram. So, was it wrong to write letters like that? His life was so routine and dull that there was nothing interesting to write about. Qin Jingqi looked down again. She said the food factory was doing very well and planned to expand. The site had already been chosen. She now works at the commune. The leaders asked her to be responsible for the economic development of the major teams, hoping to help the villagers get out of poverty soon. She also mentioned that she had planned to learn pig farming but didn't know anyone there, so the plan was put on hold. Seeing those words, Qin Jingqi could almost imagine Shin Anian frowning, looking troubled. He couldn't be with her when she needed help. He felt useless for not being able to assist her. Although he was in the army, many of his former comrades had transferred to different jobs. He wasn't sure if any of them could help. He thought carefully and realized there might be someone who could help. As for the bicycle ticket she mentioned, Qin Jingqi looked at Zhou Yin. Old Zhou, can you help me get a bicycle? Zhou Yin had finished eating 2 mooncakes and reached out to grab a third. Suddenly, he was caught off guard by his request and felt a bit guilty. Fortunately, he wasn't stopping himself from eating but was being asked to find a bicycle. How about little sister-in-law? Do you want a bike? A bicycle would make things easier. If she only got the ticket, she would still have to wait in line for a bike, and it might take a long time. It was too slow. It would be better to buy her a bike and send it to her, saving her the trouble of looking for one. Since little sister-in-law wants it, I'll definitely help you get it. When do you need it? The sooner, the better. All right, I'll ask about it tomorrow. Thanks a lot. No need to be so polite. In the future, if little sister-in-law sends anything, just leave a copy for me. Although Zhou Yin often acted carefree and seemed unreliable, he was very dependable when it came to getting things done. In less than 3 days, he managed to get the bike and even sent it back to Dea village. Qin Jingqi gave him money and then called Shin Anian to share the good news. He picked up the phone, waited for the operator to connect, and heard a rough voice say, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Shin Anian." "Just a moment. I'll go find her now." He heard the sound of the phone being placed back on the table. About a minute later, someone picked it up again, and he finally heard the voice he had been thinking about day and night. "Hello, who is this?" The person on the other end, Shin Anian, recognized his voice and immediately became happy. "Qin Jingqi, why did you suddenly call me?" "No. How did you get this number? We were just writing letters and chatting, and now you suddenly call. Could something be wrong?" "I looked into it. I've already sent you the bicycle. About the pig farm learning thing, I've also contacted someone. His name is Song Yu, an old soldier of mine. After you arrive in Hingshi, go to the police station to find him. His phone number is..." Shin Anian was overjoyed. She quickly grabbed paper and a pen to write down the number. After finishing the main conversation, Shin Anian cleared her throat and asked, "Did you see my letter?" "Yes, I saw it." Shin Anian coughed softly again. "Did you see the gift I sent?" Qin Jingqi's expression looked a bit unnatural. Of course, he knew the gift Shin Anian mentioned wasn't the mooncakes, but the red lipstick mark. His voice sounded a little hoarse. Yes, I saw it. Shen Anian's fingers unconsciously fiddled with the phone cord. Do you like it? Qin Jingqi's breath hitched. Seeing the soldiers around the phone booth watching him, he really couldn't say he liked it. What does like mean? Does it mean he likes it or not? Do you like it very much? Qin Jingqi pressed his ear to the phone and felt his face heat up. Yes. Then, do you think of me every day? As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Anian heard a faint, almost uncontrollable laugh, like someone trying not to laugh but failing. Qin Jingqi, are you making fun of me? No, I'm not laughing. I clearly heard you laughing at me and you won't admit it. It's not me, it's the operator. Operator. He silently put down the device. Captain Qin's phone call was not pleasant to hear. Thinking about what he just said to Qin Jingqi, and knowing a third person heard it, Shen Anian really wished she could dig a hole and hide. How can they do this? How can they eavesdrop on someone else's call? Nobody's listening now. Even if she hadn't eavesdropped, she couldn't have said those words. Shen Anian pouted and told him some family news before hanging up the phone. What she didn't know was that from that day on, the border troops started spreading rumors that Captain Qin had a very sweet voice and a person who liked to act cute. After hanging up, Shen Anian's cheeks were still flushed. Seeing her shy and blushing face, the older sister smiled and asked, Little Shen, who was that just now? He's my husband. The older sister was very surprised. You're married? Yes, I've been married for several months. That's good. After getting married, you can work peacefully. Shen Anian thought about what Captain Qin had just told her. He had helped her a lot, which made her feel more at ease. She was about to return to her post when suddenly, an unexpected person came to find her. When Shen Anian saw Li Sanhua, she was caught off guard. She knew Li Sanhua had been discharged from the hospital, but she was supposed to be resting for 30 days after giving birth. How could she come here so soon? Seeing Li Sanhua's pale face, Shen Anian quickly stepped forward to support her. What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be resting? Why are you here? Li Sanhua tightly held her hand. Comrade Shen, please help me. Please help me find my child. Don't worry, take your time and tell me what's going on. Her grandmother took the baby away. We've looked all day, but we can't find the child. Please help me find her. Yesterday, Granny Ding took the baby while she wasn't paying attention. Later, she noticed something was wrong and asked Granny Ding about it. Granny Ding said she had given the baby away. Her previous child had already been sent away, and this baby was so weak. She didn't know if the baby could survive after being sent away. She begged Granny Ding to bring the baby back, but Granny Ding refused to tell her where she had taken her. She searched from house to house in the village, but no one had seen her child. Until this morning, a villager secretly told her that they saw Granny Ding coming back from the mountain yesterday. She went to look around the mountain, but she couldn't find her at all. Feeling helpless, she remembered Shen Anian once said that if she had difficulties, she could come to her for help, so she came. If Mrs. Ding were to appear in front of her now, Shen Anian would have no doubt she would act violently. Throwing a helpless little baby into the mountains, was she a beast? She quickly called the police station, asking for help from the police officers. Seeing Li Sanhua nearly faint from exhaustion, Shen Anian was very worried and wanted to take her to the hospital. But Li Sanhua refused. She wanted to find her child. Shen Anian felt helpless and almost sighed. Sanhua, I know you're worried, but have you thought about this? If even the police can't get the truth from her, how can she tell you the truth? Let the police handle this. They are more experienced with these matters. And if you overexert yourself, how will you take care of Zhaodi and the others later? Many women in the office, most of whom are married with children, felt very sympathetic when they heard about Li Sanhua's situation. Especially knowing she was in her postpartum period and traveled from far away to seek help, they felt even more distressed and advised Li Sanhua to go to the hospital. Finally, they persuaded her to do so. Shen Anian asked the nurse to watch over Li Sanhua, then rode her bike straight to Gaojia village. When she arrived, the police officers had already gotten there. Mrs. Ding was so frightened when she saw the police that she fainted. Then she started to make a scene. Shen Anian didn't care how ugly her tantrum was. She directly told the police to take her away. The police arrested Mrs. Ding, put silver bracelets on her, and she finally realized she should be afraid. She told the police where she had abandoned her child. The police took her to find the child and finally located him. Far from Gaoshan village, in a mountain hollow, the child was lucky not to have been eaten by wild animals. But the weather had turned cold. The child had been outside for a day and a night, hungry and cold. When they found him, his face was blue, and his crying was barely louder than a cat's. When Shen Anian picked up the child, he was stiff all over, and she was afraid that if she was not careful, she might hurt him. One police officer was riding a bicycle, with Shen Anian holding the baby on the back seat. Seeing the child's condition worsening, she kept urging the police to go faster. She was truly afraid she would lose this child forever. The child is too young, just born into this world, and hasn't yet experienced its beauty. Finally, when they took the child to the hospital, the doctor saw her and kept shaking his head, warning her to prepare herself mentally. This child was already weaker than most babies, abandoned in the wilderness, starving and freezing for so long. The chance of saving her was only 70%. Li Sanhua heard the nurse say her child was found and came to see her. When she heard the doctor's words, she almost fainted. Her child might not survive. The doctor did everything he could to save her, but she squatted on the ground, crying with her face in her hands. Shen Anian didn't know how to comfort her. She also felt sad and angry. Mrs. Ding, also a woman, had done such a terrible thing to her own granddaughter. The town's medical facilities were limited, with no incubators for premature babies. Nurses carefully used cotton swabs dipped in milk to feed the baby, hoping to save her. Li Sanhua leaned against the glass window, staring tightly at her child, her heart aching. If she had more strength, she would protect her child better. Shen Anian didn't expect to see Zhao Shuixing at the hospital, but he wasn't concerned about his wife or the child. As soon as he entered, he demanded that Li Sanhua go to the police station to release Mrs. Ding. Shen Anian stepped forward and pulled Li Sanhua out of his grasp. I can tell you, Mrs. Ding is suspected of murder. This is a criminal case. Bringing Sister Sanhua there won't automatically save her. He lost his usual confidence when facing Shen Anian, hesitating as he said, the villagers say that if Sanhua talks to the police, my mother will be fine. He earnestly advised Li Sanhua, Mother's actions are for our own good. You've already had so many daughters. Our family simply can't support more. Abandoning the child is also for her sake. Maybe some wealthy family will find and adopt her, so she won't have to suffer with us. Shen Anian was so angry his chest hurt. What kind of heartless person could say such things? They are truly a family of animals. Abandoning a newborn baby deep in the mountains, claiming it's for her good. Why don't you go live in the mountains yourself for a night? Zhao Shuixing didn't dare to argue with her. He whispered, I'm talking to my wife, not to you. Why are you interrupting? A man who can't even protect his wife and children, are you really a man? And you're showing off in front of a woman who just gave birth to your child. It looks like you've learned all your bad habits from your mother. Zhao Shuixing's face turned red from her words. He looked at her fiercely and said, You don't think that just because you're a commune officer, you can insult people. Shen Anian coldly glanced at him. What, do you want to hit me in the hospital? Try touching a strand of my hair, and see if I send you to the police station. Oh, I almost forgot. Since you're so filial, you must really want to visit your mother. If you're taken to the police station, you two can see each other. I bet you're eager to go there. Zhao Shuixing trembled and didn't dare to speak for a long time. Finally, he slunk away in shame. Shen Anian helped Li Sanhua back to her bed. The doctor said her condition wasn't very good and she needed proper rest. Although she was worried about the child, there was nothing she could do but accept her fate. While Li Sanhua rested, Shen Anian went back to the commune and submitted her prepared plan to Secretary Chen. After reading her plan, Secretary Chen took a long time before speaking. What you've suggested, the Women's Federation colleagues have also been working on, but the results are limited. Secretary Chen, I have some personal thoughts on this matter. The reason the Women's Federation's outreach hasn't been effective is probably because they lack enforcement power. When those people bully women and the Women's Federation members just tell them off, it doesn't really matter to the bullies. Recently, in Gaoshan village, a woman was in labor and had a difficult delivery. The villagers refused to send her to the hospital, nearly causing a tragedy. Later, because the baby was a girl, the villagers stole her and threw her away. That's murder. Great leaders say women can hold up half the sky, but on our land, such things still happen. It's truly heartbreaking. Secretary Chen understood. What she said reflected the real difficulty faced by the Women's Federation. They have no real power, only advice, and cannot impose punishments. As a result, the villagers don't take their words seriously, and those who want to act violently still do so. Do you want to make an example? Shun Anian nodded.
Yes.
If it only thunderstorms without rain, the Women's Federation's reputation will keep falling. When seeking help doesn't work, who will believe in the Women's Federation in the future? So, we need to enforce punishment seriously. I think as long as we arrest the person, it will have a strong warning effect. Are you suggesting we cooperate with the police station? But they don't break the law, and it's hard for the police to arrest or detain people. We don't need to rely on the police. We can arrest people in the name of the commune, hold marches in each production team, and let everyone see what happens to those who abuse women. We can also send them to the farm for reform. Once they have been reformed, we can release them. Secretary Chen nodded. That's a good idea. Go inform everyone to hold a meeting. We will discuss everything there and also invite the director of the Women's Federation. Yes, Secretary Chen. Soon, the Women's Federation director arrived. Secretary Chen briefly explained the purpose of the meeting, then asked Shin Anian to speak. Over the past few days, I visited many villages and found that people's understanding of the law is very weak. There are still many cases of husbands hitting their wives, mothers-in-law nagging daughters-in-law, and parents hitting children. So I think maybe the comrades from the commune can go to the countryside to spread legal knowledge and strengthen everyone's awareness of the law. The director of the Women's Federation looked a bit upset. She seemed to think that Shun Enian was criticizing their work. Had they not done enough? But they had already tried their best. Whenever there was a report, they went immediately, but the results were not very good. Sister Yang was the first to oppose. You came to the commune later, so you might not be very familiar with our work. But if you ask others, you'll know that we have gone to the countryside every year. Young people always assume they know everything, thinking that what you suggest is obvious to everyone. When we go down to do publicity and education, those people are either chatting while eating sunflower seeds or mending shoes, and no one listens to us. Shin Anian's face remained calm and did not get angry at her sarcasm. Before the meeting, I already asked around. The commune has indeed gone to the countryside to promote laws before, but I think once a year is too infrequent. We don't take this work seriously ourselves, so how can the common people take it seriously? One trip to the countryside per year is too few. Can we change it to once a month or once a week? I believe that if we focus on promoting and educating about going to the countryside as an important task, we will see better results. My current idea is to have each member of the commune responsible for the propaganda and education work in one brigade. By assigning responsibilities to individuals, we can compare the progress of each brigade at the end of the year. Sister Yang continued to oppose her idea. We have our own main jobs. If we follow your plan and go to the countryside often, we won't be able to handle our main work. How can we serve the people then? We can use the help of educated youth. Every village has educated youth who know more about laws and healthcare than ordinary villagers. We can persuade these young people to help by forming small propaganda groups in each brigade. Over time, they can spread this knowledge. I believe this will be very effective. She kept speaking her mind, not giving herself any face, which made Sister Yang very annoyed. After all, she was an old revolutionary. In the commune, everyone respected her. But this new educated youth kept opposing her. I almost forgot that Comrade Shen is also an educated youth and understands our thoughts well. Does Shen think that since she came to the commune, educated youth can also interfere in our work? Shen Anian looked at her seriously. I never meant that. My only goal is to solve problems. The tension between them grew, and no one dared to speak. Secretary Chen gently knocked on the table twice. Everyone, please share your opinions. Don't just let these two officials speak. If you have good ideas, let's discuss them together. Some people supported Shin Anian's view, but others still supported Sister Yang. Shin Anian knew that their polite words about worrying about their main work were just excuses. They probably thought the workload was too heavy. After all, during working hours, they could relax, drink tea, and read newspapers. It was much easier than going to the countryside. Seeing the ongoing argument, Secretary Chen looked at Shin Anian, who seemed calm and confident. He wondered what she was thinking. If everyone disagreed with her plan, she didn't seem worried at all. Shin Anian was not in a hurry. She knew that Secretary Chen supported her and would find a way to get everyone's agreement. Seeing her look fearless, Secretary Chen could only turn to the Women's Federation director. You are the head of the Women's Federation and should know the situation best. Please share your opinion. Secretary, our federation has been working on these issues. Whenever we receive reports from the public, we send people to coordinate. But criticism and education don't seem to have any real effect. Those people still do whatever they want. Director Huang from the Women's Federation looked troubled. She truly had no good ideas. Suddenly, Shin Anian stood up. It seems that Director Huang, and I think the same. We need to set an example. We must make those who harm women face punishment so they remember the lesson and won't dare to do it again. Big Sister Yang sneered. How do we do that? We're not police. We don't have the authority to arrest people. Couples fight sometimes. Is it right to arrest them? As officials, we should serve the people. Instead of doing real work for them, you want to use methods meant for enemies on ordinary folks. Isn't that just taking shortcuts? Shin Anian looked at her seriously, her gaze steady. Big Sister Yang felt uneasy under her stare. Why are you looking at me like that? They were having a serious meeting, and her intense look felt like a threat. I need to watch you, Shin Anian said firmly. I want to see what kind of expression and attitude you have when you say these things. Men and women are not equal in strength. How can you call hitting a woman a small fight between spouses? Hitting someone outside is illegal. Hitting your wife at home is just a family matter. Big Sister Yang, I hope you dislike me so much that you oppose my ideas. If you oppose me because you genuinely disagree, then I think that's very wrong. As an official, showing no compassion for vulnerable groups and judging them from a superior position is the worst thing you can do. Shin Anian's words were powerful. The meeting room was silent. No one spoke. Big Sister Yang's face was pale. She opened her mouth several times, but didn't know how to respond. She looked at Director Huang, hoping her friend would speak up for her. At this moment, Director Huang dared not say a word. Today's meeting mainly discussed issues within their Women's Federation. Although no one explicitly accused her, the words and tone clearly pointed to her as the person responsible. If the Women's Federation had done its job well, these problems wouldn't exist. She was barely holding herself together. How could she have the courage to ask Sister Yang for help? Secretary Chen's gaze swept over Sister Yang, who was almost unable to stand, then shifted to Shin Anian. How do you plan to set an example? During this time in the countryside, I've talked to the team leaders of each brigade and noted some serious cases. There are 87 people involved. Now that the busy farming season is over, I think we can go to each brigade, gather the people, and let them see the consequences of attacking children and women. Children are the future of the country, and women are also citizens. They are protected by the state, which won't stand by and watch them suffer harm without reason. Secretary Chen looked at her. Because of her intense work recently, Shin Anian had lost a lot of weight. But deep in her eyes, there seemed to be two blazing fires, full of passion. With comparisons, Secretary Chen felt more and more frustrated when looking at others. If everyone were as willing as her to do real work, their tasks wouldn't be so difficult to push forward. Little Shen's idea is very good. Young colleagues are brave and willing to take action with courage. Everyone should learn from Little Shen in the future. Secretary Chen made a final decision. Sister Yang's face grew even uglier. She disagreed with Shin Anian, and Secretary Chen's praise felt like a slap in her face. Since the last time she had to give a self-criticism in the meeting, Sister Yang had never felt so humiliated in her life. After leaving the meeting room, she stopped Director Huang and said with a hint of resentment, "Why didn't you say a word for me just now?" After all these years of friendship, she had helped him get promoted to this director position before. Director Huang knew he would be blamed. But Shen Anian's suggestion was indeed good, and he couldn't understand why Sister Yang was so opposed. That officer Shen suggested a plan, but it wasn't impossible to try. "Why are you so strongly against it?" When I heard that my good friend was actually on Shen Anian's side, I felt betrayed. She is the person I told you about. She took Xiaoya's job. Director Huang was speechless and also understood why Sister Yang was so hostile toward her. Sister Yang originally wanted to arrange for her daughter to join the commune, but suddenly someone else appeared and took the position, causing Xiaoya to lose her job. But she still thought Shen Anian had some ability, which was different from what Sister Yang had said before. However, seeing Sister Yang so angry, she didn't dare to say these things out loud. "Things are already like this, so don't be angry. I think the secretary supports her approach this time. Let's work together to solve this problem. If we handle this well, the Women's Federation's future work will be much easier." The villagers of Daya village went to work in the fields as usual, but suddenly a group of militia appeared and took away 6 people, including Qin Shaoshan. Everyone was very scared. "What's going on? Why are they arresting people? Nian Nian, what are you doing?" Shen Anian had already talked to Qin's father in advance, so he was not worried. She looked coldly at everyone and said sharply, "Since the founding of our Women's Federation, we've been promoting that harming women and girls is illegal, but everyone just ignores it. These people are the ones who beat their wives the most. The commune decided to arrest them and send them to the farm for reform. Of course, I also know that among you, there are others who have beaten and harmed women. Don't think that just because you're not caught, everything is fine. If any women who have been beaten report to the Women's Federation, you will also be sent to the farm for reform." She waved her hand and the militia those people, lifting them onto a truck like pigs. Other men who had beaten their wives. They were scared and promised never to do it again. 3 days later, in the afternoon, the commune officials went to Daya village. Qin's father told everyone to gather at the threshing yard. No one knew what was happening, and they started talking among themselves. Suddenly, militia members came forward with someone. Although those people lowered their heads, everyone in the village knew who they were after all these years. "Wow, isn't that so-and-so? They were just taken away a few days ago. How come they're here today?" Secretary Chen and Director Huang, along with Shen Anian, stepped onto the stage. Secretary Chen held a loudspeaker and said, "Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. Our country has laws to protect women's and children's rights. Our Women's Federation members have often gone to the countryside to do awareness work. But many villagers don't take it seriously. Husbands beat their wives, mothers-in-law hit daughters-in-law, parents hit children, and some abandon or drown baby girls. All these acts are illegal and must be punished. The people behind me were caught for these reasons and are being sent to work on farms for reform. They can only return after completing their punishment. I hope everyone learns from their mistakes and doesn't repeat them intentionally." He signaled to Shen Anian, who then raised the loudspeaker and announced, "The first are Zhao Shuixing from Gaoshan village and his mother Ding Xiuhua. These two didn't take their wife to the hospital when she was giving birth and even stopped officials from taking her for emergency treatment. Later, because the baby was a girl, Ding Xiuhua stole the child and abandoned her in the mountains. Such behavior is very bad and must be punished severely." She waved slightly, and 2 militia members grabbed Zhao Shuixing and Ding Xiuhua by their hair, lifting their faces so everyone could see clearly. "Why hide? Didn't you feel ashamed when you hit people? Now you realize you're ashamed? Everyone remember these 2 faces. One is Zhao Shuixing and the other is Ding Xiuhua. Let this be a warning. Don't make the same mistakes again." Most people in Daya village didn't recognize these 2 and just saw it as a joke. But the next person to come out made some people stop laughing. A militia member brought Qin Shaoshan forward. Shen Anian continued to hold the loudspeaker and introduced him. "The second is Qin Shaoshan from Daya village. He has beaten his wife multiple times, causing injuries including but not limited to a dislocated elbow, broken ribs, and a broken nose. All the crimes violated the country's rules to protect women's rights. I hope everyone learns from his mistake and doesn't repeat it. Qin Xiaoshan's relatives felt ashamed and embarrassed. He was caught and publicly criticized in front of the villagers, which made them lose face. They really wanted to sneak away quietly, but since it was daytime, if they tried to leave now, others would notice. Qin Xiaoshan's mother saw her son standing there and felt very sad. She immediately shouted at Lin Yunduo, "You bad luck charm. What are you looking at? Hurry up and explain to everyone that Xiaoshan didn't hit you." Lin Yunduo kept her lips tight and didn't say a word. During the days Qin Xiaoshan was taken away, she felt the most relaxed since she got married. She almost forgot what it felt like not to be afraid of being beaten. Qin Xiaoshan's mother saw her disobedience and tried to reach out to grab her. Shen Enian raised a loudspeaker and shouted, "What are you doing? Do you want to hit someone? Let me tell you, hitting a daughter-in-law is also against the law, and you'll be taken away." Qin Xiaoshan's mother kept waving her hands. "No, I didn't hit her. I didn't do anything. It's best if you haven't. If I hear you abuse Yunduo, I'll send you to the farm, and you and your son can stay there." Qin Xiaoshan's mother didn't dare to speak anymore, wishing she could hide behind someone so Shen Anian wouldn't see her. Qin Xiaoshan saw the villager's eyes full of contempt and felt like dying. When he saw a familiar person winking and mocking him silently, his temper flared. He felt terrible, and he knew others did too. Qin Yugui hits his wife too. "Why aren't you arresting him and only catching me?" Qin Yugui. There was some rude language he wasn't sure if he should say. He was already caught, so why drag himself into it? What a useless person. Really no good. Shen Enian raised the loudspeaker and asked, "Where is Qin Yugui's wife? Did Qin Yugui hit you?" Qin Yugui was afraid his wife might say something he shouldn't, so he waved his hands like a crab. "No, I really didn't hit my wife. I am not asking about you. I am asking about your wife." Qin Yugui's wife is a small woman who usually doesn't dare to talk about being beaten. Today, since the atmosphere is tense, she feels a bit more brave and nods. "Yes, he hit me twice." Qin Yugui almost jumps up. "You woman, you're going to ruin me." A militia officer quickly walks over. Qin Yugui jumps around like a flea, almost crying. But this doesn't work on the militia officer. They take him onto the stage. Qin Yugui steps onto the stage, his eyes like sharp blades, glaring fiercely at Qin Xiaoshan. Qin Yugui's mother wishes she could faint on the spot. She is worried that Qin Yugui might be taken away as a bad example. She doesn't dare to shout or make trouble, feeling anxious and angry inside. The 87 people involved in family violence, plus Qin Yugui, total 88. When everyone sees this, they are shocked and deeply affected. They realize that hitting wives and children can lead to being arrested and publicly criticized. It's so shameful and frightening. It seems that in the future, hitting one's wife should be avoided. Shen Anian is happy to see the effect she wanted and feels satisfied. To help everyone remember and learn from this, we will write down the names of these people and what they did wrong, then post it at the village office. Moreover, in the future, anyone involved in family violence against children, wives, or elders will not be considered for factory jobs. Next time you feel like hitting someone, think carefully. Can you handle the consequences of violence? They will not only be publicly criticized but also have their names posted on the wall. Shameful and embarrassing. Most seriously, they will be barred from entering the factory, cutting off their livelihood. By the end of the morning, the village's public notice and criticism work in Dea village is finished. In the afternoon, they move on to another mountain village. This cycle continues, with each village being visited in turn, taking a total of 6 days. The villagers feel hopeless and defeated. It's over. They have no face left. They won't be able to continue as before. Shen Anian has been working in the countryside for days, her voice hoarse from shouting, but she feels happy inside. Although she often returns late and has little time to talk with the villagers, she hears from Sister Qin and others that the village's atmosphere has improved a lot. Look, the results are clear and immediate. They not only promote that domestic violence is illegal, but Secretary Chen also assigned the outreach work to individuals. She happened to be assigned to Dahuang village. She teaches the villagers basic legal and health knowledge. She also knows that some beliefs are deeply rooted, so she needs to help the villagers change gradually. At night, she visits Li Sanhua at the hospital. When no one is around, she feeds the baby with spiritual spring water. The child's condition is slowly improving. Secretary Chen agreed to the beekeeping plan in Gaoshan village. Shen Anian then plans to go to Hengshi to learn pig farming. The piglets in Dahuang village are ready, so learning pig farming is very necessary. She has almost completed her current tasks. The work at the commune can be handled by colleagues temporarily, but her literacy class still needs a way to continue. Shen Anian's current knowledge is enough to teach the villagers. However, since she is still young and has limited energy, she will teach them for 1 hour, and the remaining hour will be for listening to the radio. Secretary Chen listened to her plan and approved her leave request. Mother Qin heard that Shen Anian was going to Hengshi to study and that she would be gone for half a month or 20 days. She felt very reluctant. Since Shen Anian started working at the commune, she has been busy every day and has lost a lot of weight. She feels very worried. Now that she finally has some free time, she is going to Hengshi to study, with no time to rest.
Mom, don't worry about me.
Going to Hengshi to study is also a kind of rest. Our village's pig farm has already been set up. Only by learning more can we run the pig farm well. It's a good thing, Mother Qin, but you shouldn't do everything yourself. You're just a girl, and it's hard work. This matter doesn't necessarily have to be her responsibility. But Shen Anian has her own considerations. First, the cost of studying in the city is high. Food, clothing, accommodation all require money. Neither the commune nor the brigade covers this, so it's a burden. Second, there are no suitable candidates. The villagers have low education levels and lack the knowledge to organize what they learn systematically. The pig farm can't rely on just one person or only on past experience. And people with higher education are often unwilling to do such dirty and tiring work. After she went to study, she could share what she learned with others. The other teams don't have pig farms, but they raise pigs every year. If the pig production increases, the team will be more eager to raise pigs. Then the villagers will get more meat, and life will be better. Mom, I won't be gone for long. You will see me in a few days. Mother Qi knew she couldn't persuade her, so she decided to get up early tomorrow and prepare some food for her. You're still a government worker. Life as a staff member is pretty easy. I haven't seen any worker who is to learn how to raise pigs on their own. Shen Anian smiled and took her arm. It's because I have many skills. I will learn everything, and that's good. Having many skills is good, but Mother Qin really couldn't imagine her, a city girl, going to raise pigs. Never mind, forget it. Go to bed early. You need to get up early tomorrow to catch the bus. Got it. I will go to sleep now. She had already packed her things. There wasn't much to pack, just a few clothes because it was getting colder. Thinking about how long she would be in Heng City, she worried that Shen Anxue might feel uncomfortable staying alone at the Qin family. She specifically told her that if she faced any problems, she could ask Mother Qin or Sister Qin. Shen Anxue promised she would take good care of herself and told her not to worry. Seeing how sensible her younger sister was, Shen Anian patted her head. Since I am going to Heng City to study, it will be hard for you to attend the literacy class. I will bring you a gift. What would you like? Shen Anxue tilted her head and thought, but she couldn't think of anything she wanted. In the past, she would have asked for pretty dolls or nice clothes, but now she thought those things were a waste of money. Big sister, I don't want your gift. You should come back soon. Got it. When I finish my studies and come back, I will raise pigs in the village. Then, you can eat pork every day. Shen Anxue laughed at her. But when she thought about the pigsties being dirty and smelly, she felt a little reluctant to leave Shen Anian. Big sister, are you raising pigs just so I can eat meat? Then I won't eat it. Big sister, don't go. The pigsties are dirty. It's not just so you can eat pork. It's also so everyone in the village can have pork. Although pig farming is dirty work, Dirty and tiring jobs always need to be done, right? Shun and Sui pouted. In the past, her older sister didn't have to do these things. She only needed to study hard, dress beautifully, and go out to eat and chat with friends. She thought her older sister should be like that. Shun and Yen didn't notice her little sister was worried about her. After saying a few words, she told her to go to sleep, citing that she had school tomorrow. Shun and Yen went back to her room and quickly fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already morning. There was movement outside. The mother of Qin had gotten up to prepare breakfast. She went to wash up, and Qin's mother had just finished making noodles, ready to wake her up. "You're just in time. The noodles are ready. Hurry and eat." Seeing Qin's mother with her kind face, Shan and Yen felt warm inside. She rarely experienced this, her family waking up so early just to make her a meal. "Thank you, Mom. You're such a silly child." "No need to thank me. Just take good care of yourself in Hung City. Don't work so hard that you neglect your health." "Mom, don't worry. When we eat at the cafeteria, we'll have 3 meals a day on time. I don't know if the cafeteria's food will suit your taste. Take some spicy sauce with you. If you can't get used to the food, you can dip it in the sauce." Shan and Yen smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. I'm working at a pig farm. Maybe I'll be eating pork every day. I might even gain weight when I come back." Her words were quite optimistic. The pig farm's meals were pretty good, but she didn't expect that she actually had no appetite. Hearing her words, Qin's mother thought she was overthinking. This girl had been in Hung City for 19 years, knew it better than her own village, and surely wouldn't go hungry. "Just take care of yourself. I won't say more. Go eat something." Shan and Yen looked at the bowl of noodles, which had 2 poached eggs on top. If she and Qin Jingqi ever couldn't be together, she would definitely miss Qin's parents. One gave her understanding and support, the other gave her love. Because of them, she could do whatever she wanted without worries. She silently carried her bowl to the main hall, finished her noodles, and then packed her luggage to go to the town. After changing buses twice, she finally arrived in Hung City. Following the address Qin Jingqi provided, she went to the police station to find someone. Standing at the entrance of the police station, she saw a tall, dark-skinned police officer walking toward her. She wasn't sure if he was Song Yu and didn't dare to greet him. Seeing such a young, beautiful female officer, Song Yu was a bit surprised. He knew their squad leader was excellent, and his wife must be very good too. But the squad leader hadn't told him that his sister-in-law was so young and pretty. She looked fair and delicate, with slim arms and legs, not like someone who worked on a pig farm. "Are you Sister Shen Anian? Are you Song Yu?" Song Yu nodded and glanced subtly. "Sister-in-law, are you really going to work on a pig farm?" Shen Anian spoke firmly. "Yes, I want to learn how to work on a pig farm." She thought for a moment and asked, "Is there any difficulty?" Song Yu shook his head. "No, it's not difficult. I've arranged everything. Sister-in-law can go anytime." The squad leader had been promoted to battalion commander several years ago. His allowance was quite good, enough to support a family. Sister-in-law didn't need to suffer like this. Song Yu wanted to advise her, but he couldn't understand why she suddenly wanted to work on a pig farm. "Sister-in-law, why did you suddenly think of raising pigs? Our team is going to set up a pig farm, but since we're in the countryside, we lack systematic experience in farming. I thought I'd come to the city to learn. Large farms in Hung City use much more scientific methods for feeding and disease prevention. To avoid taking wrong steps in the future, I want to come and learn. If they set up a pig farm, it would be very hard work." He couldn't understand how the squad leader could let his delicate wife suffer like that. Song Yu simply couldn't figure it out. But even if he didn't understand, he still followed Qin Jingqi's orders and took her to the city's top farm that day. As soon as they entered, Shen Anian smelled a faint, strange odor. Out of politeness, she didn't show any reaction. Director Fong from the farm came to greet them. "Captain Song, why are you here?" "I'm here to bring my sister-in-law to learn," Song Yu replied. "Sister-in-law, this is Director Fong from the farm." "Director Fong, this is my sister-in-law Shen Anian. I hope you can take good care of her in the future." "Captain Song, there's no need to say that. Comrade Shen is willing to come to our pig farm to learn." We warmly welcome her. Shin comrade, you've traveled a long way. Why not first go to the dormitory to rest? Put down your luggage, and then we can go to the cafeteria for a simple meal. Song-yu had no objection to the arrangement, but Shin Anian felt it might not be quite right. She had originally wanted to invite Song-yu and Director Fong out for a meal, but unexpectedly, Director Fong spoke first. She was asking for help, and now she had to pay for the meal. Such a thing didn't seem proper. Director Fong, let me pay for this meal. Since I came to the farm to learn, I don't want to trouble you for many days. Please don't go to any trouble. Shun comrade, don't say that. Eating at the cafeteria is also a way for you to get familiar with life on the farm. Since he said so, Shin Anian couldn't refuse further, or it would seem too pretentious. Director Fong asked someone to take her to the dormitory. That person was also her future mentor for a while, Yang Tian, an outstanding member of the farm. This is our farm's outstanding member, Yang Tian, called Little Yang. From now on, Shin comrade, I'll leave her in your care. You must teach her well and not be careless. Don't worry, Director. I will teach her properly, Yang Tian said, extending her hand. Comrade, hello. My name is Yang Tian. Shun Anian quickly shook her hand. Hello, I'm Shun Anian. Director Zhang said, Little Yang, take Comrade Shin to see the dormitory first. Because she was a temporary worker, she couldn't share a dorm with other comrades, so they arranged a vacant one for her. Yang Tian took her luggage from Song-yu. Before Shun Anian could say anything, Yang Tian had already led her forward. Shun Anian had no choice but to follow. Yang Tian helped her get a work badge and completed the check-in procedures. After everything was settled, Director Fong took them to the first cafeteria for a meal. The food was quite good, stir-fried pork offal and bone soup. The cafeteria auntie saw her following the director and scooped a full spoon of meat for her, making Shin Anian feel a bit embarrassed. But the farm's cooks really knew their stuff. The food tasted great. After dinner, Song-yu was about to leave. He nervously told Shun Anian, sister-in-law, if you have any problems, remember to come find me. He promised the company commander to take good care of his sister-in-law. If she lost a hair, it would be his fault. I understand, Comrade Song. Thank you so much for today. Don't be polite, sister-in-law. I promised the company commander to look after you. It's my duty. Sister-in-law, I'll go now. After Song-yu left, Director Fong still wanted to help Shun Anian get familiar with the farm. But she saw it was getting late, and guessed people might be finishing work. She didn't want to delay anyone. Director Fong, I can explore on my own. I won't take up your time. Director Fong was a straightforward person. Hearing this, he smiled and said, All right, you can look around. If you need anything, just come to the office. Thank you, Director Fong. Yang Tian was a very kind mentor. She introduced her to the farm and even helped clean her dormitory. The dorm was empty, a bit dusty, so she wiped it with a towel. Seeing Yang Tian busying herself for her, rolling up her sleeves, Shun Anian felt a bit guilty. Tian, you don't have to work so hard. I can do these myself. It's okay. I'll just wipe a bit more. Yang Tian tidied up the room, and Shun Anian made her bed and sorted everything neatly. She took a bag of mooncakes from her luggage and handed it to Yang Tian. Tian, you can have these. Yang Tian knew how much the mooncakes cost, about 2 yuan for a pack. She didn't want to accept them. No need. You keep them for yourself. Shun Anian pushed the mooncakes into her hand. Yang Tian couldn't refuse, so she accepted them silently, vowing to teach her all her best skills. That morning, she came to call Shun Anian for breakfast, and then took her to the pigsty. As they approached, a terrible smell hit her face. Even with a mask, Shun Anian almost vomited from the stench. When she learned what they would be doing today, she was even more stunned. Why was the first thing they did inside the pigsty to deal with pig manure? Shun Anian looked at the large iron shovel in her hand, feeling doubtful about everything. She wasn't here to learn farming techniques. Does cleaning manure really require training? Isn't it about learning how to raise pigs? Our first lesson is about keeping the pig pen clean. This is basic. A clean environment helps prevent bacteria and keeps pigs healthy. We need to clean the manure thoroughly, and wash the area with water afterward. Keep going. I'll clean the neighboring pig pen. Faced with manure almost covering her rain boots, Shin Anian felt terrible. The strong smell made her. She truly regretted coming here. She was just living a normal life, and now she's learning pig farming. She must have been too proud, suffering for it. She vomited everything she ate that morning, even the stomach acid. Tears of frustration and sadness welled up in her eyes. After she finished vomiting, she put on her mask and kept working. Despite crying, vomiting, and working at the same time, she finally finished cleaning the 3 pig pens assigned to her by Yang Tiantian. Seeing her red eyes, Yang Tiantian asked, "Did you cry? Why are your eyes so red?" Embarrassed, Shin Anian didn't want to tell the truth. "I accidentally got some sand in my eyes." "I'm fine now." Yang Tiantian looked at her suspiciously. How could sand inside? But she was smart and didn't ask further. She remembered when she first started working at the pig farm, she had been vomiting for a week. If she hadn't been so determined, she would have left long ago. Who knew that after so many years, she would still be recognized as a model worker at the factory? Most of the work here is like this. Although it's hard to find jobs in the city, few people want to work in our department. They dislike the hard, dirty work. But I think you're different. You can stick with it. Shin Anian was speechless. What a big compliment. At noon, Yang Tiantian explained to her what to feed the pigs at different stages and how to balance the feed. During the 2-hour break, she took her to the cafeteria for a meal. But Shin Anian had little appetite and felt weak. She hurried back to her dorm, grabbed a basin, and went to take a shower. After coming out of the bathroom, she still felt sticky and smelly. Back at the dormitory, she took out a cup of spiritual spring water, drank it all to restore her energy, and then lay down on the bed to sleep. However, in the afternoon, bad news came, and she had to deal with pig manure. Shin Anian almost broke down. Once a day was manageable, but twice a day was too much for her. Yang Tiantian comforted her, saying, "That's just how our work is. Today, let's try to finish early, and tomorrow I will teach you some new skills." Her comfort was not very helpful. Shin Anian found it hard to imagine living every day surrounded by manure. What else do we need to learn? She started to think about whether she should shorten her study time. Yang Tiantian explained, there are many things to learn, like disinfecting pigsties, treating sick pigs, herding pigs, and breeding them. These are all important. Thinking about those scenes, Shin Anian felt she didn't need to learn so many things. Yang Tiantian was a very responsible teacher, truly sharing all her knowledge with Shin Anian. The work on the pig farm was very complicated. Whenever she had free time, Yang Tiantian would take her around different parts of the farm so she could get familiar with everything quickly. Shin Anian worked hard every day to learn more. As for her life, although she no longer reacted as strongly as when she first arrived, she still couldn't get used to the constant manure and had little appetite for meals. Seeing her suffering, Yang Tiantian finally decided to be kind and gave her half a day off on the 10th day of work. Shin Anian almost cried with gratitude. She had never valued her rest times so much. But instead of going out, she stayed in the dorm, writing down all the knowledge Yang Tiantian had taught her. She did this mainly to strengthen her memory, and if she had questions, she could ask Yang Tiantian directly. This way, she wouldn't have to bother her later with letters asking for help, which would be too troublesome. Suddenly, a female colleague came to see her, saying her partner was here to visit. Shin Anian was caught off guard. She wondered who her partner was. Was it Qin Jingqi? But Qin Jingqi wasn't at the border now. How could he come back here? "Who is my partner?" she asked. The colleague who came to see her looked at her with strange eyes. Her partner. She didn't even know who he was. "He's a very energetic soldier comrade." "He said he's your partner." "Is he your partner?" Shin Anian suddenly stood up. It was really Qin Jingqi who had come. "He's my partner, comrade." "Thank you so much." "No need to thank me. You should go meet him quickly." "I think he's been waiting for a while." Shin Anian washed her face, combed her hair again, and thought for a moment. She opened her suitcase and put on clothes she hadn't worn at the farm. Because of working at the farm, she felt her clothes smelled bad. If she went to see Qin Jingqi and he smelled her bad odor, it would be awkward. To avoid this unnecessary embarrassment, she even applied some lotion on her body to make sure she didn't smell strange. Only then did she go to find Qin Jingqi. People like Qin Jingqi always stand out wherever they are. He wore a bright green outfit, tall and straight like a pine tree, easy to spot. They didn't spend much time together, and after being apart for so long, Shun Anian was busy with her work and rarely thought of him. To Shun Anian, Qin Jingqi felt more like a pen pal than a close husband. But now, Qin Jingqi suddenly appeared in front of her, making their past days together feel vivid again. Qin Jingqi looked up and saw his wife walking toward him with a big smile. Behind her was a sky full of sunset clouds, but she was even more dazzling than the glow. She stopped about 3 steps away from him. Qin Jingqi frowned and looked at her. "What's wrong? I've been at the pig farm for a long time. It was too smelly there. I think I absorbed the smell." Qin Jingqi was so happy earlier that he didn't notice her change. Now, looking carefully, he saw she had lost a lot of weight, and her face looked pale. He stepped closer to her. "You don't smell at all. You smell nice." Shun Anian pursed her lips. Qin Jingqi asked, "Have you not been eating well? That's why you've lost so much weight." Shun Anian told him about her recent days, tears in her words and pain in her voice, making Qin Jingqi feel very sad. She didn't need to push herself to this point. He knew Shun Anian had many things to do, but out of his personal wish, he still wanted her to have an easier life. "These days, you've worked hard." This sentence suddenly brought out Shun Anian's feelings of unfairness inside her. She wasn't really tired. In the past, she never had to serve others. It was always others serving her. But now, she had to work so hard to serve a group of people who didn't deserve it. She felt very wronged. Shun Anian sniffed and asked, "Aren't you in the army? How come you're here?" "I had a mission, so I came to see you." A group of people had sneaked back into the country from abroad. They kept an eye on them until they caught them, and only then did he tell others about it, and took the chance to come see her. "How long can you stay?" "I have to leave early the day after tomorrow." So, they had one day together. They had been apart for more than 2 months, and finally, they had a day to be together. Shun Anian pouted and said to him, "I'll treat you to dinner." She took Qin Jingqi to a fancy restaurant in the city. She had been through a tough time lately and wanted to make up for it. "This place has really good food. You'll see once you try it." Shun Anian ordered 2 dishes and looked at him, saying, "See what you want to eat." Qin Jingqi ordered a bowl of noodles. Shun Anian ordered fried rice, saying, "We can share." The waiter brought the dishes and looked at Qin Jingqi carefully before turning away. Shun Anian noticed her action and slightly pouted. She looked up at Qin Jingqi, who was helping himself to a piece of rib. Shun Anian felt a bit more satisfied. It seemed he didn't notice her. Shun Anian picked up her chopsticks and also helped him with some food, saying, "Eat more." She looked up and met his deep, bottomless eyes, which were a little hot. Her heart felt a sudden warmth, mixed with a little nervousness and happiness. She lowered her head silently and ate her meal. Qin Jingqi watched her ears turn red little by little, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. When they left the restaurant, it was already dark. The 2 walked side by side on the street, shoulders occasionally bumping. Suddenly, Qin Jingqi turned to look at her. The street lamp behind him cast a long shadow, covering Shun Anian in his shadow. "Are you going back tonight?" Shun Anian looked up at him in confusion and saw that he was also looking at her. Because they were facing the light, she couldn't see Qin Jingqi's eyes clearly, but she felt that his gaze was warm, almost burning. She couldn't bear it and lowered her head. "There's no one checking the dorm tonight, so I don't need to go back." Her voice was barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Qin Jingqi had excellent hearing and heard her mention, "No need to go back." Maybe because he agreed so quickly, Shun Anian quickly added, "I want to take a walk." The 2 slowly walked forward, the streetlights casting long shadows of them, like a couple cuddling. His hand hung by his side, gently brushing her hand when they walked, the brief touch making her feel a little ticklish. Shun Anian tilted her head to sneak a look at him. He had no expression on his face, as if he felt nothing for her. Her heart fluttered a little. She softly hooked her little finger around his and held it gently. Qin Jingqi's finger moved slightly. He looked down at her. Be careful outside. If people see us, it might not be good. Shun Anian pouted. No one's around. Qin Jingqi smiled slightly and gently pinched her hand. This secret, intimate gesture made her cheeks feel warm. Shin Anian secretly smiled, finally feeling a little like being in love. Walking quietly with him, like this was actually quite nice. Shin Anian felt happy and sweet until they stopped in front of a house with a very noticeable sign that said, guest house. They didn't have a marriage certificate, so normally they shouldn't stay in the same room. But somehow, Qin Jingqi told the front desk lady something, and they managed to get a room. When Qin Jingqi came over, Shin Anian blushed and lowered her head, too afraid to look at him. She followed him upstairs and hesitated when she saw him open the door. She always felt that Qin Jingqi's gaze on her was full of hidden feelings. As soon as she stepped inside, she felt like she might be swallowed whole, leaving not even bones behind. Qin Jingqi. He turned to look at her. Under his gaze, it was hard for her to say no. Qin Jingqi let out a quiet sigh, his gaze fixed on her lips. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed, and his eyes showed a strong desire. If you want to go back, I can take you now, he said softly. Shun Anian hesitated, biting her lip. She felt like Qin Jingqi was setting a trap for her. His eyes on her made her feel like escape was impossible. The corridor was dimly lit, casting a hazy glow over her. The door was half open, and Qin Jingqi stood by it, watching her like an unspoken invitation. I haven't asked for leave from the factory, she said. Qin Jingqi's voice was hoarse. I'll call in sick tomorrow. It seemed she had no choice but to agree. Shen Anian pursed her lips and finally entered the room. She was a bit thirsty, and she saw a kettle on the table, so she went over to pour some water. Suddenly, a strong scent of hormones surrounded her. A warm chest pressed against her back, making her body stiffen. Qin Jingqi took her hand. Your water is full. She looked down and saw that the water had spilled over. I know, she replied. Qin Jingqi's throat moved as he pressed closer, taking the kettle from her hand. He was too close, making Shun Anian feel uneasy. She instinctively moved back but accidentally touched him. She heard his deep breathing near her ear. He turned her around and held her by the back of her head, then kissed her. Since the first time he saw her, he had wanted to do this. He had waited too long. His kiss was forceful and possessive, full of strong emotion. His Adam's apple moved as he truly fell for her. Shun Anian's breathing became uneven. She unconsciously grabbed his clothes, but he pushed her hand away and wrapped his arms around her waist. In the oxygen-depriving kiss, her head spun. Qin Jingqi grabbed her waist and carried her to the bed. She tried to sit up, but he pulled her back. Shen Anian struggled to push him away, saying, I haven't taken a shower yet. Qin Jingqi held her by the back of her head, their foreheads touching. It's okay, he said. Shun Anian clung to his arm, trying to catch her breath, but she refused to back down. I need to shower first, she insisted. He hesitated because of her persistence. Although her sweet scent made his heart race, he finally let her go. Shin Anian hurriedly ran out of the room, clutching a porcelain basin. Qin Jingqi's thoughts moved, and he also went to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. Usually, he only needed 3 minutes to take a shower, but today he deliberately washed for 10 minutes, worried that Shen Anian might dislike him. When he returned to the room, it was empty. He wasn't in a hurry and sat down to wait. Minutes passed, but she still hadn't come back. Qin Jingqi even wondered if something had happened to her, or if she had run away halfway. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. Shun Anian pushed the door open and entered. Her black hair was messy and loose, making her fair skin look even more delicate. Her eyes were like clear water, her lips full and rosy, and she looked a little swollen, probably from his rough actions earlier. Seeing her like this, Qin Jingqi's heart trembled slightly. His gaze stayed fixed on her as she moved toward the bed. Shun Anian sat on the edge of the bed. When she saw the items on the bedside table, Her face instantly turned red. She silently counted in her mind. There were 10 of them. Why had he prepared so early? She hadn't seen anyone from the inn give him these things. Where did he get them? And he bought so many at once. Was he planning to sell them in bulk? At first, she still held a little hope that he didn't have these things on him and that he wouldn't really come tonight, just like the night they parted, to satisfy a small craving. But when she saw these items, she realized she couldn't escape. Qin Jingqi looked into her silent disapproval. He met her gaze directly and said, "I got these from a hospital on my way here." Shen Anian's cheeks flushed with shame. She bit her lip tightly, afraid to speak, and turned her back to him, lying down. In Qin Jingqi's eyes, her face was blushing, looking like a bud about to bloom, ready to blossom on him, so beautiful that he couldn't look away. When he embraced her from behind, Shen Anian felt nervous. His chest pressed against her back, and his body was very warm, making her feel dizzy. His heartbeat was strong and steady, passing to her and making her own heart beat faster. Suddenly, she remembered the sounds she heard at the inn last time. The inn wasn't soundproof at all, which meant whatever they were doing could easily be heard by others. When he was being too much, Shen Anian could only bite her lip to stop herself from making any sound. Qin Jingqi pinched her chin and placed his arm near her mouth. "Don't bite yourself, bite me instead." Shen Anian bit down his arm. Although they were legally married with a marriage certificate, they seemed like they had run out secretly to enjoy some private time. Qin Jingqi was becoming more and more intense. She felt like she was a mud creature stuck to the ground, while he was a tall, strong tree full of life. To absorb more nutrients, he was digging his roots deeper and deeper. The next morning, Shen Anian didn't dare to move when she woke up. Qin Jingqi was still sleeping behind her, his hand resting on her waist. His body was warm, and in this weather, sleeping close like this was very comfortable. Shen Anian wanted to move his hand away, but just as she did, Qin Jingqi's voice came from above her. "Wake up." Before she could speak, Qin Jingqi kissed her and softly asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" She had just moved slightly and felt her waist was very sore and weak. Qin Jingqi sat up, turned her over, and pressed on her waist. Shen Anian held his hand and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm just massaging you a little, it will feel better. We still need to go to the farm later." If Qin Jingqi hadn't mentioned this, Shen Anian would have completely forgotten about the farm. Although it was a bit awkward to ask for a massage, his strength was just right and, surprisingly, it felt quite good. Shen Anian quickly relaxed. He massaged for about 10 minutes. When he looked at his watch, they needed to get up and leave. It was a bit of a distance from here to the farm, and they also needed time for breakfast. They should leave in 10 minutes. Time to get up. Shen Anian was still sleepy. Half asleep and half awake, she heard someone calling her. She pouted in annoyance, turned over, and went back to sleep. Last night, they had stayed up late, and she only slept a few hours. Now she was very tired and grumpy about getting up. I don't want to get up. Aren't you going to the farm?" Shen Anian's consciousness briefly sharpened. After a little struggle, she found she couldn't open her eyes, so she shifted into a more comfortable position and fell asleep again. In her hazy state, she heard Qin Jingqi seem to say he would help her ask for leave. She didn't even know what she had said, and completely fell asleep. Qin Jingqi saw her sleeping so peacefully and couldn't help but gently kiss her. In her dreams, Shen Anian was disturbed and a little unhappy. She waved her hand to push away the disturbance, accidentally slapping Qin Jingqi's face, like a cat scratching. Qin Jingqi held her hand, kissed it softly, then tucked her hand into the quilt, adjusted the blanket for her, and left the room. When Shen Anian woke up again, the room was very quiet, with no one around. She felt refreshed, probably, because someone had helped clean up. The corner of the bed was neatly tucked, as if no one had slept there before. If her body didn't still feel weak and sore, she might think everything from last night was just a dream. She sat on the bed, lost in thought, her mind blank. What was he busy with? He didn't even want to wait for her. Feeling upset, the person responsible pushed the door open and came in. Seeing him, Shun Anian felt even more wronged. She looked at him angrily and with tears in her eyes, as if she had been bullied but dared not speak out. A faint red appeared at the corner of her eyes, and a thin layer of tears covered her eyes, showing her hurt and anger. Qin Jingqi closed the door and walked over quickly. "What's wrong? Where did you go?" Her voice was trembling with tears, full of grievance. "Qin Jingqi." He sat on the edge of the bed, touched her face, and said, "Didn't I tell you? I went to the farm to get leave for you. Did you forget?" In her hazy state, she seemed to hear him say this, but at the time, she thought she was dreaming. When she woke up, she didn't remember it at all. "I was asleep, and when I woke up, I thought you had left." Hearing her complain and complain, Qin Jingqi's heart softened completely. Reunion after a long time apart was not only hard for him to bear. He held her in his arms and kissed her between her eyebrows. "I won't leave. I'll stay with you today." Shun Anian also knew her temper was unreasonable, but she didn't know why she could tolerate it in front of others but couldn't hold back in front of him. "But you still have to go. You're leaving tomorrow. I've already applied for a dormitory. I'm packing up now. After the new year, come with me, okay? After the new year?" "So soon. She still has a lot of work unfinished. I don't want to be apart from you."
How about you?
"Are you willing?" "I'm willing." Qin Jingqi held her in his arms, wrapping his arms around her shoulders and pulling her close. It was a possessive gesture. Shun Anian struggled to get up, but Qin Jingqi pinched her waist. Noticing his body's change, Shun Anian dared not move anymore. She buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled as she complained. "Why are you like this?" Qin Jingqi lowered his eyebrows, turned her head, and gently held her chin before leaning in to kiss her. His kiss was urgent, clearly showing his desire. Shun Anian could only tilt her head to accept his kiss, gasping for air. She grabbed his shirt front and supported her weak body. After a long, possessive kiss, Shun Anian leaned on his shoulder, catching her breath. Qin Jingqi gently traced her spine with his fingers. The calluses on his fingertips caused a slight pain and tingling, making her shiver. "Put on your clothes. Let's go out to eat." Shun Anian shook her head and softly rubbed against him.
I'm tired.
"I don't want to go out. Let's go for a walk. If you stay in the room all day, your body won't handle it." Shun Anian didn't understand his words at first. After a moment, she finally realized and blushed with annoyance. She glared at him. "You're such a rogue." Qin Jingqi rubbed her head from behind. "Get dressed." Shun Anian then noticed he had brought her clothes. "Where did you get these clothes?" "I told Director Fong, and I got them from your dorm." Shun Anian's face turned hot. "What did you say to him?" "I just said you were sick and took a day off. That excuse was okay." It was better than telling him she went out to spend the night with someone. As for whether he would overthink, Shun Anian felt she couldn't care less anymore. "Go out first." Qin Jingqi raised an eyebrow at her. Shun Anian blushed and glared. "I need to change." "You go out first." Knowing she was shy, Qin Jingqi didn't say anything more. He simply got up and left the room. Shun Anian rubbed her hot cheeks and slowly picked up her clothes. When she saw her close-fitting clothes, her face turned even redder, and she felt a warm blush spread across her body. She found it hard to imagine Qin Jingqi bringing her these things. He was really so thoughtful. After dressing, she took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. She got off the bed and saw porridge and eggs on the table, but they had already cooled. So, he had brought her breakfast. She guessed she had slept too deeply to hear anything. She took a few sips of mineral water to soothe her throat, then grabbed a porcelain basin and went to wash up. When she opened the door, she saw Qin Jingqi standing in the corridor, tall and straight like a pine tree. Her cheeks burned again, and she deliberately turned her head away to avoid looking at him, walking quickly to the bathroom without looking back. Qin Jingqi watched her hurried, retreating figure, his eyebrows relaxing, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Fearing Qin Jingqi might wait too long, Shun Anian washed up quickly. She grabbed her shoulder bag and said, "Let's go." Then she jumped out like a rabbit. Qin Jingqi took a few big steps and caught up with her. "Let's go eat first." Shun Anian was very hungry and had no objection to this plan. Nian Nian, I plan to invite Song Yu and Director Fong to dinner tonight. This meal was originally supposed to be her treat, but as a woman, it was awkward to invite two grown men out to eat, especially since she didn't drink alcohol. However, Qin Jingqi, as a family member, could represent her to thank them, so it was fine. Okay. Do you want me to talk to Director Fong? No need. I'll ask Song Yu to invite him. Alright. Later, pick a nice restaurant so you can have a good chat and strengthen your friendship. Song Yu kept calling Qin Jingqi battalion commander and was willing to help so much. Shun Anian thought their relationship must be very good. Having served together in the military, their bond was naturally extraordinary. Since they rarely met after leaving the army, now that they had the chance, they should find time to talk. Qin Jingqi looked at the girl in front of him and felt how lucky he was to marry such a wonderful wife. She understood him very well. No, she wasn't just understanding him. She was very considerate of others. She cares about others' feelings, understands their situations, and sympathizes with their hardships, so much so that he feels a little unworthy of her. Nian Nian, marrying you is the luckiest thing in my life. Shun Anian looked at him in confusion. Just because I introduced you to Song Yu, you have such feelings. It's not just that. Everything you do makes me feel this way. Shun Anian raised her delicate chin, a little proud. That's good to know. You have to treat me well from now on. Qin Jingqi watched her charming little expression, his throat moving quickly up and down. If they weren't on the street, he would definitely kiss her. After dinner, Qin Jingqi wandered aimlessly on the street. Shun Anian asked him, "Where are you taking me? Is there anywhere you want to go?" Shun Anian glanced to the side. The place wasn't far from Ditsai Mall. Maybe she could take Qin Jingqi there to look around. I want to introduce you to my best friend. She's always wanted to meet you, but never had the chance. Since you're here, let's go see her. Chun Jinjin hadn't seen Shun Anian for over a month. When she saw her again, she was very happy. Seeing the man following Shun Anian, she was even more excited. Who is he? He's my boyfriend, Qin Jingqi. So this man is Nian Nian's love, and he's so handsome. No wonder Nian Nian fell in love so quickly. If it were her, she'd probably run back without hesitation. But she might hesitate a little. Qin Jingqi's presence was very intimidating, looking distant and serious, with a stern expression that seemed fierce. Her good friend had big, bright almond-shaped eyes, smooth, fair skin, and red lips that looked naturally rosy. She was lively and beautiful, like a noble flower. Could she really handle him? Her concern came from knowing her friend's personality. This man didn't seem gentle or caring, quite different from what she imagined. Before, Shun Anian had told her she liked elegant men, preferably with a literary air, who could write poetry. But this man was very different from the ideal she described. The person was right in front of her, so she didn't feel comfortable asking Shun Anian directly. Instead, she reached out her hand to Qin Jingqi. I am Nian Nian's good friend. My name is Chun Jinjin. Qin Jingqi extended his hand and briefly shook hers. Hello, Comrade Chun. I am Nian Nian's partner, Qin Jingqi. Hello, Comrade Qin. Where do you serve in the military? In Hushi, Jing County, which is quite far from here. Does that mean you two will be separated? Have you thought about letting Nian Nian join the military with you? Qin Jingqi looked at Shun Anian. Yes, that is the plan. That's good to hear. They had just gotten married recently, so they should live together. After chatting with Qin Jingqi for a while, she pulled Shun Anian aside and whispered in her ear. You look pretty good. No wonder you got married so quickly. Shun Anian always felt confident about Qin Jingqi's appearance. If he hadn't just happened to match her taste, she probably wouldn't have agreed to be with him. He's okay, but weren't you not into this kind of man before? You used to like guys who were more refined, poetic, and gentle. Why do you suddenly like this kind of man? Shun Anian instinctively looked at Qin Jingqi. Seeing he wasn't paying attention, she looked away. I didn't know what I liked before.
I was just saying that.
I thought I would like a man with a scholarly air, but now I think I prefer someone a bit more strong and commanding. Chun Jinjin looked at Qin Jingqi. Being strong and commanding is better. It makes her feel safe around him. but he looks so serious. Are you not afraid when you're with him? Is Qin Jingqi serious? It seems he's not very strict with her either, just a bit quiet most of the time. I'm not afraid. He's my husband. If I were afraid of him, how could I live my life? Does he treat you well? Qin Jinjin glanced at Qin Jingqi and then at Shun Anian. Although being a military spouse is an honor, it also has its difficulties. And Shun Anian still has to follow him in the military. She heard that those who go with the troops often end up in very poor and hard places. If Shun Anian goes with him, she might have to endure a lot. She felt sad for her friend. She was born into a family of officials, and her parents treated her very well. Who would have thought she would have to go to the countryside to suffer? Now she has to go to an even more remote place. She is really working hard. Why did you suddenly come to Hung City? You didn't tell me in advance. I came here specifically to learn. Qin Jinjin was very interested. Learn what? Learn how to raise pigs. Qin Jinjin's eyes widened, and her mouth was so open it could fit a chicken egg. It must be a lie. She was probably trying to trick her. She couldn't imagine how the delicate young lady she used to be could do such a thing. Pig farms are dirty, smelly, and messy. She can't believe she's going to raise pigs. Why are you doing this? Why do you want to raise pigs? How could they treat you like this? It's so unfair. Even if Uncle Shun was transferred, they shouldn't treat her like this. Shin Anian saw her angry look and knew she was worried about herself, so she patiently explained. I asked for this myself. Only by learning this skill can I go back and teach the villagers how to raise pigs. Qin Jinjin looked at her with disbelief. Was she only doing this for the villagers? That means she's working very hard, doing everything herself. But raising pigs is so dirty. I can handle it, don't worry. Although she kept vomiting at first, she no longer does. At most, she just has no appetite. So when Shin Anian said this, she didn't feel guilty at all. Qin Jinjin admired her. If it were her, she definitely couldn't do it. She was glad she didn't have to go to the countryside. If she had to learn to raise pigs like Shin Anian, she wouldn't know what to do. You work so hard. I couldn't do it. Exercise more, and you can do anything. Qin Jingqi saw them chatting happily, completely ignoring himself, so he focused on the clothes inside the display. There was a small black and white checkered jacket that looked very nice. Its style was quite rare, and it would look good on Shin Anian. He remembered last time when he wanted Shin Anian to buy something. She thought the clothes in town were not nice, so he wanted to buy her this jacket. She would probably like it. Can I see this jacket? Can you take it down for me? A woman at the counter saw that they knew Qin Jinjin and quickly took down the jacket. Comrade, your taste is really good. This fabric is imported, and we only have this one left in the store. Qin Jingqi touched the fabric, which was indeed very soft and comfortable. Just then, Shun Anian and Qin Jinjin arrived. He asked Shun Anian to try it on. Qin Jinjin whispered to Shun Anian, he's really nice to you. This dress is imported from abroad, and it costs over 30 yuan. She herself didn't even dare to buy it. Shin Anian's face felt a little hot, but she was happy inside because he was kind to her. She took the small jacket and tried it on. Suddenly, she looked like a different person, like a wealthy young lady from the city. If her father hadn't fallen on hard times, she would have been living this kind of life. Qin Jingqi looked at her with a serious gaze. I want this one. See if there's anything else you like. I'll take this one. It's more convenient for work. Now she worked at the commune and needed to dress simply and modestly, close to the villagers. Moreover, she would soon be working at the pig farm, so wearing nice clothes would be a waste. Just this one. Qin Jingqi quickly paid the money. Qin Jinjin envied her very much. She withdrew her earlier words about Qin Jingqi not caring about others. Although he seemed cold, he still cared a lot. After buying the clothes, Shun Anian and Qin Jingqi left the store. Shun Anian suggested going to see a movie. Since it was still early, Qin Jingqi took her to the cinema. Qin Jingqi went to buy tickets while she waited nearby. Shun Anian secretly hooked her little finger around his, saying, I want to go with you. Qin Jingqi gently pushed her hand away. We're outside. Be careful not to attract attention. Shun Anian pouted unhappily. In a cinema, most people are couples and everyone is usually tolerant.
But he was so serious about it.
Since it wasn't the weekend and not yet off work, there weren't many people in line. However, there were few movies showing, mostly war films. They chose the one with the closest showtime. Qin Jingqi also bought her soda and snacks to eat while watching the movie. The cinema was dimly lit, and they found their seats. Next to them are a young couple. The movie hasn't started yet, and they are very close, whispering to each other. Qin Jingqi opens a soda and offers it to Shun Anian. Eat something first. Shun Anian puffs her cheeks, takes the soda, and takes a sip. Then she hands it back to him. You drink. Qin Jingqi takes the soda and drinks a sip. He looks down and sees Shun Anian smiling like a mischievous cat. Before he can speak, Shun Anian leans close to his ear and softly says, I've already had this soda. You can drink it too. Let's see how long you can keep your distance from me. She is very close, and Qin Jingqi can smell the orange scent when she speaks. Her words make Qin Jingqi's face flush with a little warmth. His eyes focus on her moist, red lips. She is like a fairy, tempting his soul and demanding his heart. And he willingly is drawn in. Fortunately, the movie is about to start. He tries hard to focus on the screen. Nowadays, the movies in the theater are mostly black and white war films. The filming style and storytelling are quite old-fashioned. Shun Anian finds them a bit outdated. Today's film is a very characteristic old movie. Because of that, it feels very real. Everyone's bravery and heroic spirit make her feel excited and passionate. An hour and a half pass quickly. Shun Anian remains silent, her head lowered, lost in thought. Qin Jingqi hears faint sniffles. His ears twitch slightly. He turns to look at Shun Anian, who is lowering her head and ignoring him. Her crying makes his heart feel a little ache. It's not very painful, but it's uncomfortable. Why are you crying? Shun Anian wipes her eyes and looks up at him. Qin Jingqi, was it really so hard for you during the war?
She is upset about this.
Seeing her tearful face, Qin Jingqi's heart swells with emotion. Suddenly, he wants to hold her tightly. No. Nowadays China is much stronger. The weapons are better, supplies are plentiful, and such things won't happen again, but she bites her lip and stops talking halfway. There are many things she can't say outside. You can rest assured, I will make sure you live a good life. She spoke confidently and seriously, which made Qin Jingqi feel both touched and a little helpless. This is something I should be telling you. I will make sure you live a good life and never suffer again. Qin Jingqi hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out and gently patted her head. It's time for us to go. The movie had already ended, and there were only a few people left in the theater. Shun Anian sniffled and followed him out of the screening room. At the cinema entrance, she unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance, Shen Mingzhu. Today, she was dressed especially well, wearing a stylish blouse and a knitted top that made her look charming and cute. Next to her was a man dressed in dark blue work clothes. Shun Anian had no intention of greeting her and walked past without looking at her. Shen Mingzhu was chatting happily with someone nearby when she suddenly saw a familiar figure. She looked carefully and saw that the person was wearing a well-cut black and white checkered jacket, which made her skin look white and smooth like jade. Wasn't this person Shun Anian? It was obvious. Standing beside her was a soldier. Wasn't she in that small mountain village? How did she end up in Hung City again? No, she had already gotten married. The last time she saw that man was at a shopping mall, and he didn't look like this one. This man looked more upright and commanding. After observing for a while, she concluded that this man was definitely not the same as the one she saw before. But this man was really handsome, sharp features, deep eyes, a high nose, tall and straight like a pine tree. Truly impressive.
So,
did she find a new man? Could this man be a high-ranking official's son from Hung City? Someone as delicate as Shun Anian needed to be cared for, and going to the countryside wouldn't suit her. Her man was in the army all year round, and she was alone at home. She couldn't handle loneliness, so Shen Mingzhu thought it was normal for her to look for another man. But if she looked again, why was she still looking for a soldier? Could it be because of his family background? The more Shin Mingju thought about it, the more she believed it was possible. If this man knew Shin Anian was already married, he would definitely abandon her. She became happier the more she thought about it, as if she could see Shin Anian crying on the ground, kneeling and clutching the man's thigh, begging him not to leave. She smiled and stepped forward, impressed by Qin Jingqi's handsome face. His deep features truly amazed her. This man is very good-looking. Such a handsome man with great qualities. If he knew Shin Anian was married, he would definitely dislike her. Maybe she still has a chance later. Although the workshop director's son is pursuing her, she isn't interested in Li Guangming. He looks plain and isn't tall enough. He's not her type at all. If it weren't for her job, she would never agree to be friends with him. The man in front of her is the type she likes. She doesn't know his current military rank, but judging by his aura, it must be high. Even if he doesn't have a rank, his family background is probably good. She cleared her throat and glanced at Qin Jingqi with the corner of her eye, then looked at Shin Anian. "Cousin, we meet again." Shin Anian frowned slightly and pulled Qin Jingqi to leave. "Don't try to get close to me. I have nothing to say to you." Shin Mingju saw her reaction as guilt. If she wasn't worried about revealing her own secrets, why would she want to leave as soon as she saw her? It's good she's afraid. She wants to make her nervous and scared. Last time in Daya Village, when she drove them out, wasn't she proud? Let's see how proud she is this time. She had already said she would make her pay the price. She was just waiting to see her embarrassed. Shin Mingju brushed her hair behind her ears and smiled at Qin Jingqi. "Comrade, I want to talk to you alone. Is that okay?" Shin Anian saw her expression and instinctively knew something was wrong. She refused on his behalf. Not convenient. Shin Mingju's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly smiled even more happily. She was anxious, afraid she might reveal the truth to this soldier. The more anxious she was, the happier Shin Mingju became. "I didn't ask you. I asked the soldier." "Cousin, are you afraid I will tell the soldier the truth? That's why you're so anxious to take him away?" Shin Anian looked at her with confusion.
What is she talking about?
Shin Mingju looked at Qin Jingqi and said, "Comrade, my younger cousin is already married. Her husband is also a soldier. She is with you now only to use your feelings. Don't be fooled by her." Qin Jingqi. Shin Anian. Is this the truth she wanted to tell? Seeing Shin Mingju confidently holding the truth and waiting for her to suffer, Shin Anian felt a little sorry for telling her the truth. She was so foolish and pitiful. Before stirring trouble, had she ever thought about understanding the real situation? Qin Jingqi sneered coldly. Really? Seeing his serious face, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Shin Mingju's eyes. He was so angry, he would definitely reject Shin Anian harshly. Being abandoned in front of so many people, Shin Anian, who cared about her reputation, would surely feel terrible. "Of course. I've also met her husband. I heard he's a company commander. She's been like this since she was young, relying on her pretty face to get men to do things for her. I never thought she wouldn't change after getting married. As her cousin, I really don't want to see her keep making mistakes." She spoke kindly, as if everything she did was for Shin Anian's good. She also glanced at Shin Anian out of the corner of her eye, waiting to see her get angry. But she never saw the reaction she expected. Shin Anian's face showed no anger, only a strong look of mockery. Shin Mingju suddenly felt nervous. How could she be so calm? Did she say something wrong? Qin Jingqi looked at the woman waiting for the show and then turned to Shin Mingju, saying, "Did you ever think that I am the man she married?" Shin Mingju thought she had misheard, but his serious expression confirmed that he was the one speaking. He was Shin Anian's husband?
How could that be?
Shin Anian's husband was a simple countryman. How could he have such a demeanor? He must be lying. No way. I've met her husband, and it's definitely not you. Shin Anian rolled her eyes in frustration. The person she mentioned probably wasn't Brother Qin, right? She had only met Brother Qin once, walking together. Shin Mingju, I tell you, can your thoughts be a bit pure? When you see colleagues of the same gender talking, you immediately suspect something. Why are your thoughts so dirty? No matter what Shin Mingju said, she was just a young girl in her early 20s. Being scolded like this made her face turn hot with embarrassment. Your actions are clearly very close. Do you think I can't see that? No wonder people say that those with kind hearts see everything is dirty. The man you saw at the mall last time was with me, discussing business. Only someone like you would be suspicious and paranoid, seeing wrong in everything. Shun Anian looked at the time and realized it was getting late. She was worried about delaying dinner, so she didn't want to argue with Shin Mingju anymore. If you dare to spread rumors and ruin my reputation again, be careful, I'll tear your mouth apart. After saying that, she pulled Qin Jingqi away. Shin Mingju watched their figures leave and was stunned for a long time. She always thought that a senior officer at the battalion level married the daughter of a capitalist because he had some flaws himself. But today, her whole idea was shattered. Shin Anian's partner was so outstanding that she couldn't accept it. Li Guangming saw her look upset and came over. Mingju, are you okay? Seeing Li Guangming, Shin Mingju felt even more upset. She didn't like Li Guangming to begin with. Comparing him to Qin Jingqi, she liked him even less. Li Guangming had everything, except for having capable parents. He was just not suitable for her. I don't feel well today. I can't go to the movies with you. When Li Guangming heard her say she was unwell, he got worried. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Should we go to the hospital? No need. I just want to go home and rest. But your face looks bad. Are you sure you don't need to see a doctor? I said I don't need to. Can't you hear me? Realizing he was too emotional, she softened her voice. Guangming, I really don't feel well. Please take me home. Li Guangming nodded and rode his bike to take her home. Shun Mingju sat on the back of the bike, feeling both frustrated and angry. She wasn't worse than Shun Anian. Why couldn't she meet such a good man? Walking a short distance outside the cinema, Qin Jingqi asked her, "Is she your older cousin?" "Yes, she is Shun Mingju, the daughter of my third uncle. Has she always been like this to you? She has disliked me since we were young. When we were kids, she would take my toys and clothes, and when adults weren't around, she would secretly hit me. Not only her, but others in the Shin family also don't like me. They think that I am just a burden in the Shin family. If I weren't here, my dad's support to the Shin family would be much more. Because of me, my dad spends too much money and energy on me, which makes their lives harder." Qin Jingqi felt a wave of sympathy. She had lived like this since she was little. Growing up, she still faced such difficulties, which was truly not easy. It's all in the past. Yes, everything from before is behind us. Now that I am grown up, I won't let them control me anymore, and I won't be sad or upset because of what they say. My heart is completely at peace, so you don't need to worry. Qin Jingqi looked down and met her eyes calmly and peacefully, without a trace of sadness. Those unimportant people don't need to matter what they say. I think the same. For me, only my parents matter. The others in the Shin family are completely irrelevant. I won't let them affect my mood. Good, you're doing very well. They walked together to the bus stop. Just then, the bus arrived and they got on together. It was rush hour, so the bus was very crowded, packed with people, with hardly any space to stand. Qin Jingqi pulled Shin Anian close to him, using his arm to protect her, creating a small space so no one could touch her. Shin Anian looked up and smiled at him with pursed lips. With him here, she felt truly safe. The bus was filled with all kinds of smells: sweat, smoke, foot odor, making people feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Shin Anian lowered her head, facing Qin Jingqi's chest. His strong, masculine scent was much more pleasant than the smell on the bus. Qin Jingqi's gaze stayed on Shin Anian's face. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered, and her skin was as white as snow. She gently moved her nose, inhaling his scent. His body tensed up little by little. I wonder if he realizes how much his unconscious actions attract attention. The car was shaking, and he couldn't stand steadily. Shin Anian kept bumping into him, her soft and gentle presence in his arms seriously testing his patience. Finally, the car arrived at the station. Qin Jingqi took a deep breath to calm himself and said in a hoarse voice, "Get out of the car." He took Shin Anian into a restaurant. Just as they sat down, Song Yu and Director Fong arrived. Seeing Qin Jingqi, Song Yu was very happy. "Captain, I finally see you." Shun Enian smiled and greeted them. "Director Fong, Captain Song, you're here." Qin Jingqi stood up and asked with a smile, "Hello, Director Fong." Director Fong smiled and said, "Captain Qin is young and talented. He and Xiao Shun are a perfect match." They shook hands happily. Qin Jingqi invited them to sit and ordered food. Director Fong said, "Captain Qin, you're so polite. Thank you for bringing us to such a nice restaurant. We feel a bit embarrassed." Qin Jingqi replied, "Nian Nian has been working at the farm for many days. It's only right to treat you to a meal. It was getting late, and they must be hungry." He suggested they order food and chat while eating. Director Fong hesitated to order, but Song Yu knew Qin Jingqi's personality well and didn't argue. Qin Jingqi asked Shen Anian to order a few dishes and also ordered a bottle of wine. "Today, everyone is off work. Let's have a drink," Song Yu said. "Captain, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Tonight, we must drink until we're not sober. I want to see you tipsy." "All right, as long as you can do it, the drinks are on me." Song Yu grinned at Shen Anian. "Sister-in-law, I'll drink with the captain. You won't make him go home and kneel on the washboard, right?" Seeing his expression, Shen Anian knew he was joking with Qin Jingqi. She pursed her lips and said, "At our house, he makes the decisions. He's the head of the family. Sister-in-law, you're joking with me, right? I'm a police officer. I can't lie in front of the people's police." Not lying is also what he said. "He's the head of the family." Song Yu gave her a thumbs up. "Captain, you're so impressive. Teach me a few tricks someday." Qin Jingqi slightly lifted his eyelids and looked at him. "Don't you even have a partner?" Song Yu was choked by him. The company commander really knew how to hit a nerve. "Then you can teach me some tips on how to find such a beautiful wife." After saying that, he looked at Shun Anian. "Sister-in-law, why did you end up liking the company commander? He's good-looking, responsible, caring, and filial. Men like that are loved by women." Song Yu felt that he was already full without eating. He shouldn't have said so much. Finally, the dishes arrived, and Qin Jingqi poured them some more. "Thanks to Director Fong for taking care of my wife. I heard she learned a lot at the farm these days." "I toast you." "Captain Qin, don't say that. Xiao Shun is a hardworking and capable person. The farm workers all praise her." "Xiao Shun, if you're willing to work in Hung City, the farm will be hiring in a couple of months. You can come and take the exam." Although he didn't know Qin Jingqi's exact background, he knew about Song Yu's family background. He was willing to give them this face. Moreover, Shun Enian did learn quite well at the farm. If they hired her, it wouldn't be a big problem. Shun Enian: "Director, I really appreciate the opportunity, but I can't stay. I'm here to learn on behalf of our village. After I go back, I still have to take care of pig farming." Director Fong was quite disappointed. "That's a pity. I thought we could recruit an excellent worker for the farm." "Director, don't say that. I only learned a little. There are many skilled workers at the farm. Plus, with a responsible leader like you, I believe the first farm will get better and better." Director Fong laughed heartily. "I hope so. Director, to be honest, I also want to learn about chicken farming. Do you know anyone there? Can I go see the chicken farm?" She was very good at flattering her way up. He had just praised her highly, and now refusing seemed inappropriate. Director Fong thought for a moment and said, "I do know some people at the chicken farm. I'll ask around and see if they are hiring." "That would be great." Shun Anian raised her teacup. "Director, I toast you with tea." Shun Anian drank the tea in her cup in one gulp. She asked around at the farm and learned that Director Fong has a cousin working at a chicken farm. Only then did she dare to bring up the matter. Director Fong promised to help, so it was almost certain they could succeed. They had a happy meal together, but the only problem was that all the grown men got drunk. Shun Anian saw them wobbling as they walked and worried. "You're all so drunk. Can you really ride your bikes home? Maybe you should find a guest house to stay at and go back tomorrow." Song Yu waved his hand at her. "Sister-in-law, we're fine, don't worry. Just take the company commander home, and we'll head back ourselves." If he hadn't slurred his words, Shun Anian wouldn't be so worried. But since they insisted on leaving, she had no choice. Watching them wobble away on their bikes, she could only turn to Qin Jingqi and ask, "Can you still walk?" "Yes, I'm fine. I'm not drunk." Shen Anian saw his eyes look unfocused and wasn't sure if she should believe him. He was walking unsteadily, staggering a bit, so she stepped forward to support him. But Qin Jingqi suddenly turned his wrist and held her hand in his palm. Shen Anian. She was sure that Qin Jingqi was drunk. If he weren't, he wouldn't have done something like that. She looked up at him and asked, "Aren't you worried about how this looks now?" Qin Jingqi looked down at her. Under the moonlight, her water-like eyes seemed to hold autumn waters. He was almost hypnotized and reached out to touch her face. Shen Anian quickly pulled his hand away and stopped him. Luckily, it was late at night and no one was at the bus stop. If someone saw, they might think he was acting like a troublemaker. "Comrade Qin, please be careful about your image." Qin Jingqi's eyes were not very clear. He blinked at her, looking confused and a little sad, like a big golden retriever abandoned by its owner. Shen Anian never thought she would see such an expression on Qin Jingqi's face one day. She cleared her throat and said, "You are a soldier who has strict standards for yourself. How can you be pulling and tugging with a female comrade on the street? You are my wife." Shen Anian still kept a serious face. "That's not okay either." Qin Jingqi's expression looked even more sad. His pleading eyes made Shen Anian feel a little sorry for him. If only there was a camera to capture his current look. When he wakes up and sees the photo, his reaction will surely be very interesting. They didn't wait long before the bus arrived. Shen Anian helped Qin Jingqi onto the bus. There were few people on the bus, and they had seats available. When Qin Jingqi sat down, he sat up straight, looking very proper, as if he wasn't drunk at all. He sat so still for a long time that Shen Anian felt something was wrong. She looked closer and saw he had his eyes closed. He had already fallen asleep. When the bus reached their stop, Shen Anian woke him up. Qin Jingqi looked a bit confused and staggered as he walked forward. The bus stop was less than 100 meters from the guest house, but Qin Jingqi seemed even more drunk. Shen Anian went over to help him. The lady at the front desk saw them come in and stood up cheerfully. "What's wrong?" "Nothing serious. I met a comrade today, and he was so happy he drank a little too much. You should rest soon." "Do you need any help, comrade?" "No, thank you, ma'am." Shen Anian helped him upstairs and to his bed. As she laid him down, she felt a sudden grip on her wrist, and she fell onto Qin Jingqi. She instinctively tried to sit up, but suddenly froze. It seemed she had accidentally touched something very important. This was really serious. Her face turned red instantly. She looked up at Qin Jingqi and saw he was also looking at her. "Did you pretend to be drunk?" "No, I really was drunk, but I slept for a while on the bus, so I'm a bit more awake now." Qin Jingqi pulled her into his arms. Their eyes met, and it was like a magnetic force pulling them together, silently making their hearts race faster. Shen Anian felt her waist being held tightly. After a dizzy spell, Qin Jingqi pressed her down. He leaned in and kissed her. Tonight, Shen Anian hadn't had a drop of alcohol, but the scent of wine from Qin Jingqi kept intoxicating her. She felt as if she was also drunk. She vaguely saw the lights above flickering, blurry, and shifting into different shades of brightness. There was no sound around. Everything was silent. The only thing she could feel was her husband. After a long time, the background noise returned to her ears. She couldn't hold on anymore and turned over, wanting to sleep. In her hazy state, she felt that the man was still lingering. She reached behind her and pushed him gently. "Didn't you say you drank? Aren't you tired?" How could he be tired? After more than 2 months of longing, seeing him again was like rain after a long drought, making him feel excited. The man was always diligent. Only when he heard the sound of sweeping outside did he finally let her go, tidied her up, and then held her to sleep. When Shen Anian woke up, Qin Jingqi was no longer in bed. She tried to move, feeling as if she had been hit by a car. Everywhere was sore. It's all that annoying man's fault. He promised to be gentle, but afterward, he was rough and fierce, like he wanted to eat her up, not knowing how to hold back. Fortunately, Her body felt refreshed. She sat up, dressed, and just as she finished, Qin Jingqi pushed the door open and came in, carrying breakfast. Shun Anian stood awkwardly in place. Although they were married, she still found it hard to relax afterward. Qin Jingqi walked straight to her. He was tall, and his presence was quite imposing. A soft smile came from above her head, and a hand gently stroked the back of her neck twice. Go wash your face and have breakfast. Shun Anian carried a porcelain basin and hurried to wash without looking back. She poured cold water over her face several times to cool down her skin, and only then did her face feel a little better. When she returned to the room, Qin Jingqi had already placed the breakfast on the table. She pursed her lips and sat beside him. Qin Jingqi peeled an egg and handed it to her. She wanted to take it, but he didn't let go. Unable to do anything, she had to bite into the egg while holding his hand, her voice a bit muffled. Are you leaving today? Yes, the train is at 9 o'clock. Shun Anian felt a bit upset and lost her appetite. Seeing her unhappy, Qin Jingqi naturally understood why she was upset. He also wanted to stay and keep her company, but he was a soldier with responsibilities. There were many things waiting for him at the military district. This leave was approved by the head of the district, so he really couldn't stay any longer. I will write you letters and call you often, but I can't see you. Although she knew she was being overly emotional and petty at this moment, they had been married for so long, and they had only been together for about a week. How could she possibly bear to see him leave? Qin Jingqi didn't expect his wife to be so dependent on him. He suggested, "Why don't you come with the troops earlier? I'll go handle the paperwork this time and bring you over sooner. Is that okay?" Shun Anian shook her head. "No, I haven't finished the things I want to do yet. I just came here to learn, and I haven't taught the villagers the skills yet. If I leave with you now, all my efforts would be wasted." She wanted to stay longer to complete her plans and checklist. If she left early, many things she wanted to do wouldn't get done, and that's not what she wanted. Qin Jingqi. She was still crying and saying she couldn't bear to leave him, but wasn't that already a sign of her attachment? Shun Anian ate an egg and drank a bowl of lean meat porridge. Time was almost up. Qin Jingqi took her to the farm. Standing at the gate, Shun Anian looked at him longingly, like a small kitten abandoned and waiting. Seeing her like that, Qin Jingqi felt a pang of pity. He wanted to hold her in his arms and comfort her properly. But at the farm entrance, people came and went. He took a deep breath, suppressed his feelings, and said calmly, "Go inside. I'll wait until you go in before you leave." Shun Anian looked at him, full of reluctance. "Then I'll go now." She carried her luggage and took a few steps forward, then suddenly stopped, turned around, and saw Qin Jingqi still standing there. She waved hard at him. "Go back quickly." Qin Jingqi's expression softened, and he looked at her with a gentle smile. Shun Anian felt her heart beat a little faster. She smiled slightly and turned to run into the farm. When Yang Tiantian saw her, she immediately started gossiping about her relationship. "Was the person who helped you get leave yesterday your boyfriend?"
He's really handsome.
"He's not just my boyfriend, he's my husband." Yang Tiantian was shocked. "You're married?" "Yes, we got married this year. It's been a few months now." Yang Tiantian was greatly disappointed. "You're 3 years younger than me, and you're already married." "I don't even have a boyfriend." "Tiantian, Master He from the factory comes over when he's free to help. Do you know what he's thinking?" When she mentioned Xiao He, Yang Tiantian's face showed a hint of shyness. "He's not good-looking enough. Wow, this person is really a beauty enthusiast. Take your time to find someone. You will definitely find someone who is good-looking and kind to you in the future. That's true. I'm only 22 this year. My plan is to get married after turning 25. I still have 3 years. Why should I rush? Yesterday you took a day off and didn't come. Today we need to study hard. I taught you a few days ago, remember? Her mentor truly has the potential to be a strong woman leader. She is already guiding her to do work so quickly." Shun Anian obediently put on her hat and mask, took a shovel, and worked alongside her. Shun Anian spent another week at the breeding farm. Later, through Director Fang's introduction, she went to a chicken farm to raise chickens. Unlike the foul smell of pigsties, the chicken coop had a warm, fishy smell. It was hard to say which was more unpleasant. Either way, it made people uncomfortable. Fortunately, Shun Anian had some experience at the breeding farm, so she could handle the chicken farm. She stayed at the chicken farm for half a month, learned a lot, and then decided to resign and return to her village. The manager of the chicken farm wanted to keep her, but Shun Anian quickly explained that she was there to learn for her village. She represented everyone in her village and couldn't stay for work. The manager understood and regretfully let her go. Shun Anian went back to the breeding farm, bringing 30 piglets given by Director Fong, and returned to Dea village. She had already told Qin's father about this. Qin's father was very happy. The more piglets they had, the more money they could make. They followed Shun Anian's advice and collected duckweed to feed the pigs, which proved to be very effective. Now Qin's father was very confident about pig farming. Since receiving Shun Anian's call, he had people expand the pig pens. Pig farming produced a strong smell, so they chose a spot downwind of the village. Even if the wind blew, it wouldn't affect the villagers. The village elders and women were the most informed. When they saw a truck entering Dea village, they all went to see what was happening. Seeing Shun Anian carrying piglets into the pig pen, everyone was surprised. But they hadn't seen her for a while. Why was she suddenly in the pig pen? When they heard that Shun Anian went to Hengshi City to learn pig farming, they were all shocked. She is not a commune officer. She is a government official. Government officials do not raise pigs. They wouldn't even dare to think about it. Nian Nian, are you not going to work at the commune anymore? Yes. Why are you raising pigs? Raising pigs is dirty and tiring, not as good as working at the commune. Everyone chattered and asked her questions. Shun and Nian knew they cared about her and patiently explained. I still need to work at the commune, but I also raise pigs. The main person raising pigs isn't me. I just share the knowledge I learned with the villagers working at the pig farm. It's not just her raising pigs. Everyone thinks it's a pity for such a clean girl to do such hard work. Shun and Nian called the driver to her house. He had been driving for 7 or 8 hours, and it was only right to invite him in for a hot meal. The children had already finished school. When Xiao Shi saw her, he shouted, "Annie-san is back." Qin Hongzhen was startled by a shout and was happy to see Shun and Nian. "Auntie-san, you're back." Shun and Nian took some cookies out of her bag, gave 2 bags to the children, and also handed some to Shun and Sui, who rushed out from behind. Qin's mother saw her bring a stranger into the house and asked suspiciously, "Nian Nian, who is this comrade?" "He is Xiaoli, the delivery driver this time. I thought he had driven for several hours and was very tired, so I wanted him to come in and have a meal first." "That's right. Xiaoli, please sit inside." Qin's mother led him into the house and poured water for him. Xiaoli saw the house was very clean and the villagers were friendly. He sat down and chatted with Qin's father. Shun and Nian was giving gifts to the children. Shun and Sui, Liang Hongzhen, and Xiao Shi received small leather shoes. The 3 children happily tried on the shoes. After Xiao Shi put on his shoes, he ran over to Auntie Qin to show off. Auntie Qin saw the leather shoes and exclaimed, "Oh, these shoes are so expensive. The kids grow so fast, and these shoes will only last a year. That's a waste of money." Shun and Nian smiled gently as she watched the children. They were happy, and she felt that spending the money was worth it. The children like it very much. It's not a waste to spend this money. With such good things, how could the children not be happy? Aunt Qin looked at the happy children but didn't say anything that would spoil the fun. The gifts for Little Bean Sprout and Little Seedling were pretty little dresses. As soon as the children received the dresses, they started to insist on trying them on right away. Father Qin's gift was a hat, Mother Qin received a scarf, and Aunt Qin and her friends each got a bottle of face cream. Aunt Qin held the face cream and couldn't quite believe it. She had seen it before but never used it. "Why did you give such an expensive gift?" "We don't really need it," she said. "Why not?" "Women are busy with work, but we shouldn't forget to take care of ourselves. After washing your face and applying the cream, you'll become more beautiful over time," they replied. Little Sister Qin opened her bottle of face cream and looked at it. She had seen classmates use it before, but it was too expensive for her to buy. She could only afford a jar of cheap clam oil. She never thought she would get to use real face cream someday. She was very happy. Big brother Chin and fourth brother Chin also received gifts. Pens. Big brother Chin was very excited and held his pen, feeling like a cultured person. Actually, he was almost a cultured person now, at least half. He knew quite a few characters. Shin Anian brought back not only her gift but also 5 pounds of ribs and 3 pounds of meat. Mother Chin was worried about not having enough food to entertain Masterly. With these meats, her worries were eased. She made bone soup, a bowl of pickled vegetable stew with meat, braised eggplant, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sliced cucumbers. There were 2 big bowls of meat, and everyone ate happily. Father Chin was in good spirits and asked Mother Chin to bring some rice wines so he could have a drink with Masterly. Shin Anian quickly stopped him, saying, "No drinking and driving. Drive sober, drink responsibly." Masterly still has to drive. Although nowadays people generally accept drinking and driving, getting drunk while driving is still very dangerous. Masterly heard her and looked at her a little longer. He had never heard of the saying, "Don't drink when driving," but he had almost had accidents a few times after drinking. Since he was driving at night and was already a bit tired, drinking could easily cause trouble. Father Chin was worried that his hospitality might not satisfy Masterly, so he suggested they drink wine. Hearing Shun Anian's words, he gave up the idea. "Let's not drink wine today. Masterly, please enjoy the food." After dinner, Mother Chin went to prepare steamed buns. When the buns were ready, Masterly was about to leave. She quickly packed the buns and handed them to him. It was late at night, and he still had to drive back to Hung City. He might get hungry. There was nowhere to buy food late at night, so bringing some along would help if he got hungry. "Masterly, we don't have much at home, just a few buns. Take these as a late-night snack." Masterly didn't expect them to be so thoughtful and felt a little touched. "Thank you, Andy. It's a bit embarrassing to take so much from your family."
Don't say that.
"You brought us so many piglets. Everyone in the village is grateful. Take the buns if you're hungry." Masterly was a straightforward person. He accepted the buns happily. "Thank you, Andy." He waved goodbye and went to the village entrance to get his car. Little Stone watched him, feeling envious. He had just looked at the car at the village entrance. It was big and impressive. He wished he could ride in such a big car someday. It would be very cool. Shun Anian finished her meal and returned to her room. Looking at the familiar surroundings, she finally felt a sense of belonging. No matter how good things outside were, nothing compared to being at home and feeling comfortable. Shinathan knocked on the door and came in. "Big sister, you said you'd only be gone half a month. Why are you back so late?" Shin Anian pulled over a chair for her to sit. "I originally planned to stay at the pig farm for half a month to learn how to raise pigs. Then I had a chance to visit a chicken farm, so I went to learn about raising chickens." Shun and Sui looked at her with wide eyes. So her sister went to Hung City and not only learned how to raise pigs but also how to raise chickens? "Sis, you won't really stay in the village raising pigs forever, right?" "No, my goal was just to learn how to raise pigs and teach the villagers. Once they understand, I can do other things." Her purpose was never to do everything herself, but to be a guide. As long as she could lead everyone onto the right path, she could step back and let others take over. Shun and Sui didn't quite understand her actions, but she believed that Shun and Nyen had her own reasons for doing so. She told Shun and Nyen everything she had done over the past month. Shun and Nyen noticed that her speaking skills had improved a lot and she was more confident. When she heard Shun and Sui say, "They now all call me Little Shin Teacher," and saw her chest puffed out proudly, she couldn't help but pat her head. "You're doing very well." Feeling proud of the compliment, Shun and Sui felt a little shy, but also proud. Shun and Nyen stood up and handed her $1. "This is your pay for this month." Shun and Sui looked confused. "Isn't it only 5 cents? 5 cents is your helper's wage. Since I wasn't here this month, you worked hard teaching everyone to read and write, so your pay is a bit more." Shun and Sui put the money away, her eyes shining brightly. "Don't worry, big sister. I will learn more words and teach everyone to read and write." Shen and Yen didn't expect Shen and Sui to be such a little money-minded girl. Then learn more things so you can teach the villagers later. But remember, haste makes waste. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I understand, big sister. Shen and Sui pocketed the money and said, Big sister, the bicycle your brother-in-law sent has arrived. Auntie locked it up and said you can only ride it when you come back. Okay, I understand. Big sister, you just got back today. Rest first. I need to go to the literacy class. With the encouragement of money, Shen and Sui was full of energy. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Shen and Yen smiled and nodded. All right then, take care. It's not hard at all, big sister. You rest first. I'm leaving. Shen and Sui ran off quickly. She was going to earn money. From what she knew, her classmates' pocket money was only 3 or 5 cents, but she had the most. It wasn't exactly pocket money. Most of it was earned by herself. She had about 2 yuan saved up, and with the 1 yuan she got today, she had 3 yuan. That was a lot of money for her. After seeing Shen and Sui off, Shen and Yen also felt a bit tired. Although she had learned a lot in Hung City these days, she was also very tired. She woke up early each day to clean, doing physical work. In the evening, she had to process what her master taught her and organize her notes. These days lasted for a month, and she relied on a special spring to keep her energy. When she got home, she relaxed and felt even more exhausted. After taking a shower, she went to bed early. When she was rested and went to the community the next day, everyone was surprised to see her. He Xiaoying greeted her warmly. You're back. What did you learn in Hung City this time? Don't ask. I went to learn pig and chicken farming. You wouldn't believe how hard I've had it. I had to clean the pigsties twice a day, and I spent all my time dealing with manure. When I first started, it was almost too much to handle. I couldn't even eat. Everyone knew she had gone to Hung City to study, and they were a bit jealous. But they didn't know what she was learning. Now that she said she was raising pigs and doing such dirty, tiring work, they didn't envy her anymore. Instead, they felt glad it wasn't them. Shen Anian saw their expressions and understood what they were thinking. She admitted that what she said was true, but she also deliberately played the victim. She had taken so much leave to go to Hung City to learn, and secretly, many people were envious. She didn't plan to become close friends with everyone, but she didn't want to be an enemy either. If people are jealous, they might cause trouble. She didn't want to spend her work time worrying about colleagues framing her. It seemed her act of playing the victim had worked well. He Xiaoying looked at her and sighed. No wonder you've lost so much weight. Working on the pig farm must be very tiring. Of course. It's dirty, smelly, and there's a lot of work. It makes you lose your appetite. People don't just get thinner for no reason. Everyone felt sorry for her. A young, pretty girl spending a month in a smelly pigsty was quite pitiful. Those who thought Secretary Chun paid too much attention to her finally felt a little better. It seemed that being favored by Secretary Chun wasn't necessarily a good thing. After the excitement, everyone returned to their seats. Sister Yang looked at Shen Anian's thin face and, finally, felt a sense of relief. Everything that happened to her today was her own doing. She wondered if Shen Anian would still try to show off in front of Secretary Chen in the future. Shen Anian didn't know what Sister Yang was thinking, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. She returned to her seat, organized her materials, and after packing up, went to see Secretary Chen. When Secretary Chen saw her, he smiled and said, Comrade Shen Anian is back. Secretary, I'm back. I came especially to report to you. Shen Anian handed over a thick stack of well-organized materials to Secretary Chen. Secretary, these are the experiences I summarized after studying at the breeding farm and chicken farm for several days. Secretary Chen picked up the papers and looked through them. They were very detailed and well-structured, making everything clear at a glance. This is very good. It seems your hard work over the past month has paid off. That's right. I studied with dedication. Secretary Chen, every brigade in the commune raises pigs. I think this information could be shared with the brigades. It might help increase pig production. The pig farm in Daya village has expanded. Now, for people who are caring for the piglets, I want to take a few days to teach them personally so they can understand better. Gathering everyone together for training isn't very practical. Not every pig farmer has the time or willingness to learn. Before seeing results, not everyone will value her experience. Once there are results, her experience will be appreciated. Right now, she promotes voluntary participation. Those who want to learn can have the opportunity. Those who don't, she won't force. Secretary Chen was a bit surprised. Are you really willing to share your materials? Yes, I am. Knowledge only has meaning if it spreads. As long as it can increase pig production, I'll be happy. All right, I'll follow your plan. I will notify the brigades so they can come and study the materials themselves. And about you going to teach the pig farmers in person. How long will that take? I'll just teach them some basic theories. I think 3 days should be enough. Anyway, she stayed in Daya village. If they had any questions, they could come ask her anytime. Chung, you should go to the countryside and teach them well. Make sure they learn everything. There are now 45 pigs at the pig farm. That is a big asset, and there is no room for mistakes. Yes, Secretary. I promise to complete the task. Secretary Chen smiled and waved at her, and Shun Anian left the office. Back in Daya village, she called the 4 workers from the pig farm and gathered them for a literacy class, teaching them about pig farming. After 3 days of teaching, she finished explaining all the key points. She took her drawings to find Father Chin. She had once thought about building a biogas tank in Daya village, but back then, there wasn't enough raw material, and the villagers were too poor to afford wiring for electricity. But now, things are different. The village has a pig farm, so there must be enough raw materials. Plus, the mooncake factory has been running for a long time and has saved a lot of money. At the end of the year, they distribute work points, and everyone has some money. Not many people are willing to pay for wiring, but some will. Electricity in the village would be so convenient. Now, everyone uses kerosene lamps for light, which hurts their eyes. Shun Enian showed her drawings and explained various details to Father Chin. He still looked a bit confused. He only heard that the power plant could generate electricity by burning coal, and that they could also generate power using manure. He had never heard of that. Would it really work? But seeing how serious and focused Shun Anian was, he started to take it more seriously. Her ideas were very good, and maybe this could really happen. Who wouldn't want electricity? With electric lights, the house would be bright. It's better than working in darkness. And it doesn't cost anything. Buying kerosene costs money. But he didn't understand biogas at all. When Secretary Chen asked about it, he would definitely be clueless. He also needed to ask Secretary Chen for cement to build a big cover and find a mechanical factory to get a generator. Oh, so many things. Could he really get them all? If Secretary Chen asks, I wouldn't know what to say. Maybe tomorrow I can go to the commune with you. You tell Secretary Chen, and I'll add some more information, Shun Anian suggested. She nodded. Okay, that works too. Chairman Chen listened and felt confused. He wondered, what is fermentation of manure? How can microbes produce biogas to drive a generator for electricity? He found all the explanations confusing and hard to understand. But he understood their main goal. They wanted cement and a generator set. Getting cement was easy. He could just issue a note and the local brick factory would deliver it. However, finding a generator set was difficult. They couldn't get one easily. Shun Enian saw Chairman Chen looking worried and said, Chairman, electricity is very expensive now. The town has laid some power lines, but not every household can use them, and the larger teams below the commune can't either. Each team has a manure pit. If biogas electricity can be tested successfully, it could be used widely in the future. The raw materials for biogas are manure and straw, things that are easy to get. The leftover residue can be used as fertilizer. Most importantly, biogas can be used whenever needed, without extra cost. If our commune adopts it widely, we will be ahead of other communes. Shun Anian's words made Chairman Chen very interested, especially the last point. But he hesitated because getting a generator was complicated. He said, but only the power plant and machinery factory have generators. We can't find one easily, she replied. We can look for someone who can get us what we need. Our commune has 12 teams, the county has 9 communes, and there are many more teams below. If biogas electricity can be promoted, it would be a big achievement. I think the director of the Revolutionary Committee would be interested too. Chairman Chen was very tempted by her words. But when he heard her, he coughed lightly to remind her to speak more carefully. He said, "What you said is good for serving the people, and we should try for it. I'll go to the county in a few days to see if I can get a generator. But, Xiao Shen, I still don't quite understand what you mean by microbes and decomposition. It sounds confusing. If he himself couldn't understand, how could he convince Director Lin to give him a generator?" She reassured him, "Don't worry, Chairman. When I go back, I will make a detailed installation diagram and explain the principle of biogas electricity. I will prepare a detailed plan. I believe once you see it, you'll understand. This matter is not a big deal for her. She used biogas power generation on her farm from the start. Since she was involved throughout, she knows it well. She is confident she can persuade them." Secretary Chen knows that she is saying this to save face for herself. She has been talking for so long that she feels dizzy, and she only understands part of the drawings. Even if she looks at the plan again, she probably won't understand it fully. But the reform committee must have experts, and when they listen, they will understand. "All right, let's wait until you submit the plan." The next day, Shun Anian handed the plan to Secretary Chen. But she didn't expect that this would attract the attention of Director Lin from the County Reform Committee, who even came down to the commune. Director Lin never imagined that the person suggesting this was such a young female officer. "Comrade, you say this biogas can really generate electricity?" Shun Anian nodded with a smile. "Yes, it can generate electricity, but we still need a set of generators. We can't get the generator set ourselves. Director, biogas power generation is very simple and the raw materials are easy to find in the countryside. It can be promoted quickly. If you don't believe it, you can give us a generator along with pipes and wires. I will make sure Dahu village has electricity." Secretary Chen signaled to her with his eyes, almost squinting, but he didn't look her way. This young officer is usually easygoing. How could she speak so boldly to a leader? This is the director of the reform committee. If he gets angry, what'll happen? But Director Lin was not angry. Looking at the energetic young woman, he said, "All right, I will allocate a generator to you." Shun Anian also saw Secretary Chen signaling again. But since the director personally asked about this, it showed he was very interested in biogas power generation. Since that's the case, she must seek the greatest support. "Director, it would be best to have 2 units. Based on the population of Dahu village, 2 generators are the most suitable." Secretary Chen's heart was pounding. Why was she still talking about conditions? Secretary Chen was stunned. Did this matter really get settled? After Director Lin left, the story about Shun Anian wanting to generate electricity from biogas spread throughout the commune. "What is biogas? I heard it's a type of gas produced from manure, wheat straw from the fields, and composted hay. Can biogas really be used to generate electricity successfully?" No one had heard of biogas before, so many people thought Shun Anian was just joking. Especially Sister Yang. When she saw Director Lin call Shun Anian over to ask questions, she felt both scared and upset. She worried that Shun Anian mentioning her in front of the director might hurt her future prospects. She felt upset because she had worked in the commune for many years, but had never been called to speak with Director Lin alone. But Shun Anian had only been in the commune for a short time, yet she was already receiving such attention from the director. Seeing Shun Anian chatting happily with others, her heart felt sour, like vinegar was in her stomach, making her feel uncomfortable inside and out. Anyone can talk big, but the key is to get results. If it's really that simple to generate electricity from manure and wheat straw, why hasn't our commune done it yet? Many experts couldn't think of this idea, but she came up with it herself. She must think everyone else is a fool, and she's the only smart one. She's just saying these irresponsible things to flatter the leaders, making them happy and getting favors. If things go wrong later, not only will she disappoint the leaders' trust, but our entire commune might also suffer. She seemed to be talking to herself, but her voice was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear clearly. The others looked a bit doubtful. Although Sister Yang's words sounded harsh, they were true. Director Lin valued this biogas project so much, but no one knew if it would succeed. If it did, it would be a great achievement. But if something went wrong, and the leaders blamed them, what would happen? Shen Anian watched everyone's expressions carefully. She didn't mind if they doubted her. Their attitude wouldn't affect her plans. But Sister Yang, this time she wouldn't let her off so easily. She looked around the room calmly and said, I understand everyone has doubts. It's normal to be cautious about things you haven't seen before. As for what Sister Yang said, that I only did this to please the leaders, I do not agree with that. My work on the biogas plant is not about flattering the leaders. It's about helping the common people. She paused, her gaze cold, staring steadily at Sister Yang. Sister Yang, you are an old cadre of the commune. Why do you always think about the style of work in everything? When I first started working at the commune, you said I used unfair means bribing Secretary Chen just to get into the commune. Now, you're again questioning whether Director Lin was easily convinced by my words to agree to build the biogas plant. Sister Yang, do you think the leaders are all incapable, unable to tell right from wrong, and just like to be flattered and fooled? I never said that. Sister Yang's face turned pale, her lips trembling as if she might faint at any moment. But her appearance did not evoke any sympathy from Shen Anian. She never feels sorry for people who hold malicious intent toward her. You didn't say that exactly, but that's what you mean, isn't it? Just now, wasn't it you who said I tricked Director Lin into being happy, fooling him into giving us the materials? You're just trying to say he's a fool, aren't you?
Don't try to deny it.
Everyone in the office heard what you said. Words once spoken are like water spilled. You can't take them back just by denying. Hearing this, the colleagues in the office quietly stepped back, pretending to be busy with their work. No one wants to get involved in trouble. Although Shen Anian's words were a bit exaggerated, they weren't entirely unreasonable. Thinking carefully, Sister Yang's words seemed to have some truth to them. Sister Yang was so angry she almost fainted. She really wished she could tear Shen Anian's mouth apart. Besides twisting facts and stirring trouble, what else could she do? You're just good with words. Working in the commune isn't just about talking. Sister Yang, I'm not just good with words. I also have some skills. Do you dare to make a bet with me? If I can't generate electricity from the biogas, I will voluntarily leave the commune. But if I succeed, you will resign and never work at the commune again. Do you dare? Her words drained all the color from Sister Yang's face. She didn't dare to take that bet. She will be able to retire after working for 8 more years. If she leaves the commune now, her future will be completely ruined. But in front of so many people, how could she refuse? How will everyone see her later? She considers herself the boss in the office and cannot allow such a situation to happen. Besides, she has never even heard of a biogas digester. She doesn't believe that Shen Anian, at such a young age, could understand so much. When others heard her set such a big bet, they all advised her to forget it. Shen Anian glanced at the crowd trying to smooth things over and joked, when Sister Yang just said that to me. Why didn't any of you speak up for me? Now I want to make a fair bet with Sister Yang. Why is everyone advising me to give up? I know Sister Yang is popular, but I didn't expect my own popularity to be so bad. Being falsely accused is one thing, but I should be able to defend myself. Everyone's faces turned pale and red as she spoke. She was really a troublemaker. They all meant well, but she didn't appreciate it at all. Forget it. They decided not to say anything and let her handle it herself. Shen Anian looked at Sister Yang. Sister Yang, what do you say? Do you dare to bet with me? Sister Yang was angry. Fine, I'll bet, but we're both government officials, and our work shouldn't be taken lightly. Here's the deal. If that biogas digester can really generate electricity, I will give you half a year's salary. If you lose, you must give me half a year's salary and publicly admit your mistake at the meeting. She still remembered the humiliation of having to admit her mistakes at the meeting, and this time, she wanted Shen Anian to experience that same shame. Okay, but I think the bet should be bigger to really teach a lesson. How about a year's salary? Sister Yang was reluctant to part with a year's salary, but thinking that if she won, she would get her year's wages, about 300 yuan. She felt confident. No, it's not just about winning. This time, she was sure she would win. Deal, I'll bet with you. Shen Anian immediately took out paper and a pen, wrote a bet slip, and signed her name in front of all her colleagues, then handed the slip to Sister Yang. Sister Yang looked at the slip, her brows furrowing tightly. Big Sister Yang pointed at the note. You wrote 3 months. What does that mean? Are you deliberately delaying? Of course not. Fermenting biogas takes some time. Since it's winter, fermentation is slower. The 3 months is the fermentation period. If I can't do it after 3 months, I will apologize. Hearing this, Big Sister Yang felt more confident. She clearly saw that she was being delayed. 3 months, she thought. She had plenty of time to wait. After 3 months, she would see what excuses she had left. Big Sister Yang signed her name on the note. Shun Anian handed it to Secretary Chun for safekeeping. Secretary Chun, upon hearing about their bet, felt helpless. We are all comrades. Why do you have to make things so complicated? Maybe this bet should just be cancelled. Shun Anian replied, No. Everything is written down clearly. There's no reason to back out now. Hearing this, Big Sister Yang felt a surge of resentment. She knew Secretary Chen also understood that Shun Anian's idea was unreliable. That's why he wanted to stop the bet. Since everyone was supposed to protect Shun Anian, she decided to reveal Shun Anian's true nature and let everyone see her real face. Secretary Chen, everyone in the office helped witness this. How can we cancel the bet? I think we should just leave it as it is. Young people are proud and stubborn. Let them stumble, and they will learn valuable lessons. From her words, it was clear she thought Shun Anian was destined to lose. Secretary Chun didn't speak at this moment. He knew Big Sister Yang had targeted Shun Anian several times. He just thought that working together was normal and occasional disagreements were okay. Everyone would just turn a blind eye and move on. But now, things had escalated. Letting them have this bet might be for the best. Big Sister Yang had been sitting in the office for too long, detached from the people, too comfortable. Maybe this incident would teach her a lesson. All right, we'll do as you say. But, Shin officer, you wrote in the note that the money won from the bet should be handed over to the commune. What does that mean? How can a commune officer bet money? I can't accept the winnings. I will give it to the commune for proper handling. Hearing this, Big Sister Yang almost spat out a mouthful of old blood.
What does she mean by that?
Even if I win and only get a verbal apology, nothing really changes? But Shun Anian has already expressed her stance. If I don't say anything, will Secretary Chen think badly of me? Secretary, I think the same. If I win, I will give the money to the commune. Secretary Chen, that won't do. The commune can't take your wages. What kind of thing is that? Shun Anian, Secretary Chen, since Sister Yang feels the same as I do, we can keep the money and discuss how to use it later. We could set up a help fund to assist those in need. That would be more meaningful than just giving the money to me or Sister Yang. Sister Yang gritted her teeth and said, Yes, I agree. Secretary Chen asked Sister Yang to leave first and kept Shun Anian behind. Young people don't know how to hold back. Do you realize how much trouble you might cause by doing this? I know, but Secretary Chen, I can't let others bully me like this. If I swallow my anger this time, people might think I'm easy to push around, and that could lead to endless problems. As for what you said about offending others, I think colleagues should get along if they can. If they can't, then they shouldn't force it. It's not a big deal. Secretary Chen looked at her for a while without speaking, then finally waved her away. This young comrade has ability and some sharp edges. Sometimes she seems too sharp. Whether that's good or bad, I'm not sure. After the bet was made, the people in the commune paid unprecedented attention to the biogas pond issue. He Xiaoying saw Shun Anian enter the office and went over to advise her. Anian, you don't need to argue with Sister Yang. She was just speaking casually, with no real malice. Shun Anian smiled at her. I need to stand my ground on this. And she really does have malicious intent. She thinks I took her daughter's job. She's angry because she was punished for spreading rumors, and now she's holding a grudge against me. I know Sister Yang may have helped you all before, and she's worked with you for many years. To you, she's a very good person. But from my perspective, she's someone who spreads rumors, is narrow-minded, and holds grudges. I can't empathize with your feelings. I won't tell you to stay away from her, but please don't try to persuade me from your point of view. I don't want to hear it. Xiaoying opened her mouth, wanting to say a few words, but in the end, she couldn't speak. From her point of view, Sister Yang was indeed a good person, but from Shun Anian's perspective, that might not be true. She pursed her lips and finally nodded. It's just my misunderstanding. You can decide for yourself. Shun Anian still smiled at her and lowered her head to focus on her work. No matter what others said, it wouldn't change her attitude. But it was quite annoying to always have people advising her around. It would be best if they could just keep quiet. Because Director Lin personally gave the order, things moved quickly. In just a couple of days, the machinery factory delivered 2 generators and the cement and wires arrived as well. Father Qin asked the villagers to dig 3 big pits near the pig farm, then smooth them with cement. Everyone started dumping manure into the pits, and the women chopped straw into small pieces and threw it in. Aunt Qin asked her, "Nian Nian, are we close to having electricity now?" "Not yet. These things need to ferment first to produce biogas." "What's fermentation?" "Fermentation is..." "Well, fermentation." "Aunt Qin, have you ever made soybean paste at home? You leave cooked beans to sit for several days until they grow mold. That process is called fermentation." Hearing this, everyone understood. Aunt Qin asked Shun Anian, "So, does the manure need to grow mold before it works?" Shun Anian. If they really understood it that way, then so be it. It's probably the same idea. That means we still have to wait. It's cold now, and with such a big pile, it will take quite some time. We'll wait patiently. Biogas will eventually be useful. The young workers heard about her biogas pond and came to see. Seeing the villagers dumping manure into it, Zhao Hongmei moved aside with a look of disgust. When she heard Shun Anian's words, she sneered coldly. "I've never heard of biogas power generation before. It's just a show to attract attention." Some people organize the villagers to work hard, doing all the dirty and tiring jobs, while they just give orders and boss everyone around. If the power generation doesn't work, wouldn't all their efforts be wasted? Shun Anian really couldn't understand why, whenever she wanted to do something, someone would always bother her with trouble. She did nothing to harm them. In fact, they might even have benefited. Why, then, are they so stubbornly opposed to her? She couldn't understand or figure it out. A person's knowledge is always limited. Just because you haven't heard of something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Zhao Hongmei was extremely angry. She was upset that Zhao Hongmei said she was uneducated. She dared to show such confidence and righteousness in front of her, as if she didn't know her secret. You're just saying nice things. You say you're uneducated, but do you really have knowledge? Oh, I almost forgot. Your capitalist parents probably taught you a lot. I don't know what the teachings of capitalists are, but I wasn't aware of that. If she hadn't happened to know someone in Hengshi, she wouldn't have known that Shun Anian was hiding such a big secret. No wonder she took Shun Anian to the countryside. It turns out her parents were sent down. The young workers were all shocked when they heard Zhao Hongmei's words. The villagers might not know what a capitalist is, but as educated people, they definitely did. She was actually the daughter of a capitalist. Someone like her was right there among them, even working as a commune officer. The young workers all looked at Shun Anian. Despite being verbally attacked, she remained very calm, with no fear or guilt. She looked at Zhao Hongmei and said, "Knowledge is not limited by borders. The things my parents taught me do not break any rules." That's easy to say. Who knows if you've been corrupted by capitalism? If I had been corrupted, I wouldn't have come to the countryside. My purpose in coming here is to help build our rural areas and help villagers escape poverty. Although Aunt Qin didn't understand what the term capitalist meant, she saw Zhao Hongmei acting aggressively and clearly bullying Shun Anian. Since Shun Anian was part of their family, they couldn't allow her to be bullied in front of them. Exactly. Thanks to Nian Nian, we can live such good lives. Zhao young worker, Nian Nian hasn't done anything to offend you. Why are you so angry? We do the work ourselves, and you young workers don't have to. Why are you so upset? Zhao Hongmei was so angry she almost jumped. These ignorant rural folks couldn't understand simple words at all. She felt sorry for them. Shun Anian's parents followed a capitalist way of thinking and were sent to a farm for reform. Why were they still defending her? Auntie, Shun Anian's parents took the capitalist path. Now they're sent to the farm for reform. They're not good people. Second Aunt Chin curled her lips. She didn't know much about what kind of path they took, but she knew Shin Anian brought real benefits. Besides, she didn't even know Shin Anian's parents, so she didn't care which way they followed. What path they took has nothing to do with us. They're not forcing us to follow it. And anyway, what they did had nothing to do with Anian. When Anian came to our village, she set up a mooncake factory and a pig farm. I knew she wanted us to live better. If you're so capable, why haven't you done anything? You love arguing with people all day. An older woman nearby agreed. That's right. Anian is a worker in the commune, and she even helps us with manure. You all do nothing but complain. Come on, let's go. Don't waste our time. Zhao Hongmei was driven away by them and almost exploded with anger. These ignorant farmers deserve their suffering. Li Ling came over quietly and asked her, Hongmei, is Shun Anian really the daughter of a capitalist? Of course. I have a relative in Hung City who's her classmate. She told me. How could it be false? Li Ling looked confused. Why are you asking about her? Zhao Hongmei hesitated and said after a while, I just mentioned it casually. I wasn't trying to spy on her. A daughter of a capitalist. Working in the commune? Now many villagers have been influenced by her. I think we should report her to the commune. Li Ling was straightforward, but that didn't mean she was foolish. If Zhao Hongmei hadn't asked around, why would she tell her about Shin Anian? She didn't want to get involved in reporting. Last time, their attempt failed, and the farm reform had already taught her a lesson. She was living a good life and didn't want to get mixed up in this trouble. But not everyone thought the same. Li Weiguo strongly supported Zhao Hongmei's idea. I think Zhao Jiqing's suggestion makes sense. I agree. Someone supported her, and Zhao Hongmei became more confident. I believe we should tell the commune her identity. The commune has the right to know the truth. Since she works at the commune, no one knows if she might influence others negatively. Her words were somewhat subtle, but everyone understood her meaning. A daughter of a capitalist, how could she possibly lead others astray? It was obvious. Zhao Yongying also didn't want to get involved in this matter. Last time, he was almost stripped of his status at the farm. Now, he just wants to live peacefully. Qin's father is the team leader, and he still needs his approval to return to the city. The last incident made him realize that although Qin's father is gentle, he can be strict. Because of the complaint, he offended him and now regrets it deeply. He doesn't want to offend him again. He is just hoping Qin's father will calm down, and when the opportunity to return to the city comes, he can go back. But there's no sign of the return quota yet, so he still has to stay at the youth camp. He didn't say it outright, just told everyone to wait and see. Zhao Hongmei saw that none of them were willing to speak up and was so angry her nose almost crooked. They're all so timid. Except for Li Weiguo, they are all so afraid of Shin Anian. She wanted to find someone to support her, and besides Zhao Chongyong, the most respected person at the youth camp was Chen Heng. She wanted Chen Heng to give her an idea, but when she looked around, she didn't see him anywhere. Where is Chen Heng? Where did he go? He didn't come back with us just now. It seems he's still at the biogas pond. What is he doing there? Who knows? Zhao Hongmei frowned and wanted to find him. But thinking that Shin Anian was also there, she gave up the idea. Anyway, he would return to the youth camp sooner or later. She decided to wait and ask him later. Maybe she could even get some alone time with him. Chen Heng was indeed still studying the biogas pond. He was very interested in physics and was also very curious about the biogas pond. Seeing him staring at the biogas pond, Shin Anian walked over and asked, Chen Jiqing, are you interested in this biogas pond? I have some interest in physics. I've heard about how the biogas generator works. However, in our country, biogas power generation is rarely used. How did you suddenly think of using biogas to generate electricity? I just heard about it before and thought that biogas power is economical and environmentally friendly. The raw materials are easy to get, and it doesn't cause pollution. The leftover residue can be used as fertilizer, which has many benefits. When I visited Hung City this time, I asked some people about it, so I wanted to try it out. Shin Anian knew that Chen Heng was in Hung City for a month and didn't doubt her words. Can I come here often in the future? I want to try studying how to produce biogas. Of course, you can come anytime. With your help, I feel more at ease. Chun Hung has a special aura of importance. Although I am not worried about biogas failing to supply power, having the male leads help makes me much less worried and allows me to find time for other things. De Tianqin took a few signs over and said, "Nian Nian, the wooden board you asked for is ready." "Thank you, Uncle De Tian." Shun Enian wrote, "Please do not approach," on the sign with chalk and placed it next to the biogas tank. Aunt Qin asked her, "Nian Nian, what is this for?" "I'm worried that children might get hurt if they get too close, so I put up the sign to tell them not to come near. Although I have already warned the villagers not to let children get too close to the biogas tank, I still think it's not safe enough. We need a sign to prevent mischievous kids from playing around." "You're very thoughtful. These wild kids are so bored. If anyone dares to come over, just use a whip to scare them away. There are many naughty kids in the village. If they come to cause trouble, having this sign will make them more cautious." The workers not only clean the pigsty and study materials every day, but also observe the pigs' growth. Every 3 days, they weigh the pigs to track their changes. Most of the entries on the record sheet are signed by Qin Jinkuan, which means he does the most work at the pig farm. Shun Anian thinks highly of him because he is eager to learn, hardworking, and honest. She is especially patient with him. He has improved the fastest. In a few days, he will probably be ready to graduate. He often pulls Shun Anian aside for half an hour and helps her carry buckets to the biogas pond. Aunt Qin Air sighs. "Nian Nian, we get work points for doing farm chores here. Since you work hard but the village doesn't give you points, why do you do so much? Although I don't get paid by the village, I do get wages from the commune. That's part of my job. The commune workers don't do what you do. They sit in offices comfortably, not running around like you. I really don't understand why a young girl like you has to do such dirty and tiring work." Shun Anian smiles softly. "They have their own skills in the office. I don't, so I can only run around and do whatever needs doing. You're good at talking, kid." "Your words are so nice." Aunt Qin Air stands up and twists her waist. "Today's work is finally done. Can we finish for the day?" Seeing that it's getting late, Shun Anian decides everyone can go home. She didn't expect to meet Lin Hui on the way. Lin Hui looks nervous, glancing around as if she's done something wrong. When she sees Shun Anian, she walks over and asks, "Officer Shun, can I talk to you?" "What do you want to say?" "This isn't a good place to talk. Come with me." Seeing that she really wants to say something, Shun Anian follows her. They walk to a corner where bushes block the view. Lin Hui stops and turns to look at Shun Anian. "I came here to tell you something. Zhao Hongmei just said she wants to report you." Shun Anian raises an eyebrow, interested, and asks, "Report me for what?" "She said you are the daughter of a capitalist supporter, but tried to get into the commune by any means. She suspects you might be an enemy agent hiding among the people, trying to sabotage the commune." Shun Anian. She really has a big imagination, coming up with such a false accusation for herself. "Why are you telling me this? I think you're not that kind of person." Although Shun Anian is a bit spoiled and has a bit of a young lady temper, she has indeed done a lot for everyone these days. I admit I am a little jealous of Shun Anian and a bit envious. She has achieved things that none of us could. But I don't think Shun Anian is a troublemaker, and I don't want Zhao Hongmei to ruin her because of this. Shun Anian looked at her in surprise. She couldn't believe she was saying this. She knows Lin Hui is a kind person, never argues with anyone, and has a gentle temper. I don't really like this kind of personality, so I haven't interacted much with her. But this time she came to tell me this information, so I owe her a favor. I understand. Thank you for telling me this. Seeing that she wasn't in a hurry, Lin Hui started to feel anxious. Do you think I'm lying to you? Everything I said is true. Shun Anian, I know you're telling the truth. With Zhao Hongmei's personality, she could really do something like this. Zhao Hongmei just talked to the village head about this, but neither of us agreed to report you together. However, Li Weigua seems to support her idea. I think they might report you, so you should prepare early. Even if she's not a spy, her parents' status makes her position in the commune quite difficult. I understand. Don't worry, I will handle it. What are you planning to do? Take it one step at a time. Lin Hui was stunned. Is this her plan? She already told her about this, and there's nothing more she can do now. She can't help much anymore. Please don't tell anyone that I told you this. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Lin Hui looked at her, hesitant to speak. Shen Anian asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" After a moment of hesitation, Lin Hui finally spoke. "I heard you started a literacy class. Can I go see it?" Shen Anian was a bit confused. As far as she knew, Lin Hui only finished middle school, so she should need to attend a literacy class. "Didn't you graduate from middle school? Why are you going to the literacy class?" I heard that there are newspapers to read and radios to listen to in the literacy class. I want to listen to the radio. They work during the day and rest at night, unable to receive outside news, feeling completely cut off from the world. While working, the villagers chat eagerly about news from outside. They used to be ignorant farmers, but now they know more than the young workers, which makes her feel a deep sense of gap. Shen Anian then realizes that the reason she came to see her, claiming to report something, was actually to boost her reputation and also to ask about joining the literacy class. The literacy class is open to all villagers. If you want to come, just come. Lin Hui is very happy. Thank you. Can I bring someone else? Zhou Mei also wants to join the class. Shen Anian knows Zhou Mei has a good relationship with Lin Hui, so her request is not surprising. Anyone who wants to come is welcome. We encourage everyone eager to improve to learn together and grow. She plans to observe them for a while to see their attitude. If they behave well, she might even recommend them to the military unit, and maybe they could take over the literacy class. All right, then it's settled. Officer Shen, I'll head back now. Just as Shen Anian approaches the Qin family, she sees two people peeking at the gate, seemingly spying on something. What are you looking at? The two are startled and turn to look at her. One is a stern-looking old woman with hollow cheeks and cloudy eyes, looking quite intimidating. The other is a man in his early 30s, with a crew cut and a somewhat fierce expression. They look familiar, but Shen Anian can't remember where she has seen them before. Mother Zhao and Zhao Jingsheng are suddenly shouted at, startled, and about to get angry. But when they see Shen Anian, they don't dare make a sound. Shen Anian doesn't remember them, but they know her. Her man is Qin Jingqi, and she is now working as an official at the commune, so they are no match for her. Although she praised her for being beautiful and she was happy, who exactly are they? Seeing the confusion in Shen Anian's eyes, Zhao's mother realized she didn't recognize her at all. Feeling a bit annoyed, her smile became a little forced. "I'm your second sister's mother-in-law. This is our son Jinsheng. Do you remember?" No wonder she said these two looked familiar. They really do know each other. She had heard from Sister Qin that Zhao Jinsheng shamelessly came to see Qin Yunxiang, but she was turned away. Unexpectedly, today, he brought his mother along. Shen Anian looked up and down at Zhao's mother. What are they planning to do? Are they going to cry, make a fuss, or threaten to hang themselves? Our two families are no longer connected. Why are you coming to our house? And why are you sneaking around? Are you trying to steal something? Of course not. Look at what you're saying. We're just here to see the children. She tried to walk inside, but Shen Anian blocked the door, not letting her in. Come to see the children? Weren't you just saying they're just girls? You want to hold a big fat grandson, and now you're here for what? Zhao's mother was unhappy. I am the child's real grandmother. Jinsheng is the child's biological father. Why can't I come to see the children? Now the child's household registration is with the Qin family. They also have the surname Qin, so they have nothing to do with your Zhao family. Zhao's mother felt even more upset. She argued back and forth, which was disrespectful to elders. I won't argue with you. Step aside. I want to talk to the children. Just then, Shen Anshui and Qin Hongjin arrived riding bicycles. They had been teaching Qin Hongjin and Little Stone how to ride bikes when someone came over and said Qin Hongjin's father was causing trouble. They hurried over to see what was happening. Zhao's mother saw Qin Hongjin riding her bike, her eyes shining with excitement. Qin Hongjin had been living with the Qin family for several months and had changed a lot. Her skin was white and tender, her eyes big and round, and she was wearing a blue padded jacket, stylish and pretty. When Zhao's mother saw her, she almost couldn't recognize her. Are you the eldest girl? Qin Hongjin stopped her bike. What are you doing here again? Our family doesn't welcome you. Zhao's mother was so angry she wanted to slap her. When she was still at Zhao's house, she dared not go east, and when she was told to go south, she didn't dare go north. Now that she came to the Qin family, her posture straightened, daring to speak to herself like that. How can you talk like that? I am your grandmother. I don't have a grandmother. My sister and I are registered in the Qin family and have nothing to do with your Zhao family. Mother Zhao was so angry that her insides seemed to smoke, and she raised her hand to hit her, just like before. Shun Anian was already prepared. When she saw her raise her hand, she quickly grabbed her wrist. It seems the Zhao village's legal education isn't enough. Someone even dares to hit someone in front of the commune officer. Do you also want to go to the farm for reform? Mother Zhao was also impulsive just now and reflexively wanted to hit Qin Hongjin. Now, hearing Shin Anian's words and thinking of her holding a loudspeaker to protest against domestic violence, she felt deep regret. Why did she lose her temper and hit her just now? No, I haven't hit her yet. You've hit people before. If I see you do it again, I'll have someone send you to the farm. She forcefully shook off Mother Zhao's hand, and Mother Zhao could only be angry but say nothing. What kind of life is this? They thought that after Zhao Jingsheng divorced Qin Yunxiang, he could find a new wife and live happily. But who knew she went to matchmaker to find a partner, and no young woman was willing to look at him. As for those widows with children, they weren't even considered. They didn't deserve Jingsheng. He didn't have any burdens. Jingsheng's marriage was delayed like this. Later, she heard Qin Yunxiang had gone to work in a factory, and Qin's father was the factory director. She felt so regretful. If Jingsheng hadn't divorced Qin Yunxiang, her salary would have belonged to their family. Maybe Qin's father could have arranged a job for Jingsheng. Seeing Qin family's life getting better day by day, she couldn't sit still. She asked Jingsheng to come and persuade Qin Yunxiang to remarry. After all, they had children. She couldn't believe Qin Yunxiang was so heartless as to let her daughter grow up without a father. It turned out Qin Yunxiang was really ruthless. She even used a broom to chase Jingsheng out. But she still couldn't give up and followed Jingsheng. Before they even entered the door, they met Shun Anian, who looked cold and scolded her, making her feel even more unlucky. No matter what, Jingsheng is the biological father of the children, who can treat them better than their own parents. Furthermore, Yunxiang hasn't married anyone for so long, probably just waiting for Jingsheng to succeed. When Qin Yunxiang heard voices at the door, and the voices sounded familiar, she came out to see what was happening. Unexpectedly, she overheard Mother Zhao's words, which made her feel very disgusted. Who is waiting for Zhao Jingsheng? Even if Zhao Jingsheng knelt before her, she wouldn't bother to look at him.
Bah!
I'm not waiting for Zhao Jingsheng. Look at yourself in the mirror and see if you're worthy. Hearing her own son spoken about so disrespectfully, Mother Zhao naturally felt upset. But since they haven't remarried yet, Mother Zhao held back her anger, bypassed Shin Anian, and went inside. Yunxiang, we've been married for several years, and even had 2 children. There must be some feelings left. If you marry someone else, will your new stepfather treat the children well? Even if you don't think about yourself, think about the children. Seeing this old woman, Qin Yunxiang's temper flared. She grabbed a stick by the door and asked Shun Anian, "Third sister-in-law, she has come into our house. Is it illegal for me to hit her?" "It's not illegal." As soon as she finished speaking, the stick was brought down. Even though she was wearing several layers of clothes in winter, the strike still hurt Mother Zhao, making her scream in pain. "You cursed little. Why are you hitting me? I will report you. Our 2 families are not connected now. You barged into my house. Why can't I hit you?" Shun Anian calmly said, "Second sister, why are you taking matters into your own hands? You might as well go to the police station and report it, and have them send her to the farm for reform." Mother Zhao immediately jumped up. "I just came to see. Why should I be taken to the police station? What's the point of you coming to visit us? Are you here to steal or to rob? So Yuen, ride your bike and go to the police station to report." Say someone is trying to break into our house, and let the officers come and take her away. Hearing the word, take away, Mother Zhang shivered with fear. There was no way around it. The last time so many people were sent to the farm, it was very shocking. Now, just hearing about going to the farm, everyone was afraid. She didn't hesitate anymore, and quickly ran away. She didn't even have time to call Zhao Jinsheng. When Zhao Jinsheng first divorced Qin Yunxiang, he felt quite happy, thinking he might marry a young, pure girl. But almost half a year passed, and not only did he not find a new girl, he hadn't even seen one. Every time he went home, he was alone. During those times, he would think about how good Qin Yunxiang was. Later, he heard that Qin Yunxiang had started working at a factory, and her former father-in-law even became the factory manager. He felt very regretful. However, out of pride, he didn't dare to visit. But when he heard that the mooncake factory was doing very well and workers' benefits were improving, he couldn't stay still. He decided to go see for himself. If he could get back together with Qin Yunxiang, maybe her father-in-law could even help him find a job. When he arrived at Qin's house and saw the radiant Qin Yunxiang, he felt like he was seeing her before she got married. It also rekindled his love for her. She seemed like a different person, so young, so beautiful. She looked nothing like she did when she was with Zhao's family. If she had grown up like this when she was with Zhao's family, he wouldn't have wanted to divorce her. But just as he started to speak, she suddenly pushed him out with a stick. Qin's father and elder brother were also nearby, glaring at him.
He didn't dare to fight back.
After taking a few hits, he had no choice but to leave. Yesterday, Zhao's mother had asked him to come along, but he wasn't happy about it. He was worried he might get hit again. However, Zhang's mother advised him, saying that they still had a child, and for the sake of the child, Qin Yunxiang might soften her heart. That's why he came. But Qin Yunxiang still looked fierce, like a fierce mother-in-law, ready to hit or scold him at any moment. Now, he truly believed that Qin Yunxiang would never remarry him. When Qin's fourth son came home from work and saw Zhao Jinsheng blocking the door, he frowned. What are you here for? Looking for a fight? One Qin Yunxiang was enough to deal with, and now there was Qin's fourth son too. Qin's fourth son was quite fierce. If he really started fighting, Zhao Jinsheng didn't know what injuries he might suffer. Frightened, Zhao Jinsheng quickly ran away. Qin Yunxiang spat at his fleeing figure, calling him a coward. Zhao Jinsheng was furious, but had no way to respond. Their family now had Shun Anian, who worked as an official at the commune, and her father was a factory manager. He simply couldn't afford to offend them. He really couldn't understand why things had turned out like this. In just a few months, Qin Yunxiang has changed a lot, and so has the Qin family. Qin Yunxiang threw down her stick and called them to come inside. Seeing Qin Hongjin pushing the bike in, she felt very worried. Why did you push the bike out again? You're still so young. Why are you learning to ride? What if you fall and break the bike? Qin Hongjin said. Third aunt said we can learn. Second sister, I said that. Leaving the bike at home isn't useful. Learning to ride is good for them. Bikes are so expensive. If it breaks, it's not worth it. Kids play rough, and if the bike gets damaged, what will we do? She feels upset whenever her valuable things get bumped or scratched. Shin Anian smiled casually. Bikes aren't made of tofu. They won't break that easily. Second sister, do you want to learn to ride? After Qin Yunxiang got married, the family could afford a bike, so she never learned to ride. Hearing Shun Anian's suggestion, she felt a little tempted but also worried.
She's grown up now.
If she falls while riding and damages the bike, it would be bad. I'm already so old. Why do I need to learn this? Second sister, how old are you this year? Why do you say you're so grown up? Seeing her tempted, Shin Anian turned to Qin Hongjin and asked, have you learned to ride yet? Qin Hongjin nodded. Susu taught me. I learned. That's good. From now on, you can teach your mom to ride. Qin Hongjin nodded again, took Qin Yunxiang's hand, and said, Mom, I'll teach you to ride. She held Qin Yunxiang's hand and led her away. Although Qin Yunxiang was still a bit nervous, she followed Qin Hongjin. Shin Anian also went back to her room. The initial work for the biogas pond was almost done. She just needed to wait for the raw materials to ferment. She planned to use this time to visit and see how the previous projects were going. Her first stop was Gaoshan village, at Zhao Shuixing's home. Li Sanhua had already given birth, but she was still weak. Plus, Ding Laopa had been arrested, so no one was forcing her to work. She was resting at home. When she saw Shen Anian come in, she immediately stood up and asked, "Comrade Shen, why are you here?" Shen Anian saw that her complexion had improved and smiled, saying, "I came to Gaoshan village to visit and also to check on your situation." She put down the 2 jin of brown sugar and 5 jin of eggs she brought, all stored in her space. Li Sanhua was surprised to see what she brought. How did she carry so much? It must have cost a lot. "Officer Shen, I'm very happy you came to see me. But why did you bring so many things? I can't accept them." Shen Anian had a ready excuse. She said, "These are not my personal belongings. They are gifts from the organization. Because of your situation, we found a breakthrough. We're taking this chance to help the women who are victims of domestic violence. This is a reward from the organization for you." Li Sanhua was stunned. The organization was rewarding her? She had actually made a contribution?
Well,
you don't need to feel embarrassed. You deserve this. How is the child? Li Sanhua brought the child over to show her. The child was still delicate, but looked much better. She no longer looked like a weak, sick kitten. Her spiritual spring water had not been wasted. It had saved the child's life. She played with the child, who grinned happily with a toothless smile. Li Sanhua was surprised. This child usually doesn't like strangers, but she's so happy to see you. It seems she knows you saved her. Shen Anian touched the child's face, which was soft and smooth, like a bouncy jelly. Zhaodi brought a bowl to her. "Sister, drink some water," Li Sanhua instructed her. "There's some brown sugar in the cabinet. Make some brown sugar water for Officer Shen." Sugar was rare in the countryside, and brown sugar water was the highest hospitality. Earlier, the household items were locked up, but after Mrs. Ding was caught, they were left unlocked. She remembered there was about 2 liang of brown sugar in the cabinet. Officer Shen had come from far away. How could she be served plain water? Just as Zhaodi was about to go prepare the brown sugar water, Shen Anian stopped her. "No need to bother. I mainly came to see Captain Zhao and have some matters to discuss with him. I'll be leaving now." Li Sanhua felt a bit disappointed that Shen Anian was leaving so soon, but she understood that Shen Anian was busy and didn't dare to delay her. The village chief should be working in the fields now. "Zhaodi, you and Officer Shen go find the team leader." Li Sanhua saw Shen Anian off with a shy smile. "Officer Shen, you've helped me so much. I didn't even invite you to eat. I'm really sorry, don't mention it. As long as you live well, that's the most important thing. By the way, how are things going for you now?" "Things are okay now. My older brother and sister-in-law take good care of me. 2 people from her family were sent to the farm. They were so scared that even when they stayed at home and didn't work, they didn't dare say anything. Sometimes, after working hard and coming home tired, she still got scolded, but she could handle it. She was just waiting for 2 or 3 more months. When the children got a little better, she planned to go out and work to earn points. She was determined to raise her daughters into grown women." "That's good. If you face any problems, remember to come find me." Li Sanhua smiled and nodded. "I understand. Officer Shen, when will Zhao Shuixing and the others come back? Will they be home for the new year? Do you want them to come back?" Li Sanhua hesitated, carefully glancing at Shen Anian's face. Shen Anian noticed her reaction and said, "You don't need to worry about what I think. Just tell me your own thoughts." Li Sanhua hesitated again and said, "I don't want him to come back. Even if Zhao Shuixing returns, he won't help her watch the children, nor will he ever help with chores. He would just tell her what to do." When Mrs. Ding scolded her, Zhao Shuixing would even join in.
what use is a husband like that?
It would be better if she just took care of the children herself. Most people would think she was too harsh to say such things about her husband, which is why she hesitated. Shen Anian felt very pleased when he heard her words. "Don't worry. He won't come back, at least not during these 6 months." Li Sanhua finally relaxed. "That's good. Just focus on living your days at home. Alright, I'll go now. Shun Anian pushed his bicycle out of the yard. Seeing Zhaodi staring eagerly at the bike, he asked, "Do you want to ride the bike?" Zhaodi looked a little shy and pursed her lips. "I might break it." "How could that happen?" "I am so big. I can sit on the bike without breaking it." "You are so small. How could you possibly break it?" Zhaodi still felt a bit shy. "Sister, can I really sit on it?" If someone else had asked her, she would definitely feel embarrassed to ask such a thing. But the person asking was Shun Anian. She remembered that when her mother was sick, this sister often visited them and brought lots of delicious food. She was different from others. It was this special attitude that gave her a little more courage in front of Shun Anian. "Of course you can." Shun Anian parked the bike steadily and then helped Zhaodi onto the back seat. The child was already 7 years old, but she was very light. Even wearing thick clothes, Shun Anian could almost feel her ribs. "Sit still, don't fall off." Zhaodi's face turned red with excitement. She nodded heavily. "I'll sit still. Then we're leaving," Shun Anian said as she got on the bike. "Hold on to my waist." Zhaodi looked at her worn-out clothes, with the cuffs torn and cotton stuffing showing. Then she looked at Shun Anian's bright little jacket, hesitating to reach out. "I don't want to get your clothes dirty." This child was so insecure that it was heartbreaking. She was afraid to ride the bike because she might break it. She was afraid to hold on to Shun Anian because she might dirty her clothes. How badly her family had treated her to make her so shy and insecure. "It won't get dirty. If you don't hold me, we might both fall off." Only then did Zhaodi reach out and gently hold her. She felt warm and smelled nice. Zhaodi always remembered this moment, the big sister shielding her from the wind and rain, holding her, making her feel like she didn't have to be afraid of anything. "Once you're seated, we'll go." Zhaodi nodded again, suddenly realizing she was sitting behind Shun Anian, and she couldn't see her. She softly said, "I'm ready." Shun Anian pedaled quickly and sped off. This was Zhaodi's first time riding a bike. The wind rushed past her ears, and she felt like she could fly. She held Shun Anian tightly, but she wasn't afraid at all. As they left the village, the road was bumpy, and the bike slowed down. Shun Anian looked for a chance to talk to her. "Zhaodi, why don't you go to school? Grandma said that girls will get married later, so studying is useless." "Don't listen to her. Studying is important. She's just old-fashioned, full of outdated ideas. We shouldn't follow her words." "Okay, I won't listen to her. I'll listen to my sister. But Grandma has been locked up, and our family has no money. We can't go to school." "Don't worry. There will be money someday. When the team has more money and our family gets a bigger share, you will be able to go to school." Zhaodi is only 7 years old and doesn't fully understand what Shun Anian means. But when she hears that she might go to school, she feels very happy. Her cousin from the big uncle's family can go to school. They always look down on them, saying they are uneducated and don't play with them. If she can go to school, she can prove them wrong and stand up for herself. When Zhao Yongshi saw Shun Anian, he said a few words to someone nearby and then came over to her. "Shun, you just need to tell the village boys to come and talk to me." "Why did you come down to the fields yourself?" "I just came to see what you're doing. There's not much work at this time of year. We're working on building the canal." "Captain Zhao, I came to ask how the beekeeping is going." "This is handled by old Gao in the village. They've made several wooden boxes and brought back the bees. He's taking care of them now." "Can I go see them?" Shun Anian had only watched videos about beekeeping before and had never seen it in real life. She was eager to see it with her own eyes. "Sure, but it's a bit far from here." "No problem.
We can walk slowly."
Zhao Yongshi glanced at her bicycle. "The mountain road is rough, and your bike probably can't make it. I'll ask someone to help push it back to the village."
"Thank you."
Zhao Yongshi called a young man over. "Xuanzi, push Shun's bike back to the village. If it gets damaged, I'll hold you responsible." The young man named Xuanzi smiled and said, "Captain, don't worry. I won't let you down." Xuanzi pushed the bike away. Considering that it is not easy to go up the mountain, Shun Anian did not bring Zhaodi along. Instead, she gave her a few candies and told her to go back to the village. She then followed Zhao Yongshi up the mountain. The beekeeping place was quite far away. They walked for about half an hour before reaching their destination. There was a small wooden house, surrounded by many wooden boxes. The beekeepers were two elderly people. Although she hadn't seen their faces directly, just from their backs, it was clear they were quite old. Zhao Yongshi explained, Old Gao used to be in the army and fought on the battlefield. He later retired. Old Gao has two daughters, but they are married outside the village. It's just him and his wife now. They are old and can't do heavy work, so life is pretty hard for them. Luckily, they know how to keep bees, so I thought I'd bring him here to help with the beekeeping. Right now, it's the breeding season, so there isn't much work. They can handle it. When the bees increase in number later, I'll send more people to help watch over them. Shen Enian nodded and asked, Are there any other retired soldiers in Gao Mountain Village who need help? Retired soldiers are many, but the country can't take care of all of them. The county has said they want to help retired soldiers, but they don't send money or grain. Our team can't do much on our own. Without money, talking about help is just empty words. If they really wanted to help, they would send real money and resources, and it would all go directly to the soldiers. Shun Enian paused and asked, Captain Zhao, are there many retired soldiers like in Gao Mountain Village? Not many, about 5 or 6. Later, tell me their names and situations. I'll keep a record. Officer Shun, why do you need to know this? It's nothing. I just want to understand the situation. Zhao Yongshi looked at her suspiciously. Why didn't she trust him? He thought she was definitely up to something. This officer, Shin, really knows how to stir things up. The more she stirs, the more hope there is for a better life. Shin Anian approached and saw the old man called Old Gao. He was missing one ear, and half of his right hand was cut off, leaving only his thumb and index finger. The old man's face looked very aged, but his eyes were wise and full of spirit. Zhao Yongshi introduced her. Old Gao, this is Comrade Shen from the commune. She came to visit you. Old Gao was checking on the bees. Hearing this, he just looked up and gave Shin Anian a cold glance. Why are you coming all this way just to see me? Zhao Yongshi looked a bit embarrassed. Comrade Shen, don't mind him. Old Gao is like this. Just ignore it. Shin Anian didn't mind. She liked his straightforward attitude better than people who beat around the bush. It was easier to talk to him. I'm just here to check on things. I won't disturb your work. Old Gao didn't pay them any more attention. In the end, Grandma Gao invited them into her house. Shin Anian looked around the house. It was a simple wooden cabin, almost empty, with nothing inside. There was a military blanket on the bed, very thin. She went over and touched it. The cotton inside was all bunched up. It was winter now, and the mountain temperature varied a lot at night. It was very cold, and they were old. How could they stay warm with such a thin blanket? Is there no other blanket at home? How will you get through the winter with such a thin one? Grandma Gao looked a bit shy. It's not that cold. At night, I just put my coat over the blanket and hold it tight. That's enough. Shin Anian listened quietly for a while but didn't say anything. Zhao Yongshi stepped forward to speak. Comrade Shun, I didn't think this through. When I go back, I'll talk to my family and bring over a proper blanket. She knew that cotton was hard to find these days. Everyone had their own cotton clothes, and blankets were big items. Not many families had extra blankets lying around. Zhao Yongshi saying this was just to make her feel better. But when he went home, how would he explain to Aunt Zhao? It might cause family trouble. No need. Your family isn't wealthy, so you probably don't have extra blankets. I'll find a way myself. How can I trouble you with such a small matter? People's issues are never small. Shin Anian didn't want to talk about this anymore. She asked, Tell me about beekeeping. How do you plan to raise the bees? Do you have any plans for honey? Zhao Yongshi was caught off guard by her question. What does she mean, how to raise bees? Beekeeping is simply releasing the bees, letting them collect nectar during flowering season, and taking care of them. What else is there to it?
I'm not very sure about that.
Maybe I should ask Old Gao to come and talk with you. All right, let's have him come over. Old Gao is usually quiet, but when it comes to beekeeping, he talks a lot and explains things clearly. Shun Anian can tell that he is very experienced in beekeeping. Comrade Old Gao, I trust you to handle the beekeeping task. But have you thought about this? If we keep bees mixed together, the honey we produce won't be very special. Maybe we can breed bees in different areas? Our Gaoshan village has many fruit trees, and I see that each mountain has different kinds of fruit trees. Since bees collect nectar from different flowers, the honey they make will be different too. Maybe we can find a way to make this work. I've heard that honey from outside has names like lychee honey, acacia honey, osmanthus honey, juju blossom honey, and each has its own use. Lychee honey helps with digestion and soothes coughs. Longan honey can improve dry throat caused by lung heat and reduce mouth dryness and sore throat. Acacia honey calms the mind and relieves fatigue. Different flower honeys have different health benefits. When our honey is ready, we can put labels on the bottles describing these benefits. When people see what each honey can do, they'll know what to buy. Old Gao's eyes lit up more and more as he listened. He's been keeping bees for a long time, but never thought about classifying honey like this. Eating honey is good for health, but he didn't know exactly how. This idea from the young comrade makes a lot of sense. It helps everyone choose the honey that suits them best. Zhao Yongshi, being the team leader, is much sharper than others. When he heard Shun Anian's suggestion, he almost wanted to grab a pen and write it down immediately. Comrade Shun, you have good ideas. What else do you think we can do? In addition to the fruit trees on our mountain, we can also plant some herbs. I heard that honey from ginseng and astragalus is very popular. We can imitate them and grow herbs suitable for our climate. The bees will collect nectar, and we can sell the herbs to local pharmacies. Also, for the beehives, we can extract beeswax. Chemical and pharmaceutical factories can use it. Later, we can contact these factories and see if we can cooperate with them. Zhao Yongshi excitedly patted his thigh. Officer Shin, you're so clever. It's not that she's clever, it's that she has access to more information from the future. In this era, information is limited, and everyone only knows a little. But in the future, with the internet, information explodes everywhere. Whether you want to or not, you'll come across all kinds of information.
She watched some videos about beekeepers.
Different platforms kept recommending related content. She watched quite a few and learned a little about beekeeping as a profession. I'm not very familiar with beekeeping myself. I can only give you some advice. How to carry it out depends on your own discussion. Officer Shin, your advice has already helped us a lot. We need to talk with the village secretary and see what herbs we can plant. Officer Shin, do you think this herbal honey will be more expensive? Usually, yes. Rarity makes things more valuable. The less there is, the more it costs. But people like all kinds of honey. We should have a variety so everyone can choose. Yes, Officer Shin, you're right. Zhao Yongshi was eager to go down the mountain immediately to discuss this with the village secretary. But he felt shy about leaving Shun Anian alone here. So anxious, he almost scratched his head in frustration. Shun Anian could tell he was anxious, so she took the initiative to suggest going down the mountain. Zhao Yongshi walked very quickly, leaving Shun Anian far behind. After walking a good distance, he didn't hear any sounds behind him. When he looked back, Shun Anian was far behind, leaning on a tree and catching her breath. Officer Shin, why aren't you coming? She didn't stop because she hated that she only had 2 legs. I'm not coming, I just can't catch up with you. Zhao Yongshi smiled shyly. I was in such a hurry that I walked too fast and didn't notice you falling behind. It wasn't that he was walking too fast, he was actually running slowly. He was moving quickly, but she couldn't keep up even at a light jog. Captain Zhao, don't be too anxious. We can discuss and do things slowly. The bees haven't even been raised yet, so there's plenty of time. Let's talk about something else first. Tell me about the martyrs in the village and the situation with the veterans. Zhao Yongshi struggled to control his excited feelings and told her the names of the discharged soldiers in the village, along with some details about their families. As for the martyrs, he wasn't very clear and needed to ask the village elders. Shun Anian took out a pen and paper from her bag and wrote down everything he said. When they returned to Gaoshan village, Shun Anian had already gathered information about the discharged soldiers. As for the martyrs, she asked Zhao Yongshi to find out more, then prepared to leave on her bicycle. Zhao Yongshi was worried and wanted her to go with him to see the village secretary to discuss things together. Shun Anian clearly refused. They had already given her a rough plan, and even if she attended the meeting, she wouldn't be able to offer better ideas. Moreover, she was only responsible for the general direction of development. The details should be handled by them. Once you've discussed everything, that's fine. I have other matters to attend to, so I need to leave now. Hearing this, Zhao Yongshi felt a bit disappointed, but could only let her go. Officer Shun, maybe I should first talk with the secretary. Once we've made a decision, I'll report back to you. That's fine. I might need to go to the countryside these days. You can prepare a written report and submit it to the commune. I'll review it once I see it. Zhao Yongshi recognized a few characters. Although his written report might not be perfect, he could express his main ideas without much trouble. Okay, I'll bring it to the commune for you. Shun Anian rode her bicycle away. Her next stop was Huangzhuang to see how the chili pepper factory was doing. As soon as she entered the village, a local villager greeted her. Officer Shin. Are you Officer Shin? Shun Anian stopped her bike and looked at the woman who greeted her. Auntie, do you know me? Met you once from afar last time, but I didn't see clearly. Still, I have good eyesight and recognized you at a glance. Officer Shin, why did you come to our village? I'm here to check on the chili pepper factory. The chili factory is doing very well now. It's lively with many people. Want me to take you to see it? The auntie was so enthusiastic that Shun Anian felt a bit embarrassed to refuse her kindness. All right, auntie. Hop on, I'll give you a ride. These two wheels are faster than us walking on two legs, auntie. Come on, get on quickly. All right, today I get to enjoy myself and ride in a car with you. Under the admiring glances of nearby villagers, the elderly woman happily sat on the back of the bicycle. Who would have thought that a rural old lady could not only talk with the comrades from the commune but also ride in their vehicle? This was something she could show off for half a year. She was happy, but when Huang Changzheng saw her, he was quite surprised. Not for any other reason but because Wu Laopa was very talkative. Who knew what she might say to Officer Shin? Officer Shin, why are you here? Before Shin Anian could speak, Aunt Wu said, Captain, Officer Shin is here to visit our chili factory. He cares about us common folks, and even asked if we have any difficulties at home. Captain, can we arrange for our son to work in the factory? Shin Anian felt helpless. In such a short distance, Aunt Wu had mentioned this at least 3 times. She didn't dare to promise anything. She looked at Huang Changzheng, who was asking her, and gently shook her head. Captain Huang, you don't need to worry about me. This is your factory's matter. The personnel arrangements are up to you. I won't interfere. With her words, Huang Changzheng felt relieved. He didn't say that Iron Pillar was bad, but the chili factory was still small, so they didn't need so many people. Officer Shin, you're a government official, busy with many things. Why are you talking about these small matters with her? She can't handle them. And Wu felt wronged. It wasn't that Officer Shin asked her about her difficulties. She was just sharing her problems. But before she could speak, Huang Changzheng interrupted her. All right, I've noted this. When there are positions available in the future, we'll prioritize Pillar. You can go back now. Aunt Wu felt a bit dissatisfied. She thought it was just consideration, not immediate arrangements for her son to work in the factory. But seeing Huang Changzheng's serious face, she didn't dare say more, afraid that if she said one more word, he might not consider it at all. Remember, next time we recruit workers, make sure to bring Pillar in. He's very diligent and won't delay work. All right, I remember. You better go now. Huang Changzheng chased Wu Damao away and apologized to her, saying, Officer Shin, these rural women often don't watch their words. If they say something wrong and offend you, please don't take it the wrong way. Wu Damao is very friendly. Officer Shin actually remembered her name, which meant that next time they hire workers for the factory, Huang Taiju will likely be given priority. Shin Anian followed Huang Changzheng into the chili factory. Everyone worked smoothly. Although their clothes weren't uniform, they all wore hats and aprons, following her previous instructions carefully. She asked Huang Changzheng about the factory situation and mentioned the chili factory. His mood visibly improved. I was just about to tell you. Manager Yang ordered 5,000 bottles of pork chili sauce and 3,000 bottles of chicken chili sauce. They should be ready to ship in a few days. That's good news. The chili factory is finally opening successfully. If this business goes well, we won't have to worry about sales in the future. This is all thanks to you, Officer Shin. Without you, we wouldn't dare to think about expanding the chili business so much. As long as the quality and quantity are guaranteed, I believe the chili factory will do even better. Don't worry, Officer Shin. We will strictly control the quality. We won't do anything that damages our reputation. We definitely won't let any faulty chili sauces leave the factory. Shin Anian took a tour of the factory with Huang Changjing. Overall, she was quite satisfied but also offered some suggestions for improvement, especially emphasizing hygiene. Huang Changjing took notes and planned to hold a meeting to remind everyone and make sure they remember. Shin Anian also counted the number of discharged soldiers in the village. Huang Zhuang had more veterans than she expected, 11 in total. There were also more martyrs than in Gaoshan village. No wonder, as Huangzhuang's population is much larger than Gaoshan's. After understanding the situation, Shin Anian was about to go home. She casually asked if there were any extra bottles of chili sauce, as she wanted to take a few. Earlier, Qin Jingqi's comrades had asked her for chili sauce, but since there was no stock, she couldn't send it to them. If the factory had any leftovers this time, she could take some. Huang Changjing brought her 10 bottles of chili sauce. Shin Anian took out money to pay, but Huang Changjing didn't dare to accept it. Without her, their chili factory wouldn't have been able to start. With just these few bottles of chili sauce, how can he still ask for money? Isn't that ungrateful? Officer Shin, what are you doing? Without your chili factory, we couldn't run it. How can we accept your money? It's nothing that can't be accepted. The factory is collective property, and the production materials belong to everyone. If I want to take something, I have to pay for it. I won't start a bad habit. Hearing this, Huang Changjing no longer dared to refuse and could only accept the money. Don't worry, Officer Shin. I will strictly supervise everything. No one will try to take advantage of our collective. I'm confident in your work, Captain Huang. I'll go now. Shin Anian hung the chili sauce on the front of her bike and rode home. Back in her room, she put down her belongings and took out a quilt she wasn't using for now. It was a quilt she brought from home. Since she married into the Qin family, it had been left unused. Her mother had specially found a silk quilt that was light and warm. It was perfect for old Gao and the others. She the quilt and set it aside, then started writing a letter to Qin Jingqi to check on his safety and told him about the village building a biogas pond. She also mentioned Zhao Jinsheng regretting the divorce and wanting to reconcile. As for the report against her, she thought for a moment and decided not to mention it. He was so far away that even if he knew, he couldn't help. Talking about it would only worry him, so it was better to keep it to herself. She finished the letter, folded the paper into a heart shape, and sealed it in an envelope. Then she went to find Qin's parents and told them she might be reported. Qin's mother was startled and said angrily, "Why report you? This has nothing to do with you. How could they do such a thing? Mom, my identity is indeed a handle for them. I don't blame them for bringing it up. I'm telling you this, so you're mentally prepared. If I get taken away later, you won't panic. Why would they take you? We haven't done anything wrong. I dare anyone to try to take you." Shin Anian comforted the furious Qin's mother. This is just a possibility. Things might not be that bad. If someone comes to investigate, just tell the truth. Qin's father nodded. All right, we understand. Mother Qin was very worried. When she saw Shin Anian still so calm, she let out a long sigh. You're already at this point. Why aren't you worried? Mom, I believe the organization won't wrong a good person. They will give me justice. Don't worry. With such a big thing happening, how could she not be anxious? Her third son wasn't at home, leaving his wife there. They should help take care of her. You and your third son have the same temper. When the sky falls, neither of you gets worried. But the sky isn't falling yet, Mom. It's okay. If I don't work as a commune officer, I can stay home and make mooncakes with you. Mother Qin liked hearing that. She really didn't want Shin Anian to become a commune officer. This girl had only been in the commune for a short time, and she had already lost a lot of weight. She should stay at home and be well fed, so she would be healthy when her third son returned, and she could give her a good explanation. If you worked at the mooncake factory, it would be much easier than working at the commune. Look at you, busy every day, and still not making much. Why work so hard? Her words carried a hint of resentment. Her daughter-in-law was busy all day, and someone unkind had reported her. Did they have no conscience? Who reported you? I can't say yet. I'll find out in a few days. Shun Anian stood up. Mom and Dad, I'll go rest now. Please don't tell others about this, so it doesn't spread and cause trouble, okay? We won't say anything. After Shun Anian left, Mother Qin asked her husband, Are you okay? Why am I so worried? Qin's father, who had been silent, finally spoke. From how Anian looks, she should be fine. But Mother Qin was still worried. She scolded, Who's got nothing to do and report such things? This was only mentioned by the third son. I didn't tell the second or the fourth. Did you tell someone and that's how it got out? Qin's father defended himself. It couldn't have come from me. I kept this to myself and never mentioned it to anyone. We haven't told anyone. So, how did this get out? It can't be Annie and herself. Could it be the eldest? You know the eldest is a big mouth. He wouldn't be able to keep a secret. I guess it wasn't spread from our family. Mother Qin's eyebrows almost furrowed together. If it didn't come from us, who else could know about this? How should I know? Nian Nian said someone would come in a few days. When they arrive, we can ask them then. Mother Qin sighed. There's nothing more we can do now. If she catches that troublemaker, she will definitely give him a good scolding. Father and Mother Qin are very worried, but Shun Anian isn't as concerned. Since she exercised a lot today, she fell asleep quickly after lying down. In the morning, she got up and sent the quilt to the Gao family in Gaoshan village. Old Gao looked at the tightly tied quilt, but refused to accept it. Take this quilt back. I don't want it. This is an old quilt from my family. We don't need it anymore, so I brought it to you. Comrade Gao, I know you don't want to accept help, but don't forget, you are now responsible for beekeeping. Only you in Gaoshan village know how to raise bees. Everyone in the village is counting on you. If you get sick and delay things, what will happen then? Shun Anian had him completely cornered. If she had simply forced the quilt on him, old Gao wouldn't have taken it. But she kept bringing up beekeeping. Even knowing she was doing it on purpose, old Gao couldn't do anything about her. Because what she said was true. Only they, the couple, are raising bees in Gaoshan village. No one else can do it. If they fall ill now, it would really cause problems. Then just keep the quilt. When the honey is produced later, I'll return it to you. This old man is really stubborn. Shun Anian nodded. Then I'll wait for your honey. Comrade Gao, I'm heading back now. Old Gao watched her leave down the mountain. This girl is quite clever. After going down the mountain, Shun Anian went to Zhao family village. When Zhao Jinfeng, the village head, saw her, he was very excited. The divorce between Zhao Jinsheng and Qin Yunxiang caused quite a stir in the village. At that time, Qin's family brought 2 carts of people to ask Zhao Jinsheng for a divorce, and the 2 families had a falling out. They couldn't stay together anymore, but it didn't really affect Zhao family village. However, Shun Anian is Qin's daughter-in-law. Because of Zhao Jinsheng's matter, she might take her anger out on their village. These days, he has been very nervous, afraid that they might hold a grudge against him. High Mountain Village started beekeeping, Huangzhuang opened a chili factory, and Jiajiao opened an oil pressing factory. Only Zhao family village has not shown any activity. How could he not be worried? So when Shun Anian came over, he was very excited. Today, he must persuade Shun Anian to help him come up with an idea. Officer Shun, I also heard about Zhao Jingsheng. That Zhao Jingsheng is really not a good person. I will criticize and educate him properly in the future. I'm not here to talk about Zhao Jingsheng. I want to see if your village's environment is suitable for raising chickens. Zhao Jifeng's eyes lit up. Is he planning to raise chickens in their village? Raising chickens is good. Meat is expensive these days. If they could start a chicken farm, they could make money too. Officer Shen, are you thinking of setting up a chicken farm? I'm not bragging, but the folks in Zhao family village are hardworking. If we set up a chicken farm here, we can take good care of the chickens. I do have this plan, but I need to check the surroundings first to see if it's suitable for raising chickens. It's definitely suitable. Officer Shun, I'll take you to see. Shun Anian didn't expect that while she was investigating Zhao family village, the county investigation team arrived. When Secretary Chen received the investigation team, he was a bit caught off guard. The Revolutionary Committee didn't share any news, and Deputy Director Zhang directly came to the commune. Deputy Director Zhang, why are you here? I heard that there's an officer in your commune with an unusual background, so I came to take a look. Secretary Chen took a deep breath.
So, this visit was about that matter.
Who exactly did Shun Anian offend? Why did someone report her to the county? Deputy Director Zhang, are you talking about Comrade Shun Anian?
She told me about this.
Comrade Shin's father made some mistakes in his economic plans. He was sent down to a farm, but that's his own issue.
Shun is still a good comrade.
In the few months she has been in the commune, she has been responsible and has done many practical things. She encouraged officials to go to the countryside to promote legal knowledge, conducted field investigations, and uncovered a group of women and children suffering from domestic violence, protecting their interests. Deputy Director Zhang smiled and looked at him. Secretary Chen, don't be nervous. We are just here to understand the situation. How could Secretary Chen not be nervous? So many people came to investigate. Who knows what the real situation is? At this moment, Secretary Chen was sweating heavily. If Shun Anian were still at the commune, it would be fine, but she had gone to the countryside, and they couldn't even find her. Deputy Director Zhang, Shun officer has gone to the countryside. Is it necessary to send someone to bring her back? Where did she go? Shun officer is in charge of the economy. She went on an on-site inspection today. Secretary Chen called Officer Li. Where did Xiao Shen go today? Officer Li glanced at Deputy Director Zhang and lowered his head. I heard she went to Zhao village today. Secretary Chen forced a smile. Deputy Director Zhang, should we call Shen officer back? Not yet. You just said that this Shen comrade is responsible for the economic development of your commune. Secretary Chen nodded repeatedly. Yes, Shen officer suggested building a few factories in the commune, and they have already achieved some results. He told Deputy Director Zhang about Shun Anian opening a mooncake factory, running a pig farm, and other projects. He even found the planning documents Shun Anian had submitted earlier and handed them to Deputy Director Zhang. Deputy Director Zhang looked through the plans. His writing was quite good, and the suggestions were realistic. Most importantly, they had achieved the expected results. No wonder Secretary Chen was defending her. This young comrade is quite interesting. Why did Shin comrade go to Zhao village? Secretary Chen wasn't particularly concerned about Shin Anian's work. He only discussed her when making decisions. So, he didn't know about her preliminary preparations. He looked at Officer Li. Officer Li hesitated and said, Shin officer mentioned she was looking for a suitable place to set up a chicken farm. A chicken farm? Deputy Director Zhang placed the plans on the table. Go call that young comrade back. As soon as Officer Li left the office, everyone gathered around him, asking, Xiao Li, what happened? Why did Deputy Director Zhang come personally? Officer Li shook his head. Deputy Director Zhang just came to understand the situation. I have other things to do, so I'll go now, but no one believed his words. Deputy Director Zhang brought so many people here. There must be something going on. Are they fools? Commissioner Li hurriedly ran off, and everyone, though curious, didn't know who to ask. While everyone was guessing, Deputy Director Zhang came out. Today, we are here to learn about Shun Anian. Everyone can share what they know. The people in the office exchanged glances. No one expected Deputy Director Zhang to come so suddenly, and for such a purpose, to investigate Shun Anian. Sister Yang saw Secretary Chen's expression and immediately understood. Deputy Director Zhang's visit this time definitely wasn't a good sign. It was just perfect. Her punishment had finally arrived. Since Deputy Director Zhang wanted to learn about Shun Anian, she was determined to tell everything she knew and make sure Shun Anian didn't have an easy time. Deputy Director Zhang went to the meeting room. Everyone hesitated for a long time, then finally one person stepped inside. Not long after, that person came out. No one knew what was said between him and Deputy Director Zhang. Sister Yang took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Deputy Director Zhang, I have something to tell you about Shun Anian. She only came to the village at the start of the year, and she hasn't been here long. Secretary Chen made an exception and allowed her to work at the commune. Deputy Director Zhang looked at the chair opposite. Sit down and tell me. Seeing Deputy Director Zhang's attitude, she felt more confident. Shen Anian must have caused some trouble for Deputy Director Zhang to come here. It was truly a blessing from heaven. Deputy Director Zhang asked, "You said Secretary Chen made an exception for her to work at the commune. How did that happen?" "I'm not sure how it happened. She was still young and hadn't made any special contributions, so she shouldn't have been able to get a job at the commune. But Secretary Chen somehow made an exception and let her work there. And during her time at the commune, she was often outside and never really stayed there. I don't know what she was doing outside." Secretary Chen said she was going for rural inspections, right? Sister Yang pouted. She said it was for inspections, but who knows what she was really doing. We haven't seen her much lately, and she hasn't done anything noticeable. Who knows if she only takes a salary and doesn't do any work. Realizing that her words sounded a bit too resentful, she explained, "Deputy Director Zhang, the commune is supposed to serve the people, but she takes a salary and doesn't do anything, which is really frustrating." Everyone was waiting outside, including Secretary Chen, who was standing outside, staring at the door. After about half an hour, Sister Yang finally came out of the meeting room. Although she tried to hide her feelings, her face showed she was very pleased. Secretary Chen's heart sank suddenly. Sister Yang already had some complaints about Shen Anian. Seeing Deputy Director Zhang this time, she probably said many things that were not good for Shen Anian. What should she do? The Revolutionary Committee was coming on strong. Would they really take Shen Anian away? When Officer Li found Shen Anian, she was busy looking for a place with Zhao Jinfang, wandering all over the hills, with grass on her head and sweat on her nose. Seeing Officer Li, she was very surprised. "Officer Li, why are you here?" "I came to talk to you about something." Seeing his expression, Shen Anian told Zhao Jinfang and then patted her clothes before walking over. "What's the matter?" Officer Li lowered his voice and whispered, "Deputy Secretary Zhang came to the commune, saying someone reported you. He's now investigating the situation. Did they say what the report was about? About your family background?" "I can see Deputy Director Zhang's face isn't looking good. You should be careful." Her worries had come true. What she didn't expect was that they didn't report to the commune but went straight to the county town. The deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee personally came down. It was clear they took this matter seriously. Forget it. There's no point in thinking too much now. She decided to wait until she saw the leaders. She told Zhao Jinfang she needed to go back to the commune first. Zhao Jinfang was anxious when he heard this. Shen officer had been looking for a place to set up a chicken farm but hadn't decided on a location. Now she was leaving again. Could the chicken farm project be cancelled? "Officer Shen, what about the chicken farm? Please be patient and wait a few days. I'll go back and discuss with the commune. I'll let you know when I have news." Zhao Jinfang relaxed a little. From her tone, it seemed very likely that their village could still set up the chicken farm. "Officer Shen, I'll wait for your good news." Because the matter was urgent, Shen Anian didn't have time to say much and hurriedly rode back to the commune with Officer Li. However, they found the office empty. Deputy Director Zhang was not there. They went to Dahuang village instead. Shen Anian was very thirsty, so she went to the office first to drink some water. Everyone looked at her, guessing what had happened. He Xiaoying stepped forward and asked, "Nian Nian, Deputy Director Zhang just looked for you." "What happened?" "I don't know. I haven't even met Deputy Director Zhang before," she replied. Big Sister Yang snorted coldly, giving her a look that said, "You're definitely in trouble now." Shen Anian responded with a bright smile. "Big Sister Yang probably said a lot of bad things about me in front of Deputy Director Zhang. I didn't say anything bad about you. Everything I said was the truth," Yang replied. "Oh, you made up stories," Shen Anian said sarcastically. Her tone made Big Sister Yang furious, and she looked like she was about to explode with anger. "We'll see how long you can keep acting proud." Shen Anian still smiled, appearing completely unconcerned, which made Yang's teeth grind with frustration. It was impossible. The Revolutionary Committee had come, so how could she still be so calm? What cards did she have that Yang didn't know about? No way. She was just a young worker. What background could she have? She probably thought Secretary Chen would protect her this time. If she really thought that, she was very wrong. Maybe Secretary Chen would even get dragged into trouble because of her. Just as Yang was about to say something sarcastic, Shen Anian had already left. She had prepared a lot of words to say, but had nowhere to vent her frustration, which made Yang feel even more annoyed. Deputy Director Zhang came to Dahuang village for inspection. The villagers didn't know him, but they knew Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen, why are you here? Someone asked. Secretary Chen accompanied Deputy Director Zhang and didn't know his true intentions. He smiled and said to the villagers, I came to see how everyone is doing now. A kind-hearted old woman smiled happily. We're doing much better. In a few days, it will be time to count work points. I heard there's a lot of money, so this year should be a good year for us. Her bright smile made Secretary Chen feel better, and he wished they would say more. Let the leaders of the Revolutionary Committee know about Shen Anian's contributions. Perhaps they will give a lighter punishment. That aunt's words seemed to turn on a switch, and everyone was eager to share their happiness with Secretary Chen. I heard that this year's wage is 5 mao per work point. My goodness, in previous years, it was only 1 mao 1 fun. We thank the heavens. Now we get 5 mao per point. We won't go hungry anymore. I'm planning to renovate my house after the new year so it won't leak when it rains. The older uncle speaking looked at Secretary Chen and asked cautiously, Secretary, do we need a permit to buy bricks and tiles? I asked the team leader, and he said it's not his call. The commune has to approve it. Secretary, can you help with that? Secretary Chen looked at the hopeful faces of the villagers and nodded with a smile. When the time comes, you write the permit and I will approve it. A woman, not wanting to be left behind, said, my family also wants to build a new house. Secretary, please help us get a permit too. Suddenly, Secretary Chen thought that perhaps the commune's brick and tile factory should be expanded. The villagers now had money and definitely wanted to build houses. In the future, the demand for bricks and tiles would only increase. The current size of the brick and tile factory was too small. It seemed he needed to hire more workers there. All right, everyone write your permits and line up. We will make sure there are enough bricks and tiles for everyone. As more villagers gathered, Deputy Director Zhang asked about Shen Anian. When Shen Anian was mentioned, everyone had more to say. Thanks to Nian Nian, we are living good days. Nian Nian also arranged for a biogas pond, and soon we will have electricity. My grandson went to literacy classes and can now write. Everyone was praising Shen Anian, showing that she had a good reputation in Dea village. Deputy Director Zhang nodded quietly. Seeing that the praise was enough, Secretary Chen decided to stop and took some colleagues from the Revolutionary Committee to visit the food factory. The food factory now had 3 workshops. When Deputy Director Zhang entered, he saw everyone working seriously, and the environment was very clean. He nodded in approval. The management of the food factory was good. Father Qin heard that Secretary Chen had arrived and hurried over. Seeing Secretary Chen standing beside a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and glasses, with a serious expression, he thought to himself that this must be the person. Besides him, several unfamiliar faces arrived. They weren't officials from the commune, and it seemed they came with a higher leader. Remembering what Shen Anian had said, he pushed down his fear and walked over to greet Secretary Chen with a smile. Secretary Chen, you came to inspect but didn't tell me in advance. Today, I am here with Vice Director Zhang from the Revolutionary Committee. This comrade is Qin Hongjun, the team leader of Dahuang Village and the factory director. Vice Director Zhang looked at the man in front of him. He appeared to be in his 50s, looking honest and straightforward. He had a reliable impression of Qin's father. However, Qin's father was now feeling very nervous. The Revolutionary Committee people had arrived. Were they here for Shen Anian? Yesterday, Shen Anian had mentioned this, and he thought that Secretary Chen's visit was just an investigation. But now, it turned out to be leaders from the Revolutionary Committee. And it was the deputy director, such a high-ranking official, coming for Shen Anian's matter. It was really frightening. When Vice Director Zhang saw his sudden change of expression, He thought he was scared by hearing his identity, but he didn't pay much attention. I heard your team set up a pig farm? Chin's father nodded. Yes, we have a pig farm. Now there are 45 piglets. Let's go and take a look. Chin's father didn't expect the higher-ups to be interested in the pig farm. He looked at Secretary Chin for permission to take Vice Director Zhang over. According to his thoughts, he didn't want to take Vice Director Zhang there. The pig farm was smelly and dirty. If the leaders went, they might not be able to stand it. Secretary Chin looked at his expression and coldly said, "What are you standing there for? If Vice Director Zhang wants to see the pig farm, then lead the way." The leaders had spoken. He was still standing there blankly. What was he trying to do? Chin's father, Vice Director Zhang, follow me. Just as they stepped out, Officer Li and Shun Anian arrived on bikes, quickly stopping at the factory gate. Seeing her, Chin's father felt his heart tighten, worried that the Revolutionary Committee people might take Shin Anian away. Shin Anian parked the car carefully before walking over. Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen's face remained calm as he introduced her to Deputy Director Zhang. Director, this is Shun Anian, Officer Shin. Deputy Director Zhang looked her over from head to toe. She was a very young woman and also quite beautiful. So you're Shun Anian. I heard you've done a lot of work recently. Shin Anian couldn't quite understand why he said that, so she simply replied, "Everything I do is to serve the people." Has the leader come to inspect the work? Have they visited the food factory? She hoped the leader might give some suggestions to help the food factory improve. Secretary Chen was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond to her. Instead of focusing on her, the leader was here to check on her situation, but she took the opportunity to ask Deputy Director Zhang for his opinion on the food factory. Deputy Director Zhang didn't expect her to say that at this moment.
He was surprised.
When Officer Li came to find her, he probably already told her his purpose. But she remained calm, without any sign of panic. She was very composed. The food factory is doing very well. For a village of this size, reaching this level is already very good. Father Chin said, "Thank you for the compliment, Director. We will work even harder to develop the food factory further and meet the leader's expectations," Secretary Chin said. "The director wants to visit the pig farm." Officer Shin, since you've been studying in Hung City, you should introduce the pig farm to Deputy Director Zhang. Shin Anian knew that Secretary Chin was giving her a chance to show herself, and she was happy to seize this opportunity. "Secretary, the pig farm is a bit far from the food factory. We are heading this way. We specifically chose the location downwind of the village to avoid issues on windy days," she spoke confidently. Talking about such a dull and boring task as pig farming, she made it sound quite interesting. Unknowingly, the group arrived at the pig farm. The pig farm wasn't very large. It was divided into small pens, each housing 3 pigs. The pens were very clean, well-ventilated, and kept dry. Deputy Director Zhang also noticed a small booklet hanging in the pig farm. He opened it and saw it recorded the piglets' weights, inspection times, and other information. "The work at the pig farm is quite detailed." Shun Anian nodded and said, "Only if we divide the work carefully and assign tasks to individuals will everyone know what they need to do. Also, with a record sheet, if any piglets have problems, we can easily find who is responsible and avoid blaming each other." "That's a good idea. Just now, Secretary Chen mentioned you went to Hung City to learn. What's the story there?" Shin Anian didn't boast about herself, but also didn't hide her achievements. "With some help, I studied at a pig farm in Hung City for half a month. I learned scientific pig-raising methods and then came back. I recorded all the experience I gained and applied it at our pig farm to improve piglet survival rates, help them grow healthy, and increase the weight of our meat pigs." Secretary Chen added from the side, not only did Shin diligently share her knowledge with the workers at the pig farm, but she also wrote down all her experience, so everyone in the team could learn pig-raising techniques. "We aim to fatten the pigs before the new year so everyone can have a prosperous and happy holiday." Deputy Director Zhang was genuinely surprised that such a young and beautiful woman would agree to work in pig farming. He and Secretary Chen were old friends and knew her personality. Seeing her praised repeatedly, it was clear that Shin Anian truly had her own skills. I heard your village also built a biogas digester. Are you planning to use biogas for electricity in the future? Yes, the initial preparations are complete. Now we just need to wait for the biogas to produce, then have the power company come and connect the wires. The village can then be electrified. Take me to see it, since the leader asked. She naturally wanted to see. But as they approached the biogas digester, everyone could smell the odor. Those accompanying Deputy Director Zhang couldn't help but frown. Shun and Ian also noticed their reactions and explained the raw materials used for biogas and how the biogas power generation works. She explained, and their faces grew even more displeased. What biogas digester? Isn't that just a manure pit? Shun and Ian nodded seriously. You could say that, yes. That manure pit can generate electricity? Are you joking? Of course not. We've invested so much manpower and resources. I wouldn't joke about something like this. Deputy Director Zhang did not doubt her. He was quite interested in the biogas pond. Why do you want to use this to generate electricity? I heard about it by chance when I was in Hung City. Later, I went to a pig farm to learn more. I found many of the manure couldn't be properly handled, so I wondered if we could make good use of it. I talked to some people and finally understood the key points of biogas power generation. Since the village has a pig farm, raw materials are easy to find. I wanted to give it a try. Deputy Director Zhang looked inside and asked, when will it produce gas? Because of the cold weather, microbial fermentation is slower. It will probably take 20 days to a month. If this method works well, we can promote it to other teams. Deputy Director Zhang nodded. Other teams don't have pig farms. Every household has a toilet and cattle. Using manure for compost will have the same effect. Plus, after producing biogas, the remaining residue can still be used as fertilizer. Nothing will be wasted. After chatting with her for a while, Deputy Director Zhang admired her. She is a promising person in the economy. The county has few resources. They're a poor county. If the economy can grow, they can shake off the label of being poor. Although Deputy Director Zhang was tempted, he didn't forget his purpose. Comrade Shin, do you know why I came to see you today? Later, I gained the appreciation of Secretary Chen. He transferred me to the commune, and I was very happy, eager to dedicate all my enthusiasm to this land. I had no bad intentions. Everything I did was just to help everyone live better. He asked, what if I tell you that because of your father, your job at the commune might not be safe? How would you respond? Secretary Chen's face tightened. Was it really that serious? He was about to speak and ask for help, but Deputy Director Zhang stopped him with a look. Secretary Chen had to hold back his words. Shun and Ian thought for a moment and said, if this is the final decision of the organization, I can accept it. I was just a young worker before. I couldn't do much, but I always try to find my own ways to do some work. Good words. We need good comrades like you. Seeing Deputy Director Zhang smile, Shun and Ian felt a little more at ease. Did she pass the test? Actually, when Officer Lee came to find her, she knew she still had a chance. If the committee really decided to punish her, they wouldn't have sent Officer Lee, who knew her, to look for her. So she wasn't very worried. Deputy Director Zhang, can you tell me who reported me? That person sent an anonymous letter, not revealing their identity. Shun and Ian nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly seemed to remember something and said, by the way, I just remembered something. A few days ago, Zhao Hongmei, a young worker from the village, argued with me about this matter. We had some conflicts before. She investigated me and said some misleading things to frame me. She said that even if I joined the commune, she could find ways to deal with me. She told me to wait and see. I wonder if she was the one who reported me. Father Chen's eyes sharpened. Yesterday, Li Weigua from the Young Workers Station asked for leave. Could it be that Shun Anian was reported by her when she went to the county town? Deputy Director Zhang frowned. Are you saying someone is deliberately framing you to take revenge? That's exactly it. That day, she said she wanted to teach me a lesson. Weren't you all here now? I heard her say she wanted to use my joining the commune as an excuse to label me as a troublemaker and make a big fuss. The higher-ups definitely won't let me go. I thought the leader wouldn't be so fooled by her nonsense. Even if she really reported me, no one would believe it. Deputy Director Zhang. Guess why he came down? Shun Anian pretended to be surprised and said, "Could it be that her report said I infiltrated the organization as a spy? I didn't expect that a small conflict would make her come up with such a trick to ruin me." Deputy Director Zhang. "The organization will investigate thoroughly and won't accuse anyone lightly. You must trust the organization." "I do trust the organization." Deputy Director Zhang. "I don't want to let Zhao Hongmei get away with falsely accusing me. I want justice. If she keeps making false accusations whenever she has a conflict, it will create a dangerous atmosphere where everyone fears each other. I suggest we investigate this matter carefully and focus on stopping this bad trend." Deputy Director Zhang looked at Qin's father. "Go call the educated youth over." Qin's father was still shocked. Shun had lied, saying she didn't know who reported her, but she actually knew. Hearing Deputy Director Zhang's order, he immediately went to call the educated youth. Since Zhao Hongmei wrote the report, she has been very nervous. When she saw Qin's father come over with a serious face to gather the youth and send them back to the youth station, her heart pounded. Could something have gone wrong? She quickly exchanged a worried look with Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo's face was pale, lips pressed tightly, clearly nervous. When their eyes met, they quickly looked away. Zhao Changyong asked, "Captain, do you know what's going on? Why are we suddenly called together?" Qin's father felt even worse. He barely held back the urge to curse. His son was defending the country. His daughter-in-law was working hard for the villagers. What did they do wrong to deserve such sneaky tricks? He also called himself an intellectual, but he was just a heartless fool. "The leadership of the Revolutionary Committee has come to see you." Everyone was confused, but after a while, Zhao Changyong understood and looked at Zhao Hongmei. She and Li Weiguo had been sneaking around these days. Could they really have reported Shen Anian? Seeing the surprise in Zhao Hongmei's eyes, he immediately understood that they had indeed reported someone. But what does it mean that the Revolutionary Committee called everyone together? If they had filed a real name report, they could just call the person who made the report. If they didn't use real names and the Revolutionary Committee still wanted to see the educated youth, are they suspecting that the report was written by the youth? Zhao Changyong had a feeling that they had gotten into big trouble. He stayed silent and looked grim as he walked over to Qin's father in front, feeling more worried. Shun Anian is his daughter-in-law. If something really happened to her, would Qin's father think well of them? Maybe he would even block their chance to go to the city. These two fools only cared about their own happiness, but they might end up ruining everything. No matter how annoyed he was inside, the situation had already happened. When they arrived at the youth camp, they saw a car parked at the gate and 8 people standing in the yard. Besides Secretary Chen and Officer Li, Shun Anian, and 5 others they didn't recognize, but who looked very well dressed. Are these the leaders from the Revolutionary Committee? The youth quickly exchanged glances, afraid to move or speak. Deputy Director Zhang quickly looked them over and said in a serious voice, "Yesterday, the Revolutionary Committee received a report accusing Shun Anian of being an enemy agent. Now there is evidence pointing to a youth report. Who wrote the report? Step forward and admit it." Li Weiguo and Zhao Hongmei were very nervous. This was different from what they expected. In the past, when they received such reports, they just took the person away without caring who reported it. Why is this time so strange? No one is holding Shun Anian, and instead, she's here looking for the person who reported her. They couldn't admit it. If they did, they would offend Qin's family. Qin's father was the team leader. If he took action against them, their lives would be difficult. Qin's father saw that none of the youth dared to step forward and walked up to Deputy Director Zhang. "Director, my son is defending our country at the front. He can't come home often, so I left my daughter-in-law here to take care of her. Now, my daughter-in-law has been falsely accused of being a troublemaker. Director, you must investigate clearly and give my daughter-in-law justice," Secretary Chen added at the right moment. Officer Shin married Captain Qin from Day Village. After Captain Qin returned to the army, Officer Shin started living with Qin's family. Deputy Director Zhang quietly glanced at Shun Anian and immediately understood Director Lin's intention. So, she is still a military family member. No wonder Director Lin specifically told them to investigate. Before marrying a soldier, she would have undergone a political review. Since they could get a marriage certificate, it shows her identity is clear. There's no way she's a spy or enemy agent. The informant's claim about her being a young, educated person with suspicious ties is just nonsense. They are wrongly accusing her, thinking the army is naive. He misunderstood. Director Lin doesn't know Shin Anian's military family status. He's just very interested in biogas tanks, so he's paying close attention to this matter. But everyone has their reasons and concerns, trying to find out the truth. Li Weiguo and Zhao Hongmei no longer dared to speak, lowering their heads, wishing they could hide. Why is everyone silent? We came here to find out the truth. If you have anything to say, just say it. Deputy Director Zhang spoke gently, but no one dared to reply. Shun Anian didn't want to waste more time with them and said, I remember a few days ago, Zhao Hongmei started that issue, saying my father was a capitalist. Zhao Hongmei felt a bit regretful and annoyed. That day, everyone in the village heard what she said. Even if she wanted to deny it, she couldn't. She said those words to embarrass Shun Anian, but Shun Anian stayed calm, which made Zhao Hongmei angry instead. If she had been calmer and not revealed her knowledge of the matter in front of her, then secretly reporting Shin Anian wouldn't have made her suspicious. I admit I knew about this, but that doesn't mean I did it. Do you have any proof that I was involved? Getting proof is easy. Just compare your handwriting with the letter that falsely accused her. You'll see if you wrote it. Zhao Hongmei's face suddenly turned very pale. Shin Anian sneered coldly. When they accused her, they acted so righteous. Turns out, they only dared to accuse but not admit their guilt. She looked at Deputy Director Zhang and said, Director, I want to compare their handwriting to find out who maliciously defamed me. Deputy Director Zhang nodded and said, This matter needs to be investigated. Just then, he brought the report letter and handed it directly to a young man nearby, saying, Take it for comparison. Little had someone open the dormitory door. Zhao Hongmei wanted to go in but was stopped by others. She shouted inside, You are not allowed to touch my things. No one paid attention to her. They asked around and found Zhao Mei's bed and desk. By checking a notebook, they confirmed it was Zhao Hongmei who wrote the report letter. Do you have anything to say? Zhao Hongmei, unable to deny it, could only admit. I wrote the report letter, but Shun Anian's father is from the Walking Posture faction and was sent to the farm, which is a fixed fact. If you don't believe me, you can check whether what I said is true. With her father's background, who knows if she was influenced and became a spy? I reported her for the good of the group. I just don't want the people's property to be harmed. Shun Anian snorted softly. Stop giving such grand reasons. The truth is, you did this out of personal revenge against me. Don't pretend to be so noble. Deputy Director Zhang's brow furrowed. Take her away and go back to clarify the issue. Zhao Hongmei panicked when she heard she was being taken away, almost unable to stand. Who knows if she can come back after she leaves? It's not my fault. Li Weiguo asked me to write the letter. I handed it in. I don't know anything. Li Weiguo, hearing her accusation, was so anxious he almost jumped. You're talking nonsense. It's obviously you who holds a grudge against Shin Anian and wants to get back at her. You even went to great lengths to find out her background and said that as long as you could pin her as a spy, she would never turn things around. They accused each other and cursed, each trying to throw dirt on the other. Shin Anian had expected this outcome long ago. Since Zhao Hongmei refused to admit she wrote the report letter, she knew she didn't have the courage to admit what she did or face the consequences. This dog-eat-dog drama is truly never boring. Deputy Director Zhang was tired of listening to their excuses and ordered someone to take both of them away. As they were dragged off, they kept crying and begging for mercy. After being forced into the car, Zhao Hongmei tried hard to stick her head out the window, tears streaming down her face, and looked at Shin Anian with pleading eyes. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Please, just say a word for me. I'm still so young. I don't want to go to jail. Shin Anian looked at her silently, thinking she was dreaming. If today's report had gone well, she might have been celebrating loudly. But now it failed, and the blame backfired on her. Zhao Hongmei was begging herself for forgiveness and even asked her to speak up for her. Dream on. I believe you must regret now, but I also believe your regret isn't because you falsely accused me, but because you didn't do better and left evidence that got you caught. I don't need your apologies, and I won't speak for you. This is what you have to face. When you slandered me, you should have thought about the consequences. Begging won't help. Just accept the results. Zhao Hongmei's tears suddenly stopped. She looked at Shen Anian with a fierce expression, as if she wanted to bite her. It's not fair. Her father is clearly a supporter of the traditional ways. I was right. Why are you all protecting her? Seeing her crazy look, Shen Anian shook her head silently. She suspected Zhao Hongmei had used similar tricks before and was very skilled at it, which is why she didn't care about others' lives and easily accused her of being a spy. If she were still just an unknown young worker in Dea Village, her false accusations might have worked, even if they were low and petty. But during this time at the commune, she did these things. The leaders saw her value and didn't immediately condemn her after receiving the report. Instead, they sent people to investigate. That's why she was able to prove her innocence. It seems you have no remorse at all. You can falsely accuse others so confidently, and even when exposed, you still hold grudges. You must have done this kind of thing many times. Today's outcome is your punishment. I hope you change your ways and live a good life. Evil paths won't lead you far. Zhao Hongmei stared at Shen Anian, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. The comrades escorting her used a cloth to cover her mouth, and finally, the world became quiet. After handling the matter, Deputy Director Zhang was about to leave. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered what Secretary Chun had said about choosing a site for the chicken farm. He asked, I heard you went to look for a place for the chicken farm? Have you found one? Almost done. If everything goes smoothly, it will be that place. Ningyuan town isn't very big, and every household has a quota for raising chickens. Do you think the chicken farm's meat can be sold out? It should be possible. Deputy Director Zhang thought the young comrade's idea was too simple and reminded him, meat needs ration tickets. People have limited tickets, so they might prefer to buy pork. Although chicken is tasty, pork has more fat. If people are eating at home, they probably prefer pork to add oil and water to their meals, rather than chicken. Director, I've thought about this. We can connect with factories. Factories have canteens. From my observations, the amount of meat they buy from the supply and marketing cooperative is limited. Workers get very little meat and many are unhappy. If the chickens from our farm are sold to the factory canteens, they will definitely welcome it. Plus, during festivals, factories give out benefits. Because supplies are short, each factory worries about providing enough. Our chickens could be given as holiday benefits to workers. I believe they would be happy. Even if we can't give out such good benefits every festival, big holidays like Mid-Autumn and Spring Festival always include some kind of gift. Ningyuan town has over 500 workers. During 2 festivals, they would need more than 1,000 chickens. If we include the county, the number of workers is even larger. Even if not every factory buys from us, selling 5,000 or 6,000 chickens is definitely doable. Besides meat chickens, we can also supply eggs. People can't eat chicken every day, but they can eat eggs, right? Children need nutrition to grow, and parents are willing to buy good food for them. Selling eggs can also bring an income. Deputy Factory Director Zhang's eyes lit up. Connecting the chicken farm directly with factories really is a good idea. Every year during major festivals, the procurement departments of various factories compete to buy goods as worker benefits. They often try to rush to the supply and marketing cooperative to grab items, almost coming to blows. This year, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the factory director of the textile factory came to the Revolutionary Committee to complain. He said that the agricultural machinery factory and the daily chemical factory had snatched up all the good items in the shopping mall, and the textile factory couldn't get anything. For many years, the workers have been unhappy with the poor benefits. At that time, there was nothing he could do. People had ways to get things from the market, and he couldn't stop them from buying. If the chicken farm could directly connect with the factory, the problem would be solved. He had never thought of this idea before. Young people are quick-witted. Your idea is really clever. Staying in town is a waste of talent. Have you ever thought about working in the county? When he said this, everyone was stunned. Secretary Chun was even more surprised. Deputy Director Zhang was acting unethically. How could he try to steal her away right in front of him? Besides being surprised, he also felt a bit envious. Moving to the county would give her a bigger stage. Shin Anian refused this offer. Director, thank you for your kindness, but I have little work experience. I think I need to gain more experience at the grassroots level. Secretary Chun felt mixed emotions. She had actually turned down Deputy Director Zhang. This was such a good opportunity. Many people spend their whole lives stuck in the town's commune, and moving further is almost impossible. But she refused such a great chance. Deputy Director Zhang was a bit disappointed. All right, when the time is right in the future, you can come again. Thank you for your understanding, leader. Work hard. I'm looking forward to your biogas power generation report. Yes, leader. Deputy Director Zhang patted her shoulder and then got into the car. Secretary Chen still wanted to stay and talk, but she had a lot on her mind she couldn't say to Shun Anian. She decided to wait until tomorrow. Father Qin saw that the situation was resolved and told the educated youth to go back to work. The educated youth didn't expect that Li Weigua and Zhao Hongmei had actually written letters to report Shun Anian, and they had been taken away. Last time they reported her, they stayed at the farm for a month. This time, they probably wouldn't come back easily. Li Ling walked forward in silence for a while, then suddenly sighed. I never thought that even the director from the county town would help Shun Anian like this. Chunheng looked at her and said calmly, I don't think this is helping her. Since someone reported her, we must find out the truth. Li Weigua and the others said Shun Anian was a spy, but that doesn't hold up. This is a serious accusation. Deputy Director Zhang took her back for investigation, and there's nothing wrong with that. Li Ling didn't expect him to say such harsh words and felt like he had slapped her in the face. I didn't say who was at fault. I just think Shun Anian is too cruel. We are all educated youths. We have some feelings. But Shun Anian ignored Zhao Hongmei's pleas and watched her being taken away. That was too cruel. Chun Heng sneered coldly. When she reported, did she think about the consequences? What crime is being a spy? If that charge is proven, what will happen to Shun Anian? Zhao Hongmei wanted her dead. Shun Anian didn't plead for her, and she would be blamed for being heartless. How can you say such things? He clicked his tongue and strode forward without even glancing at Li Ling. Li Ling's face turned red. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Zhao Changyong and the other male youths didn't comfort her and quickly went back to work. Even Lin Hui, the kind-hearted man, rarely spoke this time and silently went to work with Zhou Mei. Li Ling was so angry her eyes turned red. She just asked, is it really necessary to say that about me? Father Qin still felt upset about this incident. Although it was a narrow escape, if Shun Anian had made even a small mistake, she would have been taken away today. Why are these young people so good at causing trouble? Last time, when they set up the food factory, they went to the commune to report. This time, they went even further, directly reporting to the county and accusing Shun Anian of a serious crime. These people are good at reporting, but not much else. Mother Qin saw them coming and finally relaxed, thinking that since they returned, nothing serious had happened. What's going on? Why did Deputy Director Zhang come to our team? Mom, this isn't the place to talk. Let's wait until we get home. With such a big incident, Mother Qin had no mind to work and immediately asked for leave to go home. Her younger sister was inside eating when she saw a group of people walking in from outside, all looking unhappy. What happened? It's still working hours. Why are they all back, and why do they look so unhappy? Did someone upset them? She stood up. Mom and Dad, why are you both back so early? I have something to talk to your third sister-in-law about. You go to your own room. Mom, is there something I can't hear? Just let me listen. If I tell you to go in, then go in. Why are you bothering me? The fourth sister-in-law is always so forgetful. She often makes people angry just by talking. Right now, I don't want to get upset because of her. The fourth sister-in-law frowned and reluctantly took little Domiao by the hand, ready to take her back inside. Little Domiao hugged her grandma's leg and cheerfully called out, Grandma, play. Grandma Qin patted her head. Go back to your mom's room first. Grandma will play with you later. Then she looked at the fourth sister-in-law. Take Domiao back inside. The sister-in-law had no choice but to lead Do Miao into the house. She was very curious about what they were talking about. Everyone looked serious, as if something big had happened. She placed Do Miao on the bed and then went to the door, pressing her ear to listen. As soon as Grandma Qin sat down, she asked eagerly, "Why did Deputy Director Zhang come? Did something happen?" Shen Anian told her everything honestly. Grandma Qin was stunned. Enemy agents? Is that something you can just say casually? Everyone is so young, but their hearts are so mean. These young people don't work hard, but instead fight among themselves. If they put as much effort into working as they do into fighting, they wouldn't fall behind every day. Seeing Grandma Qin so angry and pale, Shen Anian was worried she might get sick, so she advised her, "The problem is already solved. The people have been taken away. Don't be angry. It's a good thing they were taken away. If they were still in the village, I'd slap them myself. Anyway, they're from the city. They've read books, but their hearts are so dark." Shen Anian kept trying to comfort Grandma Qin, telling her to stay calm. She couldn't really not care about this. She just thought that since they were taken away this time, it probably wouldn't be easy for them, and that made her feel a little better. However, she still needs to find out how Deputy Director Zhang will handle them. If the punishment is too light, she will add fuel to the fire. Anyway, she won't let Zhao Hongmei cause trouble again. Her younger sister-in-law was very frightened when she heard what they said. No wonder Mother sent her into the room. She couldn't hear such things. Shen Anian's father is actually a capitalist, and this secret has been uncovered. Although Zhao Jiqing and Li Jiqing have already been caught, Shen Anian's father is a capitalist, and her family is part of the exploiting class. In the future, they might even harm their family. Her parents are really too trusting. After such a thing happened, they still kept Shen Anian. If it were me, I would have asked her to leave immediately and cut all ties with her. When Qin Lao Si just got home, his younger sister-in-law pulled him into the room. "I have to tell you, something big has happened in our family." Qin Lao Si looked at her speechlessly. "You're always so dramatic. I'll probably be scared to death by you someday." She was so angry she slapped him. "I'm serious, something really big has happened." She lowered her voice, as if afraid someone might hear, and said, "Do you know what kind of family our third sister-in-law comes from?" "What family?" "She's from a capitalist family. Her father is a capitalist." Qin Lao Si was quite shocked. "You're talking nonsense. If her family really was capitalist, why would our third brother marry her?" Seeing that he didn't believe her, she became more anxious. "Stop spreading rumors. Ask Mother yourself." "I'll go ask Mother right now. If you dare to lie to me, I'll hit you." Qin Lao Si stood up to leave, but his sister-in-law quickly stopped him. "You can't go out. Just now you said I should ask Mother. Why can't I go now?" "Today, Mother didn't let me listen when she talked to third sister-in-law. If you go ask now, Mother will know I was eavesdropping." Qin Lao Si looked at her with a complicated expression. "I've told you so many times, stop eavesdropping. Why can't you remember?" She nonchalantly pouted. "I can't help listening. They're discussing things outside, and they just chase me out. I just want to hear what they're saying. What good will it do if you listen? Besides coming to stir up trouble with me, what else is the point? My younger sister-in-law is really about to be angry enough to cry." "Fourth brother Qin, why are you saying such things about me? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Her family are capitalists. Do you know that Zhao Jiqing from our village reported her today and had her taken away? She's just a troublemaker." At first, Qin fourth brother was worried, but hearing this, he felt relieved. "So, you're saying Zhao Jiqing reported the third sister-in-law and was taken away? Who took her?" "I heard it was Deputy Director Zhang." Deputy Director Zhang came to the commune today.
He knows about it.
Everyone is guessing why he came. Could it be to handle this matter? If you know Zhao Jiqing was taken away, then you should also know that her report was just a baseless rumor. Stop talking nonsense here. I think you're just bored and worried about nothing. You're not happy unless you stir up trouble. She herself admitted that her father is a capitalist. How could she be wrong? Qin fourth brother was really tired of arguing with her. Luckily, she's timid and usually only complains to him. Otherwise, with her confused nature, She would definitely be a troublemaker. Don't care about what third sister-in-law's status is. Zhao Jiqing's report led to her being taken away, but third sister-in-law is completely fine. Don't you understand? From now on, stop talking about these things. Fourth sister-in-law opened her mouth but finally shut it awkwardly, saying nothing. She hadn't told anyone else about this. She only told him. Now he was blaming her for talking too much. She held back for a while, feeling uncomfortable, and then said, "If you ask me, third sister-in-law is just too proud, which is why she offended people." That's why Zhao Jiqing reported her. Qin's fourth brother was playing with little Do Miao, but when he heard this, he shot her a glance. "Just mind your own business. Why do you care what others do? How can I not care? We're a family. If something happens to her, we'll be affected too. What ability do you have to manage third sister-in-law's affairs? You're about to have a baby.
Focus on that.
Think less about these things. My baby is perfectly fine." Fourth sister-in-law proudly touched her belly. "I'm sure this time I'll have a son. Then we'll see who can look down on me." Old Qin 4 looked speechless. "Who looks down on you?" His younger sister-in-law snorted coldly. "Don't think I don't know. When I had my first child, Do Miao, the family wasn't happy. Our parents didn't care about me. When the eldest sister-in-law had her stone, they only cared for her. When I have a son this time, I believe our parents will have nothing to say." Seeing how confident she was, insisting she would definitely have a son, Qin 4 became curious. "How do you know this time it will be a boy?" "Of course. I went with my mother to see the fortune teller and took the medicine she gave me. The fortune teller said I would definitely have a son." Qin 4 looked at her with a serious face. Just moments ago, he thought she was timid. Now, it seemed she was very brave. As long as her mother was with her, she dared to do anything. Now that you're breaking old customs, you still dare to do these things. Aren't you afraid someone will catch you? We avoided people and were careful all the way. No one saw us. With such a big belly, you dare to put anything in your mouth. You're just messing around instead of living a good life. I wonder how long you can keep this up. How am I messing around? I just want a son. My mother helped me think of a way, and now you're upset with me. Is it just for me? I'm thinking of you too. I don't believe you don't want a son." Qin 4 also wanted a son. His first child was a girl. If he had a son now, he would have both a son and a daughter. But even if he wanted a son, he didn't agree with her using dishonest methods. If such tricks worked, it wouldn't be called superstitions but magic. He knew talking to his sister-in-law about this was useless. She seemed brainwashed by her family. Her mother said everything was right. Sometimes, he felt powerless, as if he couldn't communicate with her. Nothing he said seemed to matter. Do as you like. Since you love listening to your mother, ignore everyone else. Do whatever you want. Qin 4 played with Do Miao, too lazy to say more. His sister-in-law turned away and stopped talking to him. My daughter is right. Women should have a son to rely on. When her son is born, no one will dare to look down on her anymore. After Shun Anian explained everything to Mother Qin, she immediately boiled water and took a bath. Today, she went to many places, sweated a lot, and got covered in grass. After washing up, she finally felt much fresher. Back in her room, she wrote down her opinions about raising chickens in Zhao Village. At the same time, she also drafted plans for building a monument for revolutionary martyrs, visiting the families of martyrs and retired soldiers during the Spring Festival. She planned to discuss these with Secretary Chen tomorrow. Yesterday's incident made Secretary Chen think Shin Anian might be somewhat affected. But when she came to work today, she appeared energetic and even brought 2 planning proposals. He realized that this young comrade was not affected at all.
She truly knows how to stay calm.
Not many people can remain so composed after such a stressful event. She managed to stay calm and didn't show any signs of panic. Moreover, she was in a good mood and completed her work.
Such resilience is rare.
Honestly, at her age, I couldn't do the same. Regarding raising chickens in Zhao Village, I can approve that. But for building a monument for the martyrs and visiting the veterans, I can't decide alone. We still need a meeting to discuss. The commune isn't a one-man show. This plan involves the finance department and a lot of money is involved. It's not something I can decide by myself. Secretary, do we need to have the meeting now? Seeing her hopeful look, Secretary Chen finally nodded. Such a big event didn't seem to affect her at all. She came to work early in the morning with great enthusiasm. Of course, we can't let her down. Call everyone for the meeting. Everyone quickly gathered in the conference room. When they saw Shen Anian, they were curious. Although they didn't know why Deputy Director Zhang wanted to see Shen Anian from his attitude, it was clear that something big was happening. They thought Shen Anian might be in trouble, but surprisingly, she was unaffected and came to work early. If Deputy Director Zhang wasn't here to hold her accountable, then what was he here for? Sister Yang saw Shen Anian and was so angry, she almost fainted. Yesterday, she talked with Deputy Director Zhang for a long time. From his attitude, she thought Shen Anian would definitely have a hard time. Even if she wouldn't be arrested, her work in the commune wouldn't be safe. But surprisingly, she faced no trouble at all. When she proposed building a memorial and visiting veterans and the families of fallen soldiers, she was the first to oppose. Do you know how many martyrs and veterans we have in Ningyuan town? Building a memorial costs money. The commune's finances are already tight. Where do we get the money to build a memorial? Or to visit the families of martyrs and veterans? Shen Anian was not angry at her harsh criticism and showed no extra emotion on her face. I understand that collecting information about martyrs and their families is a time-consuming task. Building a memorial and visiting families will cost money. But we shouldn't ignore these things just because of financial difficulties. During times of national crisis, these people risked their lives to protect our country. Don't they deserve our remembrance? These heroes sacrificed their lives, and their families have never asked the government for anything. Should we really give them nothing? Can we be at peace with that? Building such a memorial is to let future generations know what sacrifices they made for our country. Visiting the families of martyrs and veterans doesn't require expensive gifts. Even just showing concern or bringing a banner is enough. These heroes gave up their lives for the birth of our nation. Do they want gifts? No, what they want is justice. Visiting them during festivals or special days shows that the country has not forgotten their sacrifice. The families of martyrs have already lost loved ones. We can't let them feel cold and lonely. After she finished speaking, the entire meeting room was silent. This silence made Sister Yang feel especially uncomfortable. The more people didn't speak, the more it seemed like she was being unreasonable just now. Our whole county has so many martyrs, but there's no such rule here. Why are you insisting on doing this? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Big Sister Yang, you're right. We should raise this issue with the county. Thank you for reminding me. Big Sister Yang. Was she trying to remind her, or was she scolding her for causing trouble? But when she saw Secretary Chen looking at her with disapproval, she didn't dare say more. She had nothing to say, but Shen Anian still had more to add. Secretary Chen, wasn't I the one who made a bet with Big Sister Yang before? Whoever lost had to give half a year's salary. Although it's not a lot of money, I think we can use it for this. Making some banners should be enough. Secretary Chen paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, let's do as you say. As for building the monument, we need to discuss it further. Don't worry, Secretary. I will definitely suggest it to the county and try to get their approval for our plan. It quickly became our plan, even though it hadn't been approved yet. But Secretary Chen didn't argue with her. This young comrade was doing it for the good of the commune. Countless martyrs shed their blood to build new China, so the people could live better today. Those who sacrificed their lives for them deserve to be remembered. Of course, they should never be forgotten. These heroes should always be kept in people's hearts. All right, that's all for now. Meeting adjourned. Comrade Yang Suyun, please stay. Big Sister Yang was about to leave when Secretary Chen asked her to stay alone, which made her feel a bit nervous. Secretary Chen seemed unaware of Yang Suyun's nervousness. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. After placing the cup down, he looked at Yang Suyun. Suyun, do you know why I asked you to stay? Yang Suyun looked uncomfortable. Is it about the monument? Secretary Chen smiled. Comrade Suyun, you're an old revolutionary. I want to ask you, do you really disagree with building the monument? Yang Suyun's face tightened. Our commune really doesn't have enough money, The finance department can't allocate that much. Our commune is poor. We were poorer before, but no matter how poor we are, we can't forget our roots, he said more seriously. Yang big sister immediately blushed. Secretary, I didn't mean it that way. I participated in the revolution, so I know how hard it was back then. I don't oppose this matter. I just think it's too big and needs to be discussed slowly. Do you mean you agree with Xiao Shen's opinion? Yes, I agree. Secretary Chen sighed silently. Big sister Yang, Xiao Shen is young, but she is a good comrade. I see in her the same courage that our old comrades had, facing difficulties bravely and moving forward. However, because she is young, she sometimes speaks and acts without enough tact, which can offend others. Please give her some guidance in the future. Big sister Yang's face suddenly turned pale. He didn't mean for her to advise Shen Anian, he was actually advising her. He knew about her past conflicts with Shen Anian. He told her to let go of the matter and not target Shen Anian. Secretary Chen, I understand. That's all right then. Secretary, I'll go out now. Big sister Yang supported herself on the desk and stood up, using all her strength to avoid staggering as she left. She really didn't like Shen Anian, not just because she took her daughter's job, but also because she was too outstanding. She had some ability, but her sharpness often hurt others. Big sister Yang disliked such showy people, especially since Shen Anian had once made her look so embarrassing. But despite that, Shen Anian could still work peacefully under Deputy Director Zhang and was favored by Secretary Chen. No matter how much she disliked her, she could only endure it. Just endure it a little longer. One more time and she might offend someone. When that day comes, it will be time to settle scores with Shen Anian. Shen Anian returned to her office and started writing her report. He Xiaoying knocked on the door and came in, with her eyes a bit red and looking somewhat excited. Shen Anian looked at her strangely, feeling a bit confused. Xiaoying, do you need something? He Xiaoying shook her head. I just want to tell you that what you said in the meeting was really great. I was so moved, Shen Anian. So, this is her way of showing she was touched. I just spoke from the heart. So, He Gong, sure, do you agree with my suggestion? He Xiaoying nodded hard. I agree. My grandfather is an old revolutionary. I grew up listening to his stories about fighting in battles. The fallen comrades, some old, some young, many of whom have no family left. If even we forget them, then no one will remember them anymore. The young girl rubbed her red eyes and said, That's why I think what you're doing is very meaningful. I support you. Since you support me, could you please sign my proposal so the leaders of the Revolutionary Committee know that this is a joint effort? It might make them pay more attention. Okay, I will sign. Shen Anian blinked at her. You know I don't have a good relationship with others in the office. Can you help by telling everyone to sign too? He Xiaoying felt like she might be setting a trap, but she was happy to help with this matter. All right, I'll talk to everyone and try to get all of them to sign. Xiaoying, thank you so much. If the monument really gets built, you will have contributed. He Xiaoying shyly smiled and said, Don't mention it. It's what I should do. She left the room and told everyone about Shen Anian's request. Everyone cooperated eagerly and signed the proposal. Yang Dajia looked at them, feeling helpless and overwhelmed. Now, everyone was on Shen Anian's side, and no one supported her anymore. She was so capable. She had only been at the commune for a short time, and the secretary protected her. Now, even her colleagues were standing with her against her. He Xiaoying wanted to talk to her about this, but saw that Yang Dajia looked very upset. She hesitated, unsure how to start, and clenched the paper to leave. But Yang Dajia called out to her. Why do you run away when you see me? I'll sign too. He Xiaoying looked at her awkwardly, but still handed her the proposal. Yang Dajia quickly signed her name, pressing hard enough to almost tear the paper. Seeing her stern face, He Xiaoying felt a mix of emotions. It was surprising to see such a kind person suddenly change so much in front of her. She took the proposal and thanked Yang Dajia, saying, Thank you on behalf of those martyrs. Sister Yang slowly exhaled and forced a small smile. This is what we are supposed to do. As a worker of the commune, the awareness to serve the people is something we all have. This time, He Xiaoying really didn't dare to speak. Just now in the meeting room, She had argued with Shun Anian until she was red in the face. Turning around and hearing such words from her maid, he Xiaoying feel a sense of disconnect. She could only smile and grab the proposal to leave. But as she turned, she saw Shun Anian standing at the office door. She quickly walked over. Nian Nian, the documents are signed. Shun Anian took them and looked. Almost everyone in the commune had signed, including Sister Yang. She looked up and met Sister Yang's cold gaze, which was full of icy intent. They had long fallen out. Shun Anian didn't hold back and asked with raised eyebrows, "Commissioner Yang, do you have any opinions about me?" Sister Yang saw her still smiling and hated her deeply. If it weren't for her, Secretary Chen wouldn't have said those things to her. She had worked in the commune for so many years and had never been spoken to like that by Secretary Chen. Now she was proud and appreciated by the leaders, and her colleagues flattered her. But what about herself? An old leader held a lot of opinions about her, and her colleagues didn't stand with her. All the hardships she was facing now were caused by this woman in front of her. Her gaze at Shun Anian was almost fiery. But seeing everyone in the office watching her, she quickly suppressed her anger and forced out a smile. Of course not. Secretary Shun is smart and capable, always helping the leaders. You're the right hand of the leadership. I wouldn't dare have any opinions about you. After speaking, she sat back in her seat. He Xiaoying quietly moved aside. Sister Yang's cold stare at Shun Anian earlier was quite frightening. Shun Anian turned around to get some water. No matter how much Sister Yang hated her, what could she do? At most, she would do some small tricks in secret. As long as she paid attention, she wouldn't succeed. Shun Anian handed the proposal to Secretary Chen, asking him to submit it to the county committee for reform. The proposal to build a monument for martyrs and visit their families during festivals was almost finalized. This task is not easy to solve quickly. It is a long and detailed job because many martyrs have no names and no relatives to find. Even though the armed forces have some names of martyrs, many are not recorded in official files. Only stories are passed around among people. They need to find each person one by one, contact the military, verify the unit numbers, reasons for sacrifice, and also get in touch with their families. There will be a lot of work to do. This process cannot be finished in just a year or two. It takes a long time to see results. So, Shun Anian handed this task to Secretary Chen. When she heard that the Revolutionary Committee had approved the plan, she stopped managing it herself. Since the committee agreed, someone else will start working on it. She went to Zhao Village to prepare for a chicken farm. The commune lent Zhao Village 200 yuan as startup money. This amount is too small to run a chicken farm. They cannot borrow more money from the commune because Shun Anian works there and knows the commune is very poor. They have to find ways to cut costs. To build the chicken coop, they could only make bricks from earth and help each other build it. The 200 yuan from the commune cannot all be used to buy chicks. Once they have chicks, they need to feed them. They have no grain left, so they mix rice bran with chopped wild vegetables to feed the chicks, which is barely enough. Buying rice bran costs money. Chicks are too expensive, so they hatch eggs themselves. A chicken egg costs about 3 to 4 cents. With 100 yuan, they could buy around 2,700 eggs. Shun Anian chose 2 young, capable women in the village to collect eggs from different villages every day and hatch the eggs. Without mother hens, they had to hatch the eggs artificially. She arranged a heated bed, placed the eggs carefully, and had someone watch the temperature 24 hours a day to ensure it stayed just right for hatching. Hatching chicks takes at least 20 to 25 days. During this time, she only checked in occasionally. The rest of the work was done by the workers at the chicken farm. Shun Anian rode her bicycle back to the village. Suddenly, an older woman stopped her and said congratulations, telling her family was going to have a new baby. She was stunned for a moment before realizing, could it be that her younger sister-in-law had given birth? Did Hongxing give birth? Probably. I saw them take her to the hospital this morning. Your parents went there too. Then I should go see her. Shun Anian was worried that the children at home might be scared if the adults didn't come back, so she hurried back. Sure enough, she saw that Little Stone and the others had already returned, but no adults were there. Little Stone ran over on his short legs and asked, Annie, do we have a little brother now? How do you know it's a little brother and not a little sister? Don't you like little sisters? Little Stone pouted and looked at her, very confused. But Grandma Chow said it's a little brother. How can it be a little sister? Why did Annie say different things from Grandma Chow? Is it a little brother or a little sister? Shin Anian patted Little Stone's head. It turns out the villagers told them this. Older people in the village like boys, so it's no surprise they said that. Your fourth aunt might have a boy, or she might have a girl. Don't you like little sisters? Little Stone shook his head. There are so many sisters at home, no brothers. I want a brother to play with me. That makes sense. There are 5 children in the family, and he's the only little boy. He might feel lonely. I'll go to the hospital and tell you when I come back whether it's a little brother or a little sister. Little Stone wanted to go with her, but Shin Anian didn't agree. She still didn't know what was going on with the 4th sister-in-law. With children around, she was worried she wouldn't have enough energy to take care of everyone. She told Shin Anian to take good care of the other children, then rode her bike to the town. When she arrived at the hospital, the baby had already been born. The 4th sister-in-law was upset and refused to rest for some reason. Shin Anian stepped forward and asked, "What's going on? Why isn't the mother resting?" Qin Yunxiang whispered to her. She had a daughter. She's saying the hospital swapped her son for a girl and is causing trouble, demanding they return her son. Hearing this, the 4th sister-in-law shouted loudly, "I gave birth to a son. The fortune teller gave me a talisman water, saying I would definitely have a son this time." She paid 30 yuan to the fortune teller to draw the talisman. She thought she was having a son, but it turned out to be a girl. She couldn't accept it. Shun Enian didn't look at her, but turned to Song Laosi standing nearby. "Laosi, what do you think?" Old Qin For felt a bit regretful, but it was only a brief moment of regret. Whether the baby was a boy or a girl, it was still his child. Moreover, he was still young and could have more children in the future, so he didn't think as deeply as his younger sister-in-law. "Both sons and daughters are my children all the same." His attitude made Shin Anian feel somewhat satisfied. Qin's parents didn't have a strong preference for boys over girls. Because of their influence, Qin Old Four didn't blindly pursue having a son, which was a good thing. However, his younger sister-in-law went to extreme lengths, even using charms and water to try to get pregnant. If she wasn't made to realize her mistake in time, the child's future might not be smooth. "Young sister-in-law, it seems you've wasted all those lessons in the village about education. In the new society, boys and girls are equal. What boys can do, girls can do too. How can you still have the idea that boys are better? That's impossible. A son can carry on the family line, but what about a girl?" Shin Anian was also very angry. As a family member of a government official, how can your thinking be so backward? Using superstitions and charms, it's just superstitious nonsense. "I think you should be taken away with the local spiritual master." When she mentioned being taken away, the younger sister-in-law fell silent. Last time, she had sent a group of people to work on the farm, and no one could forget how scared she was. Although she didn't speak, she glared angrily at the small baby girl that Qin's mother was holding. Seeing that she finally calmed down, the doctor and nurse left. Shin Anian placed the things she bought on the table and leaned over to look at her newborn niece. The baby girl, wrapped in a blanket, looked wrinkled and red all over, like a tiny old lady. She instinctively asked, "Why does this baby look so wrinkled?" Qin's mother smiled at her. "Newborns are like that. She'll be fine when she grows up." Qin's mother was a bit disappointed that her younger daughter-in-law hadn't been able to have a son. Old Qin For already had a daughter, and if they could have another son, it would be a perfect balance of boys and girls. But her younger sister-in-law's fussing made Qin's mother feel more pity for the newborn granddaughter. With such a confused mother, who knew what would happen to the child in the future? Shin Anian looked at the soft, wrinkled baby and didn't dare to touch her, afraid she might accidentally hurt the child. After glancing at the baby twice, she quietly moved to the side, pretending to be invisible. Mother Qin saw her younger sister-in-law looking tired and thought she must be very exhausted after giving birth. She placed the baby on the bed to keep her company and let her rest. Then she took Xiao Do Miao and went out with the others. When the younger sister-in-law saw them leave, her face immediately changed. The younger sister-in-law looked at the items on the bedside table and complained to Qin Lao Si, "Why did third sister-in-law only give a jar of malted milk? She's so stingy. They're a couple, one is a government official, the other a battalion commander, and they only gave malted milk. It's really penny-pinching." Hearing this, Qin Lao Si's mouth twitched. Just now she had been complaining about feeling unwell, yet she still had the energy to care about what third sister-in-law brought. Third sister-in-law probably just came straight from work and didn't have time to prepare anything. There's a shop next to the hospital. She could have bought more things. And big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law came empty-handed. Big and second sister-in-law didn't come empty-handed. They each gave 5 yuan. The younger sister-in-law snorted. They work at a food factory and earn so little money, yet they only give 5 yuan. That's too stingy. They should have bought some cloth to make clothes for the baby, but they only gave that little money. It's like they don't value me because I had a girl. Enough. Is this your child or theirs? Are you trying to make them give all their money to raise your child? Are you satisfied? Big and second sister-in-law gave money, but you say they didn't buy anything. Third sister-in-law bought some things, and now you complain they aren't enough. Are you expecting the family to be completely drained just because you had a baby? Are you happy now? Their family had visitors and even received money and gifts. Her own family hadn't even sent a single person or gift. Why doesn't she criticize them? Hearing this, the younger sister-in-law was so angry she wanted to sit up and argue, but moving hurt so much, she turned pale. Qin Lao Si quickly held her down, telling her not to move. You're just postpartum and don't know your own condition. Why are you moving around? The younger sister-in-law clenched her teeth. That's because you made me angry. If you hadn't scolded me, I wouldn't be like this. Qin Lao Si immediately lost the desire to argue with her. But since she had just given birth, he didn't want to fight. Instead, he spoke gently to comfort her. Don't complain about the small gifts they give. It's the full moon celebration, and they will surely show their good wishes then. One thing is one thing. How can they be the same? All right, just stop worrying about other people's money. Focus on living your life well. Old Qin firmly covered her with a blanket. Rest quickly. We can talk more later. The younger sister-in-law was already weak after giving birth. She had only been holding on, but now she was truly tired and soon fell asleep. Shun Anian had no idea that she was being so disliked by her sister-in-law. She also wanted to buy more things, but she thought about how new mothers can't eat just anything. Since her sister-in-law had just given birth, she didn't know what she could eat either. So she chose the safest option, malted milk drink, thinking it was suitable for everyone and wouldn't cause problems. Unexpectedly, this made her sister-in-law think she had given too little. Mother Qin left the room and sighed softly. This silly girl, if you hadn't come today, the hospital might have called the police. Seeing her sister-in-law's recent behavior, Shun Anian also wanted to sigh. Fortunately, Old Fourth is sensible. If the parents at home were biased, she didn't know how the children would be treated. I think Old Fourth is quite capable. Not everyone can sleep in the same bed with 2 different people. Shun Anian was surprised to hear Mother Qin also criticize Old Fourth. But she had to admit, Qin Old Fourth's choice of his wife wasn't very impressive. Mom, they have to live their own lives. Don't worry about it. By this point, nothing could be changed. The only thing to do was to relax and think positively. Life would be better that way. Back home, Mother Qin was busy preparing chicken soup for her sister-in-law and boiling red eggs to send to relatives. Sister-in-law Qinda and Qin Yunxiang were helping in the kitchen. Shin Anian couldn't do much to help. She returned to her room and wondered whether she should write a letter to Qin Jingqi, telling him about the new niece. After thinking for a while, she decided not to. She would tell him when she received his reply. She wasn't sure if he had received her letter. She carefully counted. She had only sent the letter a few days ago, but waiting felt so long. Qin Jingqi indeed received her letter, along with the spicy chili sauce she sent. Zhou Yin took the chili sauce and ate several bites with his steamed bun, even forgetting about writing a will. Qin Jingqi held a pen, but he was not writing a reply. Instead, he was writing a will. Before each major mission, they always wrote a will in case they didn't return, so their loved ones could arrange things. Over the years, he had participated in many missions and always returned safely, so he never sent out these wills. After getting married, he changed the recipient of his will from his parents to his wife. He hesitated for a long time, still unsure what to say to her. What should he write? Should he ask her to take good care of his parents and be filial if something happened to him? That would be selfish. It was his responsibility, and he shouldn't push it onto her. Or should he comfort her, tell her not to be sad, and encourage her to find someone else to marry? He simply couldn't find the words. Of course, he wanted Shin Anian to live a good life. He wished her happiness forever. But just thinking about her standing beside another man, having children with him, made him feel sad. Zhou-in finished his bun, and also wrote his will. Seeing Qin Jingqi still staring at the paper in a daze, he asked, "Why haven't you started writing? You people with families are so clingy." Every time Lao Lu goes on a mission, he also takes forever to write. Unlike me, I've already prepared my will. His mother had passed away long ago, and his father had remarried and had other children. In that family, he was already an outsider. He had no ties or worries in this world. His only request in his will was to be buried next to his mother, at least to have a tombstone beside her, so he could be with her. Qin Jingqi shot him a glance. He knew a bit about Zhou Yin's family situation, but seeing how carefree and unconcerned he seemed, he didn't ask further. He picked up his pen and quickly wrote a letter to Shin Anian. After finishing, he read the letter she had just sent him twice. She was so excellent and independent. Even if he wasn't by her side, she would surely take good care of herself. But how could he not be with her? Qin Jingqi put the item and letter into the drawer, only taking the wedding photo with Shin Anian. His younger sister-in-law stayed in the hospital for 3 days before returning to the Qin family. However, there was a small incident when she was discharged. During the discharge process, Qin Laozi discovered that there was no money at home. To settle the discharge fee, he asked where his younger sister-in-law kept the family's money so he could go home and get it. She hesitated for a long time and refused to say. After persistent questioning, she finally admitted that there was no money left at home. She had saved 86 yuan, all of which she had given to her brother at her parents' house to help him get married. Qin Laozi was furious. Earlier, he had warned his younger sister-in-law that even if she borrowed money from her family, she should leave some for herself. Who would have thought she was so careless, actually lending out all the money, leaving herself with not a single cent? Qin's mother was upset to see them arguing loudly in the hospital. In the end, she took out money so Qin Laozi could pay the fee, allowing them to leave the hospital. Once home, Qin Laozi frowned and refused to speak much to his younger sister-in-law. She knew she had made a mistake and felt guilty. When she saw Qin Laozi giving her a cold look, she didn't dare to speak. Her mother, Ma Chunhua, came to visit her. She brought half a jean of brown sugar and a jean of chicken cake. Seeing Qin's mother, she immediately took her hand warmly. "Mother-in-law, congratulations. Our family has a new addition." Compared to Ma Chunhua's enthusiasm, Qin's mother's attitude was a bit colder. "Congratulations. The fourth son's wife is inside. Go in and see her." "All right, mother-in-law. I'll go in first. We'll talk later." Ma Chunhua happily entered the room and saw Qin Laozi there. She smiled and said, "Zhengfeng is also here. Isn't he at work?" Qin Laozi always thought his mother-in-law was greedy for small benefits. After this incident, he liked her even less. "Mother-in-law, you come, and I'll leave you two to talk. I won't disturb you." He carried Xiaodo Miao and went outside. Ma Chunhua had already heard that her younger daughter-in-law had a girl. Seeing Qin Laozi's attitude, she felt uneasy. Could it be that he was disappointed that Hongxing had a girl? She had long worried that the Qin family's elders wanted a grandson and was trying to find ways to make Hongxing have a son. This red apricot tree is also unhelpful. How is it that both of her pregnancies resulted in daughters? She looked toward the door. Old Qin Fourth had already gone far. She lowered her voice and asked her younger sister-in-law, "What's wrong with Zhengfeng? Does he dislike that you only had a daughter?" "No, he just..." just knows that I lent all the money to my family and don't have enough for hospital bills. He's angry about that. Mom, you don't need to worry about him. In a few days, he'll be fine. Her sister-in-law was very confident in herself. She knew old Chin-forth well and believed he would make up with her in a few days. Ma Chunhwa saw her like this and guessed there was no big problem.
She felt relieved.
If you had a son, this wouldn't be a problem. I also want a son, but having a son isn't something I can just decide. I even gave 30 yuan to the local temple to help me have a son. They said they would help me, but in the end, I only had a daughter. Mom, you must help me get that money back. Ma Chunhwa also wanted her money back. When she heard her sister-in-law had a daughter, she went to the temple to ask for her money back. But the temple priestess said she had already helped to pray for a son, and it was their luck that changed, so they had a daughter instead. She didn't believe it. She smashed the temple and demanded her money back. But the priestess threatened her, saying if she caused trouble, she would tell everyone about their past prayers and rituals. In this time when old customs were being broken and superstitions were being criticized, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Her sister-in-law was so angry after hearing this that her nose almost crooked. How could that temple priestess be so shameless? She probably wasn't even a real spiritual healer. Does that mean my money was wasted? Look on the bright side, you can still earn money in the future. By the way, when you had the baby, did your sisters-in-law do anything? She pouted her lips. My eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law each gave 5 yuan, and third sister-in-law bought a can of malted milk. Ma Chunhwa was very dissatisfied. She was even more unhappy. Even though they are workers and government officials, without 20 yuan, they wouldn't be willing to give anything? Her sister-in-law agreed with her. That's right. They are all relatives of the family and old Chin's family. They are so stingy, they don't want to give even a little money. Ma Chunhwa frowned. And what did your mother-in-law say? She didn't say anything, only told me to take good care of my health. This doesn't seem like she's upset with me, so Ma Chunhwa felt relieved. But then she remembered how cold Chin's mother had been when she first entered the house, and she felt a bit uneasy. Soon, she planned to find out what Chin's mother really thought. She asked Sister Gao to show her the things she brought. Look, your own family cares about you. They know you've had a baby, and your brother is about to buy you some red sugar to help you recover. And this egg cake, feeding a baby, is hard work. If you're hungry later, just eat some egg cake to fill your stomach. Her younger sister-in-law looked at the things she brought, feeling very touched. Mother, it's still your family who cares about me. Sister Gao saw her moved and secretly smiled at how silly she was. The Chin family was so kind to her. Just look at this blue brick house and all the nice things inside. She wondered how much money they had spent. Even giving birth was done at the town hospital. In the countryside, women usually have a midwife come to their home. Few families are willing to let their daughters-in-law go to the hospital to give birth. But she, unfortunately, didn't realize how lucky she was. She kept sending things back to her mother's house. Even her younger brother's wedding gift money was half taken by her. If this kept going, would her in-laws still spoil her like this? But she didn't plan to remind her younger sister-in-law. After all, she could benefit from taking things back home herself. She wouldn't be foolish enough to warn her. Ma Chunhwa looked at her little granddaughter. Seeing how small she was and how big her eyes looked at her, she felt even less fond of her. Why did she have to have such a girl? It would be so much better if she had a boy. Then, her status in Chin's family would be secure. Having 2 girls, who knows if the family members would have opinions? Her younger sister-in-law nodded. Mother, I think the same. Don't worry, I will have another son. As long as she was clear about her own mind, she wouldn't say much. She said she was going to talk to her mother-in-law. Mother, then go ahead. Her sister-in-law watched her little daughter, who was rolling her eyes and looking around, and felt very annoyed. The little girl was quite clever. It would be so much better if she were a boy. But she was just a girl. Ma Chunhwa went to the main hall and saw Mother Chin. She smiled and said, Mother-in-law. Mother Chin had to greet her politely. Mother-in-law has arrived. Please sit. Ma Chunhwa sat beside Mother Chin. I think that child is very clever. She will surely have a bright future and won't be any less than a boy. Yes, that child is good-looking. You can tell she's a smart girl. Ma Chunhua patted her thigh. That's right. Our Hongxing has been smart since she was little. She's the most obedient and well-behaved at home. If this child's personality is like hers, taking care of her in the future will be much easier. Her words made old Qin Fourth feel unhappy. Of course, Gao Hongxing is obedient. If she didn't listen to her, she wouldn't have lent all the family money to her brother, and she wouldn't have had no money for her own hospital bills. Gao Hongxing is her daughter. She doesn't mind how much money she gives her. But she's not her son. Those are hard-earned money. He doesn't want to waste so much money on old Gao's bottomless pit. He still has 2 daughters to support. Mother-in-law, I heard that Hongxing borrowed 86 yuan from her family a while ago, saying it was for her younger brother's wedding. Is that true? Ma Chunhua didn't expect him to bring this up in front of Mother Qin. She felt a bit embarrassed. It's better to talk about such things privately. Borrowing money isn't something to be proud of. If Mother Qin finds out that she borrowed money from her daughter, she might think she looks down on her. But she did take the money, and she couldn't deny it. She hesitated and said, Hongxing did give some money. You know our family isn't well off. Her younger brother is already 20 and hasn't married yet. They finally found someone, but the bride price wasn't enough. Hongxing is close to her younger brother, so she gave some extra money. Old Qin Fourth looked at her seriously. Mother-in-law, clarify this. Is that money a gift from Hongxing to her family, or a loan to you? When Shen Anian pushed her cart inside and heard this, she just saw Ma Chunhua struggling to respond. She pretended not to hear and quickly changed the subject. This girl is really pretty. Is she your youngest daughter? I haven't seen her for a year, and she's grown so much. Mother Qin said, she's the wife of a 3rd son. She works at the commune. Ma Chunhua immediately exclaimed, oh, working in the commune means you're a government official. That's impressive. Shen Anian parked her bicycle and moved closer to the fire to warm herself. Mom, what are you talking about? Mrs. Qin introduced Ma Chunhua to her. This is a relative from Hongxing's side. This is her mother-in-law, and this is Hongxing's older sister-in-law. Shen Anian smiled and greeted them. So, you're a relative from the 4th brother's family. I heard Hongxing just had a baby and came to visit her. Ma Chunhua nodded. Yes, we heard Hongxing had a baby, so we came to see her. Hongxing is lucky. She married into a good family and lives in a nice brick house. Not many in the village have such good homes. She was good at flattering words, but she wouldn't be easily fooled. Shen Anian pretended to look confused and asked Qin Laosi, when I just came in, I heard you talking about repaying money. Did Hongxing's family come to pay back a debt? Mother, you're just in time. You don't know how much money Hongxing spent on her hospital stay. I heard Hongxing borrowed quite a bit from you. They probably have no savings left. The baby just was born, and there are many expenses. Your visit is very timely. Ma Chunhua looked at her, speechless for a moment. She didn't plan to repay any money. She had no intention of paying back. Your sister-in-law, you misunderstood. We're not here to pay back money. We're here to see Hongxing and her daughter. Shen Anian frowned and looked at her. So, you don't plan to pay back the money. Ma Chunhua did have that thought, but in front of Mrs. Qin and Qin Laosi, she didn't dare say it. It's not that we won't pay. We just don't have the money now. You know how hard it is for farmers to earn money. We barely make enough throughout the year. We really can't come up with that much money. Shen Anian nodded in agreement. It's true, earning money these days isn't easy. How about this? You make a written promise, and when you have the money later, you pay Laosi back. Ma Chunhua naturally didn't want to do that. The money in her hands was hers. What kind of person does she think she is? Why should she make a written promise? Shen Anian saw her reluctance and continued, if you don't make that promise, what will others say about your family? My brother-in-law, a grown man, is known for drinking his own sister's blood, even demanding bride price money from her. Is he still a man? How will my brother-in-law face others in the future? Madam, old Gao's family wouldn't fall so low. Don't you think so? Ma Chunhua was so angry it hurt her stomach. Who is losing face? She was scolding whoever was at fault. Old Qin, I understand now. I told Ma Chunhua. The money from the red apricot gift was just my way of showing respect to you. But for my brother-in-law to marry his wife, it's only fair that I, as his brother-in-law, give the bride price. If you say otherwise, it makes no sense. Ma Chunhua muttered, I never said I wouldn't pay back the money. Shun Anian said, I knew madam wouldn't refuse to pay. Old Chin, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and get paper and pen to write a receipt. Make sure to write down the repayment date. Let's set it for 1 month. Ma Chunhua said, 1 month? How can we get that much money in a month? At least 3 months. All right then, 3 months. Ma Chunhua, who told her that 3 months was agreed upon. She felt like she was just wasting her breath. If she didn't speak, Shun Anian had his own plan. If you can't pay back on time, what can you use as collateral? Old Chin, you know your father-in-law's family better. Why don't you tell us? Old Chin thought carefully. He hadn't considered what valuable items the Gao family might have. Even if they did, he wouldn't need them. I heard they have a sewing machine. Shun Anian said, then let's use the sewing machine as collateral. Ma Chunhua immediately shouted, no way. The sewing machine is only worth about 100 yuan. We borrowed over 80 from you. Why should we use the sewing machine as collateral? Old Chin said, it's just a pledge. If you don't pay back, I will take the sewing machine back. If you do pay, I won't take it. That's simple. What's so simple about that? It's a big problem. What kind of officials are they? Are they bandits? Zheng Feng, don't worry. We will definitely pay you back. Old Chin said, Madam, this isn't just words. A written agreement makes it more trustworthy. I believe you can repay, but what will the other villagers think? With this receipt, they won't talk badly about your brother-in-law. Isn't that good? Ma Chunhua's back molars were almost broken from grinding her teeth. If they didn't spread the news, who would speak against them? She didn't know what old Fortune had written, but in the end, she was forced to press her fingerprint. She had originally planned to have a meal at the Chin family before returning home, but after this incident, she didn't feel like eating anymore. Before leaving, she went to find her younger sister-in-law, scolding her for being unkind and for forcing her to sign a debt acknowledgement just to borrow some money. After Ma Chunhua angrily left, her younger sister-in-law couldn't sit still anymore. She called old Fortune in and asked him what was really going on. What's going on? Paying back debts is the right thing to do. What's wrong with me signing a paper? Do they not want to pay back? Her sister-in-law choked. Of course not. Our parents will definitely pay back. If they will pay back, then why are you causing trouble with me? Her sister-in-law said. We are all family. Why do you insist on signing a paper and making things so ugly? How do you expect our mother to think? Old Fortune was amused and angry. Gao Hongxing, you married into our Qin family. You eat here, live here, and we are family. During festivals, you bring gifts to Gao's family and I don't say anything. But you can't take my salary to support your own family. Look at how much you've spent on your family over the years. Have I ever said anything? Now, you don't even care about your own home and send all your money to your family. Are you trying to drain us to fill your family's needs? Why are you talking so harshly? My younger brother hasn't married yet. I lent him money for his wedding. What's wrong with that? In the future, when Gao's family is doing well, everyone will look up to you. Won't you also look good? Old Fortune looked at her speechlessly. What does Gao's family have to do with him? He didn't care if they looked up to him. He slammed the door and left angrily. Her sister-in-law was also angry, feeling that old Fortune was too inconsiderate. They argued over this money. Shun Anian saw old Fortune's unhappy face and asked, Fourth brother, you don't blame me for meddling, do you? She had just seen old Fortune wanting to get his money back, but Ma Chunhua changed the subject. Afraid he would feel embarrassed to bring it up again, she spoke up. If old Fortune blamed her for this, she would definitely not interfere in the affairs of the fourth household again. Third sister-in-law, what are you saying? I should be thanking you. If you hadn't insisted on a written agreement, I probably wouldn't have gotten the money back. Old Chin Fourth knew that his younger sister-in-law often saved money and secretly took it back to her family. He also understood that the Gao family wasn't well off, so he wanted to help her out. That's why he turned a blind eye. When her younger brother was getting married, he was willing to help. but help should have limits. He couldn't just focus on helping her family and neglect his own life. He had already told his younger sister-in-law to manage the money properly. Yet she went her own way, giving all the family money to her family. She knew hospital visits cost money, but still didn't keep any for herself. It was like she was counting on her family not to leave her in the hospital. Yes, she was scheming against them this time. Chin's parents did help her by paying her bills and bringing her back home. But he didn't allow his sister-in-law to scheme against Chin's parents. She was his wife. Spending his money was one thing, but scheming against his parents' money was another. Recently, she kept talking to him about Chin's father being a factory director and Chin's mother working at a food factory, implying they had a lot of money. He told her several times not to think about Chin's parents' money. She agreed, and he thought she listened. But now it was clear she was still thinking about it, trying to get money from Chin's parents by any means. Chin's mother saw his unhappy face and knew he was upset. She advised him, no matter what, Hongxing just had the baby. Even if she made mistakes, don't show her a bad face now. Take your time to teach her. The wife you want to marry will have to accept you as you are. Old Qin Fourth sighed. He had tried to teach her, but she had to listen. It seemed he would have to take his salary himself from now on and not give it to his sister-in-law anymore. His daughter was grown up now and would need money in the future. He couldn't ignore his own family and let her help her family financially. Mother, I understand. I will talk to her properly from now on. Qin's mother sighed and said nothing more. She knew deep down that her sister-in-law wouldn't change. She also heard some things about her in-laws. Her second and third daughters often help their family, and her younger brother-in-law, who is the fifth son-in-law, is the same way. When Qin's fourth son wanted to marry her, she didn't oppose at first, but eventually she couldn't argue with Qin's fourth son. If her younger sister-in-law really could change, she would have improved after all these years of marriage. Even now, she remains the same, so don't expect her to change in the future. However, there are some things she can't say. If she did, it might cause trouble and make things worse, and Qin's fourth son might blame her. Mother Qin returned to her room, still looking worried. Father Qin saw her and advised, "What's there to worry about with Fourth's matter? If you really don't want to see them, just split the family and let them live separately. It's not that simple." Fourth's wife learned her mother's ways, and I'm worried she might influence our granddaughter badly. With such a mother, how can Do Miao and the others learn anything good? Father Qin hesitated and said, "Maybe you should take care of Do Miao yourself? Let's see how it goes. If I stay at home to raise the children, she might get more ideas. They say raising children is 100 years of worry, almost 110. Now, she not only worries about her own children, but also about her grandchildren. She doesn't have much energy left." Shen Anian didn't feel much about today's events. After so many days, she's seen too many bad things, so this is nothing. The matter was handled well, and she was ready to let it go. But she didn't expect to encounter trouble at work. It's not really trouble, just a small accident. Zhao Hongmei's parents found her. When she entered the meeting room and saw them, Zhao's father and mother asked to speak with her alone. Shen Anian refused. She didn't think it was necessary to have a private talk with them. But they insisted and forced the officer, to leave, leaving only the three of them in the room. Zhao's mother looked her over from head to toe. This woman was very beautiful, so beautiful it made others jealous. In her letters to her family, Zhao Hongmei often mentioned this woman. From her words, she seemed to be a jealous, untrustworthy woman with nothing good about her, not someone confident and lively like she appeared now. "Are you Shen Anian?" "Shen Anian. That's right, I didn't do anything wrong. Do you two need to see me?" Zhao's mother briefly blinked out, then became angry. Since she knew their identities, didn't she also know their purpose? Was her question just to shame them? "Comrade Shen, I know you have some issues with Hongmei. Hongmei is a proud girl, but we will teach her properly in the future. You are both young people who went to the countryside together. You must have some feelings. Do you really want to see her ruined like this?" Wow, she immediately started moral pressure. What does she mean by saying she ruined Zhao Hongmei? Isn't she the one who ruined herself? You two traveled a long way here, so I won't waste words. I think you can educate Zhao Hongmei. If you can't, then let the state help. Zhao Hongmei is only in her early 20s. She still has most of her life ahead. If she can turn over a new leaf, she can still be a good person. Zhao's mother was so angry, she almost fainted. What kind of words are these? Are they even human words? No wonder Hongmei doesn't like her. Forget about Hongmei. After such a short time with her, listening to her talk like that made Zhao's mother want to slap her. But she couldn't. If Shun Anian didn't withdraw her accusations against Zhao Hongmei, she would definitely be sentenced and sent to a farm for reform. Comrade Shun, you can make any conditions you want. There's no need to escalate things like this. When she said this, her tone was somewhat condescending, which made Shun Anian frown. Since she saw Zhao's family, starting from Zhao's mother's condescending look at her, she had no good impression of these two. Your daughter accused me of being a spy. This is not a small matter. Do you know what kind of disaster this could bring me? Zhao's mother was choked up, and her anger was suppressed for a moment. This woman is simply ungrateful. You're fine now, aren't you? I think we can just forget about this. You're also a young person who went to the countryside. You probably don't want to stay here forever. We can help you return to the city. Think about it. I have no intention of considering it. Zhao's mother's face changed, and Zhao's father, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. I heard you just recently started working in the commune, young comrade. You are very motivated, which is good. We are from Jin City. I am the director of the steel factory, and know some leaders in Hung City. If you want to advance further in your career, I can help. Of course, if you disagree, I can't guarantee that your future work in the commune will go smoothly. Both threats and bribes were used to manipulate them thoroughly. Shun Anian knew Jin City was a county-level city. Because of the iron mine, it developed quickly and had a strong economy. As the director of the steel factory, she naturally had some influence. After seeing Zhao's father and mother, Shun Anian realized that Zhao Hongmei's actions were not accidental. She was copying others. So you're Director Zhao. Sorry for the disrespect, but I still won't consider what you're saying. Because of this matter, the county leaders came down to investigate. If I withdraw the case, wouldn't that be ungrateful? As for what you mentioned, she chuckled softly. Continuing this job is best if possible. If I can't continue, I don't mind much. Zhao's mother gritted her teeth and said, Are you sure about this? We really can't discuss it anymore. Shun Anian nodded calmly. I think I have made my position very clear. Seeing her stubbornness, Zhao's mother warned harshly. Fine, just wait and see. I'm waiting for you. Director Zhao, I have other things to do, so I'll get going. Shun Anian left with a smile, making Zhao's mother very angry. She's too arrogant. Zhao's father kept a serious face, but agreed internally. The young comrade was naive and needed a lesson to remember. He and Zhao's mother went to see Secretary Chen. Xiaoying was very nervous and nudged her elbow. They must have gone to complain. What should we do? Shun Anian looked toward the office. Since the door was closed, she couldn't see inside. The voices were faint but unclear. Soon after, Zhao's father and mother stormed out, furious, indicating they hadn't reached an agreement. Secretary Chen sat in his office and called Shun Anian in. He was showing off, and now he was being looked down upon. Allowing them to meet Shun Anian was already a sign of respect. However, they also tried to pressure him using city leaders, hoping to force him to pressure Shun Anian to withdraw the case. If those leaders really had that much power, they would have already suppressed the case, and there would be no need to come here to plead. When Shun Anian arrived, she saw Secretary Chen looked upset and asked, Secretary Chen, are they giving you a hard time? They do want it, but they probably lack the ability. Don't worry about this matter today. Rest assured, Secretary, I don't mind them. But I heard they have connections in Hung City. I wonder if they might cause you trouble. Don't worry, their reach isn't that long. You can focus on your work. Shun Anian hesitated but still told him about her plans to follow her husband after the new year. Secretary Chen was quite surprised. His trusted aide was about to leave? Are you really decided? You truly want to follow your husband? Shun Anian nodded. My husband has mentioned it a few times. I also think long-term separation isn't good, so I want to go to be with him. But rest assured, Secretary, I will do my job well. I won't slack off before I leave. There is only about a month before the new year, so she can only stay at the commune for that long. Secretary Chen was reluctant to see her go, but he couldn't stop her. He couldn't keep the young couple apart. All right, it's good that you and your husband can be together. I won't be the bad guy here. During this time, you should teach them well and try to get the chicken farm up and running. Rest assured, Secretary, I will arrange my work properly. Secretary Chen waved his hand, needing some time to relax. Shin Anian left the office, and He Xiaoying approached her and asked, "Did the secretary say anything to you?" "Not much, just told me not to worry and to work hard. By the way, do you know when Zhao Hongmei's case will be decided?" He Xiaoying shook her head. "I'm not sure either, but it should be within these few days. If you want to know, I can help find out. I have contacts in the county seat who might be able to help." She really wanted to know. She was very eager to find out. Although it's better to avoid taking advantage of someone in trouble, especially if they might turn aggressive when cornered, she was very interested in Zhao Hongmei's tragic situation. Zhao Hongmei's verdict was announced 3 days later. After the trial, Zhao Hongmei was sentenced to 1.5 years, and Li Weiguo received a 3-year sentence. When she heard the verdict, Zhao Hongmei fainted immediately. Li Weiguo did not faint, but he looked almost the same, collapsing on the ground like a lump of mud, unable to stand up. Zhao Hongmei's father and mother saw her. As soon as they saw her, her father didn't say a word and slapped her twice. Frightened, Zhao's mother quickly stopped him. "Old Zhao, what are you doing?" Her father, still angry, pointed at Zhao Hongmei's nose and scolded. "Have you lost your mind? How could you do such a thing? Do you know that your foolish actions could ruin our family? How can I stay at the steel factory? And your 2 brothers will also be affected by you." Zhao Hongmei was slapped twice. Her ears were still buzzing, and she couldn't hear what her father was saying clearly. She was very scared and anxious. She didn't want to go to jail. "Mom, I don't want to go to jail. Please help me. Go find someone to get me out." Her mother looked at her daughter, tears in her eyes, feeling heartbroken. She didn't want Zhao Hongmei to go to jail either. She had already tried everything she could think of, but in the end, she could only ask for a reduced sentence. She couldn't save her. Her mother hugged her and comforted her. "I know you're suffering. I can't do anything either. We've already tried everything. Hongmei, stay strong inside and work on reform. Maybe you'll get a reduced sentence and come out soon." Hearing this, Zhao Hongmei felt even more hopeless. The past few days in prison had completely shattered her hope. She couldn't imagine what she would become after serving 1.5 years. "I don't want to. I won't go to jail. Dad, please help me get out." Her father had been begging everywhere these days, feeling upset and having a bad mood. Seeing her still so stubborn and unruly, he lost his temper. "If you weren't so reckless, would you be here now?" "Don't cry." Zhao Hongmei felt even more wronged. It was always like this before. The director of the steel factory wasn't her father. Her father had reported the director, and the director's position was vacant. Her father, as deputy director, took over. She had also reported others before, but none of her previous efforts had gone this badly. "Didn't you all do the same thing before, reporting?" Father Zhao slapped him across the face. "Stop talking nonsense." Nearby police officers saw him repeatedly trying to hit and warned him. Only then did Father Zhao hold back his anger and glare fiercely at Zhao Hongmei. "No matter what, the situation has reached this point. You should stay inside and reform, aiming for an early reduction of your sentence." Hearing his sharp gaze, Zhao Hongmei was frightened and nodded tearfully. Visiting times are scheduled. They talked for a while and then left. Mother Zhao choked up and said, "Hongmei has suffered so much. How can she endure this? Stop crying and don't let others laugh at us. I'll find a way to help her soon. I won't let her suffer inside." Mother Zhao wiped her tears and returned to Jin City with Father Zhao. She was determined to show Shin Anian a lesson. Her daughter is suffering inside, and Shin Anian won't have an easy time either. On the day Zhao Hongmei was sentenced, the news quickly spread to the commune. After He Xiaoying hung up the phone, she went to find Shin Anian. "Guess how many years she was sentenced to?" He Xiaoying shook her head. 1.5 years. But that male officer, named Li Weigua, was sentenced to 3 years. They are both bad influences, but the punishment varies so much. It seems Zhao's father and mother used a lot of connections. However, a year and a half of reform through labor should be enough for Zhao Hongmei to endure. Shen Anian was mostly satisfied with this result. Thanks for telling me. I'll treat you to a meal someday. Xiaoying waved her hand. It's just a small favor. No need to be so polite. Although she said that, she had used many favors to gather information in the county. If others refused to help, it was just politeness. If she took her words seriously and showed no gratitude, she would be acting unreasonably. It's fine if you don't want to eat. My mom's smoked chicken is really good. I'll bring some for you to try someday. That's too much trouble. No trouble at all. Let's just agree on that. Once I make it, I'll bring some over. They agreed, and Shen Anian went home. On her way back, she saw Aunt Qin visiting. She initially thought Aunt Qin was here to see her younger brother's wife and was about to go to her room after greeting her. But unexpectedly, Aunt Qin stopped her. Shen Anian looked up and saw Second Aunt Qin with a worried expression. She asked, "Second Aunt, what's wrong? Are you facing some trouble?" Second Aunt Qin was unsure how to speak. Mother Qin urged her, "It's already this late. What else are you afraid to say?" Second Aunt Qin sighed. "I really don't know how to say it. It's about Zhengkai, and I'm afraid you'll laugh if I tell you." Hearing there was a story, Shen Anian sat next to sister-in-law Qin. "Second Aunt, if something's bothering you, just say it. Maybe I can think of a solution." Second Aunt Qin looked at Mother Qin, and then at Shen Anian. She made up her mind, clenched her teeth, and finally spoke. It turned out that a month ago, Zhengkai had a girlfriend. They got along well, and were talking about marriage. Both families were happy with the match, and wanted to set a date for the wedding. During the wedding talk, the girl suddenly vomited, which looked like she might be pregnant. At first, she didn't admit she was pregnant, but later she said the baby was Zhengkai's. Zhengkai also admitted the baby was his, but Second Aunt Qin calculated the timing and found it didn't add up. Zhengkai and the girl knew each other, and it was almost a month since they met, just 3 days short. If she was really pregnant, she shouldn't have been showing signs of morning sickness. Unless she was already pregnant before they met. But Zhengkai insisted the baby was his and urged the family to go and propose marriage. The girl's family also pushed for the proposal, asking for 120 yuan, a bicycle, and a sewing machine. Second Aunt Qin was so worried. She was about to get blisters on her lips, just wanting to know who the child's real father was. Since Shen Anian had never been pregnant, she didn't know how long pregnancy symptoms usually take to appear. She asked Mother Qin for help. Less than a month pregnant, no morning sickness? Usually not. Less than a month, how can you tell if you're pregnant? It sounded reasonable. On TV, they always said that a delayed period made women suspect pregnancy. If pregnancy symptoms were obvious, she should have noticed. But Zhengkai knew whether he had been with that girl or not. He must have done something to her, which made him admit the baby was his and rush to get married. Second Aunt, since Zhengkai insists that the child is his, he must have his reasons. If tests show that the child isn't his, but he has been unfaithful to that woman, it would also be bad for him. Nowadays, there are even charges like misconduct. If the woman reports him, he could be imprisoned. Second Aunt Qin thought about how Zhengkai firmly told her that the child was his, and she felt upset. If he only said they just had some affair, I wouldn't oppose this marriage. But he insists the child is his, and I feel something's wrong. Before he looked at that girl, she was already pregnant. How could the child be his? She worried her son might have been tricked into raising someone else's child. Shen Anian asked, could they have known each other before? Second Aunt Qin shook her head. I asked Zhengkai, and he said they only met when they started dating. This really was a tricky problem. Shen Anian didn't have a good idea right now. Big Sister Qin suggested, maybe Zheng Yi can ask Zhengkai what really happened. Some things are hard for him to tell his parents, but if his own brother asks, he might say more. Second Aunt Qin nodded. Yes, you ask Zheng Yi to help me find out. I really have no other way. Big Sister Qin got up and went to find Big Brother Qin, asking him to ask Zhengkai what was going on. After a while, Big Brother Qin came back and confidently told them that the girl's pregnancy definitely wasn't Zheng Kai's. Zheng Kai didn't understand anything. When he went to see a movie with that girl, he only held her hand and didn't do anything else. He thought holding hands could make a woman pregnant, so he believed the child was his. Second Aunt Qin was very angry. She had heard from the matchmaker that the girl was gentle, and she also saw that she was kind and hardworking, so she agreed to their match. But before the wedding, she was tricked like this. Shen Anian listened and couldn't help but laugh. It showed that education was still very lacking. Not just in this time, but even in the next 30 or 40 years, many people found it hard to talk about these things. When children ask their parents where they come from, some say they were found in trash bins, others say they were bought with phone credits, but few parents tell their children that they were born because of their parents' union. Many people, like Qin Zhengkai, feel that holding hands or kissing can lead to pregnancy. However, there is no paternity test yet. If the girl insists that the child is Qin Zhengkai's, public opinion could harm the Qin family. Only if doctors can determine when the girl became pregnant can they possibly clear this doubt. But even if they have a way, if the girl refuses to cooperate or refuses to go to the hospital, there is nothing they can do. Auntie, what do you think we should do about this? The second aunt replied, the child isn't Zhengkai's, so we definitely can't accept him. But the girl says the child is Zhengkai's. How can we prove the child isn't his? This question stumped the second aunt. How could they prove the child isn't Zhengkai's? If the story gets out, who would believe a young woman would falsely accuse someone to protect her own reputation? If the girl insists the child is Zhengkai's, then they are truly stuck. What should we do? We can't really marry her into the family. Knowing she is pregnant with someone else's child and feeling betrayed, yet still having to marry her, this is very frustrating. Shen Anian saw the second aunt's unhappy face and hesitated whether to speak. But she decided to be clear. She took a deep breath and said, Annie, you need to find out Zhengkai's attitude first. What if he doesn't mind and wants to marry her? If you interfere and ruin their relationship, he might blame you. What then? The second aunt widened her eyes. The child isn't his, and he still wants to help raise the child? That's impossible. I won't agree. Auntie, don't worry. I'm just suggesting a possibility. What if Zhengkai is deeply in love with that girl and doesn't care whether the child is his? What would you do then? The second aunt thought carefully. If that were true, she really wouldn't know what to do. Big Brother Qin remembered what he just said to Zhengkai and thought this possibility was very small. He didn't love the girl that much. After all, they've known each other less than a month and haven't met many times. How could there be deep feelings? He mainly wanted to marry her because she was pregnant with his child, and he felt responsible. He gently cleared his throat and said, Zhengkai has only met that girl a few times. He wants to marry her because she told him she was pregnant. If it weren't for that, Zhengkai wouldn't have wanted to marry so quickly. Aunt Qin heaved a big sigh of relief upon hearing this. Just a moment ago, she was thinking that if Zhengkai insisted on marrying her, she would send her away and let them handle things themselves. Anyway, she wouldn't want a daughter-in-law who is so calculating. I'll go back and make it clear to him that she can't marry into the family, Shen Anian replied. It's not about whether we want him to marry her now. It's that the girl wants to marry in. All right, Aunt Qin, you first find out what Zhengkai thinks. Tomorrow, I'll go to Huangzhuang to ask around and see if anyone knows what's going on with that girl. Once we understand everything, we can think of a solution. Seeing that it was getting late, she told Aunt Qin to calm down and go home for dinner. Although Aunt Qin went home, she couldn't really relax. The matter wasn't settled yet, so she couldn't feel at ease. After dinner, she went to find Shen Anian again, with Zhengkai looking gloomy behind her. Zhengkai felt like his beliefs had been turned upside down. He used to think that if a man and woman were close, she would get pregnant. Who knew there were so many complications? It was only today that his older cousin explained things to him, or he wouldn't have known anything. When he came over, Shen Anian asked him directly to tell her about his relationship with Huang Xiaomei. After hearing his story, Shen Anian realized that Huang Xiaomei probably didn't like him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rejected him as soon as he held her hand. Even the most reserved person would show some sign if they like someone. Huang Xiaomei didn't even want to let him touch her finger, so how could she like him? But Zheng Kai misunderstood her overreaction, thinking that touching her would make her pregnant, which is why she was angry. It was a big misunderstanding. Have you thought about it? Do you want to stay with her in the future? The child isn't mine. How can I be with her? When he said this, he felt upset. If what his mother said was true, then he had been deceived from the start. Huang Xiaomei was the first girl who truly looked at him, and he thought she was satisfied with him. I didn't expect her only wanted to find a cheap partner for the baby in her belly, which made him feel very upset. Shun Anian. I understand what you mean, but I will still go find out what's going on. Then we can see if there's a solution. Third aunt, that would be very helpful. Shun Anian saw him stand up and asked a question that had been confusing her for a while. Do you really think holding a girl's hand will make her pregnant? Qin Jinkai's face turned red. That's what my mother told me when I was little. He hadn't tried it himself, so he believed whatever his parents said. Second Aunt Qin heard his words and was so angry she slapped him. I told you other things. Why don't you remember them clearly? Qin Jinkai remembered his mistake and felt a little wronged. You've been told that since you were young. How could I forget? If you had explained things clearly to me, I wouldn't have been tricked by her. Now it was Second Aunt Qin's turn to feel embarrassed. How could she bring up such things to a child? She was losing face. Anian, I'll trouble you with this. If anything happens, remember to tell us. Second Aunt, don't worry. I will go to Huangzhuang tomorrow. With her words, Second Aunt Qin felt a little relieved and took Qin Jinkai home. Mother Qin looked at their backs and sighed deeply. What kind of trouble was this? She turned around and went into the house to talk seriously with little sister Qin. She was not young anymore, and she needed to tell her about this quickly, so the men wouldn't take advantage of her, and she wouldn't have nowhere to cry later. The next day, Shun Anian first went to Zhao's village to check on the incubation of eggs. Everyone knew that the chicken farm was important to the whole village. The workers took good care of the eggs, and the eggs were healthy with no big problems. She looked around the chicken farm and then went to Huangzhuang. In winter, the weather was cold and the north wind blew from time to time, but it couldn't stop the women from chatting happily at the village entrance. Shun Anian rode her bike past and saw the women gathered around a charcoal basin, sitting under a tree and chatting. She got off her bike and went over. Wu Damao saw her and happily greeted her. Shun officer, are you here to see our chili factory? A few days ago, a big truck came to the chili factory to deliver goods and parked at the gate. If you had come 2 days earlier, you could have seen it. No need to worry. You'll see it eventually. Shun Anian put down her bicycle and sat next to Aunt Wu, chatting about family news. I must say, these older women are the best at knowing village gossip. They can find out which young wives and men are sneaking around, or which widows are involved with others. Although the truth of the stories might be uncertain, the details are quite lively. She changed the subject to Huang Xiaomei. When Aunt Wu heard the name, she patted her thigh excitedly. You're asking about her? Huang Xiaomei lives right next door to me, not far away. I know everything about her. Aunt Wu spilled all she knew, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Huang Xiaomei is 19 years old, the third child in her family. She has older brothers and sisters and a younger brother. She's not particularly outstanding at home, and she's a bit gentle in personality, but she's good at working. Some young men in the village like her, but she doesn't care for the villagers. Instead, she's gotten close to a young man named Shinzei, who is a young worker. Shun Anian asked, Andy, are you sure? Does she really have a relationship with Shinzei? Of course they do. They meet secretly, but I can't miss it. I often see them together. I've even seen them go into the small woods. If they weren't involved, I'd cut off my head and kick it like a ball. Shun Anian was speechless. But she thought that's a bit extreme. Still, it was a useful lead. Annie, can you take me to Huang Xiaomei's house to see her? Aunt Wu readily agreed and took her to Huang Xiaomei's home. Detective Shen, what do you want to see her for? It's nothing serious, just want to check on her. Aunt Wu looked at her suspiciously. Why would Shun Anian go out of her way to visit Huang Xiaomei? What's so special about her? Is Huang Xiaomei in trouble? No, it's nothing like that. I just have some questions to ask her. Shun Anian saw that Aunt Wu looked curious and worried she might ask more questions, so she asked about the situation of the educated youths in her village, focusing especially on Chenze. According to Aunt Wu, Chenze was handsome, able to read and write, and could play the harmonica, so he was quite popular with the girls in the team. When they arrived at Huang Xiaomei's house, Shun Anian had already gathered most of the information she wanted. Standing at the gate, Shun Anian was about to knock when Aunt Wu shouted loudly, "Is anyone home?" "Comrade Shun is here. Someone's here, come in." Hearing the voice inside, Aunt Wu pushed the door open and went in. Shun Anian glanced around and saw a person squatting by the water well, seemingly washing clothes, and looking over here. The person was a bit thin, with big eyes and a delicate face. Aunt Wu introduced her. "Shun comrade, this is Xiaomei." Shun Anian looked at the girl washing clothes and felt a bit surprised. In this cold weather, they had her, a pregnant woman, washing clothes, and her hands were red from the cold. How could Huang Xiaomei's parents know she was pregnant and still treat her like this? "Comrade Xiaomei, I am Shun Anian. I came here especially to talk to you about something." Aunt Wu said, "Xiaomei, this is Comrade Shun from the commune." Huang Xiaomei immediately straightened up, but because she stood up too quickly, her vision darkened, and she staggered back several steps. Shun Anian was startled and quickly stopped her bicycle to help her. "Are you okay?" Huang Xiaomei took a moment to recover. "I'm fine, just got up too quickly and felt dizzy. I'll rest for a bit." Getting up suddenly can cause dizziness, either from low blood sugar or insufficient blood flow to the brain. Shun Anian took out some milk candies from her bag, which she usually used to comfort children, and handed them to Xiaomei. "Eat some candy first. It will help improve your symptoms." Huang Xiaomei looked at the candies in her hand, feeling surprised that Shun Anian would so easily give her such a precious thing. "Comrade Shun, I can't accept this candy." "It's okay, just eat it." "Don't worry." Shun Anian forced the candy into her hand. "I have something to discuss with you. Is it convenient to talk?" Huang Xiaomei hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "It's convenient." Shun Anian turned to Aunt Wu and said, "Auntie, I have something to discuss with Xiaomei alone. Please go back first." "Sorry to trouble you today." Aunt Wu wanted to stay and listen, to hear what she might say to Xiaomei, but upon hearing Shun Anian's words, she had no choice but to leave. "Then I'll go back first." "Shun officer, you all have a good talk." Huang Xiaomei led Shun Anian into the room. "Shun officer, please sit down. I'll pour you some water. No need to be busy."
Sit down too.
"Let's have a chat." Huang Xiaomei sat nervously, unsure what Shun Anian wanted to say, feeling quite anxious. Shun Anian said, "You don't need to be so nervous. I came today to talk to you about Zhengkai." When she mentioned Qin Zhengkai, Huang Xiaomei's face looked a little upset. "What is your relationship with Qin Zhengkai?" "I am his third sister-in-law. I heard you are pregnant with his child, so I came to see you and also to discuss your marriage." Huang Xiaomei clenched her fists, not believing Shun Anian's words at all. How could she be a sister-in-law coming to discuss her younger brother's marriage? When Shun Anian brought people to protest earlier, she had seen Shun Anian. At that time, she thought Shun Anian was very impressive. Now, standing in front of her, she felt completely different. She found Shun Anian a bit frightening. "This isn't something I can discuss with you. I'll ask my parents to come and talk to you." "That's fine. Call your parents over, and we can talk everything out at once." Huang Xiaomei pressed her lips tightly, looking at her with fear. Talking things over? What does she want to say? Thinking of this, her heart grew more anxious. Did Shun Anian find out something? That's why she came to see her. The more she thought, the more scared she became. "Shun officer, what? What are you going to do?" Shun Anian smiled and looked at her. "I came to discuss marriage with you. You don't need to be so nervous. If you marry Zhengkai, we will be family. I heard you're pregnant with Zhengkai's child. It will be double happiness." Huang Xiaomei stood up. "I'll go call my parents." Watching her hurriedly leave, Shun Anian's suspicions were almost confirmed. She heard Huang Xiaomei came to talk about marriage, but she showed no surprise or shyness, only fear. This made her more certain that Huang Xiaomei did not like Qin Zhengkai. It seems that Qin Zhenkai is truly a naive fool. Within 10 minutes, Mr. and Mrs. Huang returned, smiling as they greeted her. Officer Shin, are you really here to discuss Xiaomei and Zhenkai's marriage? Of course, there's no reason to doubt that. Mr. and Mrs. Huang exchanged a look. After sitting down, Mrs. Huang said, "We've almost finished talking with his family. Once the Qin family pays the bride price, the two kids can get married." Shun Anian also smiled and said, "Marriage is fine and I can also give the bride price. But before the wedding, there's one thing I need to clarify." Hearing that she was willing to pay the bride price, Mrs. Huang was overjoyed. Just as people outside said, the Qin family is wealthy and they can afford such a large bride price. "Ask whatever you want. I just want to know, how long has Comrade Xiaomei's pregnancy been, Mrs. Huang's smile faded completely and her face darkened. "What do you mean by that? Madam, please don't get angry. If we clarify this matter, the wedding won't be delayed. We'll get the bride price as soon as possible. There's nothing to ask. Xiaomei has only been involved with Qin Zhenkai. She hasn't dated any other man. If the child isn't Qin Zhenkai's, then whose could it be? But I heard that Comrade Xiaomei has a good relationship with a young man from the village, a youth sent to the countryside. Isn't that considered dating?" Hearing this, Xiaomei's face suddenly turned pale. She truly understood now. Her parents had tried every way to hide this, even finding someone from another village for her. But they still found out. Mrs. Huang's face also darkened.
What do you mean by that?
"Do you not want to acknowledge the child in Xiaomei's belly? I tell you, my daughter isn't someone to be taken lightly. If you dare to refuse to marry her, I'll go to the team leader and report your misconduct." Shen Anian couldn't help but furrow her brow. What does it mean to say, taken lightly? A mother speaking about her daughter like that is just too harsh. When the time comes, let the doctor examine the child, so we can understand the situation better. Hearing about seeing a doctor, Mother Huang immediately became angry. What do you mean? Even if you're a local official, you can't treat people so badly. My daughter isn't even married yet, and you're making her do such tests. How are we supposed to face others after this? No, we can't go. Shun Anian took a step back and said, "If you're worried, I happen to have a friend who works as a doctor at the hospital. I can ask her to come and check Comrade Huang. No one will know." She didn't really have such a doctor friend. She was just pretending to scare Mother Huang. But if they agreed, she had a plan. She would talk to the doctor, pay extra, and after work, have her come and check Huang Xiaomei. Surely someone would agree. Mother Huang loudly opposed, her voice sharp. "No. Why not? Your constant objections make me doubt whether Comrade Huang is pregnant. Of course she's pregnant. Is it Qin Zhenkai's child? Of course it is." Huang Xiaomei's eyes were red. She walked over and grabbed her mother's sleeve. "Mom, stop talking. I won't marry him. I won't marry him." Mother Huang was so angry her nose almost crooked. "What nonsense are you saying? You and the child are already here. If you don't marry him, who do you want to marry? Mom, you know very well this child isn't Qin Zhenkai's. Don't push me anymore." Once she said this, Huang Xiaomei felt a huge weight on her chest lift a lot. She didn't want to lie, but her parents didn't agree with her marrying Qinzhe. They thought he was from a poor background and not capable. They took matters into their own hands and arranged for her to see Qin Zhenkai. They even blamed her unborn child on Qin Zhenkai. Qin Zhenkai was a good person and had no idea she was deceiving him. But the more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt. Today, Shun Anian came to find her. Under all the pressure, she couldn't hold it anymore and decided to admit everything. At worst, she would rather die with her child. Mother Huang's face turned dark and scary. This girl was really going to ruin her. Originally, I found her a good match, and she would have a happy life if she married him. I don't know what's wrong with her, but she said this in front of Shun Anian. Thinking about the bicycle and sewing machine that might be wasted, she felt very upset, as if cut by a knife. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She slapped Huang Xiaomei the back, with enough force to make her stagger forward several steps. "You useless, money-wasting girl, what nonsense are you talking? The child isn't Qin Zhenkai's, so whose could it be?" Shun Anian said, since you're saying that, let's report it to the police. The authorities can handle this matter. Of course, with the police involved, Huang's secret pregnancy will come out, but at least they can help find the child's father. Huang's mother dared not call the police. If she did, Huang Xiaomei's reputation would be ruined, her marriage would be off, and everything would fall apart. You can't report it or call the police. You're just Qin Jinkai's sister-in-law. Why are you telling us this? If you're so brave, call Qin Jinkai over. That took advantage of my daughter, and now he's hiding like a turtle. Shun Anian said, if you don't want to talk to me, you can definitely find Qin Jinkai. When the Qin family comes over, things could get messy, and you'll be responsible for the consequences. Huang's mother stopped talking. The Qin family has many brothers, and they're not easy to deal with. If they all come to cause trouble, it's still the Huang family that will be embarrassed. She was furious. Originally, it was a good marriage, but now it was ruined. Seeing Huang Xiaomei standing nearby, she found her more and more annoying. She grabbed her roughly. You useless girl. Worthless thing. How did you get pregnant? If she hadn't been violated and gotten pregnant, their family wouldn't be so humiliated. Shun Enian saw her about to hit her and stopped her. What are you doing? Why are you hitting her? She's my daughter. How can I not hit her for doing such shameless things? She reached out to slap her again, but Shun Anian grabbed her wrist. If you dare to hit her again, I'll take you to the police station. Huang's mother slowly calmed down, realizing that the woman in front of her was not an ordinary person. Recently, she had dealt with a group of men who beat their wives. I've never heard of a mother who can't hit her own child. I don't care who dares to stop me. Although she was loudly protesting, she didn't dare to make a move and pulled her hand away from Shun Anian. Shun Anian looked at Huang Xiaomei, who was silently crying, and sighed quietly. If she hadn't seen how pitiful Huang Xiaomei was and had acted quickly at the last moment, she wouldn't have let them go. But she didn't know how to handle this situation. Qin Jinkai no longer needed to marry Huang Xiaomei. It was supposed to be good news, but what should Huang Xiaomei do now? Getting pregnant before marriage was a serious problem in these times. Back then, abortion procedures weren't very advanced, and doing them could even be dangerous. Who is the father of the child? Huang Xiaomei bit her lip tightly, tears in her eyes, and shook her head, refusing to tell her the name. Were you forced? If he forced you, we can report it to the police and let the law deal with him. No, I did it willingly. It's none of his business. Huang Xiaomei seemed unable to bear it and squatted on the ground, crying loudly. Her mother looked at her and scolded. You still have the nerve to cry? If you weren't so shameless, our family wouldn't be embarrassed because of you. Shun Anian's brow furrowed, and she looked at Huang's mother with a cold gaze. She's already like this, and you're saying such things to hurt her? Are you trying to push her to the limit? Huang's mother was startled by her glare and, seeing Shun Anian's stern face, didn't dare to speak. After Huang Xiaomei cried enough and calmed down a little, Shun Anian asked her, what do you want to do now? Do you want this child? If you don't want the baby, let your family take you to the hospital to have an abortion. If you want to keep the child, you can find the father and marry him, but I personally don't recommend that. If a man can let you get pregnant before marriage, it shows he's irresponsible. He didn't try to solve the problem afterward and showed no sense of responsibility. You don't need to spend the rest of your life with such a man. Huang Xiaomei heard her words and instinctively argued. He's not like that. He just likes me. He's willing to marry me, but my family doesn't agree with us being together. Huang's mother, hearing this, got angry and stomped her foot. What's so good about Chenze? His family background isn't good. If you follow him, you'll only suffer together in the future. I'm willing to suffer, Huang Xiaomei replied. Shun Anian silently sighed upon hearing this. It's hard to persuade a woman in love. Only when she gets hurt, crashes and bleeds, and wakes up herself, will she realize she can turn back. Shun Anian looked at Huang Xiaomei and still wanted to give her some advice. To see if someone treats you well, it's not about what they say, but what they do. Saying nice words costs nothing. Anyone can do that. Only real actions show they truly care about you. Huang Xiaomei said, he treats me well. He plays the harmonica for me. When I'm in a bad mood, He also comforts and encourages me. He's genuinely good to me. Shun Anian realized she couldn't persuade her anymore. She had stopped listening. She turned to Huang's father and mother. Our country's law was passed in 1950, prohibiting arranged marriages and interfering with personal freedom in marriage. I remember during this period there was a campaign to promote legal knowledge, and the marriage law was a key part of it. What you're doing now is breaking the law, and you're committing a serious crime. Huang's father's eyes flickered and avoided her gaze. Huang's mother now looked like a gourd with a cracked mouth, not daring to speak. Shun Anian continued, "Your daughter has the right to choose who she marries. You are not allowed to interfere in the future." Huang's mother muttered quietly, somewhat unwilling, "I'm her mother. Why can't I control her? Because she's a person with her own thoughts. She's not just a tool for your benefit. If you keep forcing her to marry someone, she can report you to the police. You might get into trouble. Don't think that because you're her parents, you can sell her. Thinking you're doing good by her isn't really helpful. Besides, you all knew she was pregnant and still made her wash a big basin of clothes in the middle of winter. I can't see how that's caring for her." Mrs. Huang's face turned red from her words, and she couldn't find a reply for a long time. Shun Anian looked at Huang Xiaomei. "What do you plan to do next?" Huang Xiaomei took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. She wanted to be with the person she liked. "I'm going to marry Qinzhe, whether my parents agree or not. I will marry him." She said this to her parents and also made a firm decision. Shun Anian watched her with shining eyes and silently sighed inside. She hoped Qinzhe could fulfill her wish. "If you've made up your mind, I won't try to stop you. But I want to tell you one thing. If your support falls apart, people will leave you. Only you can rely on yourself for your whole life." Huang Xiaomei looked up at her. Seeing her determined face, her heart moved. Many years later, no matter how many storms she faced, she never fell. The only thought in her mind was this sentence: "I understand." "Thank you, Shun officer." Shun Anian stood up. "I should go now." Huang Xiaomei saw her to the door. Shun Anian couldn't help but remind her, "If you change your mind, come find me. I can take you to the county hospital. The earlier you have the abortion, the less harm it does to your health. If you wait until the baby is older, it will be dangerous." Huang Xiaomei shook her head gently. "Shun officer, I believe in him. He won't let me down." "All right then." Shun Anian rode away on her bicycle. This time, she hoped she was wrong. She hoped Qinzhe was a person willing to take responsibility. When Shun Anian returned to the village, she went to Aunt Qin's house to tell her the matter was settled. From now on, Huang Xiaomei had nothing to do with them. Aunt Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart had been heavy these days, worried she might ruin Qin Jinkai's life. How could she agree? Shun Anian didn't tell her the full reason, only said that it was over and asked her not to spread the news about Huang Xiaomei's pregnancy. Although Aunt Qin was very angry about their family's plan to deceive for marriage, since the matter was settled, she didn't want to bring it up again. "All right, I understand. I won't tell anyone about this. Second aunt, I will go home now. This matter is really thanks to you. If you hadn't stepped in, I wouldn't know what to do. We're all family. You're too polite. Second aunt, I'm leaving. The family has already prepared dinner. Stay and have a meal. In the countryside, every household isn't well off. If she stayed to eat, it would mean others would eat less." Shun Anian didn't feel comfortable staying to eat. "No need, my family has also prepared dinner." Shun Anian picked up her bicycle and rode off quickly. She didn't go home, but headed to check the biogas tank. The biogas tank was fermenting quite well. It should be ready to produce gas in about a week. She happily returned home. When Qin's mother saw her, she asked how things went. "Everything is settled. The Huang family won't bother us anymore." Qin's mother sighed in relief. Zheng Kai is a honest kid. If things hadn't been resolved, she was worried Zheng Kai might be forced into marriage. "I think your second aunt was quite scared this time. Zheng Kai's search for a partner might be delayed. Zheng Kai is still young. He can take his time. He'll find someone suitable eventually." "That's true. If it's meant to be, it will happen, just like you and the third brother." That's how it was. When the third brother didn't get married, I was so worried. I arranged many girls for him to meet, but he refused them all. who knew that after he returned home for just a few days, he found his own wife. Now you all are still so happy together. So, fate really is unpredictable. Shun Anian didn't expect that her relationship with Qin Jingqi would become a good example. They got married because of rumors spreading widely. Qin Jingqi didn't want her to be hurt by gossip, so they married. If you want to talk about fate, their beginning was actually a bad one. Mom, did you set up many blind dates for him? Qin's mother suddenly realized she had let something slip. She had no choice at the time. Zheng Qi was already 26, and none of the girls suited him. In the military, there weren't even any women officers to meet. If she didn't help Zheng Qi, would he be single for life? Parents are always worried about their children's future. However, it wouldn't be good to say these things in front of Nian Nian now. She quickly changed the subject. Don't worry, he hasn't gone to see any girl. If he hasn't agreed to something, I wouldn't dare arrange anything. Shen Anian thought about Qin Jingqi's temper. If he didn't want to do something, probably no one could force him. Qin's mother looked at her and smiled, saying, "When the third son told me he wanted to get married, I was so happy." Shen Anian was surprised. But my reputation wasn't very good at that time, and there were rumors. Did you all agree for him to marry me? Under Chen Qianqian's influence, the public opinion was very unfavorable to her. Otherwise, Qin Jingqi wouldn't have only met her a few times before rushing into marriage. Qin's mother smiled and said, "You came to the village not long before the wedding, and it was a quick decision. I did have some doubts, but I thought you came to the countryside with your sister, and you are so good to her. You must have a kind heart." Shen Anian didn't expect her to leave such an impression. "Mom, you are very open-minded parents." Qin's mother laughed. "It's hard not to be open-minded. The third son wants to do something, and no one can stop him." Shen Anian also smiled. "That's true." Qin's father came in from outside and saw them laughing happily. He asked, "What are you talking about? Why are you so happy?" "We're just talking about the third son. Dad, I have something to tell you." She was about to discuss an important matter. Shen Anian wanted to change the look of Dahuang village as much as possible before she left. So she had more things she wanted to do. "Dad, spring is the season when infectious diseases spread easily. I want to tell the villagers how to prevent illnesses and promote health knowledge. What do you think?" "That's a good idea. I need your support. The hospital is busy, and they probably can't send people to give talks in the village. I was thinking maybe we could send some young educated youths to learn at the hospital, and then they can go to the village to share medical knowledge. These youths would earn the same work points as working in the fields, and when they promote health in the village, they would also get some points. Do you think this is possible?" "That sounds feasible. Have you decided which youths will go to learn? People spend a lot of time and effort preparing this knowledge, and if they work for nothing, they wouldn't be happy. It would be fair to give them some work credits instead." Shen Anian shook her head.
Not yet.
"You can talk to the educated youth and see if anyone is willing to help. If they have medical experience, that would be even better. All right, I'll talk to the educated youth tomorrow. But having medical experience might be a bit difficult. It's not a big problem. Those with medical knowledge will learn faster. If not, they might learn more slowly depending on how well they accept new things. As long as they are interested, they should be able to learn." She can discuss local matters with Qin's father, but for the whole commune, she needs to talk to Secretary Chen. She plans to talk to Secretary Chen tomorrow. Currently, most people have limited medical knowledge. Years ago, efforts were made to eliminate pests, but rural sanitation is still poor, many mosquitoes and mice, and health risks remain. Learning more about medical basics can help people realize the dangers and maybe improve the situation. Of course, changing habits takes time. That's why she wants the educated youth to learn and then come back to teach others, instead of her doing it herself. She will leave here eventually, so others need to take over these tasks. When she told Secretary Chen about this, he immediately agreed. This idea is really good for the villagers, and the best part is it doesn't cost any money. As long as it's free, Secretary Chen thinks it's a good thing. He not only agreed but also introduced her to the director of the town hospital. The hospital is busy with many small and big matters. Without connections, doctors wouldn't have time to help her, let alone cooperate with her work. "Secretary, I'll go now." What about the people who will learn at the hospital? I'll notify the team to select someone. By the way, how is the biogas digester coming along? Director Lin is very interested in the biogas project. It's been a while. I wonder if it can generate electricity now. The biogas project is going well. It should be ready to produce gas in about a week. That's good. When it starts generating electricity, let me know. I want to come see it. Yes, Secretary. I'll be leaving now. When she left the office, Shun Anian saw some colleagues chatting together. She greeted them and was about to leave. Sister Yang saw her, and her smile faded. It's rare to see Officer Shin come to work today. Shun Anian smiled and said, even if I am not at the community center, I am still working. The work I do is no less than what you do sitting in the office. I've never heard of someone working outside the community center and still calling it work, Sister Yang replied. Actually, Sister Yang, you might not know this, but there's a way of working called field work. Her words annoyed Sister Yang. She angrily said, I'm your elder, and you talk to me like that? Don't you have any manners? I believe respect goes both ways. Sister Yang, since you haven't shown me respect as a junior, I don't see why I should treat you as an elder. Seeing her like this, Sister Yang gritted her teeth in anger. In 2 months, if the biogas digester can't generate electricity, I want to see how proud you are then. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. You probably won't see what you want. The biogas power generation will definitely succeed, Sister Yang scoffed. All right, I'll wait and see how you generate electricity from manure. Shun Anian smiled softly and turned to leave the office. A colleague said, does she really think she can generate electricity from biogas? She seems pretty confident. Hearing this, Sister Yang was displeased. Come on, if someone like her actually succeeded, she would have announced it long ago. There's no way she's hiding it. Everyone thought she had a point. Her personality probably wouldn't be so low-key. But they only thought this in their hearts and didn't say anything. Sister Yang was interested in this because she had made a bet with Shun Anian. But they were just watching for fun, and there was no need to offend anyone just to win an argument. Although Shun Anian had only been at the community center for a short time, Director Lin and Deputy Director Zhang had noticed her. Who knew how far she could go in the future? Seeing everyone's expressions, Sister Yang thought she had convinced them. She started to feel proud. She decided to wait a little longer. In 2 months, she would give Shun Anian a hard lesson and see what she could say then. Shun Anian hurried to the hospital, took out her work ID, and told the nurse she wanted to see Director Liang. The nurse took her to see him. Director Liang is a man in his 40s, wearing glasses, with a receding hairline. When he heard the nurse say someone was here to see him, he looked a bit confused. Comrade, do you need something? Director Liang, my name is Shun Anian. Secretary Chen asked me to come see you. Our commune plans to hold outreach sessions in the countryside to teach medical knowledge and prevent infectious diseases, but we lack knowledge ourselves, so we were wondering if the hospital could help. Director Liang hesitated for a long time. Of course, this is a good idea, but the doctors and nurses at the hospital are busy with their own work and can't spare anyone. Moreover, going to the countryside is hard and tiring, and it doesn't benefit them at all. Who would want to go? Comrade Shen, it's not that I don't want to help, but we really can't spare anyone. You see the current situation at the hospital. There aren't enough doctors, so where would we find doctors to send to you? Director Liang, I didn't explain clearly earlier. We don't need doctors to go to the countryside. We understand your responsibilities and know you're very busy. We wouldn't want to waste your time. Our plan is to select one person from each team to come to the hospital for training. After they learn, they will go back to their villages to give lessons. The training schedule will be arranged according to the hospital's availability. When the doctors are free, we will organize for the young workers to come and learn. Of course, we know this might be a bit troublesome for the hospital, so after the training, we will present a banner to your hospital to thank you for your support. Director Liang's expression moved slightly at the mention of the banner. Although he was tempted, he didn't agree right away. This isn't something I can decide alone. I need to discuss it with the hospital director. Shun Anian nodded. Thank you, Director Liang. If this works out, on behalf of all the villagers of Dea Village, I will present you with a banner to thank you for your great contribution to the health of our people. Director Liang was surprised. She meant not just giving a banner to the hospital, but also to him personally? Are you saying you want to give me a banner? Of course. If this matter succeeds, Director Liang's hard work will be recognized, and he deserves a banner of praise. Director Liang was very excited and almost wanted to agree immediately. A banner of praise.
Who wouldn't want one?
Only the hospital director can receive such a banner. If he could get one, it would be a great honor, a recognition from the common people. Wait here, I'll go talk to the director and get back to you. Shin Anian sat obediently in the chair and nodded. Thank you very much. She looked at Director Liang, who hurried out of the office with a slight smile. Who could resist the charm of a banner of praise? Although banners aren't worth much money, they represent honor. Especially in this era, that honor is hard to describe and very tempting. Clearly, Director Liang was tempted. This isn't a bad thing. In fact, it's a good thing for her and the villagers. Seeing no one in the office, Shun Anian felt it was inappropriate to stay alone, so she waited at the door. After a while, Director Liang came over with a big smile on his face. Seeing his proud expression, Shun Anian was almost sure the matter had been settled. He also saw her and hurried over. Comrade Shin, why are you outside? I was too eager to know the result, so I came out to wait for you. Director Liang smiled at her. Don't worry. The hospital director has already decided, and I will handle everything. If he wasn't responsible for giving the lecture, what reason would he have to accept the banner? Only by personally giving the lecture could he do so legitimately. This outcome surprised Shun Anian. She thought the hospital would find a less busy doctor or nurse. But unexpectedly, Director Liang was personally handling it, so she felt relieved. It's our honor to have Director Liang personally give the lecture. Shun Anian took out a piece of white paper from her bag. This is what we plan to learn. Please take a look and see if anything is missing or needs to be added. Director Liang was surprised by how well prepared she was. He took the paper and saw it listed common disease treatments and methods for preventing infectious diseases, basic knowledge needed in daily life. If you learn these skills, it will definitely help everyone in daily life. It seems this woman had prepared well before coming to see him. Although the young comrade looks quite young, she is very thorough in her work. I will teach according to your requirements. Thank you very much, Director Liang. Director Liang smiled and waved at her. No need to be so polite. Since Secretary Chen introduced you, I should give him some face. Shun Anian smiled with her lips pressed together. Director Liang, thank you for your trouble. I invite you to a restaurant for a meal to show my gratitude. Would you like to join us? Director Liang waved his hand. No need for a meal. It's also for the benefit of the villagers, so it's the right thing to do. You don't have to spend money. Seeing that he wasn't being formal with her, Shun Anian didn't insist. She exchanged a few words with him and then left the hospital to go to Huangzhuang. She wondered if the workers at the chicken farm had understood the knowledge she taught them. Right now, the chicken farm doesn't have live chickens, so the workers can only learn theory. They can't practice yet. She could only use a memorization method to help them remember the knowledge. Once the farm was ready, they could practice. Today is the day for Big River Village to exchange work points for money. The cold wind can't stop everyone's enthusiasm. They arrived early at the grain drying yard, waiting. Qin Xiaomei also started working in the fields this year. Although she only worked for a little over 2 months, she heard that 1 work point is worth 4 mao, a small unit of currency. So, she could earn quite a bit. Seeing Qin's father, she immediately went over. Dad, when will we get the money? Sitting next to Qin's father was the village accountant who manages the village's finances. She looked at the big bag next to the secretary. It probably contains money, right? Qin's father was in a good mood today. When he saw Qin Xiaomei looking at him eagerly, his face turned red with excitement. He pushed her aside a little. Line up. Qin Xiaomei was very happy. Lining up meant they would get the money. She answered cheerfully and shouted to everyone. Everyone quiet down. The money is coming out. Line up properly to get your pay. Her loud voice made everyone feel energized. They lined up in order behind her. Qin Xiaomei smiled, so much her eyes squinted. Dad, let's get the money. Father Qin glared at her and stood up, addressing the villagers in line. Everyone knows that this year we started a mooncake factory and a pig farm, and we made quite a bit of money. But expanding the factory, building the pig farm, and buying piglets also cost a lot. Besides what I just mentioned, we still have money left for next year's raw materials for mooncakes and pig feed. With this, each work point can earn 4 Mao. If anyone doesn't believe it, you can check the accounts with the accountant. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers started to cheer. Team leader, we believe you. Yes, we trust you. Please distribute the money. Before, in good years, each work point earned about 1 Mao 2 Fun, but this year, each work point earned 4 Mao, more than tripling. Everyone was so happy, looking forward to receiving their money and celebrating. Qin Xiaomei also urged him, Dad, please give out the money soon. I can't wait anymore. Father Qin asked the accountant to verify her work record. She had worked a total of 76 days and earned 456 work points. Each point was worth 4 Mao, so she earned 182 yuan and 40 fun. Qin Xiaomei looked at the numbers on the paper and smiled happily. She had only worked for a little over 2 months but earned so much money. Although the work was tiring and she had gotten sunburned, she felt it was worth it. Qin Xiaomei signed her name and held a thick stack of money, feeling like she was dreaming. The villagers in line saw her standing there happily and asked, How much did you get? Why are you so excited? Not telling you. Qin Xiaomei giggled and walked to the side, watching everyone collect their money. The next person received over 300 yuan, signed their name neatly, and took their money. Father Qin looked at the increasing number of names in the account book, feeling very satisfied. In previous years, the accountant helped everyone sign their names and people stamped their fingerprints. This year, everyone learned to read and write, and they signed their own names carefully. The literacy class had been very effective. Qin Xiaomei stood beside Father Qin, watching the villagers collect their money, but she felt more and more jealous. Why could everyone else get so much, while her own share was the smallest? Shen Anian returned to the village and found that the villagers looked a bit different. Each face was full of smiles, as if they had just found a treasure. After asking, I found out that it wasn't about picking up money, but that the team was distributing money. Seeing how happy they looked, it seems they earned quite a lot this year. It's good to earn money. Earning money means we can have a better life. She pushed her cart forward for a while and saw Lin Hui and Zhou Mei nearby, looking around. When they saw her, they quickly walked over. Lin Hui greeted her. Nian Nian, you're back. You're looking for me. Lin Hui looked at Zhou Mei, who pursed her lips and said, I heard our team has a spot to go to the hospital for training. I want to sign up. Is that okay? I've studied traditional Chinese medicine with my grandfather for a while before, so I know a bit about medicine. I think I can handle this job. Shan Yan was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Zhou Mei to know medical skills. Why didn't you tell me before? Zhou Mei bit her lip and took a moment before saying, When the old customs were broken, my grandfather was sent away. He asked us not to tell outsiders about it. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Seeing how carefully she explained, Shan Yan smiled and said, You don't need to be nervous. I don't blame you. I'm just a little surprised. Can I sign up too? This is a matter for the team. Just tell the team leader. But I want to make clear that going to the hospital isn't just for learning. You will also share what you learn with the villagers and promote everyday medical knowledge. Do you think you can explain these medical topics clearly to everyone? Zhou Mei hesitated and looked at Lin Hui, who gave her an encouraging look. She made up her mind and nodded. I can. Since you say that, let's go together and sign up with the team leader. Zhou Mei was surprised. Right now. It's just a sign up. Do you want to pick a good day? Zhou Mei kept waving her hands. No, I didn't mean that. I just wonder if going now might bother the team leader too much. It won't. Let's go. Zhou Mei nodded silently. If she went to see the team leader now, she could ask for leave. Today, she received over 400 yuan. She kept a little for herself, and the rest could be sent home so her family could have a good new year. When Qin's father heard that Zhou Mei wanted to sign up, he was a bit surprised. Zhou Mei had been in Dahu village for 2 years, but she was shy and rarely talked or joked with others. He was skeptical about sending her to the hospital to learn and then come back to teach everyone. Are you sure about this? After learning at the hospital and coming back, do you really think you can teach the others? Zhou Mei was already a little nervous, and Qin's father's question made her even more anxious. She looked at Shun Anian for help. Shun Anian said, "Don't look at me. I can't help you with this. Only you can decide if you can do it well." Zhomei thought for a while, and many thoughts flashed through her mind. Finally, she nodded. "I can do it." Qin's father instinctively looked at Shun Anian. Seeing her nod slightly, he said, "All right, I will put your name down. You must study hard." Zhomei was very happy and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Captain. I will work hard. This is something you earned yourself. Keep working hard. Captain, I want to ask for a day off tomorrow to go to the town. Is that okay?" Since it was winter and there wasn't much work to do, Qin's father approved her leave. Zhomei and Lin Hui happily went home. As they left, Qin's father asked, "Zhou Jiqing is too soft. Do you really think it's right to let her go learn this time?" Although Zhomei is shy, she is patient and careful. There shouldn't be any problem. Moreover, she is willing to change. So, give her a chance to change. Dad, changing people's ideas doesn't happen overnight. It takes long-term, gentle guidance. During this time, I believe Zhomei will definitely change. All right, I trust your judgment. Finally, Qin's father handed in Zhomei's name. Each team also selected someone to learn at the hospital. The hospital gave a week for training, and classes started after 3 days. When Shun Anian arrived at the hospital, she saw the selected people and said, "Today, you're here to learn. Don't think everything is easy. After the training, there will be a test. If you don't pass the test, the commune won't let you teach the villagers medical knowledge. When the time comes, we will reorganize the staff. We prefer to let qualified educated youths do more work, promoting from village to village, rather than using those who fail the exams." With her words, those who had planned to slack off immediately changed their minds. Anyway, this job earns work points and is much easier than farming. They can't just seek temporary ease and neglect their studies. Shun Anian handed the person over to Director Liang and went to the commune to deliver smoked chicken made by Mother Qin to He Xiaoying. He Xiaoying opened the bag and saw 2 chickens inside, surprised. "Why are there so many? Take them home to eat." He Xiaoying felt a bit shy. I shouldn't take so much. No need to be polite. Just heat the smoked chicken and eat it. If you want it spicy, stir fry with chili and it will taste great." "I see. I'll try it at home." She looked at Shun Anian, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Big Sister Yang has been saying bad things about you these days. Is your biogas digester really able to generate electricity?" "Yes, it should be ready to power up in a few days. When that happens, I'll take you to see." Seeing Shun Anian so confident, He Xiaoying couldn't help but wonder if it could really work. Shun Anian asked her, "Did Big Sister Yang say anything bad about me in the office?" "Not really. She just said you're always running around, probably because things didn't go well, and you're hiding out of embarrassment." Faced with Shun Anian's clear gaze, He Xiaoying couldn't lie. Shun Anian smiled slightly. "I guess she'll be disappointed." He Xiaoying exhaled softly. "I believe in you." Although Shun Anian sometimes spoke and acted a bit firmly, everything she did turned out well. He Xiaoying inexplicably trusted her. Shun Anian smiled at her gently. "I won't let you down. I have some things to do, so I'll go now." He Xiaoying knew she was busy with the chicken farm. She nodded. "Go ahead, don't let me hold you up." Shun Anian waved goodbye and left the office. She rode her bike to the post office to pick up a package and headed straight to Zhao's village. When she returned home, she saw a man she didn't recognize talking happily with Father Qin in the main hall. The moment he saw her, he stood up and looked at her with excitement. Shun Anian felt a bit confused because she didn't know him, so she wondered why he was looking at her like that. "Are you Shun officer? You're young and capable," he said. Shun Anian was still very puzzled. "Who are you?" "I'm Huaishu Village's team leader, He Jianhua. I know Captain Qin well, and I came here especially to see him." Qin's father glanced at him, but didn't expose him. Since he entered, he had been asking about Shun Anian in a roundabout way. Now he said he came to see Qin, but no one would believe that. But Shun Anian believed him. She was holding something she got from the post office, and was eager to open it. "Since that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. Dad, you two can chat slowly." He Jianhua was a bit stunned. This wasn't what he expected. He looked at Qin's father for help. Qin's father sighed and said, "If you're not busy, sit down and chat with us for a while." He Jianhua warmly invited her. Yes, sit for a bit. Let's have a good talk." Shen Anian looked at Qin's father with suspicion, then at He Jianhua. She put her package aside and sat down. "Dad, is there something you want to tell me?" Qin's father signaled to He Jianhua with his eyes, telling him to speak quickly. If he kept hesitating, she would leave. He Jianhua felt a little embarrassed, but thought about the village's situation and decided to go all out. "Shen officer, I heard that Dahu village has opened a food factory and a pig farm. Huangzhuang has a chili factory, Gaoshanao has an oil press factory, and nearby teams also have profitable businesses. Our Huaishu village is a bit farther from Dahu village, but we are all part of the same commune. Shen officer, have you ever thought about opening a factory in Huaishu village?" Shen Anian understood and smiled. "Captain He, don't worry. I've been thinking about this recently, and I already have some ideas." He Jianhua's face lit up with excitement. "What kind of factory? Can we build it in our village? Although I have some ideas, I don't know yet if I can make it happen, so I can't tell you more for now." He Jianhua felt a bit disappointed, but since others had already spoken, he couldn't force her to give him an answer. "Officer Shen, if you really plan to start a factory, please choose Huaishu village. Our village has many people, and they work hard. We will do our best to help you with your project and won't delay your plans. I'll think about it first and decide later." If her research succeeds, it could boost not only Huaishu village, but also the economy of Yuanning town. He Jianhua didn't get a clear answer, so he still felt a little unsatisfied. But since they are not close relatives, Shen Anian didn't have to help him, and he couldn't say much. It seems he can only try to show her their sincerity to give Huaishu village a chance. He immediately decided to visit more often in the future. Shen Anian exchanged a few words with He Jianhua to learn about the current situation in Huaishu village, then took her bag and went back to her room. Inside the bag was a package from Qinzhenjin containing instant noodles, which are very common in later times. But in the early 1970s, domestic instant noodles were rare, and she hadn't even tasted the flavor yet. So her research focus was on how to develop instant noodles similar to those in later years, under limited conditions. In China, 50 years later, resources are abundant, and a variety of snacks and staple foods are dazzling, but instant noodles still hold an important place. Especially in this resource-scarce era, producing delicious instant noodles would definitely be very popular. Shen Anian opened the package, which contained 10 packets of instant noodles. She tore open one packet and found that, compared to later versions, the seasoning was only one small packet. She gently pinched the seasoning, which was less dry than in later versions. It also took longer to soak. But these weren't big problems. The main thing was the taste. All foods are judged by their flavor. As long as the taste is good, it will surely attract its own customers. She soaked the noodles and took a bite, immediately noticing the difference. The flavor was too bland, and the noodles were more like regular noodles, not as chewy and springy as later versions. She was almost certain that if she could make noodles like those in later years, she could dominate the market. The question was how to do it. You can try making flatbreads, but seasoning can be a bit tricky. Creating a spice mix with dozens of different spices is not easy. The most important part of instant noodles is the seasoning.
She kept thinking about this.
Early the next morning, she went to the local supply and marketing cooperative. There weren't many seasonings there, just soy sauce, fermented bean paste, star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, and other common household spices. The rest were rare. Since she couldn't find what she needed locally, she decided to go to the county town. She looked around the mall but didn't see any instant noodles. It seemed, just as Qinzhenjin said, that instant noodles are only available in big cities. She went to the spice section and asked the clerk to give her a sample of all the seasonings. The clerk saw her buying so many spices and asked, "Miss, are you buying for a large order?" "Yes. I'm buying for the cafeteria," she replied. The clerk looked at her with envy. "With so many spices, your cafeteria must have very good food." She was surprised that just by casually shopping, she could receive such admiration. She talked with the clerk and learned a lot. When she got home, she started working in the kitchen. She boiled 2 large bones to make broth, adding spices. For the flatbreads, she used high-gluten flour, but since it wasn't available, she used a substitute called fuxiang flour. She added salt, eggs, and baking soda to the flour, kneaded the dough very thin, and cut it into fine strips. She heated a large amount of oil, placed a mold into the oil, and fried the noodles in the mold. At first, her technique wasn't perfect. Shapes and colors were off. After many tries, she finally made flatbreads that were fragrant, crispy, and chewy. She tasted her homemade flatbreads. They were slightly different from modern ones, but much better than current versions. When soaked in water, the noodles didn't break easily, and they were chewy and tasty, full of energy. The flatbreads were a success. While she was working, no one disturbed her. When she finished, Chin's mother came into the kitchen and saw 2 big bowls of flatbreads, gasping in surprise. "Did you make all of these?" She nodded. "Yes, Mom. I was experimenting with a new recipe. What do you plan to do with this? Maybe we can eat it ourselves. Although some are imperfect, these are still food and shouldn't be wasted." Mother Chin looked at the 2 empty oil barrels and kept sighing. These things use a lot of oil and flour, but she didn't know what she was going to make. "What is this you made?"
Instant noodles.
Mother Chin had never heard of that name. What are instant noodles? They are noodles that are very easy to prepare. You make the noodle cake, and when you want to eat, just add water and wait 3 minutes to soak. Then you can eat. That is quite convenient. No wonder it's called that. The product is good, but Mother Chin thought that cooking noodles at home doesn't take much effort, so she didn't see much market for instant noodles. But she didn't say anything, afraid it would hurt Shin Anian's confidence. Some people buy noodles, so surely some will buy instant noodles too. Shin Anian didn't know what Mother Chin was thinking. She served the bone broth that had simmered for over 4 hours. After tasting it, she felt the flavor was still a bit light. It seems she still needs to find a way to improve it. That evening, the whole family ate instant noodles. Although there were no seasoning packets, they used meat broth to soak the noodles, added vegetables, and the taste was still very good. Everyone ate very happily. Shin Anian asked for opinions, and everyone's only comment was that it smelled very good and was delicious. She felt a bit helpless. Although she also thought it was good, she still felt she could make it even better. It seems she still needs to figure out her own methods. So, during the day, she went to the chicken farm to teach workers how to raise chickens, and at night, she returned home to work on improving the seasoning packets. She not only boiled broth with large beef bones, but also bought chicken meat to make mushroom chicken stew. Mother Chin saw her acting strangely and was a bit worried, so she asked Chin father to help persuade her. Chin father told her not to worry. Nian Nian is thoughtful and has her plans. Don't worry about her. I don't want to worry, but look at her. She works so late every day and she still has to go to work during the day. I'm just worried her health can't handle it. Chin father was also worried, but he knew that what Shin Anian was doing this time was very important. Otherwise, she wouldn't be working so hard. Let's wait a few more days and see. All right, then let's see again. Shin Anian spent a week repeatedly testing and finally succeeded in recreating the taste from her memory. As for the vegetable package, it was simpler. She had someone make a large stove, burn enough charcoal, and use high heat to dehydrate the vegetables. The most difficult part was the seasoning packet. She tried different seasonings for nearly a week, constantly adjusting, but she was still not satisfied. Chin's parents tasted her instant noodles and thought they were already very tasty, but Shin Anian still felt the flavor was a bit off. The instant noodles weren't successful, but good news came from the biogas pond. They could be put into use. Because the fermentation of the biogas took some time, the villagers were initially excited, but then became more calm. Few people paid attention to the biogas pond anymore. Until the light bulb turned on, everyone was a bit confused. When they noticed the light getting brighter, they looked up. The bulb was on, and they realized power was on. The biogas generator really could produce gas and electricity. They had made it happen. Just as everyone was feeling excited again, they suddenly heard the radio broadcast. "Hello everyone, I am Shin Anian. As you can see, our village now has electricity." Next, listen to the broadcast to learn the central government's instructions and follow their lead. Immediately after, music played over the radio. "The east is red," a familiar melody floating over the village. The success of the biogas power generation was something Shun Anian had expected. She wasn't very surprised. Chun Hung had been working on the biogas generator these days, and today it finally succeeded, making him very excited. Shun Jiqing, the biogas power generation really worked. His excited look was far from the cold, calculating demeanor of a future CEO. Shun Anian nodded at him. Yes, we did it. That's wonderful. The success of the biogas power meant thousands of villagers could now use electricity, a huge step forward. Seeing Shun Anian's face without much expression or happiness, Chun Hung was a bit surprised. Why don't you look particularly happy? Honestly, I'm not especially happy. It was expected. Seeing her so calm, Chun Hung suddenly felt he was too impulsive. He was 2 years older than Shun Anian and should be more composed than her. The educated youths were very surprised when they heard the broadcast. No one expected this to actually happen. Although no one directly argued with Shun Anian, many thought her idea of using biogas for power was unrealistic. They were just waiting to see her fail and laugh at her. Especially Zhao Yonggang, the leader and head of the youth group. He didn't say it openly, but he clearly didn't support Shun Anian. Lately, Chun Hung had been going to the biogas pond every day. He was eager to see her fail, so they could say they had worked hard for nothing and see how it ended. But no one expected that they would actually succeed. Zhou Mei had just returned from the hospital. Their classes were finished, and on the last day, Director Liang handed out exam papers. She valued this chance very much. She listened carefully in class and worked hard, so she was proud of her effort. She ranked second in the class. This good result gave her more confidence and courage. She hadn't yet told Shun Anian the good news. She planned to share it during the evening literacy class. But unexpectedly, Shun Anian beat her to it, giving everyone a surprise. The village was now connected to electricity. This meant they no longer had to live in darkness at night. They could read books and newspapers under bright lights. Lin Huixing was excited and said, I never thought we could have electricity in the countryside. She really used manure to generate power. It's amazing. Zhou Mei nodded with a smile. Yes, she's truly incredible. She brought such big changes to the village. Since the village now had electricity, the first person Shun Anian wanted to tell was Sister Yang. Of course, it wasn't just to share the news, but to see her reaction. Back then, Sister Yang looked down on her a lot. She even made a betting agreement and told others she would fail. She was very curious to see how Sister Yang would react when she found out about the electricity. She never tired of proving her wrong. The next day, Shun Anian went to the commune. When the staff saw her, they greeted her warmly. Comrade Shun has arrived. Why are you here so early today? You haven't been to the commune for many days. Is there something you need? Shun Anian smiled at them and deliberately said loudly, I'm here today to report on the biogas power project to Secretary Chen. What's going on with the biogas power generation? Has it really been connected to the electricity grid? Shun Anian's smile grew even brighter, and she deliberately looked at Sister Yang. Yes, it's true. Really connected to the power grid? Her voice was full of surprise and disbelief, rising several tones. Everyone was a bit confused. Did she really succeed in generating electricity? They looked at each other, clearly surprised by what they saw. Since Director Lin was so interested in this matter, and Shun Anian had successfully generated power using biogas, she would definitely make a good impression on Director Lin. It was so enviable. She was young but had already shown off in front of the leaders several times, much better than them. Sister Yang was also very surprised. She had said it would take 3 months, but now less than a month had passed. Could she be lying to herself? Who are you trying to fool? I've never heard of anyone using manure to generate electricity. You probably think that saying this will beat me, huh? I never lie about such things. If you don't believe me, come with me and see for yourself. Everyone exchanged glances and believed her words. If she hadn't succeeded, she wouldn't be saying this now. But Sister Yang didn't believe her, or rather, she didn't want to believe it at all. Shun Anian deliberately said to Sister Yang, Young officer, don't forget our bet. Remember to take your half-year salary to the finance department. Sister Yang gritted her teeth. If I lost, I would definitely take out the money. But who knew if Shin Anian was telling the truth? If she lied to deceive them, would they believe her? I knew you'd think that, so I just said, "You're welcome to come and see Daho Village." Her gaze fell on Sister Yang. "I want to make you convinced. Are you satisfied with this arrangement, Officer Yang?" Seeing her attitude, everyone knew she was telling the truth. They all looked at Sister Yang. When Sister Yang saw everyone staring at her, she felt as if she had been slapped several times, her face burning with pain. It seemed she really had succeeded. Today, she came here intentionally to embarrass her, to see her make a fool of herself. No, she hadn't seen it with her own eyes yet, so she wasn't defeated. "I will definitely go to see it. Okay, I will go find Secretary Chen now. We will go together to Dahuang Village later. I will make you convinced." She smiled slightly and looked deeply at Sister Yang before walking to Secretary Chen's office. Sister Yang felt cold inside and thought that her recent glance had some hidden meaning. Now she started to regret why she had made that bet with her. If she really lost, not only would she lose money, but she would also have to apologize to a young person, which made her feel embarrassed. Secretary Chen heard that Dahuang Village could generate electricity and immediately wanted to go see the situation. But thinking about Director Lin's instructions, he restrained his excitement and called Director Lin to tell him about it. Unexpectedly, Director Lin didn't say much and pushed aside his current work to come and see for himself. After hanging up, he told Shun Anian. Director Lin said he will come later. "You go down and prepare." Shun Anian wasn't sure what to prepare, but she had other things to do. She took out the banner made by Mother Chin and said, "Secretary, when we cooperated with the hospital before, we promised to send them a banner. It's ready now. Do you want to go see it?" She had mentioned this to Secretary Chen before, and he had no objection. But if he went personally, it might seem too grand. Secretary Chen thought for a moment and said, "Just bring 2 colleagues with you. Can I ask Officer Lee to go with me?" "Secretary, then I will go first." She left the office. Xiaoying came over quietly and asked her softly, "How did it go?" "What did the secretary say?" "Secretary said Director Lin will come down." Xiaoying widened her eyes. "Director Lin is coming down. Are you ready?" "Yes, I am ready." She understood biogas power generation very well. No matter what questions Director Lin asked, she could probably answer. Moreover, she had already prepared a plan for biogas power generation. When the time comes, she will give the plan to Director Lin. If Director Lin wanted to promote it in Yuaning Town or across the whole county, he could follow the plan. So she had nothing to worry about. Seeing her so calm, Xiaoying really admired her attitude. Shun Anian was 2 years younger than her. Despite such an incident, she remained so calm. If it were her, she definitely couldn't stay so composed. But others have real skills, which makes them look so confident and relaxed. She doesn't have much ability, so she stays in the office and does what she can. "Xiaoying, do you have time now? Can you come with me to the hospital to send a banner of thanks?" Xiaoying nodded. "I happen to be free." "Why are we sending a banner to the hospital? Didn't we send a group of young people to learn at the hospital before?" "The doctors took time out of their busy schedules to teach them. Of course, we should thank them." "I see. Let's go then." "Wait a moment. We need to find Officer Lee and ask him to come along." "Why do we need so many people just to send a banner? More people make it more lively." That's the kind of scene she wanted. The 2 of them found Officer Lee. Shun Anian specifically explained that this was something Secretary Chen had agreed to. When Officer Lee heard that Secretary Chen had approved, he naturally didn't refuse and went with them to the hospital. The 3 of them, holding 2 banners, proudly arrived at the hospital, attracting many onlookers. Shun Anian asked a passing nurse, "Comrade, is Director Liang here?" Seeing the banners in their hands, the nurse thought they were family members of patients coming to thank the staff. She was very enthusiastic and took them to find Director Liang. Director Liang was in his office. When he saw them approaching with banners, his usually serious face showed a faint smile, and he stood up to greet them. "Shen officer, it's been a while. I heard Director Liang has been busy, so I didn't dare to bother you. Today, I came specially to give you this banner to thank you for supporting our work." Seeing the words, "Skilled Hands with Compassion, Noble Medical Ethics" on the banner, along with his name, Director Liang couldn't help but smile broadly. You are too polite. It's what we should do. Shun Anian smiled and handed him the banner. When she saw Director Liang accept it, she led the applause. Holding the banner, Director Liang felt a surge of pride, and his gaze softened considerably. Nearby doctors and nurses saw him holding the banner and looked at him with envy. This banner is not given to the hospital, but personally to him. Who wouldn't be jealous? Seeing everyone's envious looks, Director Liang felt even more proud. He held the banner and said, "Let me take you to see the director." Holding the banner, he led them through most of the hospital to find the director. Along the way, he happily explained things to patients, and some even specially sent the banner to him. Shin Anian followed behind, watching a show-off attitude, and couldn't help but smile. The respected hospital director seemed to turn into a little student showing off a certificate. When they handed the banner to the director, the scene became more grand. Doctors and nurses gathered around as Officer Lee carefully handed the banner to the director. The director happily took the banner, smiling so widely his face almost reached his ears. When they left, the director also expressed hope for future cooperation. When He Xiaoying left the hospital, she felt that the director and Director Liang were very warm and friendly. She had visited the hospital many times before, but no one had treated her like this. Shin Anian nodded and thought, "That's right. We only got such warm treatment because of the banner. Thank you all for coming with me today. Let me treat you to a meal," said Officer Lee. Seeing it was only 10 o'clock and the restaurant hadn't opened yet, they decided to delay the meal. "Did you hear that Director Lin is coming today? Do you need to prepare anything?" Although Shin Anian didn't think she needed to prepare, everyone else was worried, so she decided to go see for herself. "Then I'll go back first. When you come, make sure to bring Sister Yang so she can see that Dahuang village now has electricity." Officer Lee felt a bit helpless after her instructions. It seemed she was having a disagreement with Sister Yang. When Director Lin arrived at Dahuang village, it was almost 12:30 p.m. The village was listening to the radio, broadcasting news through a loudspeaker. The clear, professional voice echoed through every corner of the village. The electricity was truly connected. Not only was there power now, but Director Lin also noticed that the villagers looked much healthier, with fewer worries on their faces and more smiles. Shen Anian specifically looked at Sister Yang and saw her face was pale and full of disbelief, which made her feel even happier. A few days ago, when she was bragging in front of everyone, she felt very proud. Now, her words were coming back to bite her loudly. "A few days ago, the team just distributed the profit shares, and in 2 days we will slaughter pigs, so everyone is very happy." Director Lin nodded. "People care about food and clothing. That's natural." He paused and listened for a while. "Are you still listening to the radio?" Shun Anian smiled sincerely and said, "Yes." Before the power was connected, the team leader said they would install some loudspeakers in the village to listen to broadcasts and learn about the central policies, keeping up with the central government steps. Qin's father, who was accompanying her, felt ashamed. He didn't come up with that idea, but Shun Anian took credit for it. But he also understood Shun Anian's good intentions, wanting to let herself show off in front of the leaders. He thought that at her age, her highest position would be the factory director of the food factory, and she wouldn't be promoted further. She might as well think more about herself. Good, well done. Very aware and impressive. Director Lin looked at Shun Anian with even more satisfaction. A capable woman like her should work in the county, so her strengths can be fully used. Shun Anian didn't realize that Director Lin was trying to flatter her and was trying to bring him to her home. As they walked, Director Lin saw that every household had installed electrical wires and asked, "It looks like the village is using electricity now. Is the power supply enough?" Shun Anian nodded. "Yes, it's enough. Our village has a pig farm and cattle sheds that provide raw materials. The biogas is sufficient. Not only can the villagers use electricity, but the food factory's power supply is also enough." Director Lin was very excited. The success of biogas power generation in Dea Village meant they could gradually implement it in the county. This was a big step forward.
Good job.
With biogas power, not only the villagers of Dea Village but also your commune and other communes and brigades will be able to use electricity in the future. Yes, I have already written a plan for the biogas digester structure and all the preparations. If you need it, I can give you the plan. Director Lin was clearly more interested. Shen, you are brave and capable. Have you ever thought about working at the Revolutionary Committee? Secretary Chen. Why is everyone trying to undermine him right in front of his face? Big Sister Yang shivered when she heard Director Lin's words. Currently, Shun Anian works at the commune and is at the same level as herself. She can barely use her seniority to pressure her. If Shun Anian gets promoted to the Revolutionary Committee, she would become her boss. Thinking about her past conflicts with Shun Anian, she really worries that Shun Anian might seek revenge. But it was Director Lin who spoke first, and she couldn't argue back. She felt anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, almost ready to jump. Director Lin is the head of the Revolutionary Committee. Although Shun Anian wanted to refuse, she couldn't be too firm. She smiled and said, "I'm glad to be valued by the director. But I am still young, and I've only been working at the commune for a short time. I lack experience and want to gain more at the grassroots level." Director Lin didn't expect her to refuse. Moving from the town to the county was a big step, but this young comrade actually declined. "Since you have such ambitions, stay at the grassroots for 2 more years to gain more experience. Thank you for your understanding, leader." Secretary Chen wasn't surprised by her answer. Last time, she refused Deputy Director Zhang, and now she's about to follow her family into the military, so she naturally can't go to the county's Revolutionary Committee to work. Big Sister Yang was shocked and found it unbelievable. She couldn't believe she was giving up such a good opportunity. While thinking Shun Anian was foolish, she also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If she was willing to stay at the commune, it meant no one was above her. She was confident that Shun Anian couldn't do anything to her there. She was surprised that Director Lin wasn't angry at her refusal. If Director Lin had been angry and demoted her, that would have been great. Thinking about how her half-year salary was about to be handed over and she would have to apologize publicly, Yang felt upset. If someone else had been in her place, a few soft words might have made the matter easier to handle. Given Shun Anian's bad temper, she definitely wouldn't let this go easily. She looked to the side, considering whether to sneak back now. If Shun Anian didn't care about the situation and made her apologize now, her reputation would be ruined in front of the higher-ups. Shun Anian never thought she would have to apologize to Director Lin in front of others. No matter how she argued with Sister Yang, it was their problem. They could handle it privately without involving the leadership of the Revolutionary Committee. If the leaders found out about their disagreement, it wouldn't be good for the commune. It might even cause trouble for Secretary Chen. So her plan was always to settle things with Sister Yang after returning to the commune. Shun Anian brought Director Lin and the others home and started preparing lunch. Director Lin stopped her. The villagers' lives were hard, and they shouldn't eat the same food as ordinary people. Father Qin brought bowls, chopsticks, and some flatbread, placing them on the table. Shun Anian carried over a thermos and explained, "This lunch isn't just a simple meal. I want the leaders to try a new product. It's instant noodles I just made a few days ago. The noodles soften after 3 minutes in hot water, and with a special sauce and seasoning powder, you get a tasty bowl of noodles." Secretary Chen listened nearby, sweating nervously. Is this girl really brave? She invites the leaders to eat noodles and then talks about trying a new product. Making the leaders do experiments, would they be happy about that? But Shun Anian had already added the sauce and seasoning to the bowl, poured hot water, and started the noodles. Forget it, let's see how it goes first. When the leaders speak, she can still ask for help later. Originally, Shun Anian didn't plan for Director Lin to try the noodles. It just happened today. Since they came to Dahuang village, she saw a good opportunity and had to seize it. This time, she wasn't just making a small fuss. She wanted something big. She dreamed of opening a food factory in town to produce instant noodles. But opening a factory in town required reporting to the county, which could take a lot of time and effort. Since Director Lin offered this chance, she wouldn't hold back. This was a new product, and they should be the first to taste it. That was also a sign of respect. Director Lin had heard of instant noodles before. Someone had even given him a gift once. This thing was only sold in big cities. Small places like theirs didn't have it. He had tried instant noodles once, but the taste wasn't very good, similar to plain noodles. However, just now he saw that Shin Anian had prepared quite a lot of food, and hot water had just been poured over it, releasing a nice aroma. The hot water turned into a rich broth. As the noodles soaked longer, the smell became even more noticeable. I remember instant noodles are sold in big cities, but our local market doesn't have them. Yes, they are available in Hung City, but not in smaller county towns. Probably because they don't sell well, so they're not sold there. The instant noodles I brought today are made with a modified recipe. I don't mean to boast, but the taste is better than the ones you find in stores. Everyone can try it and see. The noodles gradually softened in the hot water. What was once a small piece of noodle now filled more than half a bowl. A member of the Revolutionary Committee looked at the bowl with interest and asked Shun Anian, "What is that green thing? Is it chopped green onions?" Shun Anian replied, "It's dehydrated green onions, along with carrots and mushrooms. Today I soaked 2 types, one with pork bone broth and the other with chicken and mushroom soup. The noodles should be ready now. Everyone can give it a try." It was already past 1 o'clock. The group had come from the county town and hadn't eaten yet. They were quite hungry. Plus, the tempting aroma made everyone eager. The officials from the Revolutionary Committee didn't hold back. Seeing Director Lin pick up his bowl, they also started eating. Secretary Chen took a bite too. The noodles were different from what he usually ate, chewier and more flavorful. The broth was fresh and rich with a strong meat aroma, much tastier than homemade noodles. Everyone finished a bowl of noodles and still felt they wanted more. But there were about 8 or 9 of them, and they had already eaten about 2 jin of grain. They didn't feel comfortable eating more. Director Lin looked at her and asked, "You said you came up with this yourself. Why did you research this?" "I was thinking about opening a factory in the town to produce this kind of instant noodles. The ingredients for instant noodles are quite simple, mainly flour, bone broth, and chicken. The cost isn't high, and I believe it has good potential for development." After she finished speaking, everyone present fell silent. No one said a word. Director Lin looked at her and asked, "Are you talking about setting up a factory in the town?" Shin Anian nodded.
Yes.
Everyone has tasted it, and most people find the flavor acceptable. If we produce these 2 types of instant noodles, I believe they will sell well. The taste is not just acceptable, it is truly delicious. This flavor is completely different from the instant noodles he has eaten before. It can be called a new product. Director Lin looked at the empty bowl in front of him, paused for a moment and said, "First, get the data ready, and then we will discuss it with the leadership team." "Secretary, I have already prepared the data," Shun Anian replied. She turned around, picked up her prepared materials, and handed them to Director Lin. Director Lin took the papers and saw information about the biogas plant as well as the recipe and costs for the noodles, with clear analysis. That seemingly ordinary seasoning mix actually used 13 different spices, which surprised Director Lin. "Where did these spices come from?" Shun Anian said, "I tested them step by step. I think these spices, combined, are just right." She had done her best to recreate the taste of modern instant noodles, which was very close. As for the tiny differences, she truly couldn't do more. "It's clear you put in a lot of effort." "Don't worry, I will consider this carefully," said Director Lin. Shun Anian knew that opening a factory in town was not easy, so she didn't press for an answer. "Thank you, Director Lin." Director Lin looked at this slim but energetic young woman, feeling quite pleased. She was quick-witted and working within the country's allowed limits to develop the economy. Really impressive. Before leaving, Director Lin also checked the biogas pool and then happily left Dahuang village. Since it was still working hours, Shun Anian also needed to go to the town. Director Lin specifically asked her to ride in the same car so they could discuss the development of Yuaning town together. Big Sister Yang saw her get into Director Lin's car and felt envious, her eyes turning red. She wondered what kind of magic potion she had given Director Lin. Refusing Director Lin's invitation publicly embarrassed him, but instead of getting angry, he valued her even more. When they arrived in the town, Director Lin and his team were about to return to the county seat. Secretary Chen saw the leaders off, then took them back to the commune. Big Sister Yang was about to turn away when she saw Shun Anian smiling at her. The smile made her feel nervous and uneasy. She wanted to say a few kind words to improve her relationship with Shun Anian. After all, she was someone the higher-ups liked, and being friendly with her would be beneficial. Even if I don't gain much benefit, at least we can discuss the bet again. Officer Shin, can we talk alone? Shun Anian pretended to be surprised and looked at her. Officer Yang, are you planning to apologize to me in the middle of the street? Sister Yang's face turned red, looking embarrassed as if she had been publicly stripped. I knew Shun Anian wouldn't miss the chance to humiliate her. If she apologized on the street, she wouldn't have the face to go out afterward. This matter. Officer Yang, why are you hesitating? Don't tell me you don't want to apologize. In front of colleagues, you belittled me, looking down on me as if I couldn't do anything. Now, we have a written agreement. You wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you? Sister Yang had never been scolded like this in front of everyone before, and her anger was understandable. But they had signed the agreement, and if things got messy, it was her fault. She couldn't get angry at Shun Anian. Looking again, Shun Anian's face was smiling, with a contemptuous look in her eyes, as if she was very proud, which made her so angry her body trembled. The agreement didn't say I had to apologize to you in the street. That's your own idea. Sister Yang was so angry she almost vomited blood. She wasn't crazy. How could she have suggested such a thing? Forget it. She would never expect to get along well with Shun Anian in this life. Being able to keep a distance was already her repeated act of patience. I never said that. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say between us. Besides apologizing, I hope you won't say anything else to me. Whatever comes out of your mouth has never been kind. Sister Yang was really about to be furious. What does it mean that nothing good comes out of her mouth? Clearly, she was the one speaking harsh words. Shun Anian could see Sister Yang was pretending to be weak. But she understood her purpose even better. In a situation unfavorable to her, she would show weakness at the right time to let herself go. But why should she let her go? Before the matter was settled, she had already been loudly proclaiming and seemed eager to drag herself into the mud. If she lost today, she would probably have to kneel and admit her mistake for Sister Yang to be satisfied. Since that's the case, why should she easily let Sister Yang go? Shun Anian returned to the commune. As soon as He Xiaoying saw her, she said, "You're back. A soldier just called. It's your husband's comrade, Zhou Yin. He wants you to call him back." Hearing this, Shun Anian felt a strange, uneasy premonition. She had a bad feeling something might go wrong. Did he say anything important?
She asked.
He Xiaoying shook her head. No, but he sounded very urgent, like it was something serious. Shun Anian's uneasiness grew stronger. She tried to push away her worries and not think too much. She took the number He Xiaoying handed her. But when she dialed, only busy signals came through, no answer. He Xiaoying looked worried. What happened? No one answered the call. It was busy. She comforted Shun Anian. Don't worry too much. It probably isn't anything serious. If it were nothing important, it wouldn't be Zhou Yin calling her. But Shun Anian didn't understand what was happening and didn't say more. To distract herself, she went to find Sister Yang. Yang, the biogas power project has a result now. Shouldn't our bet have a conclusion too? Sister Yang looked at Li, hoping he would speak up for her. But Li turned away and didn't look at her. She wasn't rude enough to keep bothering him. From his attitude, she could tell he didn't want to get involved. Not only Li, but even Secretary Chen probably didn't want to help her. Otherwise, when Shun Anian pressured her on the street, Secretary Chen wouldn't have stayed silent. She awkwardly looked away. She didn't want to apologize to Shun Anian like that, but she had no choice and had to do it. She took a breath and looked around at the people in the office. Everyone was pretending to work, but in fact, they were all watching the scene. Sister Yang suppressed her anger and said to Shun Anian, "Sorry, Shun. I was wrong before. I won't say such things again." Since she apologized and showed weakness, Shun Anian didn't say anything more. If she had spoken up now, she might have been seen as deliberately making things difficult. Officer Yang, I hope you remember what you said today. In the future, focus more on improving yourself and stop targeting others. Sister Yang choked. She didn't understand her words. What did she mean by focus more on improving yourself? Was she really doing poorly now? I will definitely remember, she replied. She turned and left the office quickly. He Xiaoying felt a bit worried about Shun Anian. Sister Yang's face looked very unhappy, and she was afraid she might target her even more in the future. But since things had already happened, she couldn't say anything more. Fortunately, Shun Anian was capable. Secretary Chen treated her well and protected her. If Sister Yang did anything too much, Secretary Chen would help her and not let her suffer. As she thought about this, He Xiaoying was surprised by her own thoughts. When did she start to believe that Sister Yang might harm Shun Anian without reason? She had always thought Sister Yang was a good person before. Even more frightening was that, even with this suspicion, she didn't think she was wrong. She still believed Sister Yang could do such things. She quietly warned Shun Anian, "Be careful today. Sister Yang might take revenge. Now is a new society. She probably won't beat me up, right? Besides whispering behind my back, talking badly about me, and blocking my work, she doesn't have many other options. As long as I stay careful, I won't be afraid of her. Just be careful yourself," she said. Shun Anian took out her phone and made another call. This time, someone answered. "Can I speak to Commander Zhou-in? Is he there?" A gentle female voice replied. "He's here. Please wait a moment." The call was put down, but soon someone picked it up again. The voice was a bit out of breath. "Is this my sister-in-law? I'm Zhou-in, a comrade of Qin Jingqi." Because she was nervous, her voice sounded a little hoarse. Did something happen to Qin Jingqi? No sound came from the other end of the line. Shun Anian didn't speak either, but her heart sank. She was very scared hearing bad news. After a while, she heard a faint sigh. "Captain Qin is in the hospital now. His condition isn't very good." Hearing this, Shun Anian's ears buzzed. Her intuition was correct. Qin Jingqi really had an accident. On the other end of the phone, a faint voice said, "He didn't want me to tell you about his injury. I took the initiative to call you. If it's convenient, please come and see him." When Shun Anian hung up, she felt numb and confused. Although she didn't know the details of Qin Jingqi's condition, he was still unconscious, and the situation was likely very serious. She had to go see Qin Jingqi immediately. No matter what his condition was now, having a family member nearby would be better. She quickly called Qin Jinjin and asked her to buy 2 train tickets. Qin Jinjin said, "The tickets are available, but you're in such a hurry that you might not get a ticket for tomorrow. I'm going to Hing City tomorrow. I must get a train ticket for tomorrow. Jinjin, please help me find a way." Qin Jinjin noticed her tone was unusual and asked, "What happened?" "Qin Jingqi is in the hospital, still unconscious. I want to go see him." Qin Jinjin was shocked. Qin Jingqi was a soldier, and if he's in the hospital, he must be seriously injured. No wonder Shun Anian was so anxious. "Okay, I will definitely help you. Don't worry too much. Maybe he's not seriously hurt, and he might wake up when you get there. Don't scare yourself. I understand." "Thank you, Jinjin." Shun Anian hung up and immediately went to find Secretary Chen. Seeing her pale face and lack of color, Secretary Chen asked, "What happened?" "My husband was injured and hospitalized." "Secretary, I want to ask for leave to see him." Although Secretary Chen didn't know Qin Jingqi's condition, Shun Anian was usually calm. If she's this panicked, Qin Jingqi probably wasn't lightly hurt. "All right, tell me about your work, and I'll approve your leave." Shun Anian returned to her office, finished all her tasks for easy handover, and then took the leave slip to Secretary Chen before heading back to the village. Big Sister Yang saw Shun Anian leave in a hurry and called He Xiaoying over. "Xiaoying, you answered the phone just now. Did it mention anything about Shun officer's husband? What exactly happened?" He Xiaoying shook her head. "I didn't say anything. The army matters, they wouldn't tell me." Sister Yang looked a bit disappointed. Shun Anian took the call and then asked Secretary Chen for leave. It must be something serious and not a good thing. Right now, she couldn't find out anything. She felt anxious and restless. He Xiaoying and Shun Anian were on good terms. Maybe she would tell her something, but she kept her mouth shut. You're so close to Shun, and her family has something going on. Why didn't she tell you? He Xiaoying truly didn't know what had happened to Qin Jingqi. She immediately replied, Sister Yang, I really don't know. Shun is so close to you. Didn't she tell you what happened? No, she didn't say anything. Sister Yang was very unhappy with her attitude. Xiaoying, you wouldn't be hiding things from me for Shun, would you? Even though I have some disagreements with Shun, I already apologized and everything is settled. There's nothing she can't tell me. He Xiaoying didn't know what to say. Seeing Sister Yang's eager expression, she didn't believe that Sister Yang had truly let go of her grudge with Shun Anian. Even if she wouldn't do anything to Shun anymore, she was definitely interested in watching the drama unfold. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep pestering her to find out why Shun Anian asked for leave. I really don't know what happened to Shun. Sister Yang, if you really want to know, you should ask Secretary Chen. After all, Secretary Chen approved Shun's leave. He probably knows more than I do. After saying that, He Xiaoying turned and left, leaving Sister Yang standing there, feeling annoyed. If she could ask Secretary Chen, she wouldn't need to bother He Xiaoying with these useless questions. Shun Anian returned to the village and went to the mooncake factory. Since Qin Jingqi was involved in such a big incident, she needed to tell Qin's parents. Recently, the team hadn't had much work, so Qin's father usually stayed at the mooncake factory. The leadership of the Revolutionary Committee had just left, and Qin's father was inspecting the workshop, making sure every detail was in place. Seeing that Shun Anian looked a bit upset, Qin's father asked, Anian, what's wrong? The mooncake factory is crowded and noisy. Shun Anian didn't want to make a big fuss, so she told Qin's father, Dad, come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Qin's father put down what he was doing and came over. What's wrong? Did something happen? Did the boss say something to you? Shun Anian shook her head. No, nothing. Let's go home and talk to Mom. When Qin's father heard she wanted to see Qin's mother, he looked worried. He thought something serious must have happened, or she wouldn't be so anxious. Qin's mother was at home taking care of her younger brother and sister after their birth. She was washing diapers when she saw Qin's father and Shun Anian come back during work hours. She looked surprised. Why are you back so early? Mom, go inside first. I have something to tell you. As soon as they entered the main room, Qin's father asked, what exactly happened? He had been holding back all the way here. He was really anxious and worried. Shun Anian said, Mom and Dad, I'll tell you everything later. Please don't panic or get too worried now. Qin's mother asked, just tell me what happened. Shun Anian took a deep breath and said, I just received a call from the army. Qin Jingqi was injured and is now in the hospital. I plan to go see him. Qin's mother was shocked. She had been in the army for many years, and it was rare for Qin Jingqi to call, especially from the army, so the situation must be very serious. Where is he hurt? How is he now? I heard he's still unconscious and hasn't woken up yet. Qin's mother almost fainted when she heard that. If he's still not awake, it must be very serious. How could this happen? What should we do? You said you want to go see him. I'll go with you. Shun Anian had already arranged with Qin Jinjin to buy 2 tickets. With such a big incident, either Qin's father or Qin's mother had to go. Mom, have you thought about it? Your younger sister is still postpartum. Are you really going with me? She's been resting for 2 weeks after giving birth. She's not completely helpless. Let 4th brother come back to take care of his wife. Right now, they didn't know how Qin Jingqi was doing. Of course, she wanted to see him. She had no time to stay here taking care of her younger sister's postpartum recovery. All right, then it's settled. Mom and I will go together to see Qin Jingqi. We first pack our things. Later, we will take a car to the county town, then transfer to a train to Hu City. The children are on holiday, but I haven't seen Shin and Sui. Shun and Nian asked the children playing nearby to help find Shin and Sui for her, while she went back to her room to pack. Shun and Sui quickly came over. Seeing her packing, he asked, Sister, do you want to see me about something? I need to go far away for a while. I just wanted to let you know, so you won't worry. Sister, where are you going? Shun and Nian knew Shin and Sui was smart for her age. Although she was still young, she understood many things, so she told her the truth. Your brother-in-law is hurt. Mom and I are going to take care of him. You stay at home and behave well. Shannon Sui was very surprised. Qin Jingqi had been kind to her, and he even took her to see Shin's parents. She had a good impression of Qin Jingqi. When she heard Qin Jingqi was hurt, she felt worried. Is it serious? Sister, can I go with you? You can't go with us. Tickets are hard to get. Stay at home and wait for me. Shannon Sui was still young. Shannon Yen was worried she might get tired from a long trip. Also, she didn't know what the situation was over there. She was afraid she wouldn't have enough time to take care of Shannon Sui. Shannon Sui bit her lip, but could only agree. Sister, I understand. Don't worry, brother-in-law will be fine. Shannon Yen picked up her bag. You can ask Lin Hui to help with the literacy class. Stay at home and don't overthink. I'll be back soon. Sister, I understand. Shannon Yen went to find Qin's mother. She had already packed neatly. Qin's father gave them a letter of introduction, but was still worried about them. He thought maybe Qin Dege should go with them. Qin's mother took the letter. What's there to worry about? I'm just an old woman. No one can do anything to me. Nian Nian, let's go quickly. She wished she had wings so she could fly to Qin Jingqi's side immediately. She didn't want to delay even a moment. The two hurriedly rode their bikes to the town and then went to the station to catch a train to the county. By the time they arrived in the county, it was already dark. There was nothing they could do but stay at a guest house for the night. When Shun Anian arrived in Hung City, she called Chen Jinjin to ask for the tickets. Chen Jinjin told her not to move at the station, saying she would come to find her. Shun Anian and Qin's mother waited outside the station. After about half an hour, a small car stopped in front of them. Chen Jinjin got out and asked, Have you been waiting long? Shun Anian asked, Where did you get this car? Chen Jinjin explained, I didn't want to delay you, so I told my uncle. I was worried he might lend me his car. Shun Anian was very touched. Since her family had problems, her old friends avoided her to not get involved. The only person who had been kind to her from start to finish was Chen Jinjin.